Chapter 1. The Rising Star. We are the Blue Devils. We are the champions. The exhilarating March of 2015 concluded with Duke University triumphantly defeating Wisconsin to claim the NCAA championship. Lu Yu, cradling the championship trophy, beamed with joy under the lens of private photographer Jean Ruo. Soon, striking photographs of Lu Yu celebrating the championship flooded social media. As customary, the finale featured a sweet snapshot of him with his girlfriend. Dear family, we have secured the college championship. Next up is the NBA title. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's display of pride, his followers were enveloped in envy and resentment. Damn it, he's showing off again. Puffed. He merely rode the coattails of a prestigious team to snag a championship. How shameless. Lu Yu, let me impart a truth. The more glorious the moment, the more one must remain humble. Woe is me. I can hardly contain myself. He's handsome, excels in basketball, and yet he has such a stunning girlfriend. Could the above be Lu Yu's alternate account? Brothers, follow my lead. Let's topple Lu Yu and claim Ruo. Sigh. Ever since Lu Yu became a key player, he's been putting on airs to maintain his image. But I preserved all the evidence of his former arrogance. Haha. It's truly remarkable. Who would have thought Lu Yu would achieve this? Lu Yu himself was filled with reflection. His journey to becoming a prominent player in the NCAA had not been devoid of challenges. Casually raking in millions of followers, I've truly mastered this system. He reminisced about his earlier days as an unremarkable, handsome scholar. Originally, he had come abroad merely to accompany his childhood friend, unaware that he would activate a basketball system. Upon comparing the salaries of returning elites and NBA players, he decisively embarked on a basketball career. The basketball system was straightforward. Defeating an opponent allowed one to purchase a star card of a player from the rival team. The star card, a consumable item, could be utilized for training or experience. However, both the acquisition and utilization of star cards required followers' attention. As a novice in basketball, aspiring to become a formal player for the illustrious Duke Blue Devils was akin to climbing Mount Olympus at that time. Lu Yu harbored a profound resentment towards the notion of garnering attention. Why must I seek others' admiration? Diligent practice should reign supreme. Is this a basketball system or a social networking one? Despite his grievances, true champions never lament their circumstances. Thus, a seemingly ordinary individual began sharing glimpses of his life on various social media platforms. Upon realizing that a conventional approach garnered little interest, Lu Yu pivoted to flaunting his study abroad experiences and displaying affection with Jean Ruo, a practice he referred to as ostentation. Fortuitously, Jean Ruo had a passion for photography and social media, making her an ideal partner. Initially, Lu Yu's follower count was so low that he felt compelled to scrimp and save every bit of attention, but as his skills advanced, and he gradually became a bona fide member of Duke University's team, a deluge of attention from back home began to pour in. From that moment forward, he was no longer in want of attention. Instead, he craved an abundance of superior star cards. Over the years, Lu Yu not only witnessed a rapid enhancement in his basketball prowess, but also experienced significant growth in his height and wingspan, ultimately achieving remarkable innate talent. This year, he has also become one of the starting five of the Duke Blue Devils, assisting the team in a relentless pursuit of victory, ultimately securing the 5th NCAA championship trophy for the institution. Shortly thereafter, the 5 key contributors to Duke's triumph: Tyus Jones, Quinn Cook, Jahlil Okafor, Justice Winslow, and Lu Yu declared for this year's NBA draft. Among them, Lu Yu garnered the most attention, yet forecasts suggest that the younger trio of Jones, Winslow, and Okafor are more favored by NBA teams. Jahlil is still the standout, opting not to participate in the combine. One remarked that, "I texted him he will take part in a private workout with the Timberwolves. He's determined to secure the top pick," another replied. "I can't help but envy those towering players," someone chimed in. Apart from Okafor, Lu Yu and the other 4 made their way to Chicago. Notably, this year's crop of exceptional big men will not partake in the combine. It's not only Okafor, but also Kentucky's Karl-Anthony Towns and Willie Cauley-Stein who will be absent. Even the talented overseas big man Kristaps Porzingis will not attend. Regardless, basketball remains a game where height holds an advantage, and formidable interior players seldom require extensive showcasing. However, Lu Yu harbored doubts about Okafor's prospects. With numerous training sessions and scrimmages, Okafor had amassed quite a collection of star cards from his teammates, although he only boasted a 3rd-tier level card, while Towns possessed a prestigious S-level card. In contrast to the interior players, this year's top prospect for the perimeter, D'Angelo Russell, was indeed present at the combine. However, such highly regarded rookies rarely participate in many drills that Lu's teammate, the explosively athletic wing Winslow, also had little need to demonstrate his skills, as he was already attracting interest from multiple teams, merely hoping to land with his desired franchise that in comparison to Russell, Winslow was considerably more reserved. Liu Yu suspected that Russell's willingness to attend the combine was merely to bask in media attention. When he encountered the player often hailed as the premier point guard of this draft class, Russell was engaged in a conversation with the media, boasting about his playing style. Akin to that of Curry. I embody that style. I can consistently hit shots from the perimeter and create opportunities for my teammates. He declared out of course, it's just made him the best college player in the world. Whether you ask me now or NBA teams inquire in the future, my answer remains unchanged. My defense? That's not a concern. It's others who should ponder how to defend against me. While Russell's bravado could not be entirely dismissed, Liu Yu had examined his star card through the system, revealing that he was indeed an S-level player, albeit the most affordable within that tier, comparable in price to certain S-level cards. Among the players attending the combine, the highest valued star card belonged to Kentucky's Devin Booker. Liu Yu found it intriguing that, despite Kentucky housing two S-level star card players, it was Dooku's highest star card only reached a level that emerged as the NCAA champion. Of course, Towns and Booker have yet to reach their peak star cards merely signify their highest potential that LU's teammates, conversely, may have already realized much of their latent potential. As a member of the NCAA championship team and a social media sensation, Liu Yu enjoys considerable popularity among the media, particularly with domestic outlets. Do you believe you can contribute to an NBA team at this moment? Absolutely, I am a born champion. Do you think the strongest rookie in this draft is your teammate Okafor? Liu Yu smiled subtly. Jaleel should certainly possess that confidence, but I am undoubtedly more confident I am the strongest player in this draft. Many media representatives were taken aback this role player from Duke could certainly boast more than they anticipated. Domestic journalists, having witnessed an abundance of humility from local athletes, were somewhat bewildered by Liu Yu's American-style responses. Which NBA team do you hope to be selected by? That would depend on which team aspires to secure a championship. Such audacity could lead one to believe he was a frontrunner for the top pick. Many journalists regarded him with disdain. Yet due to Liu Yu's considerable following, interviews were still conducted. It was simply part of the job. Upon the publication of the interview, the audience expressed their approval, resonating with his boldness. Chapter 2. Intended Teams. Buddy, remember, I stand at 201 centimeter. The stern staff member glanced at the measuring device and noted down 199 centimeters. He was not about to aid in inflating the metrics for someone who was not one of their own. Nevertheless, this Duke player did possess impressive static physical attributes. At 199 centimeters tall, his wingspan measured an impressive 216 centimeters. While not a physical anomaly, he was certainly among the elite. In other assessments, Liu Yu's performance was relatively average. If not, he would have been considered a top-tier wing prospect and a likely candidate for the first overall pick. Unfortunately, his current classification was that of a 3-and-D player, and his dynamic athleticism was not particularly striking. Thus, his draft predictions fell short compared to his teammate Winslow, who was recognized for superior dynamic athleticism in youth. Liu Yu, on the other hand, excelled in static attributes. His age was not an advantage, yet he consistently showcased notable improvement each year, making him a player worth watching, especially considering his late introduction to professional basketball. This situation led to fluctuations in his draft projections, hinging on whether any team would find value in his potential as a ready-to-contribute player. Among the 5 players, Quinn Cook had the bleakest draft prospects. Cook was older and had always been a peripheral figure next to star players at Duke. During their championship season, he served as a senior, merely a backcourt partner to the exceptional point guard Tyus Jones that in the joint workout measurements. Cook put forth a commendable effort. However, his statistics were merely average, not outstanding, yet not poor either. Such guards were plentiful in the United States that I truly wish to enter the NBA, Cook remarked during a break. I just wish I could have performed a bit better. Of the 5, only Liu Yu and Cook had spent a full 4 years with the team. While the other 3 were freshmen, Liu sought to become better acquainted with his companion. Noticing Cook's slight despondence, he offered him a bottle of water. Rest assured, my friend, we are all destined for the NBA, for we each possess the essence of champions, he assured. You're absolutely right. I must persist in my efforts. I shall realize my dreams, Quinn Cook responded with renewed determination. Although Quinn Cook's trading card was merely a 4th-tier B grade, Liu Yu could only extend his best wishes. However, one should not underestimate the B grade. The majority of players in the NCAA are relegated to the 5th-tier blank cards. Both individuals devoted themselves to their aspirations, and during the subsequent shooting drills, Liu Yu's performance was commendable. As a 3D player, his primary assets were shooting and defense. He intentionally directed most of his acquired trading cards towards enhancing these 2 facets. In a situation necessitating choices, Liu Yu recognized that Given his physique, aspiring to be a starting 3D player for the Blue Devils was a relatively expedient path to the NBA. The league is replete with players who embody core playing styles, yet comprises only 30 teams. For those core NCAA players who are not deemed prodigies, entering the NBA often entails starting from a supportive role. One must either adapt or withdraw. Conversely, Louis's current role as a supporting player allows for a more seamless integration into advanced strategies. Of course, this presumes that one is among the elite of such players. After all, while the NBA may require more role players, the NCAA is home to an even greater number. In truth, Louis's comprehensive development was facilitated by the basketball system. Yet he strategically focused the majority of his trading cards on enhancing his shooting and defense. Presently, he was approximately at the level of a rotation player for several NBA teams. His attributes were as follows: strength, 66, speed, 67, three-point shooting, 71, mid-range, 70, inside scoring, 66, driving, 65, dunking, 67, ball handling, 67, passing, 65, stealing, 65, blocking, 63, defense, 70, rebounding, 66, stability, 70. Should Liu elevate certain critical statistics further, his advantages might become more pronounced. However, enhancing attributes below 60 through trading card training posed little challenge, while improvements above 60 slowed considerably at times. Expending a trading card yielded no enhancement at all. Once surpassing 70, the difficulty escalated. Perhaps this would necessitate the use of higher-tier trading cards or additional training sessions. Regardless, Liu found himself lacking in trading cards, particularly the high-grade ones, which were exceedingly rare in NCAA competitions at tea times. Upon acquiring one or two, he hesitated to utilize them for training, for focusing more attention on gaining experience in matches could render high-tier trading cards pivotal in determining the outcome of games. This approach proved more cost-effective, enhancing Liu's external evaluations. The trading cards he could most readily acquire were naturally from his teammates. However, the strength of his teammates' cards was insufficient. As his basketball attributes improved, the training effectiveness diminished, resulting in his highest singular attribute being only 71. That once I enter the NBA, every victory against an opponent should yield an S-grade trading card purchase. It appears I'm indeed more suited to showcase my skills on a grander stage, he mused at LUU share dinner with his agent. Mason Smith. Smith, a Duke University alumnus, is currently employed at CA. Liu chose his agent primarily based on their compatibility. While Smith may not be a high-profile agent, his dedication to Liu's interests is commendable, and his network is not insignificant. Several teams have expressed interest in you. Representatives from the Rockets will be reaching out tomorrow, Smith remarked. The Rockets? Don't they have enough wing players? Liu inquired, puzzled. Smith replied, half-jokingly, perhaps they are drawn to your status as the most successful NCAA player from China, a social media influencer. Liu possesses considerable commercial value, with sponsorship opportunities already on the horizon, contingent upon his successful entry into the NBA. Smith sliced into his steak and continued, rest assured, I will communicate with the teams interested in you. They must present a genuine plan for your development. However, breaking into the lottery may not be straightforward for you at this stage, and I doubt you'll receive many commitments, but I will do my utmost to assist you. Then I leave it in your hands, Liu nodded. Regardless of which team he joins, he harbors confidence in his ability to compete against fellow players in his position. He is unperturbed by the prospect of limited opportunities. Initially, he possesses ample patience. After all, once he becomes an official player of a team, he will have the chance to acquire star card for training and enhancing his skills. There are other teams as well. Beyond the Rockets, playoff-caliber teams like the Mavericks, Wizards, and Heat have inquired about your status. Additionally, the Timberwolves, Hornets, and Nets are also interested in learning more about you. Buddy, even the Lakers are keeping an eye on you. It seems you thrive in the spotlight. Joining the Lakers would be phenomenal. LUU agreed that if he could join the Lakers, his commercial value would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, the Lakers currently exhibit little patience for rookies. I still prefer to join a team with a better track record, Liu stated. Acquiring star cards necessitates triumphing over competitors. If he were to end up on a tanking team, he would be relegated to merely leeching off his teammates' prowess. If the star cards within the team did not align with his position, it would be a monumental waste of time. Ultimately, the decision of which team selects him is likely beyond the player's control. Liu plans to engage in meaningful discussions with potential teams when the opportunity arises. Chapter 3. Engagement. My goal is to win, to capture the NBA championship, and, subsequently, to become the best player in the league. The team must genuinely need me. Rather than adopting a trial-and-error approach, this is a matter of respect for both parties. When Liu met with the team representatives, his demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, bordering on audacious. His principal aim is to swiftly become an official member of the team and embark on his journey of skill evolution. Should he encounter a team that undervalues him and relegates him to the development league, it would be disheartening. Without suitable star cards, his growth would be significantly hampered. LUU also conferred with Smith regarding strategic responses during discussions with interested teams. Smith would insist on an immediate contract upon Liu's selection, rather than leaving the matter in limbo. Given the initial interest, confidence is key. Conversely, if a team genuinely wishes to select him, they would require him to undergo further trials to showcase his abilities, too, which Liu would acquiesce. His prowess is evident, and in terms of player trading cards, he will be classified as an A-level talent. LUU anticipates that the minimum requirement for entering the NBA would be a level trading card in the 4th tier, while his current capabilities correspond to an A-level in the 3rd tier, indicating a relatively stable performance. After all, the 3 junior players that their team is favorably viewed by the public are of this caliber. During discussions with various teams, the majority have expressed a positive outlook on Liu, albeit in a somewhat perfunctory manner at this stage. The interactions are merely preliminary. Each team is engaging with a multitude of young athletes, necessitating observation and comparison. Currently, there are 3 teams showing a particular interest in Liu. Firstly, the Brooklyn Nets perceive him as a young player who embodies the principles of sound basketball. Somewhat awkwardly, Liu is regarded as the brainchild of Billy King, who has been mockingly dubbed the most foolish general manager in the league. Under his stewardship, the Nets have become emblematic of a team with more money than sense, acquiring the aging stars Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett from the Celtics to form a superannuated squad, jeopardizing the team's future without reaping significant success. However, it would be unjust to place the blame solely on him. The Russian oligarch Mikhail Prokhorov desired immediate results from the team, and King was merely an executor of that vision. With 2 aging all-stars, alongside Joe Johnson, Darren Williams, and Brook Lopez, the roster indeed boasted 5 all-stars, albeit not in their prime together. To be candid, the speed with which this assembly occurred is commendable. The team's poor performance can largely be attributed to a decline in peak Darren Williams and Brook Lopez's injury struggles, while the veterans' contributions have been relatively consistent. Nevertheless, someone must bear the brunt of the blame. Billy King has yet to be dismissed, possibly due to the owner's reluctance to lose face. The typical narrative suggests that these circumstances cannot be entirely attributed to you, so continue your diligent work, only to later be dismissed due to a minor infraction. Billy King still harbors dreams of redemption, hoping to reconstruct the team's roster. He has conveyed to Liu that although the Nets lack high draft picks, they are willing to attempt a trade to acquire a selection to secure him. Liu was uncertain whether the Nets genuinely valued him, or if they were simply influenced by Billy King's status as a Duke alum, seeking to select a familiar face. Nevertheless, Liu remained unfazed. Even if Billy King were to be dismissed, he held confidence in his ability to make an impact with the Nets. Additionally, the Mavericks, represented by General Manager Donnie Nelson, sought a meeting with Liu. Their intentions were clear. The Mavericks were eager to contend and required a wing player as a backup. They believed that Liu's playing style had matured, rendering him a viable asset with immediate impact. His defensive skills and 3-point shooting were particularly coveted. Nelson expressed, "We will assist you in seamlessly integrating into our team. You are a young man with a remarkable spirit, perfectly suited to our system." The Mavericks contemplated using a first-round pick to acquire Liu. In contrast, the Hornets exhibited a somewhat dismissive attitude. Their reasoning echoed that of the Mavericks. They needed a player like Liu for their playoff aspirations, particularly one who could fulfill a 3D role. However, their interest appeared more opportunistic, as they aspired to secure seasoned players from renowned college programs like North Carolina and Duke, despite their own lesser reputation in the NBA. Presently, they sought interior players, placing Liu as a secondary option. Should he fall out of the first round, they would undoubtedly select him. In this scenario, Liu could take solace in the fact that he would not go undrafted. During the recent days of the joint tryouts, Liu has garnered the attention of numerous teams, with more than a dozen keeping a watchful eye on him. Unlike the underdog NCAA teams that unexpectedly clinch championships yet remain overlooked by NBA franchises, the members of prestigious institutions such as Duke University, renowned for their basketball prowess, inevitably attract significant interest from various teams. Competing at such elite universities signifies a rigorous selection process that attests to an athlete's capabilities and tactical acumen. However, as a player who does not yet bask in overwhelming popularity, Liu finds himself navigating a landscape of information that is often unreliable. Many uncertainties will only be resolved on draft night. Following the joint workouts, Lu Yu, while maintaining his regular training regimen, took a brief respite with Zhang Ruoruo, indulging in a short trip to unwind. One might wonder if Lu Yu is merely indulging in leisure. Could it be that an NBA team has bestowed upon him a promise? Such circumstances are rarely straightforward, as both domestic and international players face considerable challenges in their quest to enter the NBA. Yet, Lu Yu stands apart. He is a member of an NCAA championship team. While he may merely be a role player, there are countless similar athletes within the NCAA. And even core players from championship teams have faced the disappointment of not being drafted, let alone someone in his position. It seems Lu Yu is somewhat indolent, beginning to indulge in leisure before even stepping into the NBA. I assert this, even if he is selected. Sustaining a career within the NBA will not be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, one must not be too harsh. Does not everyone deserve a brief reprieve? Even NBA players require moments of rest. Upon witnessing the lively debate among the crowd, Lu Yu promptly shared a series of photographs showcasing his rigorous training on social media. The interplay of light and shadow, the defined lines, Lu Yu considered these images could serve as exemplary templates for the social media presence of many professional athletes. Haha. I knew it. Lu Yu truly dedicates himself to training, having followed him for several years. It has been remarkable to see him transform from an ordinary individual into a champion member. His diligence surpasses that of anyone else, and he certainly will not rest on his laurels. I have high hopes for Lu Yu's success in the NBA. Are those training photos for real? They look staged, almost like a photo shoot. To be candid, Lu Yu is quite handsome. It's evident that these are posed shots. He is clearly on vacation. Shouldn't players focus on their game instead of engaging in such antics? How could he not be performing well? He is, after all, an NCAA champion. What kind of nonsense are his detractors spouting? As expected, the comments under Lu Yu's social media post ignited yet another heated discussion. Lu Yu observed the steadily rising engagement levels with an air of calm. Since entering the NBA and participating in numerous games, he understood that there may come a time when a significant amount of attention would be required. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent regarding social media. He now regarded the comments on social media with indifference. However, Zhang Ruoruo often found herself unable to tolerate the negativity, promptly logging in to respond with fervor. Lu Yu initially took to the forefront to fervently elevate his visibility, but now such exertions have become unnecessary. He remains steadfast amidst the swirling winds from all directions, embodying the true essence of mastery. Consequently, he now merely employs a secondary account for subtle guidance. Ahem. It is not out of concern, but rather a necessity to forge a united front with his girlfriend. Ultimately, he switched to his primary account to acknowledge and appreciate the compliments from admirers who found him handsome. Chapter 4. The Audition Gala. In the days leading up to the audition night, both Lu Yu and Zhang Ruo's parents arrived in America. Their journey served a dual purpose: to explore the sights while also providing their unwavering support for Lu Yu's audition. Lu Yu will be rather occupied this summer, leaving him little time to return home, prompting his family to choose to fly over instead. He and Zhang Ruo have been childhood friends, naturally bonded by the close relationship between their families from the previous generation. Lu Yu, accompanied by his family, took a brief stroll around the city of Durant, where their university is located, before embarking on a trip to New York City for leisure. After all, aside from their university, Durant offers little else of interest. This year's draft event was held at the Barclays Center, the home of the Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn is, in fact, a borough of New York City. When people visit New York, they typically gravitate towards the affluent Manhattan district, and naturally, Lu Yu and his companions spent their days there, as traveling from Manhattan to Brooklyn is merely a few kilometers, causing no inconvenience. Lu Yu did not enter the small green room. He purchased tickets to accompany his family to the audition venue, which was also part of their travels. Lu Yu recently conducted a poll on social media, inviting fans to express their support for which NBA team he should join. Unsurprisingly, the Houston Rockets emerged as the frontrunner, largely due to Yao Ming's influence. Many domestic fans have adopted the Rockets as their primary team, disregarding the actual circumstances. Nevertheless, the Rockets may consider him, yet they, much like the Hornets, are reluctant to invest significantly and would only take advantage of a bargain if it presents itself. Following closely are the Mavericks and the Lakers. The Mavericks benefit from having previously hosted Chinese players, garnering early interest from many fans. The Lakers, too, have had Chinese players in their ranks, but the primary allure seems to stem from Kobe Bryant's extensive fan base. Being a prestigious franchise, Liu is not deterred by the spotlight's pressure. Yet it appears the Lakers hold little interest in him, even as a bargain option. If he aspires to play in a major city, New York certainly qualifies. Although the Knicks may not hold much appeal for him, Liu is not an arrogant New Yorker. He does not dismiss the Nets as a mere suburban team and finds the prospect of living comfortably there quite acceptable. Overall, the Mavericks seem to be the most pragmatic choice, especially since they have indicated a willingness to select him. Liu has consistently kept an eye on the Texas trio, where the tax rates are the lowest, potentially allowing him to earn significantly more with a rookie contract. As the draft approaches, Liu's posts are garnering increasing attention, enhancing his visibility. Who knows, perhaps the Timberwolves might unexpectedly designate him as their #1 pick. However, as for the possibility of Liu's teammates, that seems rather unlikely. He would certainly not entertain the thought of joining the Timberwolves. Rather, Liu aspires to step into a leadership role with the Lakers or settle for being the 2nd overall pick. His fans should not indulge in fantasies. No NBA team is likely to seek a player of his role. On occasion, Liu engages with his fans on social media, sharing images from live events. Unbeknownst to him, a twinge of anxiety began to creep in. Beside him, a small hand reached out as Jean Rouault said, "It's all right, you will definitely be chosen. Of course, I was merely lamenting the possibility that we may not reside in the same city in the future." Liu would never admit to feeling anxious. Jean Rouault pouted and added, "Indeed, I'm starting to reconsider pursuing graduate studies." Liu stepped out of the campus, preparing to embark on a career in professional basketball, while Jean Rouault contemplated continuing her studies. Both were enrolled in the business school, and although they initially had the option to return and inherit the family's small business, such thoughts had long since faded. Jean Rouault was still uncertain about the specific career path she wished to pursue post-graduation, hence her decision to pursue a master's degree, a hallmark of an academic achiever. Fortunately, with the advancements in transportation, traveling anywhere has become exceedingly convenient. Liu hastily remarked as the cheers erupted in the arena. Towns had been selected as the 1st overall pick. Meanwhile, Liu's teammate Okafor, having failed in his bid for the top spot, was not chosen by the Lakers with their 2nd pick. Nonetheless, as a highly sought-after rookie, Okafor did not fall beyond the top 3, ultimately being acquired by the struggling 76ers, who had been languishing in mediocrity for the past few years. Okafor felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that not being the #1 pick would still lead him to Los Angeles. The Heat had wavered between Winslow and Liu but ultimately opted for the younger, more explosive Winslow with their 10th pick. 2 of Liu's teammates have emerged as lottery picks. In fact, prior to the draft, most players had a general understanding of their expected positions. Jones, recognized as the most outstanding player in the NCAA Final Four, received an invitation to the green room, which he graciously declined. Although Jones has consistently maintained a significant reputation, he embodies the archetype of a floor general, possessing only average physical attributes. Thus, he did not receive assurances for a higher draft position. In contrast, Paul, who also fits the mold of a floor general, secured a high selection due to his exceptional athleticism. Liu's teammates, Jones and Okafor, are merely classified as A-level star cards. Yet they possess certain abilities that transcend to S-level. Regrettably, their flaws are quite conspicuous. Following Winslow's selection, Liu began to concentrate more intensely. His strategic impact at Duke University is akin to that of Winslow. Were it not for the 2 of them, Okafor, who merely resembles Duncan, has not absorbed even a fraction of Duncan's defensive prowess, rendering him incapable of supporting the team's interior defense. After Winslow, it is anticipated that Liu will be next. He estimates that he will likely be chosen in the latter half of the 1st round. Ultimately, the Rockets did not select him immediately, as the fans held on to unrealistic hopes. At this juncture, Billy King had already made several calls, intending to trade up to select Liu in the 1st round. Little Nelson was prepared to fulfill his promise. This year's draft lacked particularly outstanding talent, and securing Liu at the 21st pick for the Mavericks would be a prudent decision. However, they did not anticipate that Raptors general manager Masai Ujiri also had Liu's dossier on his desk. Previously, the Raptors had not shown much interest in Liu, but as they continued to observe, their evaluation of him improved. In the competitive landscape of the Eastern Conference playoffs, the battle for perimeter players has intensified, leading the Raptors to aim for an upgrade in their backcourt during the summer. With the pace of games in the league accelerating in recent years and interior players in a lull, wing players have become increasingly coveted, prompting the Raptors to seek reinforcements. Naturally, The Raptors primarily hoped to operate in the summer free agency market, with the draft serving merely as a supplement. Initially, Ujiri had several player dossiers before him, but as the draft progressed, the number of documents dwindled significantly. Players who perform well are naturally selected by earlier teams. As a playoff team, the Raptors already possess a core roster and do not have the mindset of seeking a standout player. Thus, Ujiri was not particularly proactive. They could only choose a reasonably good player at their draft position. As the Raptors selection approached, Ujiri found himself in a quandary. He was not opposed to selecting an older, immediate contributor, yet Luyo's role appeared somewhat singular. The team still aimed to employ a backcourt dual-gun strategy. Perhaps a dual-threat guard would be more suitable. However, at that moment, the image of the man who has dominated the Eastern Conference in recent years suddenly surfaced in his mind. One of Luyo's templates was the performance that had once embarrassed that very man, Leonard. The Raptors chose Luyo, a forward from Duke University, with the 20th pick. Chapter 5, not to be trifled with. Luyo arrived in the bustling metropolis, yet it was Toronto. To him, both the United States and Canada were foreign lands. However, with the other NBA teams residing in the United States, traveling for away games necessitated crossing customs, making it a foreign land within a foreign land. Moreover, that wretched place was not only frigid but also burdened with high taxes. Luyo felt a tinge of discontent. Fortunately, the Raptors were quite understanding and promptly agreed to offer him a contract. With a 4-year deal worth nearly $8 million, Luyo instantaneously transformed into a wealthy individual. And he swiftly forgave the team for their hasty decision in the draft. The Nets and the Mavericks, who had shown genuine interest in selecting Luyo, were somewhat disheartened. This was particularly true for the Mavericks, who had initially intended to secure Luyo with the 21st pick. Luyo also requested Smith to courteously greet the team that had made a promise, expressing that although they could not become colleagues due to a lack of fate, they could still remain friends. In truth, Luyo lamented that his displayed prowess was insufficient. Otherwise, the Nets would not have merely traded for a later first-round pick to select him, nor would the Mavericks have been hesitant to actively trade to acquire him. Alas, with so many teams in front of him, how could not one possess the discerning eye to recognize the extent of his annual progress? On Luyo's social media, the majority of fans did not anticipate that he would be selected by the Raptors. Some expressed their lamentations, while others swiftly transitioned into supporters of the Raptors. After being selected, Luyo accepted an interview, naturally eschewing conventionality. Are you satisfied with the 20 chosen players? Certainly, I am delighted. Entering the NBA to become a professional athlete has always been my aspiration. Undoubtedly, the Raptors have made the most judicious decision, and in the near future, the teams that passed on me will come to realize what they have missed. Luyo was elated to be selected in the first round, as his draft position actually surpassed that of the team's perimeter core, Jones. Jones was selected 24th by the Cavaliers before being traded to the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves had previously shown some interest in Luyo, yet ultimately opted for his teammate. Unfortunately, Cook fell victim to the draft's cruel fate, going undrafted. While his teammates were all first-round picks, he did not even secure a second-round selection. Such is the harsh reality. Cook is somewhat fortunate, as all members of the championship team eligible for next year's draft went undrafted, including M0. One can only remark that despite the endorsement from Duke, Cook's talent appears rather mediocre. Nevertheless, some teams still express interest in him, willing to offer opportunities, while for many others, the NBA door closes firmly after their rejection. What are your future aspirations? Luyo smiled faintly, noting that the Dragons have yet to secure a championship title, which is why I assert they have made a prudent decision. How audacious. This Chinese player is strikingly different from his compatriots. The journalists who made the journey to cover him are quite enamored, as expected from a prominent figure in the NCAA. Indeed, there are many arrogant rookies. Yet possessing inherent popularity sets him apart. Domestic reporters seem somewhat unaccustomed. Some of Luyo's remarks are challenging to report accurately. However, even if he refrained from making such statements, the online sphere would still conjure countless absurd narratives to ride the wave of attention. Luyo is quite considerate, boldly expressing indifference to how they choose to report. Luyo, will you be joining the national team this summer? I eagerly anticipate serving my country. Luyo rarely adopted an official tone. In fact, the national team has already reached out to him. However, it is unlikely that the team's training camp will be able to offer him any valuable player cards, rendering it rather futile. Luyo has subtly communicated with his agent regarding domestic matters. Unless he is positioned as the unequivocal core of the team, With a status surpassing even that of the head coach, he prefers not to have his development in the NBA disrupted for the time being. It is not merely the reliance on domestic resources that has shaped him. Rather, it is his resilience. Naturally, the two parties have been unable to reach an agreement. After all, Liu has yet to showcase his abilities in the NBA, and this summer, there are only competitions in Asia. The national team does not have an urgent need for him at this moment and is unlikely to indulge him. The interview with Liu has elicited polarized reactions among fans. Detractors deem him ostentatious and believe that his lack of prowess has fostered detrimental habits. Conversely, his supporters argue that he embodies confidence, a rare and commendable quality among domestic players. This clash of opinions has ignited fervent discussions on Liu's social media platforms and various forums, significantly elevating his visibility. In contrast to the mundane official responses, Liu has undoubtedly reaped substantial benefits from this attention. Soon after, he reported to the Raptors, preparing to participate in the Summer League. This year, the Raptors selected two rookies, one being the 46th pick, Norman Powell. The Raptors acquired 2 draft picks from the Bucks in exchange for backup guard Vasquez. Utilizing one of those second-round picks to select Powell, Liu discovered that the Dragon selection was quite remarkable, as Powell, a second-round pick, turned out to be an S-tier star card, albeit not of the exceptionally strong variety. Both of these rookies were unable to secure their preferred jersey numbers. Liu previously wore the number 10, while Powell donned the number 4. Both aspired to continue wearing their collegiate numbers. However, the number 10 is currently held by the Raptors' pivotal player, DeRozan, and their newly signed veteran, Scola, also desires the number 4. Consequently, the rookie Powell had no choice but to concede. Thus, Liu opted for the attention-grabbing number 23, while Powell chose to wear the number 24. The same as Kobe's current number. Liu faintly sensed that he had usurped someone's fortune. If the two rising stars were Jordan and Kobe, what nickname might Van Jordan acquire in the future? Liu genuinely aspired to enhance the team's prowess in the Summer League by acquiring some star cards. However, to his dismay, apart from Powell, the roster was filled with an array of underwhelming players. Among them, only 2 held contracts, while the rest comprised undrafted players and seasoned veterans merely filling the ranks. The contracted players were Lucas Nogueira and Bruno Caboclo, one acquired through a trade for signing rights, and the other a first-round selection from the previous year. Both were classified as B-tier star cards, lacking in strength and refinement. After a year in the NBA, their skills remained rudimentary at best. Liu and Powell reported in the past, and Caboclo, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, cautioned them. Rookies, cast aside your collegiate basketball notions. This is the NBA, and you must heed the directives. He continued, now, I need you to assist me with a task. Powell remained silent, yet a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. Hailing from humble beginnings, he preferred to avoid direct confrontations, intent on defeating his adversaries through sheer prowess during training. Liu, however, had no intention of indulging them. Who do you think you are? It seems that some young ones are feeling defiant. Caboclo's expression was fierce, and Nogueira approached as well. Both being Brazilians, they would undoubtedly band together within the team. As marginal members among the official players, they dared not voice their opinions, but now, during the Summer League, they ought to assume the role of leaders. Before Liu's arrival, he had instructed Smith to investigate the Raptors' situation, aware that Caboclo was also a wing player. It was likely that the opposing team would perceive him as a rival and seek to intimidate him. However, Liu had never regarded such fringe players with any seriousness. His objective in his rookie season was to vie for a starting position and assist his team in achieving victory. If they sought to provoke him, Liu would not cower in the face of adversity. He promptly seized a chair from the sidelines. Although Liu has yet to join the national team, he is acutely aware of the charisma exhibited by his predecessor, Long Quan. Would he fear the Brazilian player? To everyone's surprise, as the Summer League team was just gathering, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Chapter 6. Pre-sleep exercises. Ultimately, the Raptors' Summer League training camp did not erupt into conflict. The two aspiring leaders from Brazil refrained from acting impulsively, fearing the loss of their positions. Even as rookies in the NBA, they were still considered high earners in the United States. Liu primarily brandished the chair to assert his presence. He was not a man who relied solely on his fists to navigate life. Naturally, he was not one to shy away from confrontation either. Amidst the thunderous shouts of assistant coach Nash, Liu adeptly transformed the suggestion of a brawl into a competitive match, opting for a 5-on-5 contest to showcase their skills. Familiar faces Capoclo and Nogueira led a cadre of seasoned veterans, well acquainted with the game. Luyu formed a team with the rookie Powell and others. The coaching staff did not anticipate such a one-sided contest. Although both Brazilians are rugged players, they have spent a year in the NBA and being first-round picks. They possess commendable physical attributes. Generally, such rough players might struggle in official matches, but they can still dominate in summer leagues against novices. Furthermore, Luyu is not a prodigy ranked among the top draft picks. He was indeed a role player in college basketball. His teammate, the formidable Powell, is merely a second-round pick. However, when the game commenced, Luyu effectively neutralized Caboclo and provided support for Nogueira. Not only did he excel defensively, but he also outperformed his rugged counterparts in offense. He demonstrated a commendable ability to seize opportunities and executed counterattacks decisively after successful defensive plays. Coach Nurse nodded approvingly from the sidelines, recognizing the reliability of this year's draft. While General Manager Ujiri and head coach Casey validated their decision to have Luyu as the primary focus in summer league training. As long as Luyu can maintain his current performance during the regular season, he could serve as a commendable addition to the team's roster. However, what is even more astonishing is Powell. The Brazilian squad is utterly incapable of containing Powell's offensive prowess, allowing him to dictate the game at will. Powell is playing with a level of ease that surpasses his time in the NCAA. Luyu, alongside Powell and the wing duo, utterly overwhelmed the opposing team. By halftime, the outcome had become entirely predictable. After the match concluded, Capoclo and Nogueira, panting heavily, wore bewildered expressions. They could scarcely fathom being outplayed by two rookies who were not even stars. Furthermore, their limited intellect left them at a loss for how to counter the two newcomers. Such a lackluster 5-on-5 training session hardly seemed conducive to improvement, Luyu lamented. Norman, you will lead one team, and I shall lead another. Today, we shall engage in rigorous 5-on-5 drills, aiming for 10 matches, until we are utterly exhausted and fully acquainted with each other's playing styles. Luyu spoke with fervor, asserting that even in the summer league, we must approach every game with utmost seriousness. It is only through embracing challenges and continually surpassing ourselves that we can evolve into formidable players. Powell instinctively concurred with Luyu's sentiments. Meanwhile, Nurse stood at the sidelines of the court, somewhat speechless, pondering who truly held the reins as the team's coach. This year, this young lad certainly needed to be guided properly. Nevertheless, he found great admiration for such an energetic perimeter player. Luyu requires greater adaptability. As for Powell, Nash is eager to see how this seasoned rookie can implement his tactics. Powell's age is a factor for being a second-round pick. The Raptors' two rookies this year are relatively mature players. Some teams are hesitant to select rookies who appear to possess limited potential, but the Raptors are unfazed. Ujiri is pragmatic. He believes that age is of little consequence as long as the player contributes to the team. Ultimately, the Raptors' summer league coaching staff did not intervene in Luyu's actions. They, too, are curious to gauge the capabilities of this year's two rookies. As long as the coaching staff maintains control of the pace and prevents player conflicts or injuries, substituting the introductory training with 5-on-5 scrimmages poses no significant issue. Thus, it wasn't long before Luyu earned Powell's S-level superstar card, requiring merely 75 attention points. After all, within team training, wins and losses are inconsequential. As long as there are enough sessions, acquiring teammate superstar cards is assured. In the previous match, Luyu opted not for the similarly positioned card of Boucher, but instead chose the B-level superstar card of interior player Nogueira, which required only 63 attention points, a bargain. While the B-level superstar card does not significantly enhance Luyu, particularly among players in his position, it serves as a useful remedy in areas where he is comparatively weaker. In the realm of underdogs, Luyu stands out, demonstrating that even a rough-and-tumble character like Nogueira can carve out a niche in the NBA, undoubtedly possessing certain adept skills. For instance, Luyu's current weakest attribute lies in shot blocking, yet through training with a B-tier player card, there remains a promising opportunity for enhancement, at least until he reaches a proficiency of 65. However, given the option, Luyu would naturally opt for a more advanced player card, ideally one that could bolster his strongest skills while simultaneously addressing his relative deficiencies in perimeter play. After all, Luyu does not yet need to contend with the rigors of the paint. On the first day of the team's summer league training camp, Luyu experienced great joy. Upon returning to the accommodation arranged by Smith in the evening, he called Zhang Ruo for a chat. Zhang Ruoruo had yet to commence her studies, and she planned to visit and stay for a while once Lu Yu concluded the summer league. Lu Yu's daily life is rather simple, especially during periods of training and competition. After finishing a phone call, he briefly perused the news online before preparing to retire for the night. Lu Yu's most abundant activity is his pre-sleep exercise, utilizing the Norman Powell S-tier star card for training. The training cost for this S-tier star card fluctuates, ranging from 650 to 800 attention points. Lu Yu, with his affluent resources, naturally opts for the highest price tier. This signifies an opportunity to assimilate the basketball style and expertise of Norman Powell during his prime, ensuring optimal training outcomes. Upon completion of the training, the star card will vanish. However, methods can be devised to acquire it repeatedly. Should Lu Yu wish to experience this S-tier star card during a match, he will require approximately 7,000 to 8,000 points of attention. Lu Yu can afford it. Yet utilizing a star card in a single match does not enhance one's combat prowess. It is more prudent to reserve it for training, which proves to be the most advantageous use. Lu Yu typically employs lower-tier star cards, such as B-level cards, as they hold little significance in the context of NBA matches. This time, he is eager to utilize Powell's S-level star card due to the remarkable synergy between their respective attributes. Although Powell was the primary scorer in college, his strengths align closely with those of Lu Yu, particularly in shooting, defense, and consistency. However, Powell possesses superior dynamic talent, excelling in driving to the basket and dunking. Acquiring additional star cards from this cohort is essential, especially during this summer. When the team officially assembles, they will have access to the star cards of two All-Stars, DeRozan and Lowry. After expending attention value to consume star cards, Lu Yu arrived at the virtual training ground. There, a digitally generated peak version of Powell guided him through the training regimen, which required specific training objectives for each session. Lu Yu contemplated for a moment, refraining from initially designating his relatively modest strength and interior skills, instead opting to further enhance his three-point shooting ability. He aimed to showcase his talents during the summer league, recognizing the necessity of possessing a unique scoring skill. As for other aspects, it would depend on how many star player cards he could acquire from Powell. In the virtual training arena, Lu Yu engaged in several days of three-point shooting drills alongside Powell. In reality, this merely transpired over a few minutes. It evoked a sense of gaming, yet the experience felt remarkably authentic, particularly exhausting. After each virtual training session, Lu Yu was able to enjoy a restorative sleep. As a pre-sleep exercise, virtual training could be deemed the optimal choice. Chapter 7. Simple Mode Strength. 67 Speed, 67 3-point, 72 Mid-range, 70 Interior, 67 Post-play, 65 Dunking, 67 Ball handling, 67 Passing, 65 Stealing, 65 Blocking, 65 Defense, 70 Rebounding, 66 Stability, 70. A few days after the Toronto Raptors Summer League training camp convened, Lu Yu's previously weakest blocking ability had also risen to 65. Additionally, his strength, three-point shooting, and interior skills each saw an increase of 1. These improvements were the fruits of Lu Yu's diligent training and strategic acquisition of star player cards. The only discrepancy lay in his strength data, which did not immediately improve after one training session. However, during the team's standard strength training, Lu Yu successfully attained a 1 enhancement in strength. The team's scheduled training compensated for the deficiencies of a single training session with the star player cards. It was evident that even though the Summer League comprised primarily rookies and fringe players, the competition was against professional athletes, and the training intensity had reached a professional standard. As he enhanced his abilities, Lu Yu also emerged as the standout figure within the training camp. By July 10th, the Raptors officially entered Summer League mode. Lu Yu and a few rookies experienced minor conflicts with 2 second-year players, yet he adeptly maintained control over the situation. The Raptors coaching staff arranged the team lineup without regard for personal relationships, as the primary focus of this summer league was to evaluate the performances of these individuals. The starting lineup consisted of the 4 of them along with an undrafted player serving as a utility. Their first opponent was the Kings, who featured only one rookie to develop this season, the 6th overall pick, Willie Cauley-Stein from Kentucky. This player had been quite arrogant prior to the draft, opting out of joint workouts. Initially, Lu Yu held a modicum of anticipation for him, but upon taking the court, he realized that this individual was akin to a rougher version of Nokira, and as a novice, his efficiency was even inferior to Nokira's. The game held no suspense, as the Raptors consistently dominated, defeating their adversaries by a staggering 30 points. Powell played just over 20 minutes, yet managed to score 20 points. Liu played a few extra minutes, scoring 5 three-pointers and amassing a game-high total of 21 points, along with 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals. Liu had not anticipated that his current strength, rated at the 3rd tier, did not even reach the pinnacle of that category. It was surprising to see the core player from the opposing team perform so effortlessly during the Summer League. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Kings roster for the Summer League was rather lackluster. He had no desire to purchase Willie Cauley-Stein's star card, and only acquired it begrudgingly due to financial excess. Nonetheless, Liu showcased his elation over his first Summer League victory on social media, triumphing over the 6th overall pick and contributing to his team's success, achieving the highest score in the game. It dawned on him that he was indeed a versatile player. Many fans deemed Liu overly arrogant, dismissing the Summer League as trivial. However, this did not hinder his rising popularity. Following his successful signing with the Raptors and entry into the NBA, his fanbase expanded significantly, particularly among domestic supporters who found it easier to follow his games compared to his college days. In the previous match, the team performed admirably, and it was imperative to decisively defeat their opponents. During practice, Liu was honing his leadership skills. Capocolo and Nogueira were filled with resentment. Yet Liu's prowess surpassed theirs, endearing him to the team's management who appreciated both his talent and marketability. Should any disputes arise, it was evident that the team would prioritize addressing issues with the two marginal players. They had already backed down. Consequently, during team training, Liu increasingly played the role of a core player. Initially, he had a modicum of skills, but he truly embraced this role in the Summer League context. In contrast, Powell focused solely on offense, yet he excelled in showcasing his strengths. In summary, the two rookies significantly outperformed the rugged player the team had nurtured for a year. The Summer League schedule was relatively intense, with the Raptors playing 6 games over 8 days. Liu now yearns to encounter a more formidable opponent, one that he can triumph over to acquire coveted star player cards. However, the Bulls lineup in 2 days does not appear particularly impressive. Fortunately, it is slightly better than the seasoned veterans and subpar talents of the Kings, as the Bulls at least boast 2 A-grade star player cards. Moreover, one of these A-grade cards is of exceptional caliber, rivaling even the S-grade cards. Bobby Portis, whose draft position was even lower than mine, is not worth mentioning on social media after the game. Nonetheless, his star player card is commendable, as both his three-point shooting and rebounding abilities align well with my training regimen. Liu was exceptionally earnest, and as the competition commenced, the Raptors swiftly took the lead. He and Powell formed a formidable wing duo, demonstrating both offensive and defensive prowess throughout the Summer League. Meanwhile, the Bulls made the unfortunate decision to position their most promising player, Bobby Portis, at the center position despite his relatively slight build, resulting in a dismal outcome for their offense. Powell, on the other hand, displayed remarkable efficiency, effortlessly scoring 19 points. Liu scored 20 points. It is not that Liu deliberately suppressed his opponents in pursuit of the highest score on the court. Rather, it is primarily due to his numerous attempts at three-point shots. Powell is also quite accurate with his three-pointers now, yet he appears to prefer attacking the basket. In the Summer League, amidst a group of lesser opponents, no one seems capable of impeding his drive towards the rim. Liu's offensive approach has been relatively conservative, primarily showcasing his exceptional three-point shooting ability. He made 5 three-pointers in the last game, and this time he achieved 6. In the Summer League, Liu's role as a core player is not the ultimate goal. Rather, it is to further solidify his valuable 3 and D attributes, which are more easily integrated into a playoff team like the Raptors. After the game, Liu naturally began to promote himself. Three-pointers? He has mastered that skill. In fact, it requires little time. He simply needs to obtain a few images from the team's photographer and share them, which does not interfere with anything. After all, the fans who are focused on the Summer League have yet to surpass those who follow Liu himself. The upcoming games will undoubtedly garner even more attention. This is particularly true as the Raptors are set to face the Rockets, a team that many domestic fans support, in their 3rd Summer League game. Consequently, domestic reporters began to inquire about Liu's thoughts regarding the Rockets. Liu, how will you prepare for the game against the Rockets? I will certainly prepare with great diligence. Which team do you believe will emerge victorious? Undoubtedly, it will be us. I am the best player in the Summer League, and our team is the finest in the Summer League as well. Liu aimed to create a sensational headline. Indeed, his remarks swiftly attracted a multitude of fiery critiques. Liu gazed at the steadily rising attention value, nodding in satisfaction. The attention value generated by the popular teams is indeed lucrative. Let me ponder. Which teams in the league are currently the crowd pullers? It would be more advantageous to transform the Raptors directly into a powerhouse. It seems that my efforts are bearing fruit, as this trend is emerging. Soon, my attention value will be inexhaustible for a lifetime. Generating topics to earn attention does not hinder Liu's earnest preparation for the competition. The Rockets' Summer League lineup still holds some promise. Liu casually glanced over, noting the formidable strength of the Rockets' interior. Among their ranks is the elite S-tier superstar Clint Capella, albeit currently sidelined due to injury, nevertheless. Acquiring a victory against them should pose no significant challenge. Additionally, they boast two other subpar S-tier players, second-round draft pick Montrezl Harrell and undrafted Christian Wood. It seems that even with an injured interior player, the Raptors' frontcourt would struggle to withstand their prowess. Fortunately, the threat from the perimeter remains minimal for Liu. Chapter 8. The challenge. Aside from a few commendable interior players, the Rockets' roster comprises mainly undrafted talents and seasoned veterans with little to offer. Such is the nature of the NBA Summer League, where the majority of players serve as mere practice partners for a select few promising prospects. The likelihood of these veterans being recognized by NBA teams is exceedingly slim. If they truly possessed the potential for the NBA, they would not have fallen into obscurity. The Rockets' starting lineup reflects this reality. With Capella injured, their frontcourt consists of Harrell and Wood, while their perimeter players are, in theory, mere role players. Yet, the Rockets' style of play is nothing short of eye-opening. Their perimeter players exhibit no inclination towards being mere facilitators. They seize the ball and take matters into their own hands. Similarly, their interior players, Harrell and Wood, do not conform to a blue-collar mentality. They have transformed the game into a one-on-one showdown. While Rockets' Summer League coach Bickerstaff remains unconcerned, comfortably observing from the sidelines. What appears to be a chaotic strategy, however, proves to be more threatening than any team the Raptors have previously faced, as every player on the Rockets possesses the ability to initiate an offensive play. Unlike in earlier matches where they took an early lead, Liu recognizes that, as a pivotal figure on the team, he must encourage his teammates and regulate the pace of the game. Lucas, can you even play? Are you unable to surpass an undrafted player? If you're this weak, perhaps you should reconsider your NBA aspirations and find a factory job instead. Bruno, is your defense really that poor? If you can't shoot, that's one thing. But your defensive skills leave much to be desired. Have you not eaten? If you're incapable of playing, you might as well request a spot on the bench to munch on bananas. Nogueira and Caboclo were infuriated by the verbal onslaught but dared not confront Liu outright. Over the past few days, they had come to realize that they could not outmatch him. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from resorting to snide remarks. Liu, do you truly wish to perform well and secure a victory? Is it so impressive that numerous media outlets have come to interview you? If you possess the skill, why not win the game single-handedly? Liu chuckled disdainfully, expressing his desire to win, yet asserting that the presence of today's reporters bore no significance. Regardless of the media attention, he would still draw focus. Even if this match ended in defeat, it would not adversely affect him, for his performance had been commendable. Conversely, for the others, typically overlooked, the arrival of the media provided a rare opportunity. Failing to seize it could result in diminished prospects, as the team might not exhibit much patience thereafter, thereby jeopardizing their NBA careers. Were he in their position, he would strive relentlessly to aid the team in securing victory, cherishing this rare chance to be in the limelight. Yet, it seemed they were incapable of such resolve. Thus, he would simply ensure his own exemplary performance. The words of Liu left both individuals in a state of turmoil. It was not that they lacked the desire to showcase their talents, but the presence of the Rockets' second-round pick, Harrell, along with undrafted Wood, posed significant challenges. They were perplexed by the formidable competitors present in the Summer League. The crux of the matter was that while Liu was rather irksome, his observations carried a semblance of truth. Last season, they had scant opportunities within the team, and if they failed to make an impression in the Summer League, their careers could easily falter. With media scrutiny now in play, they were compelled to exert themselves relentlessly. Players like Nogueira and Caboclo, though rough around the edges, managed to breach the NBA threshold thanks to their commendable physical attributes. However, they had yet to hone their technical skills, succumbing instead to the distractions of the league. yearning for recognition while resisting the arduous training necessary for self-improvement. Such lackluster spirits could scarcely be uplifted by mere encouragement. It often required scorn or outright reprimand to ignite even a flicker of passion within them. Under Liu Yu's provocation, the two Brazilian players exhibited a marginal improvement. Fortunately, it was merely the summer league. Had it been the regular season, their efforts would likely have been in vain. Harrell, with his explosive physique and considerable strength, remained a daunting presence in the paint. Conversely, Nogueira was capable of containing Wood, who, despite his potential, lacked the requisite strength and maturity in technique. Nogueira, being a lean and agile interior player, could somewhat counter Wood's abilities, although he still fell short in terms of skill level. After Wood faced difficulties, the Raptors had to contend with external threats. Powell's offensive prowess was reliable, yet he surprisingly struggled to defend against the Rockets' perimeter. This was rather unexpected. The Rockets' young Glenn Rice Jr. was in fine form, exchanging blows with Powell and even outscoring him. Despite being the son of a former All-Star, he had become a seasoned player in the Summer League. Last year, he dominated the Summer League, yet still found it challenging to secure a position in the NBA. His capabilities did not render him inferior to even the league's fringe players. Rather, it was his playing style and temperament that hindered his progress. His game was versatile enough to make him a core player in lower-tier leagues. But upon ascending to higher levels, he became less effective. In truth, if Liu Yu were to unleash his full potential, he too could become a multifaceted playmaker in the Summer League, though many of his basketball statistics lingered around the 60 mark. Surpassing 60 indicated a caliber on the fringes of the NBA, which would not render him a liability in lesser leagues. Nonetheless, even with ample opportunities in the Summer League, Liu refrained from overexerting himself. Instead, he chose to highlight his strengths, as he was not oblivious to the bigger picture. His aim in the Summer League was to seamlessly integrate into the Raptors and secure a spot in the regular rotation, where he would not command as much ball handling. Thus, engaging in a display of skills outside his expertise merely to gather statistics, at the expense of efficiency, bore no significance. Glenn Rice Jr. evidently did not grasp this concept. He was solely intent on showcasing his own prowess, which, in truth, was rather limited. It seemed the Rockets were beginning to lose interest in him. Complicating matters was the fact that Rice Jr. was in good shooting form today, and given that it was only the Summer League, it was no simple task for the Raptors roster to contain him. As for Liu Yu, he garnered additional attention due to overlapping fan bases and his prior commendable performances, prompting the Rockets to tighten their defensive focus on him, which hindered his ease of play compared to earlier games. Consequently, Liu conducted a self-analysis. He recognized that he could enhance his offensive game, yet such an endeavor might not suffice against the Rockets. Although the Rockets' Summer League team lacked cohesion, they could score from both inside and outside. The Raptors, while capable of scoring through teamwork, primarily relied on him and Powell, leaving other players unable to support a more sophisticated strategy. Thus, it was imperative to prioritize defense, an area in which he excelled. Liu Yu contemplated switching defenses with Powell, who is equally proficient in both offense and defense. However, Powell is still a novice. In college leagues, he played primarily as an offensive player, and may not possess the defensive acumen that Liu Yu, a seasoned 3-and-D specialist, has cultivated. Nevertheless, Liu Yu's lateral movement is not yet sufficient to entirely neutralize an opponent with a particularly hot shooting hand from beyond the arc. After careful consideration, Liu Yu concluded that Powell would be the preferable primary defender, as he can also provide support. At this stage, his defensive awareness surpasses that of Powell, and his static physical attributes, such as wingspan, are superior as well. The only uncertainty lies in the team's defensive cohesion. During their collegiate years, Liu Yu and Winslow were able to rely on Duke's defensive system to accomplish numerous tasks, a structure that the Raptors' Summer League team undoubtedly lacks. If Liu Yu desires to enhance his defensive support, the individual he is tasked with defending may seize the opportunity. In the absence of a cohesive defensive structure, he must strive diligently to surmount this challenge. Liu Yu did not waver. He was eager to take action. Let us give it a try. Otherwise, it would merely be a repetition of the previous two matches in such a simplistic manner, which would be utterly uninspiring. Chapter 9. The leader Norman, press forward. Do not allow them to attempt three-point shots. I am confident you can accomplish this, Liu Yu proclaimed with conviction. Everyone, we must exhibit a defense worthy of the NBA. We need to demonstrate that we are the superior team and that each of you is a better player than your opponents. Follow my lead. Our adversaries, the Rockets, are a team proficient in offense within this summer league, yet restraining them is far from insurmountable. Liu endeavored to assume the responsibilities of a defensive leader. Previously, he was regarded as a core member of the team, yet he merely executed the tactics without engaging in substantial communication with his teammates on the field. Nor did he unify the entire team as a true leader would. Liu has only just begun his journey, and it is undoubtedly unrealistic to expect him to swiftly establish a formidable defensive system for the team. However, the opposing Rockets do not possess a particularly refined offensive framework either. Both teams are merely inexperienced contenders in the Summer League. As Powell approached the three-point line, the young Glenn Rice Jr. promptly opted to drive inside. At that precise moment, Liu positioned himself perfectly, his long arms poised to disrupt the opponent effectively. Had Rice Jr. made the decision to pass immediately, the Rockets might have seized an opportunity to exploit the Raptors' less coordinated defensive rotation. Instead, he chose to take a hasty shot. Under Liu's influence, the attempt failed to find the mark. On the sidelines, Raptors Summer League coach Nick Nurse was somewhat astonished by Liu's defensive awareness and his command on that end of the court. Liu exhibited commendable basketball intelligence and maturity beyond expectations. He noted this in his work journal, which will serve as a valuable reference for Raptors head coach Dwayne Casey in understanding the new player. During the defensive collaboration, Liu would vocally direct his teammates to reposition themselves. It was under his commanding shouts that Nogueira successfully executed a block. It appeared that one could indeed contribute meaningfully. Perhaps diligence was the key. Nogueira felt a flicker of joy at that moment, only to swiftly realize why he should feel pleased due to the words of this bothersome individual. "I was always capable of this. It was your perimeter defense that faltered. I shall keep a close watch in the forthcoming matches, and I hope you live up to your words," Liu remarked with a sardonic smile. Feeling a tinge of indignation at Liu's apparent disbelief, Nogueira resolved to summon his spirit. In truth, after Liu led the Raptors to successfully defend several plays, Glenn Rice Jr. began to sense something amiss. As a versatile player in the Summer League, he certainly had the capability to execute the necessary plays. The extent of his effectiveness, however, would naturally align with the standards of the Summer League. Once Glenn Rice Jr. began to analyze the defensive passes, the Rockets' offense regained a semblance of rhythm. Yet, the initial fluid tempo had been disrupted, and their advantage had dissipated. Rockets Summer League coach, Bickerstaff, also recognized that certain issues had arisen on the court. Liu of the Raptors was indeed a surprising presence. Nevertheless, he refrained from making hasty adjustments, opting instead to adhere to routine substitutions. The primary focus of Summer League teams remained the development of new talent, with winning not being a stringent requirement. During the bench period, both teams played rather chaotically. However, when Liu returned to the court in the second quarter, the Raptors began to gradually seize the upper hand. With remarkable defensive prowess, Liu seized the ball and launched a fast break. Splendid! Liu stormed into the paint for a resounding dunk, showcasing his exceptional skills and formidable athleticism. In essence, it was merely a rather ordinary fast break. Liu initially focused more on attempting three-point shots, however. As he redirected a greater portion of his energy towards defense, his shooting was inevitably affected. Consequently, Liu collaborated with Powell to initiate fast breaks. In contrast to the defensive end, which necessitates a collective effort from the team, their offensive coordination allowed them to resolve issues with relative ease. They gained the lead. They indeed took the lead. Fans of Liu are filled with excitement. Previously, they were engaged in heated exchanges with detractors, and they now require Liu's outstanding performance on the field to bolster their morale. Liu never fails to meet their expectations. With Liu orchestrating the game and Powell serving as a formidable scorer, the Raptors performed even better in the second quarter. Although they did not dominate their opponents as decisively as before, they managed to regain the lead and maintain their advantage. The Rockets possess skilled players, yet none are capable of commanding the game. This is where Alperen Sengun falls short in comparison to Liu. Liu understood his purpose, striving to enhance the collective combat effectiveness of the team. Upon returning from a brief respite, Glenn Rice Jr. was solely preoccupied with dismantling the Raptors' defense, neglecting the contributions of his teammates. This oversight adversely affected the Rockets' strategy of isolating the ball handler, thereby stifling Harrell's offensive prowess in the paint. In his impatience, Harrell found himself committing an increasing number of defensive fouls. Although he possessed commendable physical attributes, his defensive choices left much to be desired. Observing the growing disarray within the team, Bickerstaff maintained his composure, yet thoughts began to formulate in his mind. As halftime approached, Bickerstaff commenced addressing the team's shortcomings. His aspiration for a robust defensive performance was hampered by the absence of a foundational structure. The Rockets lacked a leader akin to Lou Yu. Consequently, Bickerstaff emphasized the need to focus on defending the Raptors' key players, specifically Lou Yu and Powell, while also stressing the importance of securing rebounds. Offensively, he refrained from allowing free rein to the players, explicitly designating Glenn Rice Jr. and Harrell as the primary offensive conduits, with the expectation that all other players would cooperate. The coach of the Summer League was indeed formidable. For most players, offending the coach equated to relinquishing their chances of entering the NBA. Thus, despite the Rockets being a collection of isolation specialists, they were compelled to temper their play following Bickerstaff's insistence. This directive did not impede the development of the young interior players the team sought to cultivate, nor did it affect the seasoned veteran with connections in the league. It was not unusual for marginal players to be overlooked, yet it was unfortunate for Wood, the undrafted prospect. He possessed undeniable talent, but having gone undrafted, he could only passively acquiesce to the coach's demands to diminish his playing time. On the Raptors' side, Nurse expressed satisfaction with Lou Yu's diligent efforts to orchestrate the team's defense. He favored a style of basketball that emphasized teamwork, and Lou Yu's development as a player resonated well with Nurse's philosophies. Thus, during halftime, he commended Lou Yu and encouraged the other players to enhance their collaboration with him in the second half. Lou Yu possesses a commanding presence. And with the coach's unwavering support, what recourse do the other players have? Even if dissent lingers off the court, they must heed his directives during the game. Following a strategic adjustment at halftime, the Rockets exhibited a marked improvement in their performance. This was largely due to a clarified focus on their primary offensive strategies, resulting in a more organized approach. After receiving the ball, Harrell forcefully drove towards the basket to score, subsequently flexing his muscles in a display of strength. The Raptors found themselves largely powerless to counter this, as none could effectively match his physicality. "No worries, let's continue our solid defense," Lou Yu encouraged. "We must remain vigilant in containing Glenn Rice Jr. and guarding against the Rockets' perimeter shooting. I shall handle the other issues. If Harrell wishes to score, let him do so. His game primarily relies on his physical prowess, and his technical skills are somewhat rudimentary. As long as we adequately restrict the Rockets' outside shooting, Harrell cannot single-handedly dictate the outcome of the match." Regarding Wood, his threat has diminished significantly since the coach curtailed his shot opportunities. Bickerstaff has even expressed dissatisfaction with this undrafted player's defensive capabilities, leading to a reduction in his playing time as the Rockets began to adopt a smaller lineup. Upon observing the situation, Lou Yu found it amusing. The Rockets had previously excelled in their perimeter shooting due to their advantage in the paint. Yet now they had opted for a higher point of attack, which, paradoxically, simplified the game. Chapter 10. A battle of the inexperienced. The Raptors essentially fielded a lineup of one big and four small players, characterized by their relative agility. The Rockets' increase in pace had a minimal impact on them. Offensively, it was not merely the addition of an outside shooter for the Rockets that could effectively counter the Raptors' players. Of course, it was also no easy feat for the Raptors to completely stifle the Rockets' current lineup. Moreover, the Rockets experimented with two formations, one featuring a big man and four smaller players, and another with two stocky bigs. The Raptors' interior players appeared somewhat slender, and the Rockets' use of stocky bigs proved to be more effective than Wood. However, regardless of whether employing stocky bigs or the one big four small configuration, the Rockets struggled to contain the Raptors' offense. As the Rockets accelerated, the Raptors matched their pace. In this swifter tempo, both Nogueira and Caboclo found opportunities to score. Ultimately, this resembled a Summer League caliber matchup, where defensive lapses were inevitable during rapid transitions, resulting in both teams presenting several easy scoring chances. Lou Yu continuously reminded his teammates that their impact had diminished in the fast-paced game. However, this was not a significant concern, as they maintained the lead. In such circumstances, both teams engaged in a mutual offensive exchange, with the Rockets being the ones under pressure. "Norman, stay close to Glenn Rice. You too. Transition back swiftly to guard the basket." In the rapid exchanges of attack and defense, the outcome often hinged on which team committed fewer errors. Thus, even though Lou Yu recognized that his actions might not greatly influence the game, he remained vigilant. He only needed to ensure that his team occasionally outperformed the Rockets to secure victory. He was indifferent to the B-level star card of Lou Yu. Yet he was keen on acquiring the S-level star card of the Rockets, not to mention the heightened attention that comes from performing well and defeating an opponent. Liu exhibited an impressive display of vigor. In reality, when engaging in offense, the Raptors' attacking prowess appeared somewhat diminished, hindered by the presence of rougher players on their team. Yet, should they attempt to forcibly slow down the tempo, they lacked the capability to do so, thus placing additional responsibility on Liu, despite his relentless efforts. Even as the Rockets executed some spectacular shots during their acceleration, they still found themselves unable to close the gap on the scoreboard. Coach Bickerstaff experienced a degree of frustration. He had made every possible adjustment, yet it proved insufficient. It was evident that, despite it being merely the summer league, the opposing team should not have been able to withstand his prowess. Should they alter their strategy to capitalize on their interior advantages? Certainly not. As the second half had already commenced, and the Rockets had expended considerable energy during the high-paced exchanges, it would be unfeasible for their interior players to assert dominance in the paint as they had at the outset. Thus, they had no choice but to maintain the accelerated pace, hoping the Raptors would ultimately fail to keep up. The Rockets believed that they retained an edge in terms of tempo, with superior shooting. Once the Raptors began to falter, they might just seize the opportunity for a decisive surge. As Liu descended to take a rest, Bickerstaff remained hopeful for a few more minutes. Then, frustration began to set in. The Raptors bench, thriving in the high-paced tempo, managed to land a few exquisite shots, yet they still fell short by 2 or 3 points. Alas, the absence of a pivotal player was keenly felt. Bickerstaff found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the summer league roster, particularly in comparison to Liu. It seemed the team had once contemplated acquiring Liu. Why, then, did they ultimately refrain? Offense, we need offense. Bickerstaff suddenly adopted a more indifferent attitude. He relinquished control of the game to the players on the court. After a brief respite, Harrell returned and immediately drew a foul in the paint. This fellow was like a bull, yet he could only convert one of his 2 free throws. In the fourth quarter, while the highest scorer remained Glenn Rice Jr., it was Harrell who posed the greatest threat to the Raptors. When it was the Raptors' turn to attack, Liu received the ball near the free throw line. He feigned a drive, then unexpectedly delivered a bounce pass at a 45-degree angle. Powell seized the ball and surged toward the rim. Harrell lunged fiercely, only for the whistle to blow. This player had already committed 8 fouls. Had it been the regular season, he would have been ejected long ago. In the summer league, with a limit of 10 fouls, he was perilously close to that threshold. Liu had already exchanged greetings with his teammates. Since Harrell's fouls had accumulated, it was time to bid him farewell. If the Rockets were to lose Harrell, their formidable presence in the paint, they would find it challenging to create significant impact relying solely on the likes of Glenn Rice Jr. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Harrell sought to reclaim the ball. Yet it eluded him. The Rockets managed to score from mid-range. Now, in the critical moments of the final quarter, the Rockets fielded a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, with Harrell not being particularly tall. This allowed for a notably agile perimeter offense. However, it mattered little. As long as they did not unleash a scoring frenzy, the Raptors would remain firmly in control. Liu believes that the team could achieve greater stability. Thus, he opted for a possession-based approach this time. Liu sought a cover, prompting the interior player to draw Harrell out. Harrell believed that Liu was merely apprehensive about his presence in the paint. Upon witnessing the Raptors' pick and roll, he swiftly switched his defensive assignment. To his surprise, Liu exclaimed with delight, "Splendid. At last, I've encountered a defender of limited capability." Harrell was immediately incensed. How could anyone claim he was a poor defender? Was he incapable of containing a player like Liu, a proficient 3D specialist? He extended his long arms, bracing himself for the challenge. Harrell appeared to be of similar height to Liu, perhaps just slightly taller. His ability to operate in the paint stemmed from his exceptional wingspan, which surpassed Liu's by several centimeters. Had he chosen to pursue a career as a wing player, his static athleticism would have garnered him considerable acclaim. Alas, he was relegated to the interior, and his height disadvantage had relegated him to the second round of the draft. Nonetheless, as a post player, his size certainly eclipsed that of Liu, presenting an imposing presence in front of him. Liu, however, exhibited not the slightest trace of fear. He dribbled the ball beneath his legs with an effortless smile gracing his face. This demeanor caused Harrell to feel a twinge of concern. In truth, Liu's movements were merely a show of finesse, offering little in the way of genuine advancement, serving primarily to apply pressure on the defender. Fortunately, Harrell's defense was rather predictable, unable to effectively close the distance. After a few playful maneuvers, Liu suddenly exerted his strength and made a swift drive towards the baseline, prompting Harrell to hastily pursue him. Liu swiftly pivoted back towards the center. Given the difficulty of executing a rapid change of direction while in motion, he opted to pause the ball. Subsequently, Liu initiated a shooting motion, prompting Harrell to charge at him with great intensity. However, this was merely a feint by Liu. Harrell fell for the ruse, and the referee's whistle sounded once more. Liu faced off against Harrell and indeed succeeded in drawing a foul. Liu's ball handling is commendable as he adeptly exploits the defensive vulnerabilities of his opponents to make significant breakthroughs. However, his one-on-one capabilities are rather unimpressive. The pivotal factor is that Harrell appeared to be under considerable pressure. Liu felt at ease, fully aware of his desires. Even if Harrell remained unfazed, all Liu needed to do was pass the ball back to the perimeter. The outcome was inconsequential, merely an attempt. Now, with success, Harrell had accrued 9 fouls, which was quite a feat indeed. The poor defense was to blame for the multitude of fouls. Before stepping up for his free throw, Liu exchanged a few words of trash talk. This incited Harrell's ire, igniting a desire to confront him physically. However, Liu had already turned away, leaving Harrell to suppress his frustration. He was on the brink of being ejected with just one more foul, yet, fortunately, this was merely a summer league game, and Bickerstaff chose not to substitute him. Nevertheless, Harrell's mentality remained compromised. Chapter 11, the strongest of the summer league in the final minutes of the game. Harrell fouled out with 10 fouls, and the contest between the Raptors and the Rockets lost all suspense. The Rockets players did not concede defeat. They continued to gamble on three-point shots. Unfortunately, Glenn Robinson III missed 2 attempts from beyond the arc, and as the dust settled, the Raptors secured victory by an 8-point margin. Throughout the match, Liu maintained a sense of admiration for Harrell. In the context of this low-tier summer league, Harrell was indeed a formidable force in the paint. Subsequently, Liu invested 80 attention points to acquire Capella's star card. For the first time in this match, Liu did not emerge as the highest scorer. That honor went to Glenn Robinson III, while the Raptors' top scorer was Powell, with Liu contributing a respectable 16 points. However, the experts' evaluations of Liu soared higher. He single-handedly upheld the Raptors' defensive framework while stabilizing the team's offensive strategy, demonstrating core performances on both ends of the court. Conversely, Glenn Robinson III's high-scoring style received little recognition, as it did not align with the expectations of NBA teams. "Liu, we truly emerged victorious," Powell exclaimed with delight. Throughout the game, he had struggled to contain the well-performing Glenn Robinson III, but once Liu took charge, the scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of the Raptors. The rest of the team shared in the excitement, relishing the triumph following a fierce battle, which proved even more exhilarating than previous victories. After the match, Liu proclaimed a declaration of victory, stating that competitions unfold in such a manner. "If we adhere to the patterns of conquerors, we shall emerge triumphant in every endeavor. I, too, possess a profound understanding of what defines a true victor." Surrounded by his teammates, Liu, in that moment, transformed into a genuine leader. However, once he emerged from his shower, invitations for drinks began to circulate. Ultimately, the paths that everyone chooses to tread are not destined to be the same. After completing a media interview, Liu returned home directly after posting on social media. Before retiring for the night, he diligently engaged in virtual training, eagerly anticipating progress each day, a sensation that had become quite addictive. Following the match, Liu realized that he needed to address certain relatively weak aspects, particularly those affecting his positioning abilities, such as strength and speed, which have a significant impact on both offense and defense, with 3D skills being equally essential. If he is unable to effectively contain even the formidable players of the Summer League, the multitude of challenges he would face in the NBA would be insurmountable. Furthermore, enhancing his ball handling and passing abilities would contribute greatly to his improvement. Skills such as stealing and blocking would also augment his defensive aggressiveness. Of course, his previous strategy was not flawed. Prioritizing the enhancement of shooting and defense to refine his 3D persona is indeed crucial. Therefore, the plan must align with reality, and I must observe which abilities have greater potential for improvement during the Summer League phase. After all, abilities rated below 70 can relatively easily be enhanced through training with star cards. On the following day of training, the atmosphere within the Raptors remained largely unchanged from before. Those who were at odds with Liu continued to be so. However, his standing within the team gradually ceased to be a matter of dispute. The Raptors continued their impressive run in the Summer League, advancing to the quarterfinals. The reason was simple: they were strong. Among the standout players in the Summer League, Most were second-year players who had previously experienced the NBA. Some, like Liu Yu's predecessor, Curry, were even in their third year within the league. Among the rookies, only 2 players performed as well as the seasoned veterans, and those 2 were on the same team, Liu Yu and Powell. With their presence, few teams in the Summer League could compete against them. Thus, the Raptors surged forth into the finals of the Summer League. Their opponents in the final, the Spurs, also garnered considerable attention this summer, not primarily due to their players, but because their coach, Becky Hammon, was the first female coach to lead a Summer League team. Many media outlets referred to Becky Hammon as the beautiful coach. Liu Yu believes that this beauty should refer to American women. Naturally, the Spurs also boast formidable players. Among them, Kyle Anderson, their forward, stands out as one of the most exceptional talents in this Summer League. Without Liu Yu's presence, this distinction would be rendered unnecessary. Both individuals serve as pivotal figures on both ends of the court for their team, fulfilling similar roles, albeit with slightly differing technical attributes. Liu Yu excels in shooting, while Anderson showcases a more vigorous playing rhythm and has also developed a slightly more robust physique. However, to be candid, Liu Yu does not fear rhythm-based players. Rather, he finds it challenging to contend with those who possess speed and strength. During his time at Duke, he encountered formidable opponents like Winslow, who excelled in such attributes. "I will handle their strongest player. You all must take care of the others. None of us can falter today," Liu proclaimed during the pre-game rally. Needless to say, we are destined to be champions. As they reached the finals, the atmosphere within the Raptors was exceptionally positive, even though some may depart after the Summer League. At this moment, they are all determined to give their utmost. This is the allure of competitive sports. Within the Spurs roster, their primary focus is on developing Anderson. He is not a primary scoring option, which fosters a highly collaborative style of play. Additionally, they have adopted strategies from established teams, including the concept of a pseudo-starter lineup. Among all Summer League teams, few are as dedicated as the Spurs. Most teams merely aim to evaluate potential players, whereas Spurs coach Hammon, representing women in the sport, approaches each game with the seriousness of an official match. This commitment is likely a significant factor in their advancement to the finals. Beyond Anderson, the Spurs have also discovered a promising player on the bench. Jonathan Simmons, who was brought in from the developmental league, previously participated in several Summer League games with the Nets. Seizing his opportunity, he has thrived on the Spurs bench. This player, who almost turned to barbering for financial reasons after having a child at a young age, has earned an NBA contract this summer through his impressive performances, exemplifying a truly inspirational journey. With poor academic performance, early parenthood, and an undrafted status, many players in similar situations might fade away. Yet he has risen from the bottom over the years. Upon arriving at the court, Liu greeted Anderson. Domestic media had uncovered Anderson's Chinese heritage upon his entry into the NBA, making this match not just a Summer League final but also a notable derby. Garnering significant attention back home, Anderson hails from a family of athletes, ensuring a comfortable upbringing. In the past, Liu would greet Anderson, who was also rather courteous. However, they had little in common to discuss. The two could only reveal their true capabilities on the court. As the match commenced, the 2 players, heralded as the most valuable in the Summer League, directly faced off against each other. Chapter 12, The Confrontation. After Liu Yu's impressive performance in the Summer League, he encountered increasingly stringent defenses. However, these defenses were akin to those faced against the Rockets, intensely focused yet ultimately unable to confine him completely. Until today, he felt a remarkable shift in intensity. Kyle Anderson, with his superior height and wingspan, single-handedly posed challenges for Liu Yu on the offensive end. This is what one might call NBA-level defense. Yet, such a player remains an inconspicuous benchwarmer on the Spurs. Engaging solely in the Summer League hardly prepares one for the true intensity of the NBA. Nevertheless, Liu matched this challenge. He effectively contained Anderson on the defensive end. Although Anderson does not primarily adopt a scoring role, he remains the most reliable scoring option for the Spurs in the Summer League. Once his scoring was curtailed, the Spurs' offense began to stagnate. Regardless of their team's cohesion, someone must ultimately step up to make the basket. Under Liu Yu's supervision, the Raptors have significantly improved their defensive capabilities compared to their initial performance. In the Summer League, their defensive system has become adept at limiting most weaker opponents. Liu Yu and Anderson mutually restrain each other, yet the Raptors boast Powell. The Spurs, however, lack such a player in their starting lineup. Following Powell's successful shot, Liu delivered an exquisite pass to Kapoklo, who then drove inside to finish with a layup. Liu still finds himself at odds with his two Brazilian teammates. However, they manage to cooperate effectively on the court. After all, during the match, Liu serves as the team's pivotal playmaker, orchestrating offensive strategies while his counterparts execute their roles diligently. Before long, the Raptors establish a lead. Spurs coach Hammond remains unperturbed, as a rocky start is not unfamiliar territory for her. Their starting lineup may not represent the team's strongest configuration, yet it has remained unchanged. This time, however, the pace seems swifter than before. Anderson's offensive reliability allows the Spurs to adapt to the unfolding circumstances with ease. Soon, Hammond's imitation of Popovich's calm demeanor falters, as she is compelled to make adjustments. The advantage held by Powell is simply too substantial to ignore. Not only can Powell score with ease, but he also dominates defensively against his Spurs counterparts. Anderson, on the other hand, cannot afford to provide support indiscriminately, given Liu's extensive scoring range. A momentary lapse in defense allows Liu to capitalize and score. Consequently, the Spurs call a timeout, opting to introduce the more offensively potent Simmons and Graham. Undrafted Graham also possesses scoring prowess, which means the Spurs have placed two key offensive assets on the bench. In previous games, Anderson was able to stabilize the starting lineup single-handedly, while two substitutes would come in and explode offensively, swiftly establishing dominance for the Spurs. However, this strategy proves ineffective against the Raptors. With the arrival of better support, Anderson finally revitalizes the Spurs offense, showcasing an organizational skill that surpasses that of Liu. He delivers precise assists, enabling his capable teammates to score with greater ease. While Liu possesses organizational skills as well, they are not as pronounced. Fortunately for the Raptors, they do not require him to be overly dominant. He merely needs to distribute the ball to Powell, who can then find the basket. After the Spurs altered their lineup, their offensive play improved slightly, yet their defense remained lackluster. Once Anderson was bogged down by Liu's presence, their defensive effectiveness diminished significantly. Anderson attempted to assist defensively as he had in the past, only for Liu to respond without hesitation, sinking a three-pointer. Previously, he had believed that a year of training with the Spurs had made him invincible in the Summer League, having easily triumphed over several high-profile players. Little did he expect that Liu, a rookie with a seemingly modest draft position, would prove to be the true force. With determination ignited in his eyes, he declared to Liu, "I will not grant you another opportunity." Liu shrugged and remarked, "It matters not. I shall assist the team in securing victory. Only we shall emerge triumphant." After exchanging a few more words, the two resumed their fierce struggle. Liu truly wishes he could evade this fellow with swiftness, yet alas, it remains unfeasible. Anderson's peculiar slow three-step offensive rhythm fails to deceive Liu. Liu's defensive habits are commendable as he consistently positions himself in front of his opponent, using his arms to create disruption. Since Anderson is not known for explosive play, Liu need not jump at all. Comparatively, it is more challenging for Anderson to completely restrict Liu, who poses a greater threat with his shooting. Ultimately, Anderson can only respond with passing. Scoring against Liu proves to be exceedingly difficult. Well played, praised coach Nas during the break. Liu adeptly restrains the opponent's ace, opting not to fixate on acquiring data, which currently stands as the most prudent choice for the team. Nurse greatly appreciates this collective judgment. Powell's decisiveness from the perimeter also resonates with Nurse's preferences. If you persist in this manner of play, we shall maintain our advantage. However, in reality, the Raptors have struggled to uphold this lead, and the performance of the bench players has indeed fallen short. Regardless of whether it is Liu or Powell taking a respite, the team's offensive prowess will undoubtedly be affected. Relying solely on defense, as a team that has merely scratched the surface in the Summer League, is simply unsustainable. Coach, if it continues like this in the second half, I wish to play more minutes, Liu expressed. Nas pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It is only natural for players to have their own aspirations in the finals of the Summer League. Liu gave a commendable impression, exhibiting considerable stamina. In truth, his physical endurance is merely average. However, his vibrant performance on the court suggests otherwise. The secret lies in the simulated training he has undergone, which replicates several days of rigorous practice with remarkable efficacy. Liu's experience transcends mere enhancement of basketball skills. The recuperative effects of his rest are profound, akin to having rejuvenated over several days, effectively alleviating the fatigue from previous matches. Thus, even in back-to-back games, Liu takes to the court brimming with energy. Upon the reintroduction of the main players, the team immediately regains stability. The presence of formidable players makes a significant difference. It not only impacts individual scoring and defense, but also invigorates the performance of fellow teammates. The defensive pressure faced by other players diminishes considerably. However, the Spurs have become increasingly strategic in their attempts to limit Liu and Powell, leading both teams into a stalemate in the latter half of the second quarter. The Raptors, slightly lacking in cohesion, benefit from Liu's vocal guidance on the court, bridging the gap in their teamwork. His teammates have grown accustomed to his coaching demeanor during games, as he often adopts this role in practice. Whenever they hear Liu's voice, they instinctively follow his lead. As the intensity of the match escalates, so does the attention of the fans. It is, after all, the finals, and even though it is merely a summer league, the tension is palpable. Both Liu and Anderson exhibit formidable defensive prowess. One wonders if Anderson might join the national team. If Liu and Anderson were to play together, wouldn't that signify a substantial upgrade for the national team's front line? But what a fanciful thought. With Jeremy Lin not even part of the national squad, Anderson's inclusion seems implausible. Moreover, neither player is particularly remarkable. Their offensive plays often falter. Regardless, Liu has certainly kept his promise, leading the team to victory consistently. Fans rally in excitement, urging, "Liu, let us secure another championship." Chapter 13. Unexpected turns. After executing a pick and roll, Liu charged towards the basket with tenacity in the closing moments of the first half. Would Kyle Anderson respond? He opted to collaborate with his teammates, and Simmons, receiving Anderson's quick pass, surged forward. When did Liu arrive to assist defensively? By the time Simmons was poised for a layup, Liu galloped in just in time to intercept the shot. Liu delivered a long pass, initiating a counterattack for the Raptors. A beautiful play ensued as Powell received the ball and executed a smooth layup. The synergy between the two was evident. The Raptors reclaimed the lead once more in the first half. Both teams managed to hold their ground during critical moments, yet ultimately, the Raptors emerged with the advantage by halftime. "I underestimated them," Anderson remarked during the intermission. Liu had previously maintained a relatively conservative playing style, rarely engaging in personal offensive maneuvers or gamble-like defensive strategies. However, in the final moments of the first half, he unexpectedly altered his approach, leaving Anderson's defense momentarily unprepared. "Coach, I take full responsibility for this. I will seize the opportunities in the second half," Simmons remarked. Although Hammond was not entirely satisfied with her player's performance in those critical moments, she refrained from expressing her discontent. "Let us forget what transpired in the first half," she stated. "What we must focus on now is channeling all our energy into securing the victory. If we concentrate on executing our game plan, triumph is within our grasp." Hammond was undoubtedly unwilling to accept defeat in the final match. In the second half, the Spurs made a strategic adjustment. Their starting center was substituted after merely a brief jog on the court. Recognizing the inadequacy of their center's abilities, the team opted to deploy their strongest offensive lineup, featuring 4 smaller players alongside 1 big man. Given the scarcity of quality interior players in the league, such a diminutive lineup has become essential for many teams. The Spurs had previously allowed the Raptors to capitalize due to their slow adjustments in the first half. Hammond believed that if the team consistently utilized their most formidable lineup, victory would be assured. "We can undoubtedly win. I am no less capable than my male counterparts," she asserted. Hammond's decision was sound, although she could have opted for a direct substitution of the starters. When the Spurs had 3 offensive threats on the floor, the Raptors' defense indeed felt the pressure. Anderson tightened his grip on Liu's defense, perceiving him as a greater threat and allowing Powell to score more points. Nevertheless, Anderson's defense was not entirely impenetrable. Liu considered that if he were to elevate his performance just a notch, he might find a way to counter it. During the confrontation with Anderson, Liu felt a desire to utilize a star card, as he was willing to invest in his worth. Ultimately, however, he refrained from opting for the star card, deeming it not a worthwhile endeavor. Even if Liu were to showcase exceptional prowess and lead the team to victory in the Summer League Championship, it would hold little significance for him, as defeating the Spurs would not yield substantial rewards. The strongest player in the Spurs lineup, Anderson, merely possessed a weak S-level star card, which was primarily suited for training purposes. If Liu were to obtain a star card capable of altering the course of this match, it would undoubtedly be a losing endeavor. Accumulating a few high-quality star cards is not an easy feat. Moreover, the current game does not necessarily require taking shortcuts. Following the Spurs' transformation into their strongest lineup, the strength of the two teams has become quite comparable, giving the Raptors a fighting chance. taking a risk. Should they win, they could acquire star cards. And if they lose, the losses would not be significant. With a firm resolve, Lu Yu felt a wave of clarity wash over him, allowing him to relax considerably. After easing his tension, Lu Yu seemed to regain his touch, sinking a three-pointer. Anderson, not to be outdone, made a successful driving shot. In the third quarter, the Spurs took the initiative, temporarily gaining the upper hand. However, the Raptors proved to be remarkably resilient, consistently keeping the score close. The Spurs anticipated that the Raptors might falter during the substitution period, but this time, they were mistaken. Lu Yu remained on the court, refusing to take a break, and intensified his personal offensive efforts, continually applying pressure on Anderson. The Spurs, too, promptly deployed their ace. But their advantage during the rotation period was not as pronounced as it had been in the first half. Similarly, the Spurs exhibited a robust determination to clinch the championship of this summer league. Anderson also stayed on the court in the second half, matching Lu Yu's intensity. Nurse, on the sidelines, calmly took notes. In contrast to the Spurs, the Raptors' strategy was somewhat more straightforward. They simply needed their signed young talents to showcase their individual strengths. With Lu Yu orchestrating the game, Nurse had less to manage. While he possessed some tactical responses for any challenges the team might face, the squad had not practiced overly complex strategies, rendering last-minute adjustments ineffective. Thus, the emphasis remained on the players' individual performances. The Spurs executed their tactics with commendable precision during the summer league. Undeniably impressive, but was it truly necessary? As the two teams engaged in their tussle, Nurse seized the moment to call a timeout, highlighting the players' defensive and counterattack shortcomings. In this match, our foundation must be defense. As for everything else, Lu Yu, you should boldly take the lead. When the Spurs lowered their height on the court, the Raptors predominantly maintained a five-man lineup. Lu Yu requires the assistance of his team's towering players for defensive support and rim protection. The Raptors' interior players, known for their relative agility, currently exhibit a subpar shooting percentage. However, their superior rebounding has stabilized the situation. Yet, if this trend continues, predicting the victor of the match remains uncertain. Ultimately, the outcome will hinge on which team demonstrates greater execution and commits fewer errors. This is particularly true in the crucial moments of the fourth quarter, where a player's performance can prove more pivotal than tactical schemes. As the final period commenced, Anderson intensified his personal offensive efforts. The Raptors' defense proved to be more resilient than the Spurs had anticipated, and their robust substitutes, who had been on the court for extended periods, were not as effective as before, necessitating someone to take charge of the tempo. Anderson remains formidable. However, as his offensive responsibilities increased, his efficiency began to decline. Mirroring Lu Yu's predicament, Lu Yu swiftly discerned another weakness in his opponent, namely their lackluster free-throw performance. He advised his teammates in the paint that if they could not halt the opposing player, they should commit a foul to send him to the line, ensuring he would not be allowed an easy layup. Anderson was also acutely aware of his own situation, weighing the balance between personal offense and playmaking. Primarily, he needed to pose a significant threat on the offensive end. Otherwise, it would be challenging for him to create favorable scoring opportunities for his teammates. During the Raptors' rotation, they held their ground, while the Spurs grew increasingly anxious, relying on the individual prowess of their stars. After all, their regular season team was upheld by the capabilities of its superstars. In high-caliber basketball contests, purely team-oriented play is a rarity. Many strategies must be underpinned by the individual talents of star players. In the previous summer league, the Spurs did not need to exert themselves to this extent, and Anderson was able to manage to a certain degree. However, facing the Raptors, it seemed he could not maintain that level. No matter, with a bit more effort, victory was certainly within reach. At this juncture, Harmon found himself devoid of alternative strategies and resorted to motivational speeches. The Raptors were also gritting their teeth to endure. Powell had played longer than before, his stamina waning and efficiency diminishing. They too required some extraordinary performances from their players. In the final minutes, the scores between the two teams remained closely matched, with the outcome still uncertain. Chapter 14. Upset records unexpectedly. The summer league could be played with such intensity. Perhaps it was a reflection of their inexperience, particularly Lu Yu, whose scoring diminished in higher-stakes games. It seemed he had encountered yet another player lacking in basketball acumen. Is scoring the sole aspect of the game? Lu Yu had not exactly excelled defensively either. Nonsense. Lu Yu was evidently the best performer on both teams. As fans fervently engaged in discussions online, amplifying Liu Yu's visibility. The match had reached its most critical juncture. Now, the core players from both teams found scoring increasingly difficult. The Spurs opted to exploit the Raptors' most vulnerable point by employing their perimeter shooters. In other words, they abandoned team coordination. In the closing minutes, the ball was passed back and forth without significant effect, breeding tension and leading to mistakes. Opportunities seemed to arise for players with poor shooting skills rather than those capable of scoring. The Raptors could have countered similarly. However, Powell was struggling, and their outside shooting percentage continued to decline. Nurse still hoped for his team to focus on solid defense and to push for fast breaks. Yet, the Spurs were now retreating swiftly, leaving the Raptors with few chances. Consequently, Liu took the initiative to approach Powell, suggesting they execute a pick-and-roll strategy, with him taking the lead in the offense. At a critical juncture, Liu resolved to assume responsibility for the outcome of the match. In truth, whether it was he or Powell who took the court, the latter's height as a wing player posed a disadvantage. Thus, it was indeed more advantageous for Liu to take charge. Coincidentally, the Spurs' efficiency had also diminished when their perimeter players resorted to isolation plays. At this stage, the primary objective was to score, rendering efficiency somewhat inconsequential. Each successful shot by the team would exert pressure on their opponents. The pick and roll remains one of the most commonly employed strategies in basketball, a tactic with which both Liu and Powell were well versed. After conferring with Powell, Liu communicated with the other teammates on the court, urging them to cooperate. The roles of the remaining three players were straightforward. They were to position themselves at their preferred shooting spots or prepare for effective cuts. Should Liu pass the ball to Powell following the screen, Powell would also advance towards the interior. With the Spurs utilizing a smaller lineup and the majority of Raptors players struggling with perimeter shooting, the logical course of action was to penetrate the paint. After Liu and Powell executed the pick and roll, they imposed immense pressure on the Spurs. Liu displayed remarkable decisiveness. Whenever the Spurs' defense faltered even slightly, he seized the opportunity to launch a shot from beyond the arc, utilizing screens to his advantage. Apart from Anderson, the other Spurs players were utterly unable to contain him. Should they opt for a double team, Liu would promptly release the ball. Players like Powell exhibited an equally assertive approach when attacking the paint. It is not that Liu feared the double team. He too made mistakes. However, the issue was negligible, as the Spurs' ability to capitalize on his errors and score remained quite limited. Liu experiences moments of failure in his shots, yet there are instances of success as well. Conversely, the San Antonio Spurs' two most formidable offensive assets, Anderson and Simmons, do not exhibit exceptional shooting proficiency. Consequently, they are compelled to rely on Graham, whose capabilities as a supplementary offensive contributor are relatively modest, resulting in suboptimal efficiency. Even when Liu falters and his shooting percentage is not particularly high, his three-point shots remain a formidable force, leaving the Spurs gasping for breath. The Spurs could not have anticipated Liu's tenacity. As time gradually slips away, the game approaches its climax. While contemplating the players' mental states, the Spurs find themselves at a loss as to who should take the shot. In contrast, the Raptors continue to rely on Liu as their primary offensive weapon. This underscores the significance of shooting. Although Anderson may possess a broader skill set than Liu, his inability to shoot effectively hampers his performance during critical moments. With infinite authority to unleash his prowess, Liu's confidence only grew with each engagement. Is this truly the same Liu? It is a first to witness such an offensive display from him. Indeed, he is the most formidable of underdogs, and we shall forever place our trust in Liu. Critics may lament his perceived inefficiency, yet in the critical moments when scoring opportunities were scarce, Liu once again sank a three-pointer, propelling the Raptors to a 5-point lead that effectively sealed the game. The Spurs resorted to a tactical fouling strategy, but both Liu and Powell exhibited commendable composure at the free throw line, while the Spurs faltered with their final attempts from beyond the arc. Ultimately, the Raptors emerged victorious, claiming the championship of the Summer League. Powell dazzled with a remarkable 30-point performance, earning the title of Finals MVP, while Liu, with his outstanding display, was awarded the Summer League MVP, with both players being named to the All-Summer League first team. Notably, Liu became the first player to claim the MVP title while leading his team to victory. Upon sharing this unexpected achievement on social media, his fans erupted in jubilant celebration. In the realm of competitive sports, where popularity breeds both admiration and disdain, the battles between factions are often cyclical, hinging on the athlete's performances. Now that Liu has triumphed, secured the championship, and garnered the MVP accolade, His supporters bask in the advantage, relishing their moment. However, should his future performances falter, the critics will undoubtedly mount a fervent counteroffensive. The crux of it all lies in an athlete's popularity, for they must not be mere nobodies. As fans engage in their spirited exchanges, Liu's summer league journey has come to a close. The Raptors' training camp has also reached its conclusion. And as the summer league MVP, Liu treated the entire team to a meal. With most players on the verge of pursuing different paths, the gathering was tinged with sentimentality. Yet, by the following day, each would return to their own lives, with only a handful of contracted players remaining visible. Before parting ways, Liu remarked to Powell, "It has been a delightful collaboration during this period. Once the regular season commences, we must continue to support the team in securing victories, striving relentlessly until we claim the championship." "Indeed, I shall exert myself this summer," Powell responded earnestly. He too had found their partnership to be quite satisfactory. However, he was acutely aware that the regular season differs markedly from the summer league, and as newcomers, they might not be afforded many opportunities, placing considerable pressure upon him. In particular, he had sensed Liu's continuous improvement in recent days, which left him somewhat anxious about keeping pace with Liu's growth. This served as both a source of pressure and motivation for Powell, who resolved to dedicate the summer to rigorous training and self-enhancement. As for Liu, he anticipated a relatively relaxed period ahead. He would engage in training, yet without the intensity of a superstar's regimen, opting instead for a balanced approach to maintain his condition. After all, he had numerous personal matters to attend to, such as enjoying leisure time with his girlfriend. Furthermore, he needed to finalize certain endorsements during this time, particularly those related to footwear. As a player endowed with a certain degree of inherent appeal, Liu attracted the attention of several prominent sneaker brands following his selection by the Raptors. His commendable performance in the Summer League further heightened their enthusiasm. However, their eagerness seems somewhat undervalued. They do not perceive Liu as a prodigious talent. Neither his current prowess nor his style of play suggests such a distinction. Consequently, these sneaker brands have merely elevated him to the status of a lottery pick, categorizing him as the highest tier beneath the elite echelon of prodigies. Although he appears to be only one tier away from those exalted figures, the disparity in endorsement values is significant. Chapter 15. Playoff Teams. The first endorsement acquired by Liu bore no relation to sports. It was for an online game. The counterpart was solely interested in harnessing Liu's current popularity, with no intention of establishing a long-term partnership, nor requiring him to promote it offline, which, in fact, aligned with Liu's preferences. The terms for a short-term arrangement were easily negotiable, amounting to several million RMB. However, for a long-term commitment, Liu would need to contemplate the fluctuations in his market value, while the collaborating party would also have to weigh future risks, making an impulsive decision rather improbable. For instance, for basketball athletes, the most crucial contracts are those pertaining to footwear. As for other commercial endorsements, be it automobiles, apparel, or beverages, as long as the financial terms are comparable, it suffices. Any increase in value can be addressed in future negotiations. Liu is brimming with confidence and is willing to sign a short-term contract. Were he an unremarkable 3D player, those sneaker brands might readily accommodate his wishes. For most athletes are seldom afforded the opportunity to secure long-term endorsements. However, Liu possesses a certain allure and is currently excelling, prompting these sneaker brands to position him as a promising lottery pick, eager to establish a multi-year partnership with him. Liu has already secured a rookie contract, and he is quite reluctant to pursue another commercial endorsement. If the offer is indeed too meager, he can afford to wait another year. However, Liu is uncertain about how swiftly his abilities will evolve after entering the NBA. Initially, as a member of a playoff team, he will undoubtedly assume the role of a supporting player. Thus, it remains uncertain how substantial a commercial contract he will be able to sign a year from now. Consequently, he and his agent, Smith, have agreed on a contract that offers a modestly higher remuneration but with a shorter duration. In truth, Smith hopes that Liu could leverage his popularity to secure a long-term contract, which would provide financial security for several years. Yet, Liu is not an ordinary athlete and has firmly rejected this proposal. Naturally, he understands the value of money and will not turn down lucrative opportunities. When a sneaker brand approached, Smith sought to assist Liu in securing a more favorable endorsement deal. Nike initially presented a tentative offer of 4 years for $2 million. Smith, unimpressed, promptly arranged a meeting with a representative from Adidas, who swiftly indicated they could offer a more generous sum. such as 4 years for $2.5 million. Following this, Smith also met with a representative from Liaoning, who proposed an annual payment of 5 million yuan, with a 3-year term being acceptable. As a result, Nike became aware of these developments. Smith's strategy is to incite competition among several major sneaker brands. Liu Yu commenced his participation in the Summer League with commendable performance, garnering increasing attention. This bolstered Smith's confidence significantly. After several discussions, Nike expressed their willingness to elevate the contract to an annual sum of $2 million, contingent upon a 5-year commitment. Should Liu Yu consent, he would immediately secure an endorsement deal worth $10 million. Apart from prodigies like LeBron James, a sneaker contract of this magnitude is typically reserved for top draft picks known for their explosive playing style, akin to last year's first overall pick, Maple Jordan Wiggins. However, Liu Yu hesitated to commit to such an extended term. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, he received some insider information from a fan within his circle. This particular fan, also connected within the industry, was privy to certain developments. Liu Yu is currently under contract with several prominent sneaker brands. While the remuneration may not differ significantly, prior to his emergence as a standout player, it is primarily the international giants that are willing to invest more, chiefly to capture the domestic market. Conversely, domestic brands like Liaoning are eager to expand their reach. Apart from signing major stars, they are increasingly inclined to engage foreign athletes as brand ambassadors, aiming to bolster their sales abroad. Thus, they are reluctant to invest heavily in Liu Yu at this juncture. Simultaneously, due to the national team's affiliations, Nike sought out Smith through an intermediary. Ultimately, after negotiations, both parties made concessions and arrived at a cooperative agreement. Nike agreed to a 3-year contract, with Liu Yu opting for an incentive-based arrangement rather than a direct financial payout. The foundational contract stipulates $5 million over 3 years, with the potential for this endorsement deal to double or even quadruple if Liu Yu secures accolades such as Rookie of the Year, earns an All-Star selection, or contributes to his team's championship victory. Once the sneaker contract was finalized, Liu Yu enjoyed a sweet getaway with Zhang Ruo for a few days. By September, Zhang Ruo returned to school, while Liu Yu continued his training alongside participating in various commercial activities. As late September approached, the team's training camp commenced. Gearing up for the new season, Liu Yu is finally set to meet the star players of his team, the Raptors. True to their reputation as playoff-caliber players in the NBA, boast 2 SS-level and 4 S-level star cards available for acquisition. In addition to the inclusion of the rookies Liu Yu and Powell, the team has undergone other personnel changes. Last season, 3 key rotation players departed, 2 from the perimeter and 1 from the interior. To enhance their roster, the Raptors signed several players over the summer, among whom the notable additions are perimeter players DeMar Carroll and Corey Joseph, along with interior players Luis Scola and Bismack Biyombo. The signing of Anthony Bennett, the most infamous first overall pick in NBA history, was primarily due to his Canadian roots, a gesture of goodwill. Joseph, also a Canadian, is a competent backup guard who can fill the void left by Vasquez's departure, while Scola is expected to occupy the power forward position following Amir Johnson's exit. The team's cornerstone, the All-Star DeMar DeRozan, will secure a fixed position on the wing. The remaining spots, including those contested by rookies Liu Yu and Powell, will see roughly 6 players vying for the last position, leading to fierce competition. The most likely candidates for the starting role are Carroll, who was specifically signed over the summer, and the former slam dunk champion Terrence Ross. One is a weak S-level, while the other possesses commendable A-level skills. As for rookies Liu Yu and Powell, the other players harbor little animosity towards them. Apart from a few marginal players and the infamous first overall pick eager to reclaim his fortune in his hometown, they perceive Liu Yu and Powell as competitors for the limited rotation minutes. While it remains uncertain how Powell feels, Liu Yu is certainly intent on vying for a starting spot. Even if he doesn't secure it initially, he is determined to stand out through relentless improvement in his skills. The 2 All-Star players exude a relatively amicable demeanor. Unlike certain stars who can be quite intimidating, they merely appear somewhat aloof. However, they earned a rather unflattering nickname last season, the Trash Brothers. Following a particularly humiliating loss, Lowry candidly admitted to the media that he was indeed trash, to which his teammate and close friend DeRozan promptly echoed, asserting that he too was equally trash. Thus, this All-Star backcourt acquired a rather comical moniker. The 2 All-Stars welcomed their new teammates warmly, offering encouragement to rookies Liu Yu and Powell. DeRozan remarked, your NBA journey begins now. You may feel nervous, but that is perfectly fine. I will assist you and offer guidance. I look forward to seeing you showcase more of your skills. Lowry, adopting a serious tone, advised rookies. I will teach you how to survive in this league. Play hard, dedicate yourselves to training and games, and be tough in every aspect. Chapter 16. Striving to showcase strength. 70. Speed. 68. Three-point shooting. 73. Mid-range shooting. 72. Inside scoring. 67. Post play. 65. Dunking. 67. Ball handling. 67. Passing. 65. Stealing. 66. Blocking. 66. Defense. 72. Rebounding. 67. Consistency. 72. Through the summer league and arduous training over the summer, Lu Yu's basketball statistics have naturally seen considerable growth. Recognizing areas for improvement through competition, Lu primarily enhanced his strength, while also experiencing a slight boost in speed, originally possessing several strong attributes. He has continued to progress through training with Powell's star cards, leading to notable advancements in three-point shooting, mid-range shooting, defense, and consistency. Moreover, he has not squandered the star cards obtained, as there have also been modest improvements in stealing, blocking, and rebounding. Lu Yu's improvement at the Raptors Summer League training camp has undoubtedly surpassed his progress during his collegiate career. This enhancement can be attributed to the superior quality of the star player cards. Now, as he enters the team's preseason training camp, the caliber of available star player cards has reached even greater heights. Lu Yu firmly believes that his ascent in the NBA will proceed with greater ease, particularly in achieving an esteemed S-level status, which would undoubtedly secure him a starting position. The first day of the preseason training camp is relatively relaxed, serving primarily as an opportunity for everyone to acclimate. However, in this environment, Lu Yu is unable to assert dominance, relegated to the role of a subordinate. His low-profile demeanor is primarily reserved for the team's star players. He remains indifferent to the provocations of lesser talents like Bennett, opting instead to decisively outplay them during matches. Although Bennett was selected as the first overall pick, his prowess is not as formidable as one might expect, for he was a formidable swingman in college. Alas, in the NBA, he finds himself too sluggish for the small forward position and too diminutive for the power forward role. Many such swingmen struggle to showcase their strengths in the league, yet Bennett's lack of effort, poor mental fortitude, and abysmally low basketball IQ render him particularly ineffective. Having just joined the Raptors, Bennett yearns to establish himself, believing he can prove superior to several of Toronto's rookies. However, he is swiftly outclassed by Lu Yu. The telling aspect is that he cannot even best a player like Cabo Cielo, who, at the very least, possesses some defensive capabilities. Bennett, the much-maligned first pick, struggles defensively, exhibiting no noteworthy skills. If he were to muster even a modicum of resolve, the Raptors, as a Canadian team, might have extended their support. Unfortunately, upon realizing he cannot compete with Lu Yu and others, he quickly becomes disheartened, resembling a stubborn clay that refuses to be molded. It seems that having secured a first-round salary, he has grown complacent, believing that he can thrive without exerting effort. Naturally, he did not receive the entirety of his rookie salary. After being traded from the Cavaliers, the Timberwolves recognized his inability to contribute and promptly waived him. Consequently, Bennett became the first player in NBA history to be bought out during his rookie contract. This season, the Raptors' investment in him amounts to little more than a minimum salary, leading to his early exit from the competition for the wing position. Lu Yu's potential is indeed more remarkable than that of a mere role player. His true competitors are, in fact, only Carolyn Rose. This upcoming season, he is certain to secure a place in the rotation, though the extent of his playing time remains uncertain. Powell has also displayed commendable performance, at least surpassing the two Brazilian veterans who have unfortunately fallen to the margins since last year. Head coach Casey expresses satisfaction, believing that this year's two rookies are poised to contribute meaningfully to the team. After several days of training, the team's wing players have come to realize that Lu Yu, the newcomer, poses a genuine threat to their playing time. Rose appears to be in a slightly better position. As the team was not particularly pleased with his performance last season, the signing of Carroll during the summer serves as a testament to his preparedness for competition. Carroll's arrival is regarded as the most significant acquisition for the Raptors this summer, given that the team's star, DeRozan, signed a relatively modest extension after his rookie contract, and Lowry is a late bloomer. Carroll currently stands as the Raptors' highest-paid player, arriving with the intention of becoming a key figure in the team. Sensing this newfound competition, he has shown no leniency towards Lu Yu during their practice confrontations. Lu Yu encountered genuinely formidable NBA-level defense, far more challenging than Anderson in the Summer League. Carroll possesses remarkable strength. Had Lu Yu not enhanced his power during the Summer League, he would undoubtedly be in a precarious situation now. However, even when slightly subdued by Carroll, Lu Yu is still able to showcase his unique attributes. Lu Yu's defensive skills are commendable, and he consistently secures shooting opportunities during offense. However, to surpass his competitor, Carroll, what he currently possesses is undoubtedly insufficient. After careful contemplation, Lu Yu realizes that enhancing his strengths alone will not allow him to outpace Carroll in the short term. Moreover, elevating his basketball metrics beyond 70 becomes increasingly challenging, and surpassing 75 proves to be even more arduous. Therefore, he must exhibit unique characteristics that his rival lacks. Several of his previously weak areas can be significantly improved upon entering the NBA, and he should strategize in these domains. For instance, if he enhances his ball handling and passing abilities to create scoring opportunities for the team, he will undoubtedly stand out more than Carroll, who is primarily a 3 and D player. In the absence of Carroll on the team, Lu Yu could excel in a pure 3 and D role. However, he may now need to demonstrate his versatility. On the defensive front, there are also avenues to explore. While Carroll possesses a robust physique that excels in one-on-one defense, if DeRozan, the primary scorer for the Raptors, is preoccupied and unable to focus on defensive duties, Lu Yu could showcase superior help defense. The team would certainly benefit from such an enhancement. Lu Yu is currently devising ways to acquire star player cards, as he possesses no shortage of attention value. Though obtaining 2 SS cards proves challenging, other star player cards suffice. At present, he can utilize both S-level and A-level cards for training, and opportunities to procure such cards for his team are relatively accessible. Each evening, his virtual training sessions are fulfilling, far surpassing the rigors of traditional training camps. Dwayne Casey, the head coach of the Raptors, has observed a noticeable improvement in Lu Yu's performance. This young man is indeed showing promise. It appears he is adapting well. Rookies often struggle to acclimatize to the intensity of NBA-level training. However, Lu Yu has demonstrated a more comprehensive basketball skill set than he did in college, showcasing rapid progress at his age, indicative of his prodigious talent, though he began his basketball journey later than most. Nick, was Lu Yu performing at this level during the Summer League? Casey inquired. Nurse immediately responded. Lu Yu has likely surpassed his Summer League performance. He must have trained diligently over the summer. Throughout the Summer League, I sensed his continuous improvement. This young man is undoubtedly a basketball prodigy, though he bore fewer responsibilities in college. Dwayne, I believe that young Norman also shows great potential, Casey remarked, nodding in agreement. Both Lu Yu and Powell should be given opportunities. Yet, it is essential to proceed gradually. The Raptors aspire to make an impact in the playoffs this season and may not have the capacity to nurture rookies extensively. Nonetheless, if a rookie can indeed contribute to the team, Casey is willing to utilize them. The Raptors' choice of older rookies was initially motivated by the need for immediate effectiveness. It all depends on what you can accomplish, Casey smiled as he observed the players on the court. Chapter 17, Coach's Satisfaction. At the beginning of October, the preseason commenced. The Raptors' starting lineup is nearly finalized, with Lowry, DeRozan, and Valanciunas presenting no uncertainties, although there is slight competition on the forward line. In fact, Carroll's position as a starter is effectively secured. Lu Yu has shown commendable performance during training. However, he remains a novice, and the team is unlikely to reinstate him swiftly. In contrast, there is hesitation regarding the fourth position players, Scola and Patterson. This season, Scola exhibits greater stability, while Patterson possesses slightly superior athleticism. In the preseason, the player who can best impress head coach Casey is likely to secure a starting position on the team. The newcomers, Lu Yu and Powell, must demonstrate their ability to secure a significant role in the rotation. However, it is likely that their positions will remain uncertain even during the preseason, as whether these rookies can match the intensity of the NBA will ultimately be assessed in the regular season. Naturally, if their performance during the preseason is subpar, their opportunities in the regular season will be severely limited. The Raptors' first opponent in the preseason is the formidable Western Conference team, the Clippers. Upon observing the roster, Lee was astonished to find that the Clippers boasted 4 SS-level star cards, alongside several formidable S-level players, creating an impressive array of talent. However, It is worth noting that not all of their SS-level athletes are in their prime. For example, the veteran Paul Pierce, acquired during the summer, is no longer at the peak of his powers. While the Clippers lineup appears luxurious, it may not be particularly well suited for optimal synergy. At first glance, the combination seems ideal. Yet on the court, they often fall just short of excellence. Their two core players, Chris Paul and Blake Griffin, both require the ball to maximize their effectiveness. Yet neither can be relied upon to decisively clinch critical moments. Consequently, during pivotal junctures, the Clippers frequently turn to sixth man Jamal Crawford for offensive production, who also demands ball possession. This approach is not without precedent. The Spurs during the GD era adopted a similar strategy. However, a fundamental distinction exists between Duncan and Griffin. While Duncan excelled in both offensive and defensive realms, with a particularly strong defensive presence that could stabilize the team even when not scoring, Griffin's prowess is predominantly offensive. Thus, relying on Griffin during crucial moments renders him less effective, akin to undermining his own capabilities. Therefore, a seemingly formidable lineup does not guarantee success. It fundamentally hinges on the resilience of its leader. Although Griffin's explosive playing style is visually captivating, his prowess falls slightly short of the highest echelon. And while Chris Paul is heralded as the god of point guards, his mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. Paul projects an aura of calm reliability during critical moments. With a stable playing style, nonetheless, his psychological resilience is not as robust as it appears. This was evident during the All-Star Weekend Skills Challenge, where he failed to complete a layup, highlighting that his mental composure does not match his outward demeanor. Preseason serves as a litmus test for the team's composition. Yet the star players will predominantly participate, distinguishing it from the Summer League. "Norman, are you feeling nervous?" Liu inquired. Powell did not respond directly but stated, "I will certainly strive to perform well." Liu exchanged a fist bump with his counterpart, and he surely would exert himself as well. The Clippers roster remains unsettled, primarily due to the veteran presence of Pierce. Other positions are relatively straightforward, with the team featuring 3 peak-level SS-tier players, complemented by the highly suitable S-tier sharpshooter, Redick. Judging solely by star player statistics, the Clippers outshine the Raptors. However, the reality on the court tells a different story. Paul struggled with his shooting touch in this match, being effectively contained by Lowry. Moreover, a player like DeAndre Jordan does not excel in scoring. Thus, relying solely on Griffin, the Clippers found their offensive flow stifled. The most pronounced disparity lay within the bench lineup. In this game, Pierce came off the bench, and alongside Crawford, they appeared formidable. Unfortunately, Crawford was also off his shooting rhythm. Meanwhile, Josh Smith, who had a commendable performance last season with the Rockets, still faced challenges securing a favorable contract due to his playing style. His arrival at the Clippers was an opportunity to showcase his potential as a pivotal player. Yet his erratic play off the bench led to a disarray in the Clippers' rotations. In contrast, the Raptors demonstrated commendable performance, with Scola making a notable impact on the court, showcasing his sharp mid-range shooting. Liu and Powell are both bold and tenacious, yet they exercise restraint, allowing the team to swiftly establish a double-digit lead. Liu's performance is commendable. He has managed to effectively contain Pierce. Although Pierce has aged, Liu's display has been impressive, showcasing a robust defensive prowess that belies his status as a rookie. Not only does he hold his own against Pierce, but he also excels when matched against Wesley Johnson. Johnson is regarded as a reliable 3 and D forward, yet Liu's consistency surpasses his. This steadiness is evident on both ends of the court. His three-point shooting exceeds that of Carroll. Nevertheless, Carroll's performance in this match has also been solid, leading Casey to conclude that Carroll is well suited for a starting role. Liu's performance warrants further observation. However, the coaching staff, in their discussions, generally express satisfaction with Liu's contributions. In contrast, Powell, though tenacious and bold, lacks significant highlights. Indeed, Powell exhibits commendable qualities, having scored without committing errors, a rare feat for a rookie. Nevertheless, he continues to adhere to a primary scoring role, which restricts his opportunities for greater expression within the Raptors system. Such a player could serve effectively as a sixth man, yet Coach Casey seems to favor more consistent players. Last season, he disapproved of Lou Williams' approach of aggressively seizing the ball, which ultimately led to the Raptors parting ways with him despite his winning the Sixth Man of the Year award. Had Nick Nurse been at the helm, he would likely have embraced Powell's style more readily. Coach Casey, on the other hand, places greater value on young talents like Liu, who demonstrate stability on both ends of the court without monopolizing ball possession. In the first half, Liu successfully sunk 2 three-pointers. When he played alongside the team's primary lineup, he focused solely on defense and shooting threes, refraining from seeking the spotlight. Paradoxically, this approach granted him more playing time. The match turned into garbage time due to Lowry's exceptional performance in the third quarter. It was only when facing a completely substitute lineup that Liu slightly showcased his other skills. On the offensive end, he executed a breakthrough and delivered an assist. While on defense, he contributed with a block and a steal. During a timeout, Coach Casey encouraged him to exhibit greater enthusiasm in his defensive efforts. "Young man, stay focused and bring forth your defensive aggression." "Coach, I will do my best," Liu responded emphatically. However, he did not have the opportunity to shine extensively, as the team's assessment of him concluded swiftly, fueled by the fervor of Liu and the other bench players. The team decisively triumphed over the Clippers by a margin of over 20 points. Liu successfully acquired an SS-level card. The SS-level card is advantageous for Liu in any capacity. He found himself deliberating between Paul and Pierce. Logically, Pierce, being a forward, aligns with his position. However, Liu's style of play diverges significantly from that of Pierce. Ultimately, he opted for Paul, as Paul's basketball statistics are quite fitting for training purposes. In this match, he scored 10 points, achieving double digits. Although he sensed that the opposing team was considerably stronger, the Clippers players seemed indifferent to him as a rookie, leading Liu to feel that the intensity was less than that of the Summer League. Given more opportunities, scoring 20 points would not be a challenge. He hopes that the regular season will proceed as smoothly. Chapter 18. Integrating into the team. Rookie, you think you can defeat me? Train for a few more years. Carroll firmly obstructed Liu, denying him any chance to receive the ball. While Carroll may not possess elite static or dynamic physical attributes, his strength and speed are commendable, making it quite challenging for Liu to face him. Nevertheless, Carroll was unable to showcase any offensive skills against Liu. Conversely, there were moments when Liu experienced sudden flashes of inspiration, unexpectedly breaking through the defense after receiving the ball. Carroll sensed that Liu's abilities seemed to be advancing. Yet, he remained unfazed. Having matched up against various elite forwards in the league, he regarded Liu as merely a rookie, regardless of his rapid progress. Although Liu may grow in the future, Carroll is confident in securing her position as a key player. During the scrimmage, both Liu and Carroll experienced victories and defeats. However, as time progressed, Liu's stamina began to wane. When facing a physically robust forward like Carroll, the depletion of energy became noticeably more rapid. In college, encounters with fully developed professional athletes were rare. This epitomizes the challenges presented by the NBA. Liu remained undeterred, feeling fortunate to engage in such competitive encounters within the team. This experience would prepare him for the court, equipping him with the requisite resilience to face physically formidable opponents. In contrast, Powell felt a greater sense of competitive pressure. Although he played as a guard, his lack of organizational skills compelled him to vie for position alongside the wings. Nevertheless, his defining traits were his scoring ability, willingness to take on the ball, and capability to defend against guards. Yet, at times, his boldness in confrontation could come across as somewhat reckless. As the star of the team, Lowry expressed considerable satisfaction with the two newcomers this year. Liu and Powell are both incredibly diligent. Lowry, who has previously played alongside Yao Ming, has shown considerable care for Liu. He advised Liu, "Do not rush. As long as you continue to exert yourself as you have, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in the league." To which Liu responded, "I cannot think that far ahead. My sole desire is to assist the team in winning games." Lowry chuckled and said, "Indeed, one must possess such fighting spirit. I will help you acclimate to the league swiftly." Athletes inherently respect the formidable, and Liu has demonstrated commendable performance within the team, integrating swiftly, with most teammates accepting him well. However, while the game is paramount, the social dynamics are distinct. The Raptors represent an international collective, and players often form varying groups off the court. With diverse national cultures and differing beliefs, it can sometimes be challenging to coexist harmoniously. Fortunately, most players in Canada are considered foreigners, and with the team leader not being Canadian, the bonds formed are primarily through basketball, rendering relationships relatively untainted. Presently, the team's backcourt duo comprises Americans, thus Liu tends to associate more closely with them. Additionally, players like Lowry, Scola, and Patterson have all been teammates of Yao Ming. Providing Liu, as a compatriot of the great Yao, with further opportunities for connection. Nonetheless, the essence of the NBA remains rooted in basketball. Liu Yu diligently trains and competes each day, striving to acquire star cards to enhance his skills. Thus, regardless of the nature of his relationships with teammates, he feels a sense of security. During the preseason, the Raptors exhibited formidable prowess, remaining undefeated except in their match against the Warriors, even when certain players took time off. The team's resilience was evident. While many teams may not prioritize the preseason, Liu Yu relishes the victories nonetheless. He was elated to obtain elite SS star cards of legends like Kobe and LeBron. Regrettably, Kobe has aged, and LeBron did not participate in the match against the Cavaliers, leaving Liu Yu unable to fully experience the competitive spirit of these top-tier stars. The most challenging opponent he faced during the preseason was the previous year's first overall pick, Wiggins. This individual's athleticism is extraordinary. Perhaps due to Wiggins' Canadian heritage, he approached the game against the Raptors, the only Canadian team in the league, with particular seriousness. Although Wiggins is merely a weak SS tier player and may not yet have reached his peak, Liu Yu found him exceptionally formidable, which made him realize that his own evolution in skill still has a long way to go. However, after triumphing over the Timberwolves, who possess a plethora of SS-level star cards, Liu Yu opted for the most valuable card, that of Garnett, as both of their wing players ranked as relatively weaker SS-level players. When Liu Yu purchases player cards, he generally prioritizes those with higher prices, indulging in his wealth. This is primarily because the more expensive cards yield superior training results. One gets what one pays for. Additionally, some high-value cards can be reserved for later training when Liu Yu's basketball skills have improved, ensuring that his progress remains unimpeded even as he reaches the S level. Furthermore, retaining a few cards suited for explosive performance at the SS level enables him to excel in crucial matches. Therefore, during the preseason, Liu Yu does not immediately utilize every player card for training. Instead, he primarily trains with his teammates' cards. Occasionally, due to the nature of competitive grouping, he may not have access to high-quality player cards, and in such cases, he invests all available ordinary cards into training. By leveraging strengths and compensating for weaknesses, Liu Yu's basketball skills are destined for well-rounded development. Upon entering the NBA, he predominantly acquires SS-level player cards, marking a significant acceleration in his prowess. His prolonged virtual training alleviates any concerns. The preseason is exhilarating, and as the regular season approaches with a more demanding schedule, Liu Yu's enjoyment intensifies. The cycle of purchasing player cards, training to enhance his abilities, and subsequently aiding his team in victories, followed by further card acquisitions, proves to be a virtuous cycle. In the eyes of the coaching staff and his teammates, Liu Yu is a player brimming with passion for the game. He epitomizes the ideal athlete, exuding enthusiasm during training and displaying fearless resolve when given the opportunity to compete. Crucially, he is continually progressing. I believe this young man is destined to shine, perhaps even in this very season. When Coach Casey began to observe Liu Yu exhibiting various offensive skills during training and games, he initially worried that Liu Yu might become sidetracked, risking the loss of his foundational strengths. He had advised Liu Yu to focus on perfecting his existing skills. However, he soon realized that Liu Yu had not only maintained his original strengths, but had indeed improved upon them. Liu Yu has refined his skills through relentless training, leading to improved performances on the court. Though the progress may seem incremental, it is evident that Liu Yu's capabilities are expanding significantly. This promising rookie deserves encouragement, as he is in a phase of rapid advancement, destined to evolve further. There is no need to impose restrictions on him, particularly during team practices, where we can place greater trust in his potential. Throughout the preseason, Liu Yu has gradually gained the trust of the coach. Although his ascent was not as swift as during the summer league, he has undeniably begun to earn a more substantial role in Casey's considerations. If he can navigate the trials of the regular season, he stands a chance to become a vital component of the team's rotation. Moreover, Liu Yu seems capable of playing positions 2, 3, and 4 as he continues to develop. Chapter 19. The regular season arrives in the final preseason game. The Raptors faced off against the Wizards. For this match, the Raptors implemented a rotation akin to that of the regular season, given their low draft position. And as a playoff-bound team, Coach Casey had not initially planned to incorporate the rookie into the primary rotation before the season commenced. The summer's preparations had already solidified the main lineup. The starters included Lowry, DeRozan, Carroll, Scola, and Valanciunas, with the primary rotation comprising Joseph, Ross, Patterson, and Biyombo. Consequently, In this game, even the two underperforming Brazilian players and second-round pick Powell did not see court time, let alone the seasoned forward Johnson. Nonetheless, Liu has caused Coach Casey to waver in his decision-making. In actuality, from a roster standpoint, it would not be detrimental for him to remain on the bench. Liu currently serves as a reasonable choice as a substitute within the main lineup. However, the coaching staff remains reluctant to let such a talented and diligent player go underutilized, believing that Liu deserves more opportunities to hone his skills. Thus, even as the Raptors evaluate their regular season roster, they still afford him a modicum of playing time. Upon entering the game, he faces off against the rookie Uber, who has also recently taken the court as a substitute. The Wizards had shown some interest in Liu at that time, yet ultimately opted for Uber, whose dynamic and static talents were both exceptional. To secure Uber, the Wizards even expended a first-round pick along with 2 second-round selections. Uber indeed possesses the attributes necessary to become a premier wing player. His impressive wingspan and athletic prowess have earned him a reputation for having ideal physical attributes. And he is still quite young, exhibiting a playing style that is both offensive and defensive in nature. Liu found his opponent to be quite impressive. However, Oubre remains a player of potential, still not fully matured. Oubre displays remarkable effort on the court, especially on the defensive end, albeit with a hint of gambling in his defense. On 2 occasions, Liu successfully scored by evading Oubre's attempts to steal the ball. In contrast, Liu's defense is considerably more solid, causing Oubre some discomfort. Compared to Wiggins, Oubre has yet to fully unleash his athletic prowess. Nevertheless, his offensive play is not erratic, and he demonstrates commendable performance. Witnessing Liu's superior display, Wizards head coach Whitman expressed a sense of reflection. The Wizards, aiming for a breakthrough in the playoffs, believe it is better to nurture a potential rookie like Oubre gradually. Even if Oubre's current performance does not match Liu's, they do not require immediate contributions from a rookie. They trust that Oubre will undoubtedly improve in the future. With their sights set on the future, the Wizards, rather straightforwardly, conceded the game. All that Liu needs to do is select and purchase one SS-level star card from either Wa or Bill. The preseason has concluded smoothly, and the upcoming regular season in a few days promises to be a completely different beginning. I am eagerly anticipating it. Liu expressed while engaging with fans on social media. The Summer League and preseason can indicate certain aspects, yet they reveal little in comparison. Whether one can remain in the NBA ultimately hinges on performance during the regular season. Liu's aggressive spirit has noticeably intensified during the team's scrimmage sessions, as he seeks to demonstrate his unwavering determination. At the end of October, the Raptors' playoff debut commenced at their home arena, the Air Canada Centre. The fans erupted in exuberant cheers, eagerly embracing the return of basketball after the sweltering summer, which reignited their fervor. With DeRozan and Lowry both becoming all-stars, the Raptors have established themselves as a formidable force in the Eastern Conference. Throughout the summer, the team engaged in vigorous transactions, although they could not secure any marquee signings. They upgraded their roster, leaving the fans optimistic about a breakthrough season. Their adversaries are the perennial Eastern Conference contenders, the Pacers. Last season, the Pacers were deprived of playoff contention due to their star player, Paul George, sustaining an injury. However, they have returned with renewed vigor this season. The Pacers' most significant acquisition during the summer was the signing of near all-star caliber player, the dynamic Monta Ellis. Notably, head coach Vogel, renowned for his defensive strategies, has boldly proclaimed that this season the team will prioritize speed and offense. Today, their starting lineup features a trio of guards, Hill, Ellis, and Miles, while George has shifted to the power forward position, with the athletic yet rugged Mahinmi occupying the center spot. Mahinmi's presence as a starter signifies a fortuitous turn of events. The Raptors' starting 5 comprises Lowry, DeRozan, Carroll, Scola, and Valanciunas. This lineup was solidified during the preseason and is unlikely to undergo any immediate alterations. As the game commenced, Valanciunas clearly exhibited dominance in the paint, easily outmatching Mahinmi. However, the Pacers' small ball strategy quickly began to bear fruit. The Raptors' interior players, Scola and Valanciunas, struggled to keep pace with the tempo, while they held an advantage in the post. The Pacers opted to avoid confrontation inside, instead accelerating their play on the perimeter. Moreover, the Raptors' interior defense proved inadequate against the Pacers' penetrations. Among the bench players, Patterson struggled to contribute, while Biyombo performed adequately in his defensive duties. A few minutes later, Coach Casey summoned Biyombo to provide an opportunity. upon his entry. The team's interior defense showed improvement, yet his offensive contributions were lacking, and he was prone to fouls. The Raptors' dilemma in utilizing their interior players effectively stemmed from their poor perimeter shooting. DeRozan's sluggish start exacerbated the Raptors' reliance on scoring in the paint. Consequently, the interior players were unable to match the Pacers' brisk pace, prompting Coach Casey's frustration. He rallied his team, urging them to showcase their strengths. What are you doing? How are you defending? The unpromising start led to disarray among the Raptors players. Unable to dictate the rhythm of the game, Coach Casey found himself compelled to adapt, conforming to the opposing team's strategy of playing a big man alongside four smaller players. DeRozan shifted to the 3 position, and Carroll took on the 4. Otherwise, Scola and Patterson struggled to keep pace with Paul George. Even though George's scoring was modest, his presence proved to be a significant challenge for the Raptors. In this smaller lineup, the Raptors did possess some talent on the perimeter, with Joseph, signed during the summer, being a capable dual-threat guard. The wing positions for the Raptors also boasted considerable depth. However, as the game commenced and the team quickly fell behind, Coach Casey hesitated to make bold substitutions. He reduced the role of the power forward position, relying solely on a seasoned 9-man rotation. Yet, following the opposing team's shift to a smaller lineup, the Raptors found themselves somewhat lacking in wing players. Off the bench, Rose's performance was underwhelming. The former slam dunk champion failed to adequately display his athletic prowess during the game, resembling a diluted version of Carroll in style. Carroll's offensive contributions were already limited, and this game brought no surprises, let alone from the substitute Rose. Crucially, his defensive efforts faltered as he accrued 3 fouls within just a few minutes on the court. In truth, the Raptors' perimeter defense was relatively solid. However, several of the Pacers' guards were adept at penetrating, with their bench players like Stuckey also excelling at combining shooting and driving. The Raptors found themselves struggling to withstand these attacks. With personnel stretched thin, Coach Casey furrowed his brow in contemplation. Should he risk deploying rookie Luyu, or rely on his experienced players to hold the fort? It seemed imprudent to place one's hopes on a newcomer in such a critical situation. Chapter 20. The impact of the rookie: strength, 73, speed, 71, three-point shooting, 75, mid-range shooting, 74, inside scoring, 69, drive, 67, dunking, 69, ball handling, 70, passing, 68, stealing, 68, blocking, 68, defense, 75, rebounding, 70, stability, 74. During the month-long training camp prior to the commencement of the new season, Luyu experienced another significant enhancement in his abilities. He can now be regarded as a formidable A-tier player, and arguably, he may even be on the cusp of a weak S-tier classification. Luyu was fully prepared to take the court. However, during the first half, Coach Casey opted not to field the rookie, instead choosing to let James Johnson take a few minutes. Johnson, a blue-collar player on the wing, made no mistakes but was utterly hesitant to shoot. This left the Raptors' offense reliant solely on the individual prowess of Lowry and DeRozan, especially in a situation where neither of them had found their rhythm. Even after deploying a small ball lineup that improved the team's defense somewhat, the Raptors still found themselves trailing by double digits, having dominated in preseason. It was rather embarrassing to be led around by the nose in front of a home crowd as the regular season commenced. At halftime, Coach Casey addressed the team, stating, "The first half does not reflect our true capabilities. We must rediscover ourselves." Once the coach had delivered his motivational speech, Luyu stepped forward, eager to volunteer. "Coach, I wish to enter the game and assist the team. I believe I can do it." "I will consider it," Casey responded encouragingly. The expressions of the others varied as they overheard their dialogue. Youth is indeed a blessing, brimming with vigor. Yet, should he fail to perform upon entering the game, the favorable impression he had built with the coaching staff would likely dissipate. Luyu remained blissfully unaware of the true intensity of the NBA arena. Once he faces a harsh setback, he may find himself in the same position as the rest of us. Kawhi Leonard brooded as he recalled that both teams maintained the same starting lineup in the second half. However, the distinct difference lay in the evident improvement of Lowry and DeRozan. All-stars are indeed all-stars, even if they do not rank at the pinnacle. Their ability to adapt surpasses that of ordinary players by a considerable margin. The Pacers' strategy remained unchanged, favoring a smaller, faster lineup. To sustain their tempo, they frequently rotated their interior players. Although Mahinmi possessed some height, the court's elevation diminished further with the entries of Jordan Hill or Allen. This strategy proved somewhat effective, as the Raptors' interior advantage consistently failed to translate into victory. Scola seemed to have lost his edge. It was not solely a matter of tactics, for he had not fully integrated into the new team or showcased his distinctive style. Coach Casey appeared somewhat helpless, recognizing that they were unlikely to regain control of the game's rhythm. They desperately needed perimeter defense and scoring ability. Once again, his gaze fell upon Liu. In truth, it is quite normal for rookie players to remain on the bench during their inaugural game for the sake of caution. The Pacers also had two newcomers. Their 11th pick, the interior player Miles Turner, was indeed well suited for the team's current playstyle and possessed a shooting ability that made him more fitting than Mahinmi. Nevertheless, the Pacers had yet to give Turner a chance to showcase his skills. However, upon seeing Liu's unwavering gaze, Casey decided to take a gamble. He called out Liu's name. The Raptors executed a substitution. Scola took a breather, yet they did not immediately replace him with another interior player. Carroll shifted to the 4 position to guard George, while Liu entered the fray at the 3, matching up against the Pacers' Miles. Miles was a versatile wing capable of playing both shooting guard and small forward, possessing some ball-handling skills, though he would be more suitably utilized as a shooter. Comparatively, Liu was nearly on par, arguably classified as a weak S-tier, yet Liu's overall capabilities might currently surpass his. Before Liu took the stage, Miles had been performing quite admirably. In the context of George and Ellis drawing the defense, he successfully made the shots he was expected to. He is the less conspicuous player on the Pacers' court, yet he possesses the ability to score. Upon entering the arena, Liu is a player who remains inconspicuous within the tactical framework. However, being unobtrusive does not equate to being ineffective. Upon entering the arena, Liu showcased commendable defensive skills. Liu is not DeRozan, and he does not need to shoulder the primary offensive responsibilities of the team. His movement beyond the three-point line is more than sufficient. Thus, once Liu takes the court, Miles finds himself devoid of open three-point opportunities. Carroll's assignment to defend George is also particularly fitting. Casey has recognized that, aside from their competition, Liu and Carroll can indeed collaborate effectively. With both of them manning the wing defensively, DeRozan can focus on his offensive endeavors with peace of mind. Moreover, given the prevalence of teams in the league employing a big and small lineup, and even some fielding 5 smaller players, the Raptors' forward lineup should instill fear in no opponent. However, what truly impressed Casey about Liu was his remarkable consistency on the offensive end as well. After Liu entered the game for just over a minute, he received a pass from Lowry while running in reverse. At the moment he caught the ball, Myers had already closed in quickly. In such circumstances, the Raptors' wings typically opted to pass, as their offensive confidence was rather lacking. However, Liu resolutely took the shot, launching a three-pointer. On the court of the regular season, Liu took his first three-point shot. An opportunity arose, though it was not entirely unguarded. In such scenarios, success hinges on a touch of fortune. As Myers lunged forward, Liu appeared utterly unfazed, his shot unaffected in the slightest. Given his height and wingspan, he need not overly concern himself while shooting from beyond the arc. If the defense lags, even slightly, they struggle to impede him. However, many players often find themselves easily distracted. Initially, Liu was also susceptible to such interference. But through relentless practice, he honed his ability during his college years to focus on the basket, undeterred by his surroundings. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, and Liu scored a three-pointer. Just like that. What a splendid shot. Casey clapped excitedly from the sidelines. Employing a rookie in a challenging situation carries a degree of risk. Should the rookie falter, the head coach would inevitably face criticism. Fortunately, Liu delivered on his promise. He truly is a player with a steely resolve, displaying none of the naivety or anxiety typically associated with a newcomer. Nurse expressed his admiration. Powell, seated on the bench, envied Liu and believed he too would have the audacity to take decisive shots if given the chance. Pacers head coach Vogel observed Liu's three-pointer with a sense of reflection, yet he remained largely unconcerned. In this match, it was improbable for a rookie to dominate. The Raptors would not craft tactical plans centered around a newcomer. Their focus remained on DeRozan and Lowry. Liu, as a role player, is required to excel in team defense. However, Vogel had not anticipated that the team's shift in style this season would result in a less fluid defensive performance. The desire to accelerate and emphasize offense inevitably comes at the cost of defense. One must gain at the expense of another. In the fast-paced exchanges of attack and defense, Liu once again seized an opportunity for a three-point shot. After successfully sinking his second three-pointer, he finally began to impact the Pacers' defense. The players of the Pacers could not help but notice him, becoming entangled in their defensive assignments. Subsequently, Carroll made a three-pointer, followed by Lowry and DeRozan, contributing to a significant offensive surge for the Raptors with their lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. Chapter 21. Seizing the opportunity. Wake up. The game is not over yet. It is only the first match, and you have already lost your spirit? The Raptors abruptly turned the tide, much to the dissatisfaction of Pacers head coach Vogel. After some admonition, the Pacers players did exhibit some change. However, their defense did not improve significantly. Instead, their offense became more aggressive. Upon returning to the court, Paul George attacked the paint twice, drawing fouls, and then quickly passed to Hill, who made a three-pointer. Meanwhile, Joseph did not perform well during Lowry's rest, and Biyombo accumulated too many fouls. The game experienced fluctuations once again in the final quarter. When Liu was on the court, he performed admirably. However, in the final quarter, Coach Casey opted for a dual guard strategy to maintain control of the game, preventing him from remaining on the floor for an extended period. Consequently, Joseph struggled with his shooting and failed to capitalize on open opportunities, while Carroll seemed to have lost his shooting touch as well. Under these circumstances, the Pacers were able to focus their efforts on Lowry and DeRozan. Why was Liu taken off? Does the coach truly understand the game? The fact remains that when Liu was on the court, the Raptors played significantly better, and he deserved to be a starter. Just moments ago, he managed to score 2 unnoticed baskets. Now, in the fourth quarter, what can a rookie role player accomplish? The undeniable truth is that Liu enhances the Raptors' performance. It is perplexing that the head coach would be unaware of his capabilities. If he lacked the requisite skills, he would not be on the court. Fans have been vocal since the beginning of the game, expressing their discontent while Liu sat on the sidelines. And the same fervor continued when he finally took to the court, with his popularity clearly on the rise. Liu had previously exhibited commendable performance, and now, amidst increasing scrutiny from all quarters, the stakes have risen. Should he remain sidelined for an extended period or falter in his performance, the attention surrounding him may wane. However, with his commendable debut in the regular season, expectations for him have surged. Even in the absence of a social media presence, his visibility continues to escalate. The dynamics on the court have also aligned favorably, granting him another opportunity to showcase his talent. Following the aggressive displays from his veteran teammates George and Hill on the Pacers side, it has become increasingly challenging for the Raptors to mount a complete defense. They still require offensive contributions. In this match, Liu has indeed emerged as the most reliable three-point shooter for the team, coupled with solid defensive skills. Had there not been concerns regarding a rookie's composure during critical moments, Casey would have had no apprehensions earlier on. As the Raptors briefly took the lead only to be caught up by the Pacers, Casey opted to reintroduce Liu into the game once more. Liu truly possesses remarkable fortune. Upon his entry onto the court, the team immediately scored, albeit through Valanciunas' offensive rebound and subsequent basket. At times, even the slightest alteration can significantly influence the dynamics of the game. Today, Liu exhibited an impressive sense of touch, effectively restraining the opposing defense on the court. His defensive prowess indeed proved to be an excellent choice for the Raptors. Within less than a minute of his entry onto the court, a well-coordinated defensive maneuver forced Paul George into a blunder, causing him to fumble the ball under Liu's sudden double team. Shortly thereafter, Liu showcased his offensive skills by penetrating the defense and scoring a two-point shot. Although he remained somewhat in the background without a specific tactical role, his presence undeniably elevated the Raptors' performance. With him stationed on the wing, the Raptors could momentarily set aside concerns regarding that side of the court. Liu adeptly defends the shots that ought to be safeguarded and skillfully converts the opportunities that present themselves. It may seem like an unremarkable 3D, yet it proves to be incredibly effective. Certain players are inherently destined for the court. Casey realized that the most effective lineup in this match comprised Lowry, DeRozan, Liu, Carroll, and Valanciunas, providing a solid foundation for both offense and defense. Upon Liu's entry onto the court, the Raptors once again seized the lead. As time progressed, the Pacers grew increasingly anxious, resorting to attempts at three-point shots. Regrettably, their star player, George, failed to convert 2 of his three-point attempts, drawing the Raptors ever closer to their first victory of the season. In the final moments, the Pacers did not relent. They opted for a tactical foul against DeRozan, who had struggled at the free throw line earlier. However, DeRozan had regained his composure, denying the Pacers any opportunity. Ultimately, the Raptors extended their lead to double digits, securing a triumphant start to the new season. Coach Casey expressed satisfaction post-game, noting that while the first half was marked by excessive excitement, the second half truly reflected the team's caliber. Lue performed admirably, and I hold him in high regard. The team recognized his potential to contribute, which is why he was chosen. He is an integral part of our strategy. Lue demonstrated remarkable prowess in his debut NBA game, scoring 11 points with 3 successful three-pointers. Although he ranked 5th in team scoring, his contributions on both offense and defense were commendable, earning him the recognition of the coaching staff and the audience alike in this inaugural regular season match. The regular season holds no significant difference. My objective remains to assist the team in securing victories, which is not a daunting task, Lue expressed on social media post-game. His confidence is truly admirable. Indeed, he delivers on his promises. Had the team afforded him opportunities in the first half, his statistics would have rivaled those of the other starters. Lue seems to have made further strides in his performance, truly impressive. Lue has captured the hearts of fans with his exceptional performance. Although some may argue that his display is merely average and believe he will soon revert to mediocrity, the dissenters find little footing among his numerous supporters. As long as I continue to enhance my skills and assist the team in securing victories, the number of fans who admire me will only grow, and my value will rise accordingly. A single victory for the team translates into multiple triumphs for me, such as my fervor. As the regular season commences, Lue's lifestyle remains unchanged. He diligently trains with his team, competes vigorously, and before retiring for the night at home, he utilizes star cards to bolster his abilities. The selection of star cards for the Pacers may be limited, yet the SS-level George is quite commendable. The day following his inaugural game, the atmosphere at the training ground regarding Lue has shifted. His debut performance was commendable, garnering a mix of acceptance, jealousy, and caution from teammates. However, the prevailing sentiment leans towards approval. In the realm of competitive sports, it is prowess that prevails. Even Carroll, upon partnering with Lue, has noted that playing alongside him is markedly more comfortable than with other teammates. Meanwhile, the rotational wing players are becoming increasingly concerned about their own playing time. They were already aware of Lue's potential threat, but they hadn't anticipated such rapid growth. If this continues, some may find it increasingly difficult to maintain their positions within the team. This reality is harsh. The roster requires only a select few key players. Lue's outstanding performance has afforded him greater playing time, consequently diminishing the opportunities for his teammates. It is crucial to recognize that on-field performance is closely tied to remuneration. A lack of sufficient opportunities could result in a disparity of millions of dollars. Some wing players, feeling overshadowed by Lue, may contemplate alternative avenues. The team is also likely to evaluate the situation. Should they possess an abundance of wing talent, they may consider trading surplus wing players for prospects in other positions. However, this remains a matter for the team and those who have fallen short in the competition to ponder. What Lue must do is strive to seize more opportunities and deliver exceptional performances. Chapter 22, Competitive Mindset if the Raptors were in a rebuilding phase. Acquiring a surprising talent like Lue would undoubtedly lead them to provide ample opportunities for proper development. However, the Raptors are a playoff team, one that harbors ambitions in the postseason. Coach Casey remains rather cautious and has not definitively assigned Lue a primary rotation role. Furthermore, playoff teams typically require a multitude of capable players. Aside from a few core athletes, others may not receive significant playing time, but they will garner some invaluable experience. In the forthcoming match against the formidable Eastern Conference rivals, the Celtics, Lue's playing time still fell short of that of Terrence Ross. Both players performed admirably, bolstering the team's rotation minutes. Surprisingly, the Celtics proved to be less challenging than anticipated. At this juncture, the Celtics had yet to fully solidify their strategy for the season, with the primary variable being Isaiah Thomas. Last season, the Celtics acquired the 5'9" Thomas, a player known for his offensive prowess but defensive shortcomings, with the intention of having him serve as a sixth man to enhance the team's scoring capabilities. Coach Stevens, known for his innovative approach, initially intended to implement a more traditional collegiate style of basketball, entrusting the playmaking duties to the promising sophomore, Marcus Smart. Smart, possessing a robust physique and defensive skills, was envisioned to help fortify the Celtics' perimeter defense alongside Bradley and Crowder, compensating for their lack of strength in the paint. With a second unit capable of matching the offensive output of the starters, the team could maintain relentless pressure on their opponents. Regrettably, circumstances unfolded contrary to expectations, as Thomas excelled beyond initial projections. Being a playoff contender, the Celtics needed to balance immediate results with future potential. Unlike conventional collegiate coaches, Stevens demonstrated flexibility. Upon recognizing the disparity between his aspirations and reality, he promptly recalibrated his strategy, positioning Thomas as the focal point of the team's offensive efforts, thereby crafting the most formidable 5 feet 9 inches player in the league. Stevens' indecision lingered, but it was from the moment the Raptors began to exploit their weaknesses that he resolved to embrace a more attack-oriented approach. During the game, when Thomas entered as a substitute, he showcased his formidable offensive capabilities, yet the Celtics were still no match for the Raptors, primarily due to the disparity on the wings. Although the Celtics boasted competent forwards, even their bench included versatile players like Turner, it was evident that the Raptors' wings exhibited greater strength. The Celtics starting lineup featured Crowder, who bore a striking resemblance to the Raptors' Carroll, with similar playing styles. However, in their face-off, Carroll outperformed Crowder, who was currently at the pinnacle of his game, excelling in both shooting and defense. During the rotation, Lou Yu and Ross outshone Turner, who oscillated between being an asset and a liability. The Raptors even found time to give the unproductive Bennett a chance, but he faltered spectacularly, committing fouls and turnovers in less than 3 minutes of play, an extraordinary feat of ineptitude. Frustrated by such a lackluster performance, the bench players expressed their discontent. If such an underperforming player was afforded minutes, why were they not granted similar opportunities? Coach Casey, recognizing the futility, swiftly replaced him. Despite the Celtics' multifaceted offensive efforts, with Thomas leading all scorers, the Raptors still emerged victorious with relative ease on their opponent's home turf. Despite limited playing time, Lou Yu managed to score 9 points while maintaining a commendable defensive standard. Upon returning to their home court, the Raptors effortlessly triumphed over the Bucks, securing their 3rd consecutive victory. The Bucks, originally a playoff contender in the Eastern Conference, have shifted their focus towards the future this season, wholeheartedly investing in the development of young talents. Yet they have yet to achieve a win. Currently, the Bucks' defense is lacking, leading to games frequently entering garbage time, where Powell was granted a chance to showcase his skills, although he unfortunately did not perform well in the limited time afforded to him. Lou Yu once again took the court as the team's 10th player. His performance was commendable, albeit limited, yielding only 8 points. However, the prospect of acquiring a top-tier SS star card featuring Giannis Antetokounmpo buoyed his spirits. Compared to his teammates, this rookie enjoyed relatively consistent playing time. "I should have made that shot," Powell lamented post-game. In his inaugural regular season match, he recorded no statistics, missing a single shot, while Bennett outshone him on the court. Of course, Powell's lack of opportunity stemmed from the absence of a Canadian compatriot to facilitate his play. As a second-round rookie, he did not receive the same privileges. "Fear not, you will undoubtedly excel. The coaches have witnessed your prowess during practice," Lou Yu reassured him. Powell was considered a pleasant surprise in the team's draft, truly exceptional for a second-round selection. Although he played during garbage time, it was evident that the team had higher expectations for other players, as neither of the 2 Brazilian veterans saw any playing time. Powell silently vowed to train harder, determined to seize the next opportunity to play. While Powell aspired to be part of the team's rotation, Lou Yu's ambitions were slightly loftier. Even if he could not secure a starting position immediately, he aimed to at least become the 6th man. He contemplated utilizing a star card to dazzle the head coach, yet dismissed the notion as impractical. He lacked both time and tactical standing, and even the deployment of an SS-level star card might not afford him a chance to truly shine. As a rookie, one game would not significantly alter the team's dynamics. My immediate goal is to maintain a consistent performance, surpassing the stability of other rotation players. This is the path to gradually becoming a core member of the team. Patience is key. Progress must be made step by step, firmly and steadily. As my skills improve, the team will inevitably increase my playing time. If Lou Yu's growth is not evident, it may require more time to develop. However, having entered the NBA and acquired numerous SS-level star cards, a rapid ascent in the early stages is assured. The Raptors will not hold him back, and the coaching staff is astute. During practice, Lou Yu secured a defensive rebound and initiated a fast break. With the ball in hand, he penetrated the defense and, before his opponents could fully react, executed a stunning coast-to-coast dunk. Beautiful. The coaching staff on the sidelines offered gentle applause. Lu Yu's performance in training has increasingly become remarkable. Now, the wings of the team are rather reluctant to match up against him. Typically, once everyone has familiarized themselves with each other's tactics, they generally know how to respond. However, Lu Yu occasionally unveils something novel, leaving even seasoned NBA players perplexed and at a disadvantage. The intensity of these training scrimmages feels more exhausting than an actual game. Within the team, it has gradually become evident that no one regards Lu Yu as merely a novice any longer. Lu Yu not only yearns for the future, he is a competitor, desiring both the present and the future. Chapter 23. The sidewing answer. In early November, the Raptors, having commenced their journey with a promising start, embarked on their away games. On the 3rd, the team arrived in Dallas. The Mavericks have long been a formidable force in the Western Conference, yet as their core player, Dirk Nowitzki, ages year by year, their status as a powerhouse has increasingly become tenuous. Last year, Nowitzki's decision to take a pay cut to extend his contract was hailed as a commendable gesture. However, since their championship victory, owner Mark Cuban has been less willing to spend lavishly, and the team's recruitment strategy has faltered. Nowitzki's altruism in hoping to construct a championship-worthy roster through salary reductions has proven to be a misguided endeavor. The current high salaries on the Mavericks roster reveal their predicament. Chandler Parsons proves to be more ornamental than functional, while the recently signed Wesley Matthews is merely a role player. The Mavericks seem rather generous with certain role players. As for their summer acquisition of former All-Star Deron Williams, despite his notable reputation, his performance has declined significantly since leaving the Jazz. Consequently, the Mavericks have engaged in various efforts. Yet they still rely heavily on the aging veteran Nowitzki to carry the team. Once the game commenced, the Mavericks struggled to withstand the pressure. The wing duo of Matthews and Parsons, costing nearly $10 million more than DeRozan and Carroll, unfortunately did not deliver commensurate results, appearing rather unremarkable. The once promising Durant, now past his prime, could not compete with Lowry. The Mavericks bench also features another declining guard, the former All-Star Harris, who seems to offer little value at this stage. Nevertheless, the Mavericks possess a surplus of guards, with capable players like Felton and Barry on the bench. Due to the fragility of their high-priced forward Parsons, who is still recovering and can only play limited minutes, the Mavericks often deploy a 3-guard lineup. While this may disadvantage them in terms of height, one must concede that a nimble 3-guard formation can somewhat counteract the inefficiencies of their underperforming wings. For the Raptors, players like Carroll and Ross find it challenging to leverage their height effectively. Regardless of the stature of the defenders, any disruption significantly hampers their offensive capabilities. Lu Yu was initially similar, but he has long since evolved. The Raptors, adhering to their previous rotation, continued to grant more playing time to Rose, only to discover that he was unable to resolve the issues at hand. The Mavericks' rotation seemed to score more effectively than theirs. Casey, who is not particularly fond of sixth-man players, found his team lacking someone who could effortlessly score upon entering the game, which proved to be a disadvantage in their rotation. While this might not be evident against weaker teams, facing an experienced coach like Carlisle, the opposition knew precisely how to exploit this weakness to gain an advantage. The Mavericks currently possess a mediocre interior defense, a fact that the Raptors are well aware of, with Casey constantly urging his players from the sidelines to attack the paint and play more aggressively. Unfortunately, knowledge alone does not translate into action, and only DeRozan seems capable of executing this strategy. However, as soon as the Mavericks slightly tighten their defensive lines, the Raptors' blue-collar wings find themselves unable to capitalize on their outside shooting advantage, with only Lowry being able to do so. Although Lowry and DeRozan may not be the most formidable all-stars, they clearly outperform other players when targeted by opposing strategies. Regrettably, they lack the individual prowess necessary to turn the tide, and thus require assistance. The team had hoped that Valanciunas and Carroll could serve as reliable support for the duo. In reality, both are rather susceptible to being exploited. Carroll is merely a marginally better blue-collar player, while Valanciunas has yet to fully evolve. His physicality and finishing ability remain insufficient, allowing him only to bully weaker opponents, making him a typical third option on an ordinary team. This cannot be attributed to their shortcomings, as they fulfill their roles adequately as the team's third and fourth options. Rather, it is the two core players who are lacking. When the Raptors faced difficulties, the result was a showdown between Scola and Nowitzki. Scola can indeed score, but his weaknesses are glaring. Defensively, he poses little threat to the Mavericks trio of guards, and substituting him with others fails to yield better offensive results. Head coach Casey is somewhat perplexed, wondering how things could have come to this. While he scrutinizes the situation on the court, Liu Yu's fans online have already called for his dismissal as head coach. What is Liu Yu doing as the Raptors head coach? Even a dog would be more useful. Liu Yu is clearly the answer for the Raptors' front line. Yet that fool never grants him sufficient playing time, driving everyone to despair. Are Liu Yu's ardent supporters insane? The Raptors haven't lost a game yet. Casey is undoubtedly a tactical mastermind. Indeed, Liu Yu's contributions are merely those of a minor rotation player. Nonsense. Without Liu Yu's contributions on both ends of the court, how could the Raptors have such a promising start? In truth, both Liu Yu's supporters and detractors hold biased views. However, when the team encounters difficulties, Casey aligns with Liu Yu's supporters, pondering whether Liu Yu's presence might alter the situation. As the Mavericks initiated their three-guard lineup, the Raptors' early advantage dissipated, and they found themselves trailing in score. Casey felt compelled to give it a try. Liu Yu stepped onto the court, carrying the hopes of his coach and fans. With a nimble three-defender formation, had it been during his university days, Liu Yu might have struggled to keep pace. However, his speed has significantly improved, coupled with his long arms, making him adept at defensive duties. After all, the Mavericks guards are aging and out of shape. Durant has gained weight. Harris, once renowned for his speed, has slowed down, and Felton has become rather portly, while Beria barely stands at 1.8 meters tall. The Mavericks' so-called three-guard setup is far from flawless. They can create a few offensive opportunities, but they are limited. The Raptors are not entirely defenseless either. However, their offense lacks strength and has become somewhat predictable. It is well known that DeRozan, this all-star, defies historical trends with his struggle from beyond the arc, thus allowing the Mavericks to tighten their defense and effectively limit the Raptors' options, especially during rotation periods when the two all-stars are resting alternately. Upon entering the game, Liu Yu leveraged his long reach and defensive acumen, making a significant impact on the Mavericks' diminutive guard. However, the crux of the matter lies in the offense. The Raptors' wings lack the ability to shoot over the Mavericks' guard's head, with the exception of the current Liu Yu. The Mavericks' perimeter defense could not significantly impede Liu Yu's shooting prowess, especially since he was not the primary focus of their defensive strategy. Shortly after his entry onto the court, he received the ball, faked a move, and effortlessly sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc. In the subsequent offensive possession, Liu Yu advanced a step and scored with a mid-range jumper. As he took control of the ball, Liu Yu's offensive fluidity became increasingly evident. With an additional perimeter scoring threat, the Raptors' offense transformed dramatically. With Liu Yu capable of scoring, the Mavericks can no longer focus their defensive strategies solely on the star players of the Raptors. Often, the emergence of just one additional scoring option can unlock the potential of the entire team. Observing Liu Yu's performance, Casey felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, his mind began to wander towards other possibilities. If a wing player can score from the perimeter to break the deadlock, what if he were to introduce another such wing player? Powell, it seems, is also adept at shooting. Chapter 24, Key Rotations. Near the free throw line, Liu Yu held the ball as Powell made a backdoor cut. Utilizing his long arms, Liu Yu gracefully maneuvered around the defender and delivered a precise bounce pass. Powell, undeterred, surged towards the paint and successfully executed a layup, securing 2 points. The duo replicated their strategy from the Summer League, marking Powell's inaugural basket of the regular season. Ecstatic, Powell exchanged high-fives with Liu Yu. "I knew this would be effortless for you," Liu Yu encouraged. Although Powell had limited playing time, he demonstrated that the Raptors' strategy against the Mavericks was indeed manageable. With Liu Yu's increasingly reliable shooting, DeRozan's attempts to penetrate the Mavericks' interior became markedly easier. The addition of another shooting threat restricted the Mavericks' ability to collapse defensively. Such defensive adjustments would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. Previously, only Lowry could exploit these openings. Now, there was another player to capitalize on them. Furthermore, Liu Yu was capable of matching up against all of the Mavericks' perimeter players. While Parsons posed a potential challenge when in good health, his performance had faltered since receiving a lucrative contract. Upon Liu Yu's entrance, the Raptors regained their competitive edge, reclaiming the lead before halftime. Back in the locker room, Parsons was visibly frustrated. It wasn't he merely due to Liu Yu stealing the spotlight, but rather a sense of frustration. He expressed to Carlisle, "I can still perform in critical moments." Carlisle shook his head, urging, "You should have faith in your teammates." In order to facilitate Parsons' recovery, the Mavericks have resolved not to deploy him in the second half. Head coach Carlisle harbors hopes for Parsons' restoration, considering that the team's previous losses were not particularly detrimental. Such circumstances had been anticipated during the summer. At that time, they aimed to select Lu Yu, believing that he could serve as a much-needed backup for the team's wing positions. However, they did not foresee Lu Yu being snatched away by the Raptors. Naturally, they did not anticipate Lu Yu's exceptional prowess back then. Witnessing the immediate impact Lu Yu had upon his introduction to the game today, Carlisle experiences a tinge of regret. Had the team placed greater emphasis on securing Lu Yu, perhaps trading a higher draft pick for him would have sufficed. Otherwise, the Mavericks would not currently find themselves in such a precarious situation. While a trio of guards can perform adequately, the Mavericks' interior defense has deteriorated with Nowitzki's aging, and there are no suitable players to fill the center position, exacerbating their defensive woes. If the forward positions continue to struggle, their challenges will only intensify. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for regret, and the Mavericks must press on despite the adversity. Matthews can step in at the forward position, yet the bench is woefully lacking in depth. In the second half, with Parsons resting, the Mavericks' starting lineup consists solely of 3 guards. This time, even before Lu Yu took to the court, the Mavericks began to falter. As the game progressed, DeRozan relentlessly attacked the basket, overpowering the Mavericks center Pachulia, leaving the team to weather yet another storm. In the second half, Coach Casey wasted no time in incorporating Lu Yu into the lineup. With Lu Yu and Lowry launching assaults from the perimeter and DeRozan penetrating the interior, the Mavericks' defense teetered on the brink of collapse, allowing the Raptors to swiftly extend their lead into double digits. This is the correct approach. It was imperative to utilize Lu Yu early on. Lu Yu proves to be dependable, never shying away from the challenge. It almost sounds as if Lu Yu amassed a considerable number of points, doesn't he? Lu Yu indeed did not score many points, merely accumulating a total of 11 throughout the match, ranking 5th on his team. However, his influence on the court was distinctly palpable. With his presence, the Raptors' performance on both offense and defense elevated to a higher echelon. Moreover, his statistics were well-rounded, contributing not only in scoring but also in rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. Following this game, the Raptors celebrated their best start in franchise history with 4 consecutive victories. One can only remark that this relatively young team has not experienced much prosperity in its lineage. After the match, Lu Yu participated in an interview, and upon learning the news, he chuckled, stating, "This is a splendid beginning, indicating that we have undergone a remarkable transformation this season. However, this is not the conclusion. We shall continue to triumph and create one historic achievement after another throughout the season, persevering until the very end." When questioned whether the team's transformation was related to his selection, Lu Yu remained modest. He remarked, "I am merely a part of the team. We have formidable star players, and we are indeed a genuine powerhouse. Nonetheless, I can contribute significantly to the team, and I will strive to secure more victories." As always, he exuded confidence, which has become a familiar trait. The key point is that Lu Yu is not merely boasting. As a rotation player, he has indeed showcased exceptional performance. Following this match, Raptors head coach Casey elevated Lu Yu's significance within the team. Lu Yu has become one of the 9 principal rotations of the team, signifying his position as the foremost choice for wing players off the bench. In a playoff-caliber team like the Raptors, it is remarkable for a rookie to swiftly ascend to a primary rotational role and deliver commendable performances. Lu Yu stands as the sole exception. Typically, at the commencement of the season, standout rookies are high draft picks, specifically groomed by their teams, such as Towns, Porzingis, and Okafor. Those who rise from the bench, like Booker and Jokic, often do so in non-playoff teams, where their promising performances quickly earn them increased playing time. Lu Yu, however, has thrived amidst playoff-level competition, seizing his opportunities. Those within the circle are well aware of the intrinsic value of Lu Yu's performances. At this juncture, the Raptors are poised to face their first back-to-back match against a formidable opponent from the Western Conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder, featuring the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook, are both powerful all-stars who have graced the stage of the NBA Finals, with only the championship trophy eluding them. Last season, the Thunder faltered due to Durant's injury, but this season, they have made a resounding comeback. Their current roster is nearly flawless, boasting a balanced blend of offensive and defensive prowess. They are truly in a position where everything is in place, waiting for the final push. Among the teams in the league this season, the Warriors, Spurs, and Thunder stand as the elite contenders from the West. In contrast, the Cavaliers and Raptors from the East seem somewhat outmatched in terms of their configurations. Confronting a top-tier team in the league is undoubtedly a moment of reckoning for the Raptors. Coach Casey has advised his players to embrace the challenge without pressure, encouraging them to simply play to their strengths. Nonetheless, having achieved the best start in franchise history, the players are eager and ready to make a statement. Before the match, Liu acknowledged the formidable strength of the Thunder, yet he asserted that we are indeed the finest team in the league. Such declarations are often met with skepticism, but Liu remains unfazed. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, it cannot conclusively demonstrate which team holds the title of the best in the league. However, it will undoubtedly incite a spirited exchange of words among the fans. Liu possesses an acute understanding of how to garner attention. For him personally, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to compete against formidable teams within the league and to face off against the elite players. Such encounters will illuminate the disparities, clarify his standing, and delineate the direction in which he must strive. More importantly, a victorious performance could grant him a coveted star card from the league's top echelon, thereby adding another strategic asset to his repertoire. Chapter 25. A significant role. The Thunder's season commenced on an uncertain note. However, this was not indicative of a lack of talent, but rather a period of adjustment. The Thunder's roster saw little change over the summer, indicating that the players were not the source of the disarray. The appointment of a new head coach, the scholarly Donovan replacing the more inspirational Brooks, has shifted the focus towards tactical refinement. Yet, having spent considerable time in the NCAA, Donovan may have inadvertently overlooked the sentiments of the franchise player, Durant. Conversely, Westbrook has thrived within the new system, evolving into the league's triple-double king. The Thunder's starting lineup has remained consistent over the years, strategically pairing their two stars with three capable defensive players. On the perimeter, the adeptly defensive Roberson provides commendable coverage. In the paint, Ibaka reigns as the shot-blocking king and a defensive stalwart, while Adams offers considerable strength and athleticism. Faced with the Thunder's formidable lineup, the Raptors found themselves momentarily disoriented, struggling to score. DeRozan, when confronted by a team with robust defensive capabilities, often finds himself at a disadvantage, and Lowry struggles to contend with Westbrook's prowess. Carroll, in his matchup against Durant, faltered significantly, unable to score while failing to contain his opponent. Nevertheless, Carroll managed to disrupt Durant to some extent, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. After all, a premier superstar like Durant typically renders defensive efforts moot. In the interior, Scola found himself utterly ineffective against Ibaka. Though Valanciunas might have gradually found his rhythm, opportunities were scarce, as Adams proved to be a formidable obstacle. Coach Casey, anxiously shouting from the sidelines, revealed his apprehension. Had they truly fallen so far behind the league's elite? With both teams boasting two All-Stars, was the disparity in their capabilities truly so pronounced? Indeed, there appears to be a notable disparity. On the surface, Casey projects an image of fervent encouragement towards his players, yet internally, he seems to lack confidence. The Raptors have yet to substantiate their prowess in the playoffs, and as the head coach, Casey remains uncertain of the true caliber of his team. In contrast, Thunder coach Donovan exudes the demeanor of a distinguished strategist, impeccably attired and nodding approvingly from the sidelines, seemingly satisfied with his players' performances. He harbors the conviction that once the team achieves cohesion, the Thunder will undoubtedly emerge as championship contenders. Presently, the team's performance increasingly aligns with his vision. The dynamic duo has curtailed their isolation plays, with Westbrook assuming the role of the engine, consistently delivering assists, while Durant has transformed into the team's sharp blade, executing plays with simplicity and efficiency. However, he seems to overlook a minor issue. Westbrook, who is gradually becoming the tactical nucleus, appears to struggle with his shooting. In a more rational basketball context, with increased ball handling, he has been hitting the rim more often than not. Were it not for Westbrook's shooting woes, the Raptors would have long since succumbed to a scoring drought, rather than maintaining their precarious hold on the game. Additionally, with fewer isolation plays, Durant has expressed some dissatisfaction, yet Donovan seems indifferent to his sentiments. Although the team is playing with greater synergy, there remains an individual who is struggling to adapt, the Thunder's sixth man, Waiters. Nevertheless, from the current perspective, these issues are mere trifles that can be addressed. As the Thunder appeared poised to dominate the Raptors, a subtle transformation transpired during the rotation period. In this instance, Casey wasted no time. Upon sensing the shift in momentum, he promptly summoned Lu Yu into the fray. Upon entering the arena, Lu Yu first teamed up with Carroll to apply pressure on Durant, denying the opposing team's most formidable scoring option any additional opportunities to shoot. Lu Yu was indeed eager to test how he would fare against Durant in a one-on-one defense, yet at this moment, the team still relied on Carroll for primary defense. He could only perceive the sheer strength of Durant. Even when double-teamed, as long as Durant was afforded an opportunity, he could effortlessly rise and shoot with precision. Without the burden of defending Durant, Lu Yu found his defensive pressure significantly alleviated. In facing the Thunder, the primary challenge lay in containing both Durant and Westbrook. Once Durant took a breather, Lu Yu found himself matched up against the Thunder's backup forward, Singler. After exchanging pleasantries with this Duke alumnus, Lu Yu proceeded to unleash an unrelenting performance. Once hailed as the most outstanding player in the NCAA Final Four, Singler had transitioned into a role player in the NBA. Initially recognized as a 3 and D player, his lack of athleticism had cost him the defensive aspect, and his current form had deteriorated considerably. Confronted by the ever-evolving Lu Yu, Singler found himself devoid of any offensive opportunities, while on defense, he was completely overwhelmed by Lu Yu's prowess. "My apologies, senior." A few minutes later, Singler was sidelined, seemingly deprived of any further chances to contribute in this match. He returned to the bench, dejected. During Duke's last championship run, Singler had felt a certain kinship with Lu Yu, both sharing a similar style characterized by limited athleticism and shooting prowess, with Lu Yu perceived as a diminished version of himself. Yet, as Lu Yu entered the NBA, he had remarkably improved, rendering Singler's previous comparisons obsolete. The harsh reality was disheartening. After Singler's exit, the Thunder opted for a 3-guard lineup. Since their backup forwards were ill-equipped to contend with Lu Yu, they decided to rely on agility for victory. However, they soon realized that even with 3 guards, no one could match up against Lu Yu. A shooter like Morrow was left to be dominated. Westbrook's defense proved inadequate. Should they assign Roberson to guard Lu Yu? Roberson might be up to the task. But now DeRozan had entered the fray, necessitating Roberson's attention on him. Did this mean Durant would need to return to defend Lu Yu? Lu Yu's abilities have been increasingly remarkable, truly a source of concern during the rotation period. Upon the return of the team's key players, Lu Yu did not immediately leave the court. Instead, the Raptors adopted a strategy of one big player accompanied by 4 smaller ones. When Lu Yu played alongside Carroll, the restriction on Durant was notably effective. Furthermore, his shooting prowess allowed DeRozan to flourish. The Raptors began to close the gap, leaving the Thunder somewhat bewildered. How could a mere bench player exert such a significant influence on the team? Coach Donovan found himself in a moment of disarray. After all, the Thunder had a draft pick this year. Why hadn't they considered Lu Yu at that time? If they had a player of his caliber, the issue of Durant's backup would have been perfectly resolved. However, even if given a second chance, the Thunder might still overlook Lu Yu. Donovan's strategy necessitated guards, leading them to prioritize a substitute for Westbrook. A bench player on the wing could be someone of average quality, as their tactical significance appeared less critical. As the dynamics on the court shifted, the Raptors gradually acclimated to the formidable Thunder lineup. As Lu Yu descended to rest, his teammates opted to launch an ambush against Durant, while the Thunder's other all-star, Westbrook, took a shot from the perimeter. Westbrook, undeterred, seized the opportunity to shoot whenever the Raptors afforded him the chance. However, despite his formidable physique, which ranks among the elite of guards, his shooting prowess remained elusive. There were instances where he drove to the basket only to miss, making the prospect of his long-range shots even less promising. With Westbrook's consecutive misses from beyond the arc, the Raptors players regained their confidence. Casey, now composed, acknowledged the strength of their team this season. Chapter 26. Impact of the game in the locker room. Raptors players engaged in lively conversation. With a successful start to the season, even in away games, the atmosphere was buoyant. "How does it feel to face Durant?" Powell inquired with a hint of envy, having not seen much playing time in today as challenging matchup. "Durant is formidable, yet he is not insurmountable." Lu Yu replied with a touch of bravado. "Ultimately, he is just one man. When faced with 2 defenders, he must pass the ball." Laughter erupted among his teammates. While they lacked an individual capable of containing Durant completely, their comeback from a deficit left them in good spirits. Carroll could not help but boast. "Durant is really just that way. I've defended him one-on-one more than once. I simply apply physical pressure. Don't let his bravado fool you. He expends considerable energy." Otherwise, do you think he could be so easily double-teamed? By the end, he has often spent, and even without a double team, his shooting percentage against me isn't significantly higher. Keep dreaming, came the retort from the others. While Carroll's physicality undoubtedly posed challenges for Durant, his claims were exaggerated. If he could single-handedly neutralize Durant, his contract would likely be worth several million more. Nevertheless, Carroll's defensive strategy is indeed commendable. Exhausting the stamina of a top scorer like Durant is a pragmatic approach. Meanwhile, Thunder coach Donovan earnestly addressed the issues faced by the team in the first half. Our tactics in the first half have borne fruit. We have created more opportunities. What we need now is decisiveness. In the second half, we must abandon hesitation and execute our strategies with greater resolve. Donovan highlighted some key moments from the first half, demonstrating his professional acumen in identifying issues. However, the solutions ultimately depend on the players' capabilities. As the second half commenced, the Raptors maintained the momentum of their scoring chase from the first half. Yet, the situation shifted significantly after the intermission. Their defensive strategy continued to focus heavily on Durant, inadvertently granting Westbrook and Roberson opportunities for long-range shots. This tactic had proven effective during their first half pursuit. By allowing Westbrook some space beyond the arc, they aimed to constrict the paint and limit his formidable drives. However, Westbrook found his shooting touch in the second half. While it was noted that Westbrook's accuracy could be questionable, his audacity to shoot posed a challenge. When he was on target, he became exceedingly difficult to defend. A sharpshooting Westbrook possesses no discernible weaknesses, although he often misses more frequently. Besides Westbrook's successful shots, Roberson also made a three-pointer. Under these circumstances, the Raptors' defense faltered. Even with a consistent defensive approach, players on the court hesitated, allowing Durant to capitalize on relatively simple scoring opportunities. As a four-time scoring champion, Durant thrives when afforded such chances, leading to a near collapse of the Raptors' defensive integrity. When two formidable all-stars perform at their peak, no team can withstand their onslaught. When Westbrook is accurate, the Raptors can only strive to keep pace offensively. Meanwhile, Scola struggled for opportunities against Ibaka, and DeRozan and Carroll lacked confidence from beyond the arc, relying solely on Lowry to create spacing from the three-point line. While others gravitated towards interior scoring, the Raptors could not match the Thunder's rapid scoring pace. This was untenable. The team's perimeter shooting was somewhat deficient. Nurse felt a sense of urgency. Casey furrowed his brow. The Raptors' perimeter capabilities were not inherently weak, typically sufficient for their needs. Yet the Thunder's explosive scoring ability was overwhelmingly formidable. The Thunder's two all-stars outshone their own, leaving Casey with no choice but to adjust his lineup. Fortunately, the Thunder's scoring primarily relied on their dynamic duo. Ultimately, Donovan's strategy came down to leveraging star players, albeit with differing approaches to their utilization. Luyu replaced Scola on the court. Upon his entry, whether in offense or defense, his coverage area was diminished compared to Scola's. To illustrate, when attempting to double-team Durant, Luyu's movements were notably swifter. Following the double team, he was also more agile in defending the Thunder's open shooters. In essence, the defensive strategy remained unchanged, focusing on specific Thunder players. Thus, even with Luyu's enhanced mobility for double-teaming Durant, other Thunder players would inevitably find opportunities. Theoretically, should they succeed in making open shots, the Raptors' defensive strategy would falter. However, in reality, this is often unachievable. Role players' shooting can be significantly affected by even slight interference, as otherwise, a team with a star player capable of penetrating point-to-point defense could perpetually rely on tactics to create open shots. In fact, even with 2 or 3 star players, it is possible for the shooting accuracy of open role players to be inferior to that of star players under defensive pressure. Therefore, the Raptors do not intend to completely eliminate all offensive opportunities for the Thunder, nor are they capable of doing so. Upon Luyu's entry into the game, the Raptors managed to impose a somewhat more effective restriction on Durant, yet the issue remained far from resolved. The primary factor still lay with Westbrook. In the third quarter, Westbrook exhibited a commendable shooting touch, demonstrating both his ability to penetrate and to facilitate passes, leaving Scola's substitution of Luyu with no means of containment. Nonetheless, with Luyu on the court, the Raptors' offensive space was undeniably enhanced. Luyu stands as a formidable threat beyond the three-point line. In this scenario, DeRozan and Carroll face diminished obstacles when penetrating the Thunder's interior defense. The removal of a defensive player inevitably impacts the Thunder's secondary defense. Had DeRozan possessed the same three-point shooting prowess as Lowry, the Thunder would find themselves utterly unable to contain the Raptors. Regrettably, DeRozan has little inclination to shoot from distance. In truth, if he were to attempt, his shooting percentage would likely not be inferior to that of Westbrook. However, DeRozan remains inclined toward his habitual drives and mid-range shots. Hold firm. Our defense is sound, Casey urged. Westbrook's performance is indeed perplexing. In the first half, shots seemed to elude him, yet now, every attempt finds its mark. Fortunately, with Lu Yu's entry, the Raptors' offense improved slightly, and they were not entirely overwhelmed by Westbrook's relentless assault. This, in itself, attests to the Raptors' strength. As the second half commenced, the Thunder exerted immense pressure on the Raptors. The dual All-Stars' explosive play would have shattered lesser teams. Although the Raptors appeared somewhat frazzled, they withstood every challenge. One might wonder about Lu Yu's impact. It feels as though he lags significantly behind the star duo. Of course, they are all-stars, not the type to merely coast through games. Lu Yu's performance has been commendable. His presence during both halves has stabilized the Raptors. I would wager that a counterattack from the Raptors is imminent, as some fans exuberantly predicted. During the rotation period, the Raptors once again closed the gap. It cannot be said that Lu Yu is exceptionally strong. Rather, the Thunder's reliance on their star duo during their rest periods effectively halted their explosive momentum. Moreover, we owe a significant debt of gratitude to Westbrook. Chapter 27, Durant's Anomaly. The Thunder's bench cannot be deemed weak. It is simply that they are overly dependent on the star duo's performance. The bench players do not quite reach the same level, leaving the impression that they struggle to maintain momentum even for a few minutes. During the rotation, the Thunder's bench performed adequately, yet they lack the stability that Lu Yu brings. Lu Yu has become increasingly adept at dominating his opponents. However, during the Thunder's rotation period, they merely managed to close the gap without significantly altering the dynamics of the game. The true transformation began once Westbrook returned to the court after a brief respite. After several minutes of rest, his previous shooting touch had vanished completely, and not just in a minor way. It is often difficult to fathom how an all-star player can exhibit such a stark contrast in shooting performance within a single game. Yet, this is precisely the enigma of Westbrook. His exceptional skills in other facets of the game often overshadow his shooting struggles. However, in critical moments against formidable teams, Westbrook's shooting may prove to be a fatal flaw. When he fails to score, the Raptors can freely double-team Durant. In such scenarios, the Thunder require other players to step up and seize their opportunities decisively, as Donovan instructed. Nevertheless, the players are not machines that can simply execute commands. In the final quarter, even a player like Roberson, who lacks offensive prowess, hesitates to take a wide-open shot. His indecision allows the defense to close in, forcing him to pass instead. Consequently, Thunder coach Donovan must make adjustments. He initially continues to let Westbrook play, who remains willing to shoot. Then, he substitutes Adams to experiment with a smaller lineup. At this stage, Donovan harbors a glimmer of hope that a player will rise to the occasion and score through individual talent. In the critical moments of the final quarter, tactical strategies seem less effective than the player's ability to improvise. However, Durant, the player with the strongest improvisational skills, appears to be playing with a sense of frustration, opting for a more rational approach. Westbrook, as a sixth man, does not possess Durant's caliber, leaving the team reliant on Westbrook. Unfortunately, Westbrook continues to struggle with his shooting and commits turnovers. While he has accumulated double-digit assists and points, another statistic looms. His turnovers are also approaching double digits. Rather than pursuing a triple-double, he is on track for a quadruple-double. After the team's fortunes improved, the Raptors opted not to reintroduce Scola, who had struggled in this matchup, instead choosing Patterson. In crucial moments, the Thunder's decision to downsize their offensive lineup made Patterson a more suitable choice than Scola. Nevertheless, when it mattered most, the Raptors still opted for a small ball strategy, keeping both Carroll and Lu Yu on the court. Carroll engaged Durant in physical play, while Lu Yu was ever ready to assist defensively. Durant, growing increasingly impatient, could not refrain from exclaiming, "Your defensive strategy is flawed. By overcommitting to me, you leave others open. Do you understand?" "Brother, what are you saying?" "Don't expect an easy shot," Carroll retorted. Lu Yu chuckled from the sidelines, inquiring, "Are you pleased that we hold you in such high regard?" Durant rolled his eyes, dismissing Lu Yu as an inconsequential figure. His tone carried an undertone of mockery. He was not particularly fond of Donovan's notion of tactical rationality. Nevertheless, he could comply with the coach's demands, though his current demeanor appeared somewhat despondent. Beyond the three-point line, Westbrook opted against a forced shot and instead charged towards the basket. With Valanciunas guarding the rim, Westbrook distributed the ball. Morrow, stationed outside, received the pass and took his shot. A capable shooter, Morrow had performed commendably for the Thunder last season. Regrettably, Donovan was dissatisfied with his defensive efforts, resulting in fragmented playing time. He was only called upon when the team needed to close the gap. However, Morrow was not the type to find his rhythm immediately upon entering the game. As he caught the ball, Liu had already positioned himself defensively. Even without tight coverage, Liu utilized his defensive acumen to anticipate Westbrook's pass, leaping with his lengthy arms to obstruct Morrow's optimal shooting path. Morrow was disrupted, and his three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Returning to the offensive end, Lowry controlled the ball and sought a screen, with the Raptors advancing their inside game. Lowry, leveraging the pick, drove inside before distributing the ball. Valanciunas received it at mid-range and then passed it to Liu at the wing, who struck decisively, sinking the three-pointer. This was a quintessential pick-and-roll strategy. Liu had executed a backdoor cut to create his shooting opportunity. This exemplified the Raptors' superior execution as Liu, functioning as a role player, outperformed his counterparts on the Thunder at both ends of the court. The Raptors' strategy was not merely about generating outside opportunities. Liu attracted defensive attention beyond the arc. When the Thunder employed a big and small lineup, the Raptors exploited the situation by pulling their big men to set screens, allowing DeRozan and Carroll to cut effectively. If the Thunder's big men remained anchored, Valanciunas and Patterson could capitalize on the inside. The Thunder soon found themselves grappling with defensive challenges. However, if they opted to deploy two bigs, their offensive flow would falter. On the Raptors' side, both Liu and Carroll excelled defensively, making it difficult for the Thunder to create scoring opportunities as effortlessly as the Raptors did. In truth, while Carroll's offensive prowess was only marginally superior to Roberson's, that slight edge afforded the Raptors a broader array of offensive options. Ultimately, it was Liu's contributions on both ends that proved to be the final straw for the Thunder. Midway through the final quarter, DeRozan drew a foul and earned free throws, allowing the Raptors to regain the lead. Ibaka was hustling on the Thunder's interior, accruing a notable number of fouls. When it was the Thunder's turn to attack, they continued to struggle with their shooting, prompting Donovan to call a timeout. Just like in practice, you can make those shots, he urged. Westbrook and Durant exchanged words, with Durant affirming, "I believe you can make the shot." Regrettably, upon returning to the court, Westbrook squandered an open opportunity. Missing his shot, the Raptors swiftly counterattacked, and in the final moments, Durant failed to assert himself through individual prowess, allowing the Raptors to extend their lead. The suspense of the game diminished significantly. As the clock dwindled to the last minute, Westbrook finally made a three-pointer, but alas, it was rather too late. Lowry dictated the tempo, denying the Thunder any chance to narrow the gap. Recognizing the time slipping away, the Thunder opted for a strategy of fouling. Both Lowry and Carroll succeeded at the free throw line, leaving the Thunder with no means of recovery. Post-game, the Thunder's dynamic duo expressed, "We simply did not make our shots." However, Durant also uttered some perplexing remarks, stating, "I hardly took any shots in the end. I find it preferable this way. It renders our team quite unpredictable. Yet, we must continue to focus on the endeavors that yield our current success. I trust you comprehend?" He further remarked, "Westbrook is the finest player on the Thunder." And that is the truth. This statement carried the context of Durant's absence last season, amidst ongoing debates among fans regarding who truly leads the Thunder. Both members of the duo professed indifference towards such discussions, yet Durant appeared to harbor some concern. Regardless, the Raptors triumphed over a formidable Western opponent, and Liu acquired Durant's Elite SS star card. Chapter 28. Unforeseen starting lineup. The Raptors' remarkable start continues as they secured another victory against the Magic on the road. Following Howard's departure, the Magic have been in a state of rebuilding, failing to achieve notable success in recent years. However, the Raptors struggled from the outset of this particular match. The Magic employed a large lineup with four smaller players, and the Raptors found themselves at a disadvantage in the paint, even facing challenges from versatile forwards like Harris. These past two games have revealed that Scola has indeed aged. While he may still possess some fighting spirit, he has wholly lost the ability to adapt to the NBA's pace. Against suitable opponents, he can still contribute offensively. Otherwise, he becomes a liability on both ends. Patterson, too, has faltered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself on the bench. His utility is slightly superior to Scola's, yet his contributions remain limited. Carroll was also off-target in this contest. Having previously matched up against strong teams like the Thunder, they now struggle against weaker opponents. It is evident that the toll of consecutive away games has affected the team. Fortunately, Lu Yu made a significant impact upon his entry into the game. Lu Yu's current offensive prowess has surpassed that of Carroll. Naturally, the team's performance peaks when both players are on the court, elevating the Raptors' defense to a significantly higher level. However, despite Lu Yu's commendable performance, the Raptors are unlikely to make immediate adjustments to their starting lineup. Both starting forwards were acquired through substantial investments during the summer, and the organization aims to ensure that these expenditures yield fruitful results in the playoffs. As a rookie, Lu Yu's ability to withstand the intensity of a starting role remains uncertain, leaving Coach Casey cautious about making hasty changes. A premature adjustment could lead to Lu Yu encountering the rookie wall, while the seasoned veterans might lose their motivation if relegated to the bench, resulting in a net loss. Thus, the team must continue to observe and evaluate. In the critical moments of the game, when DeRozan struggled to find his rhythm, it was Lu Yu's decisive three-pointer from beyond the arc that sealed the victory. Lu Yu also achieved a season high of 16 points. Nevertheless, as a role player, he has yet to surpass the 20-point mark. However, the Raptors' unbeaten start has come to an end, as they succumbed to the Heat in the final stop of their road trip. This match revealed a glaring weakness in the team's power forward position. Chris Bosh, once perceived as the weakest among the Heat's big three, completely dominated the Raptors' two power forwards. To exacerbate matters, Carroll sustained an injury. The team had not planned to elevate Lu Yu to a starting role so soon, but circumstances have altered that trajectory. 2 days later, the Raptors returned home to face the visiting Knicks, marking Lu Yu's inaugural start in the NBA. He was set to contend with the former scoring champion and all-star forward, the so-called offensive kaleidoscope, Carmelo Anthony. While the Knicks boast Anthony, they are not regarded as a formidable team. Last year, Zen master Phil Jackson returned to the Knicks, where he once played, assuming the role of team president. He subsequently appointed his former protege, Derek Fisher, as head coach, who, shortly after retiring, secured a $25 million coaching contract with the Knicks. This reflects the intricate web of relationships within the NBA. One must align with the right people. Fisher has undoubtedly adhered to the president's directives, implementing the triangle offense with the Knicks. However, Anthony, the team star, is not fond of this system, and he faced injuries last season. Consequently, Fisher confidently led the Knicks to the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. This dismal performance allowed them to draft Kristaps Porzingis that summer, resulting in the now iconic image of a young Knicks fan shedding tears over the selection. In hindsight, the Knicks' choice appears astute. Porzingis has demonstrated remarkable prowess, showcasing both interior and perimeter skills, revealing ample potential. The Knicks have decisively nurtured him, making Porzingis a starter from the onset of the season. His performance has overshadowed other selections made on draft night. Securing a promising player is indeed a notable achievement. The players the Knicks acquired this summer have also been pragmatic, including solid role players like Aaron Aflalo and Robin Lopez. Of course, Lopez, a blue-collar player with height, commands a salary exceeding $10 million. The Knicks' strategy has been to ensure that their investments are utilized, as Lopez and Porzingis form the Knicks' Twin Towers. A skilled European center like Porzingis seems well suited for the triangle offense. However, the central issue lies in the fact that the team's leader, Anthony, appears to be struggling to adapt. The team's early performance has been mediocre. Compared to last season, there seems to be a flicker of hope, yet it remains faint. Fisher is always at risk of facing the consequences of poor results. However, with profits already secured, Fisher has little reason to panic. Lu Yu's debut was essentially a substitute for the ailing Carroll, while the selections for the other positions remained unchanged. The Knicks featured a dual-tower lineup complemented by Anthony, with both backcourt players being seasoned veterans, Calderon and their head coach's former teammate, Vujacic. The latter had recently rejoined the NBA after a stint in Europe. Drawn back by the allure of American basketball and the prospect of earning dollars, and he was immediately granted a starting position. As for the Knicks starting lineup, one could say it resembles a rather aged and frail assembly, save for Anthony. It is no wonder that Anthony feels discontent, despite being in the prime of his career. It seems as though the team is already embarking on a rebuilding phase. Lu Yu's inaugural appearance is set against the Knicks, who field a noticeably underwhelming lineup. Yet he faces a player who surpasses several tiers in skill. Although Anthony may not reside among the elite of the league, He undoubtedly holds his own in the All-Star arena, with his star card boasting formidable SS-level attributes. His statistics are as follows: strength, 74, speed, 72, three-point shooting, 76, mid-range shooting, 75, interior scoring, 70, driving, 70, dunking, 70, ball handling, 70, passing, 70, stealing, 70, blocking, 70, defense, 76, rebounding, 71, consistency, 75. Since the commencement of the new season, Lu Yu has indeed made notable progress, primarily addressing several of his shortcomings. However, the enhancement of his basketball statistics, particularly in terms of speed, has not been remarkably swift. Nonetheless, he can still be regarded as experiencing rapid growth. Yet this time, the opponents he must primarily defend against are considerably formidable, rendering his advancements somewhat trivial in the face of such competition. As the match commenced, Lu Yu quickly realized that Carroll's experience was not particularly beneficial. Despite his significant increase in strength, it proved insufficient when matched against Anthony, who is undeniably powerful. If Lu Yu were to rely on his own physical prowess to counteract the exhaustion, it is likely that he would deplete his stamina even more swiftly. Observing Anthony's resilience, Lu Yu couldn't help but contemplate the formidable abilities of James and Leonard. How do they compare? Are they on par with Anthony, or even more formidable? Indeed, the NBA is replete with extraordinary talents. Lu Yu sighed and promptly adjusted his defense. He noticed that at the beginning of the match, Anthony was still executing the strategy. Although the triangle offense fundamentally aims to provide the team's primary scorer with more rational opportunities for one-on-one plays, the process is relatively intricate. In essence, the triangle offense necessitates that Anthony engage in isolation plays while minimizing ball handling. However, the current roster of the Knicks does not effectively create such opportunities, and Anthony's tendency to pause and observe after receiving the ball makes it challenging for him to adapt to the triangle offense. When he halts to initiate an isolation play, the preceding tactical movements become futile. It would be simpler to simply allow him to isolate directly. Thus, when Anthony is running the play, Lu Yu finds it unnecessary to confront him directly. Instead, he could merely follow and use his long arms to disrupt. Engaging in a physical contest with Anthony is a consideration for more opportune moments or could be delegated to other team members for the time being. Chapter 29. Stardom Positioning. Brother Lu has finally secured a starting position. How majestic. With Lu Yu now a starter in the NBA, is it not time to retire the old moniker of the passerby? My friends, it is time to bestow upon Lu Yu a new title. Perhaps Divine Lu? Or instead of the mundane, how about the dark feather riding the dragon? What splendid new moniker shall we choose? Lu Yu's inaugural start coincides with the daunting task of defending Anthony. It seems rather grim, do you not worry? The heavens have entrusted great responsibility to this individual. So let us extend our condolences to Brother Lu. The people are somewhat concerned about Lu Yu being overwhelmed, but from the outset, it appears to be manageable. Anthony does not seem to hold any particular regard for this newcomer, Lu Yu. Lu Yu engaged in close combat for a brief moment, but after being pushed away, he refrained from continuing. Anthony perceived this rookie as rather perceptive. During the first quarter, he did not exhibit a particularly aggressive desire to attack. His attempts were limited to simple mid-range shots. In this context, Lu Yu's interference proved to be quite effective. Aside from Anthony, there were no formidable stars on the court, and Anthony's aggressiveness had yet to materialize. Thus, the Knicks' triangle offense relied purely on team coordination. The Raptors needed to muster their spirits. Yet Lu Yu found the task less daunting than expected. Unfortunately, the team's offensive performance left much to be desired. Lowry was struggling with his shooting touch. Valanciunas did not have a clear advantage over the smaller Lopez, and Scola surprisingly could not contend with Porzingis. With Porzingis' exceptional height, wingspan, and decent mobility, Scola, who operated as a mid-range shooter, found himself with limited opportunities against the taller and quicker youth. Conversely, Porzingis consistently managed to create shooting space. Scola's defensive capabilities had noticeably declined. While he could withstand a physical challenge, his mobility was lacking. Despite the praise heaped upon the European big man for gaining opportunities, his shooting percentage remained disappointingly low. If Lu Yu were in Anthony's shoes, he too might feel uncomfortable. Running plays seemed futile. Creating opportunities for others did not yield a shooting percentage comparable to his own, making it more prudent to pass the ball directly to him. Currently, comparisons were drawn between Porzingis and Nowitzki, yet as a rookie, he still lacked consistency. Nonetheless, with Porzingis' center height being utilized at the power forward position, The Raptors indeed had no one who could match up effectively. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the Knicks to devise some plays for Porzingis. However, although the Raptors players could not match him physically, the rookie Porzingis was unable to leverage his advantages to dominate the Raptors. Instead, the Raptors exploited his frail physique, continually wearing him down through physical confrontations. Meanwhile, during a brief respite in defending Anthony, Liu managed to sink a three-pointer. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Liu is truly remarkable. Even before Anthony managed to score a three-pointer, he had already made his mark. Despite Liu's tight defense on Anthony, he still found a way to contribute to the scoreboard. His prowess is undeniable. Let us not exaggerate too much. But it is evident that Liu surpasses Porzingis in skill. The Raptors should have made Liu a starter long ago. Amidst the clamor of missed shots, the Raptors managed to maintain a slender lead. However, during the rotation period, they appeared somewhat disoriented. This season, the Raptors bench has proven to be formidable, often holding the advantage during substitution phases. It was only today that they realized their bench strength seems to hinge significantly on Liu. With Liu now starting, the bench's offensive capabilities have suddenly diminished. Youngboy excels defensively in the paint, yet Joseph, Rose, and Patterson fall short of expectations. Defensively, the absence of Liu has considerably weakened the team. The crucial issue lies with head coach Casey, who seems to be favoring personal connections. Instead of utilizing Powell, he allocates substantial playing time to the less effective Bennett, who has not performed well, as evidenced by his shooting percentage plummeting to 0. During a moment of respite for Liu, the Raptors' front line was thoroughly outmatched by undrafted player Thomas. The disparity in performance made it evident that Bennett, the first overall pick, paled in comparison to even the undrafted talents. However, undrafted player Lance Thomas, being a senior from Duke, prompted Liu to remark on the impressive stature of their alma mater. After being overwhelmed by the bench unit, the Raptors swiftly shifted from a position of dominance to one of deficit. When Anthony entered the game, he appeared poised to seize control of the contest. Coach Casey had initially intended for Liu to rest further, concerned that the rookie's stamina had yet to acclimate to the rigors of professional basketball. However, after a few minutes of Johnson attempting to match up against Anthony with little success, it became apparent that no one could effectively contend with him, and Liu's prior disruptions had been far more effective. Consequently, after nearly 9 minutes of rest, Liu returned to the court. In the second quarter, Anthony was on fire, prompting Knicks head coach Fisher to abandon the triangle offense and allow Anthony to take the reins. If successful, it would be a testament to his astute leadership. Should complications arise, the blame would surely fall on Anthony for not adhering to the strategy. Fisher, after all, possessed some skill in deflecting responsibility as a head coach. Once again, Anthony found himself with the ball beyond the three-point line. Liu maintained a half-step defensive stance, refraining from close contact. Being too close could easily lead to being pushed aside, and when the ball is in play, excessive proximity increases the likelihood of fouls. Even in physical confrontations, they typically occur off the ball. Anthony's signature hesitation dribble. Liu executed a series of probing steps alongside Anthony, maneuvering within a confined space. His defensive positioning remained exceptionally adept, with one hand consistently disrupting his opponent's shooting trajectory. However, as Anthony utilized his probing steps to create space against Liu's defense and began to retreat, he suddenly leaped into action. Liu leapt to block the shot, yet his movement was slightly delayed. Anthony successfully sank a three-pointer. Anthony's triple threat is indeed formidable. Liu found himself at a loss. When Anthony held the ball once more, Liu tightened his defense slightly. This was his first time directly guarding a player of such caliber, and his defensive strategies were gradually evolving. His defensive awareness was commendable, yet confronting various players necessitated distinct approaches. Liu still required further experience. On this occasion, Anthony opted for a drive. Liu struggled to keep up, but was promptly brushed aside by Anthony. Overcoming the defenders, Anthony made a successful mid-range shot. Liu finally experienced firsthand what it means to contend with the formidable all-star players in the league. This was a presence even more powerful than his two SS-rated teammates. He felt somewhat defeated, yet Liu remained undeterred. Possessing a strong-willed character, rather than resigning to the overwhelming pressure of his opponent, he resolved to find ways to improve incrementally beyond his previous performance. He firmly believed that even the slightest enhancement in his abilities could influence Anthony. No matter how many times he faced crushing defeat, Liu was determined to make his adversary feel the rising level of difficulty. As for utilizing the star card experience feature, He was convinced it would yield results. During his inaugural start, he contemplated employing a star card to enhance his combat prowess. However, he ultimately calmed his thoughts. Acquiring quality star cards was no easy feat, and those that were both superior and well-suited to his playstyle were even rarer. Liu understood the necessity of exercising caution with each SS-rated star card capable of altering the course of the game. While its significance in the regular season might seem diminished, it was not entirely devoid of merit. Before the commencement of the season, Liu devised a strategy to enhance his combat capabilities through the utilization of star cards. The stipulation is that he must employ them in a match that he cannot afford to lose, or he must secure an SS-level card from the opposing star player. Liu is a person of meticulous planning. He has already identified which star player cards might prove beneficial during the playoffs. Should he encounter an opponent who necessitates the acquisition of star player cards, it would be ideal for the team to secure a smooth victory. However, if that proves unattainable, Liu would undoubtedly resort to utilizing an SS-level star player card as a gamble. If he can employ a suitably advantageous SS-level star player card, thereby acquiring a formidable card that could significantly aid the team during the playoffs, it would certainly be worth the risk. As for the SS-level star player card of the Knicks, Liu does not perceive it to hold substantial value. The opponent's strongest card, featuring Anthony, does not seem to be of the type that could decisively influence the outcome of the playoffs. Anthony's SS-level star player card is one that can be accumulated and experienced during the regular season. While it can greatly enhance Liu's individual performance, it does not necessarily guarantee a victory for the team in crucial matches. Therefore, in this game, Liu will exert himself fully, striving to assist his team in securing a win, but he will refrain from depleting star player cards in exchange for victory. Chapter 30. Basketball is not a one-on-one contest. Liu has another reason for not intending to utilize the star card experience feature. If his abilities fall significantly short of those of the star card, the effectiveness of using such cards would be diminished. Currently, his prowess has reached an S rank. Yet employing certain SS rank star cards may only yield 70 or 80% of their potential, which seems rather unwise. He prefers to wait until he has further enhanced his skills, as this would increase the likelihood of leveraging star cards to secure victories for his team. SS rank star cards are indeed precious assets, not to be squandered. If feasible, Liu would prefer to dedicate them entirely to training, as the strength gained thereafter would be solely his own. However, the star card experience feature must be employed judiciously. The formidable capabilities of the system should not be wasted. The referee has called a foul on Liu, and Anthony approaches the free throw line. Anthony is undeniably formidable. Liu can feel his breath quickening. As Anthony prepares to shoot, Liu feels beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It is indeed challenging, yet exhilarating. Liu enjoys the fierce competition on the basketball court. His journey along this path is not solely attributed to the basketball system. The collision of muscles and the shedding of sweat embody the essence of a game that captivates men. Liu has now devoted all his energy to defending against Anthony, while everything else seems to fade into a distant clamor, unable to affect him. As the Knicks prepare to attack, Anthony receives the ball and hesitates once more. On the sidelines, Fisher wears a serious expression. This is not the strategy he had in mind. Yet, such is the nature of superstars. In the past, when he played alongside Kobe, the latter would often disregard tactics when he felt the moment was right, and even his current superior, Phil Jackson, would not admonish him. Thus, Fisher can only harbor a sense of dissatisfaction in his heart. After a probing step, Anthony once again rises for a three-pointer. This time, however, Liu reacts with even greater swiftness. He retreats in sync with Anthony's feint, and as Anthony prepares to shoot, Liu mirrors his movements defensively. He employed this tactic before, but this time, Liu is fractionally quicker. He leaps forward, successfully disrupting Anthony's shot, resulting in a missed attempt. Liu turned around, witnessing his opponent successfully securing the defensive rebound. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within him. He had successfully defended once. It was truly exhilarating. Liu has successfully defended against numerous players, yet the triumph that follows such arduous battles is invariably exceptionally sweet. Liu had little time to reminisce. He remained on the court. The match continued. Soon, it became evident that Liu's successful defense was not merely a stroke of luck. His defensive prowess against Anthony had indeed improved. Although Anthony still managed to score, his shooting percentage had noticeably declined. Liu's long arms consistently disrupted Anthony's shots. Anthony, too, sensed the annoyance emanating from this rookie before him. He had never intended to focus on a novice. In his eyes, opponents were always formidable adversaries. Even during his own rookie phase, there was only one novice worthy of his competitive spirit. Now, with his counterpart basking in success, he found himself playing under the guidance of a rookie coach, engaging in what he deemed a futile triangle offense. Frustratingly, after beginning to regard Liu with a measure of seriousness, Anthony realized that some of his previously straightforward shots had indeed been affected by Liu Yu's defensive prowess. As a newcomer, Liu Yu's defense was remarkably adept, prompting Anthony to opt for direct shots rather than elaborate maneuvers. While a straightforward shot might find its mark, it equally risked missing entirely. The crux of the matter was that such simplicity was easily discernible to the Raptors, and a miss often led to a lack of follow-up. The other players on the Knicks had devolved into mere spectators. "Damn rookie, I will make you pay dearly," Anthony vowed, driving Liu into the paint with determination. Indeed, Liu could not withstand the challenge. He often perceived Carroll's strength to be formidable. However, when compared to Anthony, Carroll appeared rather ordinary. Yet, when penetrating the paint, the Raptors' help defense would undoubtedly converge. Defending against an all-star like Anthony, the Raptors would certainly deploy more than one player. After all, basketball is fundamentally not a one-on-one game. Were it a matter of isolation, Anthony could effortlessly score. However, with the Raptors possessing a formidable shot blocker in the paint, his shooting percentage upon entering would likely mirror that of his attempts from beyond the arc. The Knicks' offensive advantage, which had flourished during the rotation period, gradually diminished as Anthony's shooting percentage declined. Liu Yu found himself exhausted from defending against Anthony, leaving him little opportunity to focus on offense during this period. However, he was never the primary scoring option for the team. The Raptors boasted two All-Stars, and their center, Valanciunas, was far from a mere role player. While Liu Yu valiantly contended with Anthony, the Raptors' backcourt advantage finally came to the forefront. DeRozan undoubtedly had the upper hand against Fujasic, and once Lowry found his rhythm, Calder-In could no longer contain him. With Lowry performing exceptionally, the Raptors' overall offense surged. Though Anthony was a formidable scorer, the combined prowess of the Raptors' two All-Stars and their towering center meant that a single player could not outscore Anthony alone. Collectively, they could surpass him. This illustrated the awkward predicament Anthony faced. While he could unleash a dazzling offensive display when he erupted, racking up considerable points, he struggled to elevate his teammates' performance. His defensive impact also fell short. Consequently, his explosive efforts often yielded little advantage for the team. The Raptors' bench had initially faltered, but once the starters returned, their performance significantly improved. When Anthony's shooting percentage soared, he could indeed compete against multiple defenders. If he could maintain such high efficiency, it would suffice, allowing the Knicks' other players to focus on defense. The unfortunate reality was that Anthony could not sustain this level of performance consistently. He experienced fluctuations. Without maintaining efficiency and failing to uplift his teammates, the Knicks inevitably suffered. Compounding the issue was the fact that most of the teammates assembled around Anthony were not particularly defensive-minded. Thus, when the Knicks found themselves in a precarious situation, they struggled to hold on to their advantages. It was regrettable that Anthony had not explored playing for a defensively oriented team. Had he done so, his scoring prowess could have complemented a team focused on defense, potentially leading to better outcomes. Consider how the Thunder surrounded Durant with defensive players. Those are truly the ideal allies for a scoring star. Of course, Durant himself is not entirely content with his situation. A primary scorer and team leader can indeed be quite selective about their supporting cast. Yet, life is rife with disappointments. Each season, only one team can claim the championship, leaving many stars to make do with less than ideal circumstances. As the Knicks began to falter, Fisher remained unyielding, perhaps studying the ways of Zen masters, or, more likely, lacking substantial strategies in his arsenal. Nevertheless, the Knicks managed to maintain their composure as the first half drew to a close. Anthony surged in a pivotal moment, allowing the Raptors to reclaim an advantage through teamwork, yet the quarter had elapsed. The Knicks narrowly escaped a crisis, and during halftime, they possessed ample time to address their issues, if they could indeed do so. Meanwhile, the Raptors' objective was to sustain their current momentum. Regardless of whether they faced Anthony or any other opponent, they aimed to secure victory through their superior teamwork. Chapter 31. Making an Impact. Well done. Upon entering the locker room, DeRozan was the first to approach Liu Yu for a high five. Liu Yu has consistently showcased impressive performances since joining the Raptors, exhibiting none of the typical hesitance associated with an inexperienced rookie. However, The prospect of starting against the formidable all-star Anthony raised concerns among his teammates. Nevertheless, Liu excelled in his role. Although he did not completely neutralize Anthony, his relentless efforts ensured that Anthony's formidable individual prowess did not overwhelm the Raptors' defense. With Carroll sidelined due to injury, leaving the Raptors' front line in a precarious situation, Liu, this rookie, stepped up to counter the opponent's most potent offensive threat. DeRozan deeply appreciates such fearlessness and determination in a teammate. Previously, due to personality differences, DeRozan and Liu had limited interaction. Yet, during this half of the game, DeRozan truly recognized Liu, not merely as a rookie, but as a valued teammate. This acknowledgement prompted the somewhat reclusive DeRozan to engage with Liu. Liu has performed admirably, earning praise from head coach Casey. The Raptors have been riding high this season, bringing Casey much joy. However, it was unexpected that after finally assembling a strong roster, injuries would emerge. Particularly concerning was the setback to their most significant summer acquisition. Had it not been for the unexpected brilliance of rookie Liu, the Raptors would have faced considerable difficulties ahead. Liu is undoubtedly the lucky star of the team. Given that Liu can, to a certain extent, withstand Anthony, the Raptors' objective for the second half has become distinctly clear. Liu continues to focus on defending Anthony, while the team plans to adopt a more proactive approach to help defense, aiming to restrict Anthony's impact. As long as Anthony fails to deliver an effective offense, the Raptors can leverage their advantages in other positions to secure victory. Currently, the Knicks hold a slight lead, yet their head coach, Fisher, senses a looming crisis. Engaging in constant communication with his players during halftime. Although Fisher was once capable of inspiring his teammates as a player, he seems to have adopted a more restrained demeanor as a coach, possibly reflecting a lack of confidence due to inadequate performance. He earnestly advises Anthony to integrate his individual plays with the team's strategies. We have gained the lead, which attests to our capabilities. If we improve further, we can undoubtedly triumph over the current Eastern Conference leaders. However, Anthony privately muses that their lead is attributable to his scoring prowess, questioning the relevance of strategy. Yet, deep down, he comprehends that his individual skills must harmonize with the team's tactics for the Knicks to advance further. He once placed his trust in Fisher, especially since the idea originated from the Zen Master, a legendary NBA coach. However, previous results were disappointing, and with Anthony feeling uncomfortable in the system, he now harbors doubts about the efficacy of the triangle offense. Should he trust the head coach once more? Anthony yearns to believe, and he grants Fisher his due respect in the locker room. He aspires to emulate the league's superstars who have thrived within the triangle offense and secured championships. Yet, the seeds of skepticism have taken root within him. Even if Anthony decides to cooperate with the strategy, when faced with adversity, he will likely waver in his belief, especially considering the disparity between Fisher and Phil Jackson. Halftime swiftly concludes, reigniting the fierce competition between the Raptors and the Knicks. Fans in the stands fervently cheer for their team, as the Raptors' formidable start to the season has captivated many supporters. All players, including the currently suited Carroll, receive accolades. Carroll also offers encouragement to Liu, feeling gratified by Liu's outstanding performance. Despite being unable to play, he is heartened by his teammates' diligent efforts. Nevertheless, a sense of urgency stirs within him. If Liu continues to perform in this manner, it seems that the team's reliance on him may diminish increasingly. On the court, Liu persistently maintains a vigilant defense against Anthony. Following the halftime analysis, he has gained a clearer understanding of the areas in which he must exert greater effort. Liu is a player who understands the art of strategic play, which is the very reason he can effectively showcase his abilities. In the third quarter, Anthony diligently strives to merge his personal offense with the team's tactics. Initially, the Knicks executed two commendable offensive plays. However, thereafter, the momentum dissipated. The Raptors, possessing a formidable backcourt duo, proved to be an overwhelming challenge for the Knicks guards. Soon, calamity struck the Knicks once more. Their most defensively adept starter, Little Lopez, accumulated too many fouls, jeopardizing their interior defense. Frustration mounted for Anthony. After only a few minutes of running the plays, the Raptors had seized the lead, leaving him feeling as though he were clashing with the triangle offense. Observing Anthony's fierce demeanor, Liu chose not to provoke him further, instead focusing on solidifying the defense. Liu possesses a unique ability to garner attention off the field, yet on the field, he exhibits selective performance. He knows precisely when to engage in banter and when to maintain silence. Liu diligently fulfills his responsibilities, allowing his teammates to concentrate their efforts on offense, which enables the Raptors to gradually gain an advantage and take the lead naturally. Upon entering the third quarter, his performance may not have been particularly conspicuous, nor did the statistics reflect his contributions, yet his role within the team is irreplaceable. Liu Yu's display is truly mature, eliciting a sigh of admiration from Nurse. Indeed, he has received ample training during his collegiate years. Such players are rare, and we are fortunate to have him. This season, we are certain to achieve breakthroughs, Casey affirmed. While there are indeed mature players who have been thoroughly honed during their college careers, they are typically the core members of their teams, making Liu Yu's situation quite exceptional. However, the toll of defending against the opposing team's star players is substantial, and Liu still requires more rest than Anthony in the second half. His stamina has been steadily improving, yet he has not previously experienced games of such intensity, necessitating a gradual adjustment for Liu Yu. Fortunately, his fatigue seldom accumulates overnight. His endurance will rapidly enhance through the elevation of his basketball metrics and continual competitive practice. After Liu Yu retired to rest, the Raptors summoned Johnson to hold the fort for a few minutes. The bench's forward line was not particularly robust, yet there were some capable players. Nevertheless, Casey still granted Bennett playing time. In both the United States and Canada, relationships hold significant weight. Consequently, during the rotation, the Raptors were no match for the Knicks. Coach Casey's expression turned slightly grim. He was left with no choice but to employ the quintessential tactics of an NBA coach, namely relying on star players. The court time for DeRozan and Lowry exceeded that of the first half, and with their presence, the Raptors managed to stave off an immediate resurgence from the Knicks. However, failing to maintain their advantage, the Raptors unwittingly complicated matters for themselves in the final quarter. As the critical fourth quarter approached, Fisher disregarded past camaraderie and opted not to field Vujacic, who had been overwhelmed by DeRozan. Meanwhile, Porzingis, fatigued, found himself benched by Fisher. The coach, now unconcerned with tactical finesse, resorted to a lineup of one big man and four smaller players to battle fiercely against the Raptors. Anthony, alongside the team's two most effective substitutes, would leave their fate to chance. Chapter 32. Earning acclaim, the Knicks' desperate lineup in the final quarter proved more reliable than the starters, exhibiting a higher accuracy from beyond the arc. Yet, the sole player capable of tearing through the Raptors' defense remained the formidable Anthony. After his teammates had expended their energy, Liu Yu returned to the court to focus on defending Anthony. The Raptors' final lineup excluded Scola, with Patterson remaining to assist in guarding Anthony for a spell, followed by a configuration of one big and four small players, featuring Joseph in a dual guard role, while Liu shifted to the power forward position. At this juncture, the Knicks positioned Anthony at the 4, thus Liu Yu continued to primarily defend him, with little variation in responsibility. Liu Yu's strategy to defend against Anthony remained unchanged, consistently positioning himself in front of his opponent to disrupt his shots. Through prior attempts, Liu Yu's defense against Anthony had grown increasingly proficient. However, achieving a higher level of performance in a short span was beyond his grasp. Fortunately, as Anthony's stamina waned in the second half, Liu Yu's current defensive efforts began to pose significant challenges for his adversary. In light of Liu Yu's interference, Anthony's mid-range shooting percentage struggled to ascend, and he failed to make a single three-pointer after halftime. Whenever Anthony attempted to drive towards the basket, he encountered double teams. The passes he made under duress were less than ideal. Often, when he gathered strength to push inside, he refrained from passing altogether. Even when help defense arrived, he still possessed the capability to shoot, yet such attempts frequently resulted in missed opportunities. The Raptors, adept at securing rebounds during the crucial fourth quarter, saw DeRozan nail a mid-range shot, once again granting Toronto a scoring advantage. Anthony grew increasingly anxious, feeling frustrated that his team hadn't afforded him greater freedom on the offensive end earlier, while simultaneously yearning to demonstrate to his teammates that they should trust him in critical moments. However, under this mindset, he failed to penetrate the Raptors' defense. "Don't force it. Be patient," cautioned Knicks head coach Fisher from the sidelines. Yet he himself felt the pressure. Despite Anthony's declining efficiency, it was the coach who would bear the brunt of any poor team performance. Last season, numerous fans had clamored for Fisher's dismissal. Now that he had managed to retain his position, if the team continued to underperform, he would still be the scapegoat. Unfortunately, at this moment, Anthony was somewhat resistant to such counsel. He was determined to prove that his choices were indeed the most prudent. Regrettably, Anthony lacked the requisite ability to do so. While undeniably talented, achieving victory through his methods proved to be a formidable challenge. Liu once again disrupted Anthony's shot, and he let out an exultant roar. Anthony immediately glared in his direction, his gaze seemingly capable of inflicting harm. Liu did not seek to provoke, yet he remained unafraid. His focus lay in defense. During the team's offensive plays, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line, poised for an opportunity. Anthony aimed to impart a lesson to Liu on the defensive end. Yet he found no chance to do so. Time passed, and while the Raptors contained Anthony, they also maintained vigilance against three-point threats. Unlike during the rotation phase when the Knicks' perimeter players were afforded numerous shooting opportunities, the Knicks' scoring, apart from Anthony, primarily stemmed from challenging mid-range shots. As the final quarter reached its midpoint, the Raptors maintained their lead. The Knicks gritted their teeth, clinging to the hope of a suspenseful conclusion. However, DeRozan's drive once again resulted in a foul against Little Lopez, marking his fifth infraction. The Knicks opted for a small ball strategy, yet Anthony, positioned at the 4, exhibited little awareness of help defense, thereby amplifying the pressure on Little Lopez to protect the rim. The Raptors intentionally allowed DeRozan to penetrate, and the results were evident. After a moment's hesitation, Fisher chose not to substitute Little Lopez. Should he replace him with another interior player, it might spell disaster against Valanciunas. In the dwindling minutes, the Knicks made a daring choice. Little Lopez, undeterred by his 5 fouls, delivered a formidable block. Nevertheless, his defense proved overly reckless. In the closing moments, the Knicks lacked others to alleviate the defensive burden on their center. When DeRozan once again surged into the paint, Little Lopez committed his 6th foul and was ejected. On the sidelines, Fisher's expression darkened. He had gambled, and the outcome was unfavorable. His silence deepened. Following Little Lopez's departure, the Knicks promptly surrendered an offensive rebound, their stability visibly wavering. On the offensive front, they still struggled to unleash their full potential. Now, the Raptors needed only to focus on the Knicks' perimeter. Previously, the starting Little Lopez and Porzingis had contributed offensively, but the now substituted interior players were merely blue-collar workers, lacking offensive prowess. Anthony attempted to isolate once more, but the results remained unsatisfactory. Although they trailed by only a few points, they consistently failed to close the gap. With time running short, the Knicks players grew increasingly anxious. Observing the Raptors relentlessly attacking their interior, Anthony felt compelled to assist on defense. He had grown accustomed to Liu standing beyond the three-point line as a mere decoy. This time, however, Anthony's contraction was excessively aggressive. Consequently, Lowry passed the ball to Liu, who feigned a shooting motion, prompting Anthony to rush forward. Recalling Liu's earlier three-point success, in this critical moment, should the Raptors convert a three-pointer, the Knicks would be rendered futile. Unexpectedly, Liu had merely executed a shooting fake. Anthony's advance was too fervent, leaving him no time to adjust. After a swift maneuver, Liu surged into the paint and executed an unexpected slam dunk, catching the Knicks off guard. This display of athleticism left them vulnerable. The Raptors boasted 2 all-stars capable of scoring, while Valanciunas dominated the interior. Liu consistently restricted Anthony, allowing others to capitalize on scoring opportunities, rendering the competition untenable. Yet, even more disheartening events were yet to unfold. Following a missed three-pointer by the Knicks, Joseph from the Raptors struck gold with a three-pointer of his own. The outcome of the match had become almost inevitable. Although the Knicks resorted to their customary foul strategy twice in a desperate attempt to regain control, it was too late to alter the course of the game. In his inaugural match, Liu made a stunning debut as the Raptors triumphed over the Knicks. Following the game, both coaches expressed high praise for Liu. Fisher remarked, "Liu is destined to become an exceptional player. He exhibits fearlessness on both offense and defense. And for a considerable time to come, he will be recognized as a remarkable talent in the league." Casey commended, "He improves every day, revealing different facets of brilliance in each game. However, as a rookie, he has much to learn. There remains a long journey ahead for him to reach his full potential. For now, we should simply celebrate his current performance without concern for his future. He only needs to maintain stability and confidence." Liu himself stated, "I harbor no fear on the court, for I am aware that I can always perform better." In the presence of the media, Liu exhibits a measure of humility. However, online, he remains unabashedly audacious. "I did not feel particularly different when starting. Guarding an all-star player is no different. As long as I am on the court, I shall assist my team in securing victory. Indeed, I have accomplished this." Chapter 33, Transformation of roles. The second game of Lu Yu's debut came swiftly, as the Raptors, having triumphed over the Knicks, hurried to Philadelphia for a back-to-back matchup. The Raptors currently boast an impressive record of 8 wins and 1 loss, standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference, while the 76ers languish at the bottom of the league with 7 consecutive defeats. Upon observing that the Philadelphia 76ers starting lineup lacks even a single SS-tier superstar, Lu Yu deduces that their current performance is not merely a fluke. Presently, the primary offensive force for the 76ers is Okafor, Lu Yu's former college teammate. Lu Yu is well aware of Okafor's capabilities. It is evident that he cannot single-handedly bear the burden of an NBA team. Currently, leading the team through a losing streak may be the pinnacle of his personal glory in the NBA. Fortunately, although the 76ers' main players are underwhelming, they still have seasoned veterans and an injured list that includes SS-tier star Embiid. For instance, the reigning MVP, who has been sidelined for 2 seasons, is now a surprising figure. Few would have expected that a player missing 2 consecutive years could return to form so seamlessly. Facing a team that seems entirely disinterested in winning, Liu finally achieved his first 20-point game of the regular season. Powell also received ample playing time, successfully reaching double digits in scoring. Liu perceives that the 76ers are merely a notch stronger than their opponents in the Summer League. Had the team allowed them to take the lead, he and Powell could likely have achieved comparable statistics to those during the regular season. Lu Yu's former teammate Okafor also scored over 20 points, maintaining a positive disposition. Regrettably, despite being regarded as a core player by the 76ers, Okafor failed to secure a double-double due to his inadequate rebounding skills. Both starting and backup centers from the Raptors exploited this weakness effortlessly, with deficiencies in rebounding and defense. Coupled with an offense that is merely average, it appears rather challenging for him to achieve significant success. After facing the weaker teams in the Eastern Conference, the Raptors now contend with the less formidable squads of the Western Conference. The Pelicans, while not overly weak, are currently struggling. Their star player, Anthony Davis, recently signed a lucrative contract but quickly encountered minor injuries that sidelined him. The Pelicans, who reached the playoffs last season, now find themselves at the bottom of the Western Conference standings. Carroll made his return in this match, marking the conclusion of Lu Yu's starting journey for the time being. Nonetheless, Lu Yu will undoubtedly continue to play a significant role, while the player most affected is Powell, who had just begun to demonstrate promising performance in the previous game. Liu made a seamless entrance off the bench, effortlessly scoring in double digits and aiding his team in transforming the final quarter of the game into a mere formality. On November 15th, the Raptors visited Sacramento. Lu Yu encountered his senior, Little Curry. Yet in the NBA, Little Curry did not enjoy the same glory as his brother. After much effort, he was signed by a team, but he remained merely a fringe player. During his university days, Lu Yu's tenure as a teammate of Little Curry was rather brief. Had it been longer, although Little Curry is merely a B-tier star card, his exceptional three-point shooting ability would have made him an ideal training asset. With an additional year of collaboration, Lu Yu's three-point rating could have certainly been elevated. This year, the Kings have recruited the illustrious coach George Karl, who has returned to the sidelines after a remarkable career. Over the summer, they also signed former All-Star Rajon Rondo and seasoned players like Marco Bellinelli to support the burgeoning star DeMarcus Cousins. The Kings aspire to achieve notable success. However, reviving their fortunes in the Western Conference proves to be a formidable challenge. Currently, the Kings' leader, Cousins, shares a favorable rapport with former coach Mike Malone, which complicates his relationship with George Karl. Cousins possesses a discerning eye. After Malone transitioned to the Nuggets, he transformed another big man into a dominant force in the league. Conversely, Karl is not renowned for fostering strong relationships with star players. He excels in orchestrating team offense and can lead a modest team effectively. Yet his track record with superstars is less than stellar, having previously strained relations with Anthony. This season, the Kings roster is not devoid of talent. Yet the results under Karl's guidance have been less than satisfactory. In this particular game, they employed a twin tower strategy. Perhaps an intriguing concept given that Cousins is a versatile offensive force who can hold his own defensively. Pairing him with a defensive-minded blue-collar player seemed promising, leading the Kings to select Willie Cauley-Stein, who had previously partnered with Karl Anthony Towns at Kentucky. However, despite appearances, the twin tower setup has not yielded the desired outcomes. The Kings' perimeter features the playmaking maestro Rondo, the youthful sharpshooter Ben McLemore, and the all-around forward Rudy Gay. Rondo remains a formidable assist leader, his wandering from team to team attributed solely to personal temperament, while Gay stands as an elite S-tier versatile forward, with many skills surpassing those of weaker SS-tier players. In this contest, Liu continued to play as a substitute. Coach Casey had previously discussed with him the hope that he would remain in this role for a while longer. Liu's prowess has reached a level where he can assume a starting position. However, his versatility allows him to excel even more effectively from the bench compared to players on other teams. This, of course, is just one aspect. As the team is currently not in a position to make adjustments, Liu expressed his acceptance. At present, he does not possess a significant advantage over the starting players. Thus, he believes that as long as the team provides him with more opportunities, the distinction between starter and substitute becomes inconsequential. Once his prowess surpasses that of the starting players, it will be only natural for the team to grant him a more prominent role. In fact, compared to Carroll, Casey is more inclined to adjust Scola's position over time, allowing Liu and Carroll to start together. However, he requires additional time to communicate with the players and ascertain Liu's physical condition. The better the Raptors perform, the less inclined the team will be to make hasty adjustments. As the game commenced, the Kings' core player, Cousins, showcased his formidable skills. He is adept both inside and outside, capable of posting up for a one-on-one or shooting from beyond the arc, rendering Valanciunas no match for him. In terms of one-on-one play, Cousins is indeed impressive. His potential weakness lies in his defensive coordination, as he is relatively slow. George Karl is more proficient at coaching agile interior players. Fortunately, Rondo, a master orchestrator, is quite capable of aiding Cousins effectively. The Kings seized an advantage in the paint from the outset, yet their other towering presence, rookie Cauley Stein, faltered completely. He struggled offensively, and his defensive efficacy was lacking, particularly against a formidable team like the Raptors. His basketball IQ also seemed questionable. It was not long before George Karl relegated him to the bench. Despite Cousins' commendable performance, Karl remained dissatisfied with the team's offensive execution. He began experimenting with various lineups, ultimately adopting a strategy of 1 big and 4 smalls, positioning the sharpshooting Israeli player Kaspai at the power forward spot, thus enabling all 5 positions on the court to shoot three-pointers. On the Raptors side, they encountered some difficulties. When the Kings held an advantage in the paint, it became challenging for the Raptors to penetrate. The primary issue was DeRozan's discomfort. Although the Kings provided him with opportunities to shoot from three-point range, he was unable to convert. After Liu came off the bench, the pressure he faced was considerably less than that of a starting player. The most formidable forward of the Kings, Gay, was assigned to Carroll. Liu's offensive repertoire has surpassed that of Carroll, and when not tasked with defending against the opposing players, he embodies the essence of a sixth man. In previous matches against weaker teams, he has emerged as a pivotal scoring asset for the Raptors. Upon entering the game, he continues to carry the responsibility of contributing to the team's scoring efforts. Liu's role within the team has, almost imperceptibly, undergone significant transformation. The 3D players have gradually evolved towards becoming versatile forwards. Chapter 34, Tactical Function. What are you doing? If you aren't cowards, then toughen up, George Karl exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the arena. In truth, with the passage of time and the affliction of throat ailments, George Karl has become markedly more composed. However, in moments of underperformance from the team, he still reverts to the fiery demeanor of his youth, albeit with a diminished volume. The Kings' offensive strategies have proven sufficient thus far. With a distinct advantage in the paint, the Kings swiftly established a lead. In contrast, the Raptors encountered genuine difficulties in their offensive execution. Their star player DeRozan struggled with his three-point shooting. When faced with teams possessing superior interior strength, the Raptors often find it challenging to gain momentum. Nevertheless, the Raptors' true strength lies in their overall capabilities, once other avenues of offense are unlocked. DeRozan's mid-range game can once again come into play. The Raptors' resurgence in the first half was largely fueled by contributions from the bench. Liu now surpasses the typical substitutes of ordinary teams. Meanwhile, the Kings' bench has indeed demonstrated mediocre performance during rotation periods. Bellinelli tends to start slowly, and Kaspai struggles to sustain the reserve minutes. Curry made a brief appearance, sinking a three-pointer, yet his athleticism falters and his defensive capabilities are lacking, prompting George Karl to call him back. Witnessing Liu score 5 consecutive points and deliver an assist, George Karl could no longer contain himself. Shortly thereafter, The Raptors' on-court lineup transformed into a more incisive configuration of 1 large and 4 small players. Upon the presence of Lu Yu alongside the key players, the Raptors' offense suddenly came to life. With Lu Yu creating space, both Lowry and Carroll subsequently sank three-pointers, allowing the Raptors to swiftly take the lead. George Karl, recognizing his team's inability to contain the Raptors, opted for a small ball strategy, countering with a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. In this exchange of offensive prowess, the Kings also found their rhythm once more, likely aided by the return of their primary players. Lu Yu witnessed Valanciunas being overwhelmed for the first time. Although Valanciunas may not yet have reached his pinnacle, there are few in the league capable of effectively countering his presence in the paint. Under normal circumstances, the Raptors would not find themselves at such a disadvantage in the interior. Surprisingly, Cousins demonstrated remarkable restraint against Valanciunas, exhibiting exceptional form today, dominating both offensively and defensively. Biyombo, upon his arrival, proved to be no match for Cousins, as he remains too undersized. Okafor ought to take note. To thrive in the NBA, one must possess the offensive prowess akin to that of Cousins. Against a formidable interior player like Cousins, Lu Yu found himself at a loss, able to assist only occasionally. Even with double teaming, it was challenging to impede the passing of such a towering figure. Thus, Lu Yu's task was to seek alternative avenues to aid his team in gaining an advantage. Cousins would exhaust the interior defenders, allowing the Kings to recoup their losses through other means. In basketball, a singular strength does not guarantee victory. However, following an intense exchange of offense, another troubling factor emerged for the Kings, Rudy Gay. Prior to joining the Kings, Gay had played for the Raptors, who had once harbored high hopes for him, only to discover his gameplay to be difficult to utilize effectively. He possesses the semblance of a top-tier scorer, but falls short in influencing outcomes. He embodies the archetype of a primary scorer, albeit lacking in some physical attributes, and is not quite suited to a sixth-man role. Perhaps he is best described as a scorer who operates outside the confines of a tactical system. With his unguardable jump shot, Gay's presence can indeed pose significant challenges. Carroll consistently shadowed Gay, yet under Gay's impressive leaping ability, it was difficult for him to disrupt the latter's shooting. The combination of Cousins and Gay, both potent isolation players, rendered the Raptors' lead precarious as they found themselves in a standoff with their opponents. Defensive focus was paramount, with Casey periodically reminding his players from the sidelines. In truth, the Raptors' defense was largely intact. However, the opposing players thrived under Rondo's deft playmaking, finding their offensive rhythm. Liu skillfully sank another three-pointer. When playing alongside the starting lineup, he rarely held the ball, often remaining inconspicuous. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he had ascended to become the team's third-highest scorer. George Karl appreciated Lu Yu's agility, but regrettably, he was not one of his own players. The presence of a role player like Lu Yu enabled the Raptors to maintain a competitive edge, even as the Kings struggled to find scoring opportunities both inside and outside the arc. The Raptors extended their lead. When it was the Kings' turn to attack, Gay attempted a shot from beyond the arc, but failed to convert. This inconsistency was characteristic of Gay's offensive style, which did not always adhere to reason. No matter, continuing to challenge him would undoubtedly have an impact. During halftime, Coach Casey offered encouragement to the players in the paint. Liu engaged in a discussion with Carroll regarding the defensive strategy against Gay. Maintaining defensive pressure is sufficient. He cannot remain this accurate indefinitely, Carroll remarked. He noted that Gay's unguardable jump shot pales in comparison to Durant's. If they were capable of containing Durant, they would surely not fear Gay, who had not yet reached the level of requiring double teams upon entering the Raptors. I believe we must adapt to the opponent's rhythm. While his shooting is challenging to disrupt, it is not entirely impossible, Lu Yu commented, expressing his penchant for scrutinizing the finer details. Carroll felt that simply wearing down the opponent would suffice, as a shooter's accuracy diminishes with fatigue. This logic holds merit, yet Lu Yu's aspirations were loftier. He aimed to impose limitations on the opponent before their stamina waned. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Kings' locker room lacked the harmony found among the Raptors. Nevertheless, players were still engaging in dialogue. To everyone's surprise, the outspoken Rondo was having an earnest conversation with the equally forthright Cousins. The head coach likely felt a sense of relief witnessing this interaction, yet the fact that the two seldom heeded his instructions might have evoked mixed emotions. As the third quarter commenced, the Raptors attempted to double-team Cousins. If one interior player could not contain him, they would deploy two. While this strategy proved effective against Cousins himself, it seemed to have little impact on the Kings overall. Once double-teamed, Cousins did not need to make a brilliant pass. He simply had to find Rondo, who would adeptly distribute the ball. The Raptors soon realized that by preventing Cousins from scoring, the other Kings players began to find their rhythm. This double team was proving counterproductive. The Kings also altered their starting lineup in the second half, opting for a big four configuration. Recognizing the shift in dynamics, the Raptors ceased their double team on Cousins, opting instead for a form of help defense to prevent him from penetrating too deeply into the paint. Additionally, Coach Casey swiftly brought Liu back into the game, understanding the solution to the predicament. A player who could defend and shoot was undeniably valuable. Under the Kings' somewhat lackluster defense, Liu occasionally felt he was not significantly different from Gay. However, with his presence as an additional three-point threat, the Raptors' offense began to flourish. Impressively, Liu sank another three-pointer. In fact, he felt he was surpassing Carroll in skill. The Raptors managed to secure victories even in Carroll's absence. Yet the team's offensive and defensive cohesion seemed to falter without Liu. The synergy between the two on the court was remarkable. Why not start them both together? As Liu continued to excel, the fans' expectations of him grew ever higher. The presence of Liu has elevated the current Raptors to the pinnacle of the league. Chapter 35, One-on-One. The Raptors' bench player, Bellinelli, has also performed admirably, ultimately replacing McLemore to join the starting lineup. The Kings seem to aspire to nurture young talent while simultaneously seeking success, yet they have faltered in both endeavors. Upon Liu's entry onto the court, the Raptors fortified both their offensive and defensive strategies. Though his individual performance may not have been particularly remarkable, his presence invigorated the team. With him on the floor, both Lowry, DeRozan, and Carroll exhibited enhanced performances. After all, in the realm of basketball, it is quite challenging to contain every opponent player completely. The addition of a proficient player can often catalyze a transformative shift in the game's dynamics. The Raptors, having established a solid lead since the rotation phase, maintained their advantage. Even with the Kings exerting efforts to bolster their offense, their endeavors proved largely ineffective. The Kings could score, yet so could the Raptors. Moreover, due to Cousins, the Kings' offensive tempo was not particularly rapid, allowing the Raptors to keep pace effortlessly. As the game progressed into the final quarter without any change in momentum, Kings head coach George Karl was compelled to devise alternative strategies. Renowned for his team-oriented offensive approach, Karl is not a coach known for stubbornness. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of various tactics and employs them with flexibility. However, his somewhat old-fashioned demeanor aligns with many coaches who began their careers earlier. Recognizing that his team's offense might not resolve the issues at hand, Karl shifted his focus to defense. Given that Cousins had already effectively neutralized the Raptors' interior, he aimed to tighten the grip on their perimeter as well. While the Kings' team defense was lacking, they boasted capable individual defenders. Rondo is a formidable defender, and Karl assigned him the task of containing Lowry. Although Gay's defensive instincts may not be exceptional, his physical prowess enables him to match up with DeRozan. Karl believed that by neutralizing the two Raptors All-Stars, it would be exceedingly difficult for the supporting players to make an impact. Employing a defensive strategy followed by offense through Cousins seemed viable. While this approach might not be sustainable throughout the entire game, it could certainly prove effective during critical moments in the fourth quarter. The Raptors, having previously thrived in the final quarter, soon realized that the Kings had slowed the pace and intensified their defensive efforts. Ordinarily, without sufficiently effective defensive tactics, it is not easy to restrict all-star players. However, the Raptors' two all-stars were not particularly overpowering, lacking that elite, uncontainable quality. Thus, under the Kings' defensive emphasis, the Raptors encountered significant challenges. The primary issue stemmed from Rondo's exceptional defensive prowess. In the earlier exchanges, it appeared that Lowry was more dominant. His shooting was superior, making him the focal point for the Raptors' outside scoring, while Rondo primarily facilitated assists. Yet, now that the emphasis shifted to defense, Rondo's strengths were fully realized. Lowry's defense is commendable. Even if he does not match Rondo's level, he can still limit Rondo's scoring. However, the Kings did not require Rondo to score at all. Instead, it was Rondo who effectively restricted Lowry, leaving the Raptors' perimeter game significantly challenged. Liu also observed Rondo's defense, which is undeniably exceptional. His effectiveness stems from his long arms, a trait that sets him apart from other guards. The combination of his lengthy reach and astute defensive instincts renders Lowry quite uncomfortable. abruptly stifling his offensive efforts. Remarkable. Lu Yu believes he can dedicate himself to studying diligently. After being restricted, Lowry has also faced challenges, and DeRozan is struggling as well. The Kings are denying DeRozan opportunities for mid-range shots. He is left with either attempting a three-pointer or choosing to drive. However, entering the paint means confronting Cousins, who, while not an exceptional help defender, stands as a formidable presence at the rim. DeRozan's attempts to penetrate the interior will inevitably be affected. As for Carroll, he is the type of player who can only score when the star players are active. Relying on him to step up when the team's key players are constrained proves to be quite difficult. Consequently, the Raptors' offense falters under the suddenly elevated defense from abroad. At this juncture, Cousins scores again, enabling the Kings to take the lead. Valanciunas struggles defensively, prompting Casey to substitute in Biyombo. Although Biyombo's defensive skills are somewhat superior, he too is unable to effectively contain Cousins. Nevertheless, his defensive efficiency is tolerable. The crux lies in the Raptors' ability to score. Kyle, I have no issues on my end. After noticing the stagnation in the team's offense, Lu Yu proactively communicated with Lowry. For the Raptors, both Lu Yu and Carroll are experiencing considerably less defensive pressure. With Carroll unable to contribute, the focus naturally shifts to Lu Yu as a potential avenue for breakthroughs. Of course, in typical circumstances during critical moments of the final quarter, even when star players are closely guarded, they must rely on their individual prowess to resolve the situation. Yet, exploring alternative strategies is not out of the question, particularly for a team like the Raptors, whose style of play leans towards a more collective effort. Lu Yu expressed his desire to give it a try, and neither Lowry nor DeRozan objected. Currently, the Kings are employing a man-to-man defense, and Lu Yu finds himself matched up against Bellinelli. Although Bellinelli's defensive prowess is not particularly strong, he consistently positions himself in front of Lu Yu, who has not previously attempted to drive aggressively. When he plays alongside the starting lineup, his role primarily revolves around being a 3-and-D player, with limited ball-handling responsibilities. It is impractical for the team to enable every player to dominate the ball. Embracing a role as a supporting player often necessitates sacrifice. For the sake of victory, Lu Yu is more than willing to make such sacrifices. However, should the situation demand it, he is prepared to step up. During one offensive play for the Raptors, Lowry passed the ball to Lu Yu. Lu Yu received the ball, executing a deceptive feint before explosively accelerating to break through on the right. With a burst of speed followed by a sudden halt, he deftly maneuvered past Bellinelli, sinking a mid-range shot. Having succeeded once, Lu Yu felt a growing confidence, recognizing that Bellinelli's single coverage would struggle to impede him. Among the Kings players, only Rondo possessed the capability to provide adequate help defense. By simply avoiding Rondo's vicinity, Lu Yu could find a relatively comfortable space for mid to long-range shots. Subsequently, Lu Yu boldly mimicked Anthony's style, receiving the ball and coming to a standstill, signaling his intent to go one-on-one. Could the Raptors truly rely on a rookie to alter the course of the game? George Karl found it hard to believe. Utilizing isolation plays with a role player was indeed a rarity, particularly for a newcomer to the league. Did he possess the mental fortitude required? The one-on-one tactics in the final quarter were not merely a matter of technical skill. Lu Yu truly possesses remarkable talent. Shortly thereafter, he succeeded in his second solo play. Relying on his personal prowess to assist the team, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. Rather, he was exhilarated. It was utterly thrilling. During his university days, Lu Yu had not experienced anything quite like this, yet he was, in fact, well acquainted with such situations. He had displayed similar skills during the summer league. Now, with enhanced abilities, he was able to replicate this success in the regular season. Admittedly, there was an element of opportunism involved. As a role player for the Raptors, he had not faced a defender of notable caliber from the Kings. However, competitive sports are predicated on the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak. When one identifies a weakness in the opponent's defense, one must relentlessly exploit it. As the final quarter approached its midpoint, Bellinelli, in an attempt to curtail Lu Yu's drives to the basket, retreated a half step. Consequently, he witnessed Lu Yu rising effortlessly beyond the three-point line. With a successful shot from long range, the Raptors took the lead. The home crowd of Kings fans was momentarily silenced. Is this truly a rookie? The defensive strategy employed by the Kings in the final quarter had crumbled under Lu Yu's solitary efforts. They could no longer find an additional perimeter defender. Chapter 36. The versatile forward as Cousins and Rondo both failed to convert their three-point attempts. The match drew to a close. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, Lu Yu's focused assault reinvigorated the Raptors, while the Kings, having exhausted all options, were left with no recourse but to concede defeat. After the game, DeRozan remarked, "Lu Yu has become an integral member of the team. He is a true victor. I believe this season is destined to be ours." Lu Yu once again astonished everyone, bringing immense joy to the fans. However, the Raptors quickly faced defeat in the West, succumbing to the league-leading Warriors on their home turf. The Warriors remain undefeated to this day. After securing the championship last season, the reigning champions retained their core lineup, and this season their championship squad exhibits even greater synergy. In truth, Lu Yu feels that the team does not fear the defending champions. They competed until the end, and their loss is indeed regrettable. The reason for this lack of fear lies in their ability to keep pace with the Warriors' rhythm. Tactically, they were not at a disadvantage. The Raptors' defeat, however, can be attributed to the disparity in star power. Curry's shooting was somewhat despairing. Had it not been for his 37-point performance, the Raptors might have emerged victorious. The gap in star power can be particularly disheartening. "If I had performed a bit better, perhaps the team could have clinched the win," Lu Yu sighed. Curry's star card is also a top-tier SS grade, yet it is not ideally suited for my style, which is why I have not resolved to take the plunge. If one merely seeks a scoring type of star card, acquiring Booker would not differ greatly from obtaining Curry. Nevertheless, this match illustrates that when the teams are evenly matched in terms of strength, it is indeed the star players who ultimately determine the outcome of the game. Lu Yu feels a tinge of regret as he finds himself unable to impose any restrictions on Curry for the time being. The prospect of merely limiting Barnes does not excite him as much anymore. He can only strive tirelessly, hoping that the day will come when he can engage in an indiscriminate matchup on both offensive and defensive fronts. On the 18th, the Raptors face the Jazz in an away back-to-back encounter. They are set to embark on a 6-game road trip in the West. And although the Raptors' schedule in November is rather challenging, their performance has been commendable. This further underscores the distinct nature of the Raptors this year compared to previous seasons. Once this round of away games concludes, we will have a clearer assessment of the Raptors' caliber this season. The players are brimming with determination. Meanwhile, the Jazz, having established a new core under the guidance of Coach Quinn Snyder, are gradually evolving and have already displayed a certain level of competitiveness this season. Snyder, a coach belonging to the rigorous academic school, emphasizes a team-oriented approach to tactics. However, the Jazz's competitive edge currently stems more from their defense. The Raptors will likely find it challenging to penetrate the paint today, as the Jazz boasts formidable interior defenders in Favors and Gobert, along with several capable perimeter defenders. Yet, they lack particularly potent defensive players, including their core player Hayward, and do not possess a guard adept at orchestrating plays. Consequently, their offense is highly collective, with minimal isolation plays. Such a team dynamic is quite rare in the NBA. Surprisingly, the Jazz started the game more effectively, as the Raptors had feared. DeRozan tends to struggle against teams with strong interior defense. The Jazz, second only to the Spurs in defensive prowess, made it difficult for DeRozan, who lacks a reliable three-point shot, to find his rhythm. Unexpectedly, Carroll's defense against Hayward was insufficient. Hayward, still in the process of fully developing, was presumed to be manageable for Carroll, yet he fell short. Although Hayward did not score significantly, having a forward capable of shooting and passing on a defensive team is enough to trouble the Raptors. Observing the unfolding situation, Coach Casey expressed some concern. The acquisition of Carroll was aimed at countering Eastern Conference powerhouse James. While Carroll's performance has been decent, it still falls short of the team's expectations. If he cannot even contain Hayward, it raises significant concerns. Valen Ines once again underperformed, leading Coach Casey to voice mild criticism regarding his contributions. Valen Ines is a key player the team is focused on developing. While his performance cannot be deemed entirely poor, given that he is matched against the formidable Gobert, who possesses elite potential. Now that the team's results have improved, Coach Casey's aspirations have risen, leading to a more discerning evaluation of his players. In the eyes of a top-tier team in the league, several key players appear to be lacking. It would be ideal if all players could perform at the level of Lu Yu. Casey couldn't help but indulge in his thoughts. However, while the East may not shine, the West certainly does. Scola, who had been absent prior to this match, showcased an impressive performance, at least on the offensive front. His mid-range shots were on point, which would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the team. Nevertheless, Raptors head coach Casey expressed dissatisfaction with his players' overall performances, considering that the Jazz are not particularly formidable opponents. Fortunately, Liu did not betray his expectations. The Jazz, now emphasizing defense, would not underestimate Liu, a rookie with a notable reputation. Upon his entry onto the court, he immediately attracted defensive attention. However, there was a slight issue. The individual defensive capabilities of the Jazz's forwards were not particularly strong. Players like Carroll, with limited scoring methods, could be easily contained. Yet, restricting Liu was not as straightforward, especially with the Jazz's bench unit. Liu, with his exceptional personal skills, can still create opportunities from mid to long range. While he may not be an explosive scorer, this suffices for the Raptors. Moreover, Liu's defensive prowess allows him to effectively contain his opponents. Focus. Clearly, Jazz head coach Snyder is somewhat displeased with his players' defensive efforts. Standing on the sidelines with an intense, commanding gaze, dressed in a sharp suit, he exudes an air of a cool middle-aged man, but combined with his fierce expression, he instantly resembles a ruthless predator. Some media outlets have humorously dubbed Coach Snyder as the most fearsome figure in the NBA. His intimidating glare has even become a well-known meme online. With such a coach watching from the sidelines, Jazz players are reluctant to slack off. Hayward even took it upon himself to guard the rookie Liu. However, in competitive sports, mere effort does not guarantee success. Defense is not Hayward's forte. Of course, Liu is not solely focused on scoring. His presence facilitated Carroll's successful shot from the other side. When Carroll took a break, Liu's partnership with Scola proved to be quite effective as well. Liu, a versatile forward adept in defense, is well suited to partner with a multitude of players. Despite the Jazz's relentless efforts, the Raptors managed to reclaim the lead in the second quarter. Liu is increasingly showcasing his all-around capabilities. He may even surpass Hayward in the future, as noted by Nurse. Perhaps we need not wait for the future, Casey cryptically responded. In truth, he pondered whether, with sufficient tactical support, Liu might already exhibit the prowess of a well-rounded forward. However, the Raptors are not a rebuilding team. They cannot afford to position a rookie as the cornerstone. Yet, they are growing increasingly appreciative of Liu. His performances have consistently elevated the coaching staff's perception of him. Chapter 37. Reflections and summations. Are we not capable of executing solid defense? Casey proclaimed loudly. The team had managed to turn the tide in the first half, yet their performance remained somewhat unsatisfactory. The Jazz's lineup evidently possessed flaws. They ought to seize their advantages with greater decisiveness. Moreover, during offensive plays, hesitation must be avoided. In fact, the Raptors had opportunities in the first half. The Jazz's interior defense was formidable, yet their perimeter defense left much to be desired. Casey felt the team's performance was lacking, a sentiment echoed by Snyder. Is it truly so difficult to shoot the ball as you do in practice? He demanded. Defensively, we must maintain our intensity at all times. We relaxed in the second quarter, which is unacceptable. We cannot afford to lose focus on the court, otherwise, the situation may deteriorate like an uncontrollable snowball. Gentlemen, we must identify their defensive vulnerabilities. In the second half, we must execute our strategies to perfection. Both teams are eager for victory. The second half is destined to be even more intense. Upon returning to the bench, Liu found that his time on the field was certainly less than that of a starting player. This afforded him the opportunity to conserve his energy for contemplation. While seated at the sidelines, he would meticulously observe the dynamics of the game, analyzing how to effectively thwart his opponents and decipher their defensive strategies. Given his capabilities, he would ponder the most effective approaches. When it was his turn to re-enter the match, Liu would put his theories to the test, gauging the disparity between his insights and the reality on the pitch. During the halftime break, he would reflect on the first half's performance. If his observations proved applicable in practice, it would indicate that he was on the right path. Conversely, should discrepancies arise, he would seek to identify their origins and determine whether adjustments could be made in the second half. Liu occasionally engages in discussions with his teammates to refine his thoughts, thereby enhancing his ability to better assist the team. Liu believes that the reflections made during halftime are far more beneficial than those made after the match. After the game, even if one identifies the mistakes and contemplates how to improve, there is often insufficient time to engage with the previous team for further refinement and reinforcement of those insights. However, alterations made during halftime can be immediately tested in the second half. In the past, when his skills were lacking, many of his ideas remained mere castles in the air, unattainable in practice. Now, as Liu's abilities have grown increasingly formidable, he can finally put his thoughts into action. He possesses a keen intellect and a willingness to reflect, and his continually evolving basketball skills are swiftly coming to fruition. Liu believes that his remarkable performance is not solely due to the enhancement of his basketball statistics, but rather because he plays with intellect. He stands in stark contrast to those players who are easily overwhelmed by thought. Many players who prefer to rely on their cognitive abilities often do so because they lack physical prowess. Yet Liu contends that athleticism and strategic thinking are not mutually exclusive. As the third quarter commenced, Liu resumed his meticulous observation. Both teams intensified their defense, resulting in a rather lackluster display. The numerous missed shots created an atmosphere reminiscent of amateurs squabbling ineffectively. However, this was unexpected, considering the Raptors boasted 2 all-star players on the court. The Jazz may appear relatively ordinary, yet they too possess 2 potential SS-grade stars. This can only be attributed to both teams earnestly strategizing against each other, achieving commendable results. Liu observed that the Jazz's defense was not particularly exceptional, yet their players demonstrated a level of execution that surpassed that of most teams. To curb the Raptors' penetration, the Jazz would contract their defense. However, when the Raptors successfully passed the ball to the perimeter, the Jazz's defensive expansion occurred with a swiftness that outpaced that of other teams. Liu believes that the crux lies in concentration. The Jazz are acutely aware that their contraction will successfully thwart the Raptors' incursions, compelling them to pass the ball. They also recognize that at this juncture, it is imperative to extend their defense to counter the three-point attempts. It is not merely the players' swift movements that make a difference, but rather their discernment and execution. A slight acceleration in their defensive response can significantly influence the Raptors' shooting accuracy. The Raptors, in turn, are particularly vigilant of the Jazz's youthful core, Hayward, as well as the opponent's perimeter shooting. As for the interior, Gobert lacks offensive prowess. However, the young Frenchman has already demonstrated commendable defensive talent, albeit with pronounced strengths and weaknesses. It may come as a surprise that a center with limited offensive capabilities can still command a contract worth millions. In truth, the Raptors' defense is marginally inferior to that of the Jazz. However, the Jazz struggle with the absence of proficient guards, which causes them to miss certain offensive opportunities, leading to a slight disconnection between their interior and exterior plays. Thus, in the third quarter, both teams devolved into a battle of missed shots. The Jazz's defense is not as formidable as it appears. While penetrating the paint poses challenges, as long as they are unperturbed on the perimeter, they remain effective. Liu relies on his innate physical talents, confident in his abilities. As for defense, the Raptors have been performing admirably. However, he believes that when guarding Hayward, greater attention should be paid to his rhythm and shooting. While the Raptors' interior defense may not be as formidable as that of the Jazz, one can still place trust in teammates and not overly concern oneself with Hayward's drives. Liu often draws comparisons with Carroll's defensive skills. In certain aspects, Carroll still excels, yet Liu possesses his own strengths. Given a little more time, I am confident that I will surpass Carroll on the defensive end as well. Liu observed attentively from the sidelines, and once he stepped onto the court, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. "Brother, trust me," Liu said to Lowry. He received the pass from Lowry and took a shot from beyond the three-point line. It missed. It was not due to interference from the Jazz players, but rather because he simply failed to make the basket. Liu has confidently determined that he is now capable of withstanding the formidable defensive prowess of the opposing team without significant hindrance. Upon receiving the ball, he instantly takes his shot. This time, it finds its mark. As long as the Jazz's defense fails to disrupt his rhythm, Liu is bound to score eventually. While some teams may pose challenges with their defensive strategies against the Jazz, whose offensive pressure is not as intense, Liu's successful shooting will significantly impact their defense. After making the basket, he immediately rushes over to high-five his teammates. His ability to score like this off the bench is facilitated by the fact that the 2 all-stars on his team are not the type to shy away from providing opportunities to others. He owes them his gratitude. However, it is also Liu's prior exceptional performances that have earned him the trust of his teammates, as both Lowry and DeRozan are willing to give him the chance. Truly, Liu is formidable. The more he plays, the better he becomes. Whenever he steps onto the court, the Raptors gain an advantage. It is surprising how well Liu adapts to the NBA, finding it even more fitting than college leagues. This is due to the fierce competition in the NBA, where players engage in scientific training, and being surrounded by a multitude of formidable talents facilitates his growth. The people of Liu have now begun to spontaneously increase Liu's attention. Observing Liu's performance, The sentiments of both head coaches diverged significantly. It was a miscalculation. The Raptors rookie posed more challenges than anticipated. How could they rectify this error? Jazz head coach Snyder realized that there was no immediate solution at hand. He summoned Hayward to the side and issued directives to intensify their offensive strategy. When one aspect proves difficult to enhance, it becomes imperative to shift focus elsewhere. Chapter 38. Defensive collaboration. The situation appeared dire. The Jazz could not wholly resolve their issues through defense alone and were left with no choice but to take a gamble. At this juncture, the Jazz placed their hopes on their offense. However, a mere team effort in scoring might prove insufficient for a comeback. Thus, Coach Hayward urged the team's cornerstone, Hayward himself, to exert greater effort. Effective team offense necessitates an element of breaking through defensive barriers to function optimally. In addition to Hayward, the Jazz relied on the chaotic yet skilled scorer from the bench, Alec Burks. Burks, adept at driving and shooting, served as the team's sixth man. Although he did not start due to tactical conflicts, he was integral to the strategy, providing the scoring impact needed from the bench. With the team in urgent need of points, the Jazz intended to deploy both players capable of penetrating and shooting to turn the tide. The Jazz's sudden shift indeed posed problems for the Raptors. While not particularly proficient in offense, their abrupt change disrupted the Raptors' rhythm. Furthermore, the Jazz deployed a relatively tall lineup, sacrificing a point guard for three wing players. The Jazz dared to experiment in this manner because both Burks and Hayward could handle the ball, leaving the Raptors somewhat mismatched. DeRozan and Carroll struggled to defend effectively. Crucially, the previous strategy of a big man alongside four smaller players seemed flawed, especially with two genuine bigs remaining on the court for the Jazz. Typically, players would exert themselves in the final quarter while retaining a primary ball handler. Yet the Jazz chose to defy convention. Logically, the Raptors should have also deployed two bigs, especially since Scola had performed admirably today. However, defensively, they were at a disadvantage. As DeRozan drove in, Jazz bigs Favors and Gobert were poised for support, while the Raptors struggled to contain Hayward and Burks. Yet, without utilizing two bigs, Favors could capitalize on the interior. What was to be done? Should they bench the outstanding Lou Yu or perhaps substitute Carroll? The Raptors could not possibly afford to bench both of their all-stars. Casey was in a state of turmoil, and the only strategy he could conceive was to contract the defense, wagering that the Jazz's outside shooting would not be consistently reliable. In previous encounters, both teams had struggled with their shooting, making his idea seem plausible. Unfortunately for Casey, his luck faltered. After contracting the defense, both Hayward and Burke succeeded with their outside shots. Liu sensed that the situation was amiss. Lowry, faced with the Jazz's towering lineup, found himself devoid of shooting space. Penetrating the defense was even more futile. While DeRozan still managed to put up a fight, Lowry's attempts to drive in were met with imminent rejection. Consequently, the Raptors were struggling offensively as the Jazz had effectively countered their two all-stars. As the game teetered on the brink of reversal, Liu could no longer remain passive. He took the initiative to communicate with Coach Casey, saying, "Coach, we cannot allow them to take such shots. If they drive in, I can assist with interior defense." Liu contemplated switching defensive assignments with his teammates, considering guarding either Hayward or Burks. Although such a move might seem audacious for a rookie, his teammates ought to recognize that his intentions are driven by the pursuit of victory. Nevertheless, even if he manages to contain one of them, the Raptors still face considerable challenges. Their issues extend beyond mere defense. On the offensive front, Liu's long-range shooting cannot guarantee a consistent success rate. Thus, a dual approach is imperative. He must contribute on offense while equally fortifying the defense. Therefore, he harbors aspirations of taking on the responsibilities of the power forward position. Liu is undoubtedly unable to withstand Favors. However, the Jazz's other interior player, Gobert, lacks offensive prowess, allowing his teammates to assist in double-teaming. Alternatively, Liu might consider assuming the center position. Gobert is not particularly robust at present, and Liu could hold his ground. Ultimately, it matters little, as Liu's defensive capabilities against interior players are limited, but with the support of teammates, he can manage adequately. Positioned within the paint, he can leverage his strengths and help defense. With him assisting in the interior, the Raptors' other players can focus on effectively contesting the Jazz's perimeter shots. Previously, Carroll has consistently occupied the power forward position, although he typically does not engage in a conventional interior role. Liu possesses somewhat limited strength, and the team had previously not considered him for the role of an interior defender. In this match, Even Carroll struggled against the Jazz's inside presence. Could Lu Yu withstand the challenge? Casey was hesitant to make a definitive decision. However, he did not voice any objections, as Lu Yu had already begun communicating with his teammates. In the interest of fortifying the defense, Casey had no choice but to forego Scola, placing his trust in a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. This configuration had proven effective in securing victories against several formidable opponents during critical moments. The teammates assumed this was the head coach's strategy. Though they held some apprehension, they were nonetheless willing to embrace the challenge. Lu Yu found it challenging to withstand Favors. However, should Favors penetrate the paint, Lu Yu would maneuver to intercept. With another big man lurking within the Jazz's interior, Lu Yu's presence would deter them from executing entry passes. Crowding the area could lead to complications, and Valanciunas was no mere apparition. Conversely, if Favors opted for a long-range shot, Lu Yu could effectively restrict his attempts. In this manner, Lu Yu's defense against Favors proved commendable. Aside from the Jazz's occasional breakthroughs leading to easy scores for Favors, they failed to capitalize on their interior advantage. Lu Yu's prowess in help defense soon became apparent. He once intercepted the ball from Burks during a drive. Hayward, too, was thwarted on 2 occasions as Lu Yu intervened in a timely manner. How could this be? He was merely a rookie. Snyder found it hard to believe. The Jazz had their own rookie, a promising power forward named Lyles, but in comparison to Lu Yu, the team's lottery pick suddenly seemed less appealing. This was unfathomable. If Lu Yu possessed such talent, how could the team have overlooked him during the draft? Was it possible that Lu Yu had experienced rapid growth since joining the league? Yet, this seemed rather swift. Coach Snyder, plagued by self-doubt, remained silent, leaving the Jazz players feeling uneasy, compelling them to strive even harder. At present, Lu Yu's defensive capabilities are not particularly robust, which may hinder his ability to contend with high-caliber offensive teams. However, facing a team of the Jazz's caliber provides an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. The Jazz initiated a series of offensive plays, only to be quelled by Lu Yu's intervention, which allowed the Raptors players to regain their composure on the court. Meanwhile, the Raptors lineup of 1 big man and 4 small players effectively stifled the Jazz's offensive efforts, leaving the Jazz in a predicament. Lu Yu created opportunities on the offensive end, leaving Favors unable to keep pace. The Jazz swiftly made adjustments, assigning Favors to guard Carroll, while their core player Hayward took it upon himself to defend another rookie. However, Hayward was unable to fully contain Lu Yu. The Jazz's defensive strength lay in their collective effort, as they lacked a defensive maestro on the perimeter. Furthermore, DeRozan continued to score with his mid-range shots, exemplifying the disparity in physical attributes among players. While the 2 All-Stars on the team made it appear that DeRozan was more vulnerable to targeting, with Lowry presenting a steadier option, it was ultimately DeRozan's superior height and athleticism that proved more effective in critical moments. Thus, the leader of the Raptors remained DeRozan. The team continued to strive and maintain their focus. Snyder vocally encouraged his players, yet he understood that due to Lu Yu's outstanding performance, the Jazz's chances of winning the game had diminished significantly, unless fortune favored them. Chapter 39, Winning and Injuries. The Jazz's luck was merely average, hence their defeat. After Lu Yu assisted the Raptors in enhancing their defense with collaborative efforts in the paint, the Jazz's offensive stratagems lost their efficacy. The 2 teams returned to a state of normalcy, with the Raptors proving to be the stronger side, ultimately securing victory. Following their departure from Utah, the Raptors arrived in Los Angeles, where they could face 2 teams in a single away game. The Lakers and Clippers share a home court, which may pose some inconvenience for both teams. However, it offered the Raptors the advantage of not needing to traverse multiple venues. The Raptor star, DeRozan, resides in close proximity to Los Angeles, making him quite familiar with the area. Upon their arrival, DeRozan reserved a restaurant to treat everyone to a delightful meal, simultaneously celebrating the team's commendable start to the season. I express my gratitude for everyone's dedication and encourage them to maintain their ambitious and enterprising spirit. We must continue to strive and persevere in pursuit of our dreams. In the spirit of camaraderie, when a team is performing well, the relationships among players tend to flourish. The Raptors, devoid of any complacent veterans, are driven to achieve success and prove their worth. They represent a team on the rise. Their initial opponent in Los Angeles is the Lakers, who, after a dismal previous season, secured the 2nd overall draft pick. This season, bolstered by their high draft selection, they also acquired the promising center Hibbert and signed the 6th man of the year, Lou Williams, marking a modest effort to improve. Yet, they remain a struggling team this season. Kobe Bryant, who has already decided to retire at the season's end, still appears capable of scoring as he did in his youth. However, this is merely an illusion. The decline of a superstar often does not manifest in their statistics, as they continue to serve as the team's core, drawing upon their vast experience to maintain a semblance of dignity. In reality, their performance has diminished significantly compared to their peak. For instance, their movement on the court has decreased. As they age, they conserve energy by limiting unnecessary exertion. Their lateral quickness has notably declined, hindering their defensive capabilities. While they resort to simpler methods of scoring on the offensive end, they may still produce respectable numbers, yet they can no longer sustain the team's competitive edge. The Lakers, however, are unconcerned, as Kobe's farewell tour promises greater financial returns than mere wins. Byron Scott, the Lakers head coach, serves as an effective facilitator for Kobe's departure, demonstrating respect for his star player, albeit lacking in coaching acumen. He is a fortunate coach who, without possessing any remarkable strategies, has managed to linger in the league for an extended period. His coaching career began with Jason Kidd, who adeptly handled the team's tactics. He then coached Chris Paul, a guard capable of managing the game independently, relieving the coach of that burden. Thus, it may appear that Scott possesses commendable coaching skills. However, once distanced from such all-encompassing guards, he faltered, achieving the lowest win percentage in Cavaliers history, and at the Lakers, he finds himself ranked second to last in coaching win percentage after 1,000 games, a position he would likely have occupied at the bottom without the prior assistance of prominent players. The Raptors matchup against a Lakers team indifferent to their record holds its own intrigue, particularly with Kobe in the spotlight. Additionally, the competition between Lu Yu and the Lakers' high draft picks is noteworthy, with the possibility of Lu Yu facing off against Kobe, a significant draw for fans. For Lu Yu, this game is merely a step towards acquiring a top-tier SS-rated star card. The Lakers' defense is woeful. Their second overall pick, Russell, focuses solely on offense, showing no effort on defense, and at the game's outset, he was exploited by Lowry. Meanwhile, this season, Kobe, now playing the small forward position, struggles to contain DeRozan. DeRozan reflects on his idol Kobe, lamenting that he has entered the twilight of his career, feeling reluctant to exploit the matchup further. Nonetheless, the Lakers continue to grant Kobe more playing time than DeRozan, seeking to elicit cheers from the crowd. Consequently, Lu Yu is fortunate to face Kobe. Although the latter's enthusiasm is waning, his offensive efforts rely primarily on shooting, and his accuracy leaves much to be desired. On the court, the brilliance of peak Kobe is increasingly difficult to discern. The Lakers bench, though not weak, exhibits a certain disarray. They possess two sixth-man caliber players, Lou Williams and Nick Young, alongside the young Clarkson in the starting lineup. Thus, it may seem that the player most willing to pass is Kobe, who is typically renowned for his reluctance to share the ball, even under defensive pressure. Given the Lakers' dismal performance, it is evident that their struggles cannot be solely attributed to Kobe's farewell tour. Lu Yu effortlessly scored in double digits as the Raptors secured a comfortable victory over the Lakers. However, this match, which lacked suspense, did encounter an unfortunate turn of events with Valanciunas suffering an injury. The Raptors had already seemed somewhat lacking in their interior presence in previous games, and now with Valanciunas sidelined, their frontcourt issues have escalated significantly. The upcoming away games promise to be challenging, as they are set to face the formidable Clippers in Los Angeles. The Clippers boast a robust roster, yet their start has been less than auspicious. Nevertheless, the Raptors' frontcourt woes could pose considerable difficulties, given that the Clippers possess two elite players in their interior defense and offense. The Raptors primarily rely on two centers in their rotation, and with Valanciunas unable to play, Biyombo is left to start. The situation unfolded differently than anticipated. Despite the Raptors' apparent interior vulnerability, DeAndre Jordan of the Clippers, known for his height, could take advantage of Biyombo. However, Blake Griffin's performance was subpar, leading to him quickly accruing 2 fouls and necessitating an early exit. The Clippers' bench proved to be significantly weaker, with Josh Smith failing to integrate into the team's system, thereby diminishing Griffin's threat. Griffin's quick departure also related to the Clippers' perimeter defense. Aside from Chris Paul, their outside options included J.J. Redick and Paul Pierce. Redick's defensive capabilities were lacking, while Pierce, now aging, struggled to contain the Raptors' outside onslaught, placing further strain on the Clippers' interior. When Griffin exited and the team needed Paul to step up, he remained silent, failing to score. While Paul may have lacked adequate support during his time with the Hornets, his transition to the Clippers has revealed a gap between his aspirations as a leader and his actual leadership abilities. Height aside, his playing style seems rather uninspired. Today, Paul is often labeled a traditional point guard, particularly in an era dominated by dual-threat guards. However, he surpasses traditional point guards in scoring, a key reason for his reputation as a god among point guards. Yet, he consistently opts to pass when the team requires his scoring, rendering his contributions largely supplementary. With Griffin out, Paul struggled to assert himself, allowing the Raptors to maintain their lead. They had not anticipated such a smooth game despite the significant loss of a key player while playing on the road. Of course, the Clippers are not devoid of capable substitutes. Their rotation includes the highly offensive sixth man of the year candidate, Lou Williams, and the head coach's son, Doc Rivers Jr., who can also contribute. This marks a historic moment in the NBA, as it is the first time a father-son duo has played together in the same team as coach and player. Lou is eager to witness the true extent of Doc Rivers Jr.'s abilities. Chapter 40. The Raptors' Key Player. When Lou takes to the court as a substitute, he typically encounters opponents whose defense is somewhat weaker than that of the starters. However, the situation with the Clippers is somewhat unique, with Paul Pierce in the starting lineup. The defense provided by the substitute Wesley Johnson is, paradoxically, more formidable. Nevertheless, Johnson's defensive skills are merely average, lacking any exceptional prowess. Lou has significantly improved in both strength and speed, and when facing a front line that leans towards a blue-collar style, he finds it relatively manageable. The most troublesome player for the Clippers, Crawford, is struggling with his shooting touch. This can be attributed in part to the Raptors' formidable defense, which ranks among the elite in the league, undoubtedly surpassing the average standard. Furthermore, their bench lineup may boast a defensive prowess that exceeds that of the starters, as both DeRozan and Scola exhibit only mediocre defensive skills. When Valanciunas is healthy, his defensive capabilities do not match up to those of the substitute Biyombo. As a result, the Raptors maintain a consistently stable level of defense throughout the game, making it quite challenging for opponents lacking exceptional offensive skills to penetrate their defenses. For the Clippers, Crawford from the bench might be their most potent offensive threat, yet this sixth man relies heavily on his shooting rhythm. When in form, his offense can rival that of an all-star, but his performance is often inconsistent. When his touch is off, he becomes a liability, which is why he occupies the sixth man role. Currently, NBA teams are placing increasing emphasis on Lou, who is regarded as the strongest player on the Raptors bench. If Lou were to remain a bench player throughout the season, he might even contend for the title of best sixth man. Although his style diverges significantly from that of typical sixth men, veteran Pierce struggles with stamina, while Johnson takes the floor earlier than Lou. After Lou came off the bench, Johnson kept a close watch on him. Johnson, a role player, was once drafted 4th overall into the NBA. With commendable athleticism and impressive wingspan, he seemed promising. Unfortunately, his lack of strength and speed, coupled with an inconsistent shooting ability, hindered his success, leading him to settle for a veteran contract once his rookie deal expired. Nevertheless, the fact that he still receives playing time indicates he possesses some value. It appears that Johnson believes he can manage against Lou. Lou's abilities are becoming increasingly well-rounded, though there is no particular area in which he excels exceptionally. However, a comprehensive skill set can often signify a multitude of advantages. Lou, relying solely on strength or speed, may not be able to overpower Johnson. However, when both strength and speed are unleashed simultaneously, he possesses the capability to penetrate the opponent's defense. Subsequently, whether through mid-range shots or passing, Lou can create significant threats. With a sharpshooter like DeRozan on the team, although Lou has limited opportunities to capitalize, his mid-range shooting has already surpassed that of many players in the league. The same applies to ball handling and passing. The two all-stars on the team are perimeter players, and if they acquire star cards for training, many of their skills are well-suited for Lou. If the opposing bench players fail to make an impact, Lou will seize the opportunity without hesitation. The Clippers had prepared for him today, denying him three-point shooting chances, yet Lou still managed to score with mid-range shots, helping the team maintain a scoring advantage during the rotation period. Coach Rivers of the Clippers stood on the sidelines, bewildered. Theoretically, the two teams were evenly matched, so a one-sided affair seemed improbable. However, the starters could not prevail, and neither could the bench. Consequently, Rivers, feeling the pinch, granted his son more playing time, as they could not walk away empty-handed. When the Clippers starters returned in the second quarter, Griffin, eager to make an impact, was once again intentionally fouled by DeRozan. Griffin, unable to resist temptation, found himself in foul trouble, while DeAndre Jordan was able to control fouls with his imposing presence. But when it was his turn, he found himself whistled for a foul. DeRozan took advantage of Griffin's shorter reach, exploiting his defensive shortcomings as an all-star big man, which was understandable given the Raptors' strategy. Griffin, frustrated by his team's inability to stabilize the situation, inadvertently dealt them a more significant blow. Paul, realizing the situation was untenable, felt compelled to initiate offensive plays. However, after 2 attempts, he discovered that it was not as simple as he had hoped. Lowry's defense against Paul was commendable. Paul, a guard who poses a threat only when in possession of the ball, is indeed easier to guard than Curry. Frustrated by his team's performance, Paul began vocally directing his teammates on the court, instructing them on what to do. Yet, he did not take on the responsibility of scoring, leading to a continued widening of the score gap. In theory, with DeAndre Jordan on the roster, the Clippers should have been able to contain DeRozan. In reality, DeRozan was indeed affected, but unfortunately, the Clippers' own offense was even less effective. Moreover, the player primarily tasked with guarding DeRozan failed to keep up, placing undue pressure on the interior players. You also observed that even with relatively strong interior defensive players, there exists a significant disparity between teams with proficient defenses and those with mediocre ones. The minutiae determine success or failure. The basketball court is a realm of constant flux. Slight improvements in certain details can lead to a dramatic transformation in defensive efficiency. Liu compared the situations of the Jazz and the Clippers, feeling quite fulfilled by his observations. During halftime, the Clippers players, competing on their home court, appeared somewhat deflated. Coach Rivers promptly utilized his expertise to motivate the players, questioning whether they intended to conclude the game in such a manner. Would they allow themselves to be thoroughly defeated? If they accepted this fate, the second half would be a breeze for him. However, if they felt humiliated, they needed to muster their spirits. Rivers was not merely a purveyor of motivational platitudes. His tactical understanding was commendable, particularly in leading underdog teams, though he struggled to elevate the performance of star players. Back in the locker room, Paul began reviewing the first half of the match, identifying the team's shortcomings. "We must correct those errors," he asserted. In many respects, Paul embodied the qualities of an exemplary leader, yet the basketball court necessitated action over words. Lacking sufficient prowess, certain situations could become uncomfortable. Paul found himself in a liminal space between capability and inadequacy, perhaps requiring a top-tier scorer as a teammate to unleash his full potential. The Clippers were indeed reluctant to let the game conclude in such a fashion. They approached the third quarter with renewed vigor, while the Raptors appeared to have relaxed. Paul, gritting his teeth, continued to pose problems for Lowry. During this quarter, Griffin managed to control his fouls, reclaiming the Clippers' interior dominance alongside DeAndre Jordan. If Griffin maintained his composure, with Jordan safeguarding the paint, DeRozan would find it challenging to operate freely. The absence of Valanciunas rendered it increasingly difficult for other Raptors players to contribute offensively. The likes of Biyombo and Carroll were not particularly adept at scoring, and Griffin's South presence on the court made it less comfortable for Scola. Griffin was not deficient in one-on-one defense. He possessed both speed and strength, although his help defense left something to be desired. Should the Raptors fail to devise a strategy for change, they risked a perilous turnaround. Fortunately, everyone was aware that Liu was still on the Raptors roster. Once he stepped onto the court, the dynamics would inevitably shift. Chapter 41, Must Secure Victory. Guard him. The game has entered our rhythm, Rivers stated. However, some matters cannot be accomplished merely by verbal assertion. The Clippers, relying on standard defensive tactics, were utterly incapable of containing Liu. Although Liu's score is not substantial, as long as someone can emerge to score while the Raptors maintain their lead, regardless of the amount, it can effectively halt the Clippers' momentum in closing the gap. The crux is that the Clippers' defensive efforts against Liu will only extend so far. Liu is not the cornerstone of the Dragons, so why would they double-team him? It is improbable that they would focus their efforts on Liu, and thus, with a moment of hesitation, the score became stalemated between the two teams, causing the Clippers' momentum in the third quarter to stall. This situation has unveiled the Clippers' most significant weakness, their lack of strength on the front line. Although they acquired the veteran Paul Pierce during the summer, it is evidently insufficient. In his youth, Pierce was not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess, and now his offensive capabilities are also waning, leaving him with little more than a reputation. A championship-contending team can certainly integrate veterans, but they should not rely on them as a primary strategy. After Lu Yu showcased his prowess on the court, the Clippers did not immediately succumb, as they remained a formidable team. However, he aided the Raptors in staunching the bleeding, bringing the game back onto an even keel. As the final quarter unfolded, both teams exerted their utmost efforts. Yet, the Clippers experienced an unfortunate day. Crawford, at this juncture, failed to rediscover his shooting rhythm, with his few points primarily stemming from drawn fouls. Given that several star players on the Clippers were not particularly effective offensively, the onus occasionally fell on the team's sixth man to take charge. However, with Crawford off his game, it became imperative for Paul and Griffin to step up. In the third quarter, Paul showed some assertiveness, but by the fourth, he reverted to his playmaking role. His confidence in scoring appeared to wane, leaving Griffin as the primary offensive option during crucial moments. Compared to the first half, where he struggled with fouls, Griffin found some semblance of rhythm in the final quarter. With his strength, speed, and ball handling, he became a challenging adversary once he found his touch. Yet, the Raptors' defense was adept, particularly in terms of interior support. Despite Valanciunas' absence weakening their interior offense, the Raptors' defense, bolstered by Biyombo, proved effective, especially when collaborative defense was necessary. Additionally, the Clippers opted not to use Pierce in the final quarter, relying on Redick and Crawford alongside Paul for perimeter play. This strategy provided some offensive flexibility, though defending against the front line remained a challenge. With their interior defense compromised, the Raptors resorted to a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, indicating a shift towards a more aggressive offensive approach. Surprisingly, this configuration yielded better defensive results than anticipated. Griffin, though a powerful interior player, preferred to operate from the perimeter, where the Raptors' smaller lineup effectively pressured him. Consequently, Griffin's opportunities to launch attacks diminished significantly. Even if he managed to penetrate, the Raptors would still find ways to contain him. While Griffin possessed passing abilities and Paul, the master orchestrator, was there to distribute the ball, it was not easy to successfully double-team Griffin. However, Paul was hesitant to take shots, compounded by the Clippers' poor shooting from beyond the arc. Crawford's performance was particularly detrimental. As other players struggled to score, Griffin even attempted three-pointers, demonstrating more courage in that department than Paul, albeit only sinking one, which proved insufficient. Despite Griffin's relentless efforts, the score gap remained unchanged, leading to a sense of discouragement. On the Raptors' side, Lu Yu and DeRozan consecutively hit mid-range jumpers, further sapping the Clippers' momentum. This was merely a regular season game, not a pivotal moment in the playoffs. And their determination had its limits. Even in the playoffs, players might struggle to bounce back after setbacks. Following missed three-point attempts by Griffin and Crawford, the Clippers ceased their futile attempts. After the game, Josh Smith expressed his dissatisfaction, engaging in a heated exchange with an assistant coach. It was evident that the Clippers had not only lost the game, but were also grappling with internal issues. If these matters remained unresolved, they would risk being labeled a truly pretentious team. Post-game, Lu Yu remarked on social media that Los Angeles was a delightful place. His current popularity far surpasses that of his university days. A mere utterance from him instantly attracts a multitude of netizens eager to engage. Many speculate on the implications of his words, pondering notions of rivals and aspirations to join the Lakers, while others suggest he has found romantic encounters in Los Angeles. Fame often invites controversy. Should one become overly concerned with such distractions, it may indeed affect performance on the court. Thus, many athletes choose to limit their presence on social media. However, there are those who remain entirely unaffected. Lu Yu belongs to a category of individuals who are less concerned, or one might say, whose focus lies elsewhere. Lu Yu was elated to see the steadily rising engagement metrics, choosing to selectively overlook everything else. Of course, his posts on social media were inherently provocative in nature. However, they also reflected his genuine thoughts at certain moments. Lu Yu's consecutive victories in Los Angeles undoubtedly filled him with joy, especially given the relatively pleasant climate here, in stark contrast to the chilling temperatures already descending upon Toronto. Haha, it is indeed much more comfortable on our side. Speaking of the weather, Zhang Ruo has her own reasons to boast. Fortunately, we live in a technological era. As long as one does not venture outdoors too often upon returning to Toronto, it poses little issue. After all, both practice and games take place indoors, which minimally affects someone like Lu Yu. who is not inclined to go out frequently. During the rest periods after returning from away games, Liu typically remains at home, as he is the type who can endure solitude. The upcoming match will be at home, and the Raptors players have become notably more composed. After team practice, some hastily depart, while others engage in targeted extra training. Powell, in particular, has been exceptionally diligent, especially following a game where he only had a few minutes on the court without making a significant impact. However, he has shown commendable performance during team practices. Liu, what should I do to improve as swiftly as you have? Powell sighed. First and foremost, maintain your confidence. I believe you are making progress, but you must patiently await your opportunity, Liu advised. His extraordinary abilities set him apart, making comparisons with others rather futile. Nonetheless, Powell is not lacking in talent. It is merely that the team currently has a surplus of wing players, delaying his turn. Once he becomes more acclimated to the professional league, he should find himself with greater opportunities. Until then, earning the trust of the head coach remains essential. Liu advised him to spend some time honing his defensive skills, which often elude quantifiable metrics yet instill confidence in the head coach. However, within the playoff roster, it is indeed challenging for most rookies. Powell can primarily occupy the shooting guard position. For now, he should compete vigorously from the bench. As a rookie, the rapport between the two remains amicable, and Liu hopes Powell can successfully vie for a prominent role on the team. As they prepare for the upcoming match against the Cavaliers, Liu is filled with determination. Acquiring James' trading card is one of Liu's essential objectives. Chapter 42, Defensive Strategy before the season commenced. Liu had already devised a plan to obtain several trading cards, specifically those of versatile forwards like James and Leonard, following their disappointing performance in the finals last season. The Cavaliers have been diligently working to enhance their roster during the summer. Yet, with their trio of superstars intact, the Cavaliers have merely made minor adjustments, signing veterans such as Emma Williams and Jefferson. Nevertheless, given that the Cavaliers are already a championship-caliber team, retaining their core lineup while securing suitable veterans has sufficed. Currently, the Raptors stand as the top team in the Eastern Conference, with the Cavaliers trailing closely behind. However, rankings are but a reflection. In terms of sheer capability, the Cavaliers are still regarded as the more formidable team, despite facing injury setbacks. While Valanciunas is sidelined for the Raptors, one of the Cavaliers' key players, Irving, is also unable to play. The Cavaliers' cornerstone, James, possesses exceptional organizational skills, and Love, another member of the trio, is adept at passing. Thus, Irving's absence does not significantly hinder the team, particularly in terms of scoring. Comparatively, Irving's offensive contributions are more critical to the Cavaliers than the weight reduction Love undertook to adapt to the team's system. With Irving out, the Cavaliers' point guard position is left with a makeshift starter, as another guard, Dellavedova, is also unavailable. The team's peripheral player, Cunningham, assumes a starting role, while veteran Emma Williams is expected to log more playing time. Having previously collaborated with James, Williams is familiar with his style and can provide effective support. The remaining starters for the Cavaliers include James, Love, J.R. Smith, and Thompson. Though not at full strength, the Cavaliers still possess considerable prowess on the court. In anticipation of facing such an elite player as James, the Raptors devised a strategic plan prior to the game. Carroll would take on the defensive assignment, complemented by interior help. The decision to apply additional double teams would depend on the unfolding dynamics of the game. With Irving's absence, the Raptors approached the matchup with a sense of composure. However, in the context of playoff rivalries, Irving's absence could influence the Raptors' tactical approach. The makeshift starting guard proves to be rather inadequate. Once the game commenced, the Raptors executed a commendable defensive strategy, having faced each other numerous times before. The Raptors employed tactics familiar to many teams, focusing primarily on preventing penetration. The combination of Carroll and the interior presence of Biyombo undoubtedly had its merits. Although James' shooting touch was initially off, when he finds his rhythm, he becomes nearly impossible to guard. However, during moments of inconsistency, a proficient forward defender paired with a towering interior presence can help diminish James' efficiency. Achieving this is essential. At this level, one cannot entirely contain a superstar. In truth, even without Irving, the Cavaliers remain a potent offensive force, with James, Love, and J.R. Smith capable of scoring. Both Love and J.R. Smith find themselves favorably matched against Raptors players who are not particularly adept at one-on-one defense. Although Scola and DeRozan may not excel defensively, they are nonetheless capable of contributing offensively. Both the Raptors and Cavaliers boast commendable defensive capabilities, yet neither has managed to fully contain the other. The score fluctuates as both teams engage in a spirited contest, showcasing the prowess of James once again. Liu observed keenly from the sidelines. However, it is not entirely impossible to contain the situation. The team is indeed capable of doing so. The true question lies in how formidable the trio will be when united. As for the others, it will depend on the offensive strategy. Lowry and DeRozan are also all-stars, yet in comparison to Irving and Love, they do not instill fear. And ultimately, the effectiveness of defending against LeBron James will be paramount. The Cavaliers' role players need not be overly concerning. After all, there is but one ball, and they can only embellish the play rather than be pivotal. The Raptors, on the other hand, require the contributions of their role players. Today, the Raptors have high expectations for Liu, particularly hoping he can shine on the offensive end. Currently, assigning Carroll to guard James for the entire game is not solely about Carroll's defensive prowess, but rather his inability to contribute as significantly on offense as Liu can. Therefore, Liu must allocate some of his focus to offensive play while providing assistance in defense. After all, it is quite challenging for Liu to defend against the Cavaliers' other two stars due to positional mismatches, and the Cavaliers' rotating forwards do not demand excessive exertion from him. Of course, there is another scenario to consider. When the Raptors employ a small lineup, the Cavaliers do not counter with a similar strategy, which could allow Liu to defend the Cavaliers' interior for brief periods. He is not intimidated by briefly guarding the Cavaliers inside, particularly since players like Love or Thompson sacrifice weight for agility, making it difficult for them to contend against Liu. However, if faced with a traditional center like Mozgov, Liu would undoubtedly struggle. Fortunately, Mozgov is unavailable for this match, allowing Liu to manage a few minutes in the paint. He is akin to a sturdy brick. Having him defend against J.R. Smith poses no issue. LeBron could also be an option, though that would leave Carroll uncertain of his role. In reality, when Liu takes the court, he first matches up against Jefferson. In his youth, Jefferson was known for his dunking ability, but his peak was short-lived, and he has now adapted well to the role of a supporting player. Jefferson possesses a wealth of experience and a well-rounded skill set, with decent defensive capabilities. Yet, Liu is evidently not easily subdued by a seasoned veteran. With his exceptional shooting, Liu quickly sank a three-pointer upon entering the game. The Cavaliers, burdened with injuries even more than the Raptors, find themselves with limited options during rotations. Shortly after Liu's arrival, his agile offensive play enabled the Raptors to seize the lead. It is remarkable how, despite his brief time in the NBA, Liu's style has evolved so significantly from his college days, transforming him into a sixth man. Is he truly the same Liu has merely become stronger. His approach remains somewhat reminiscent of his previous style. Though he occupies the role of the Raptors' sixth man, his gameplay transcends the typical expectations of that position. Indeed, Liu's shooting has notably improved. The most significant advancement lies in his ball-handling skills, as he rarely held the ball during his college tenure. This shift is attributed to the NBA's greater emphasis on individual player capabilities, in contrast to the NCAA's focus on team tactics. One might say that Liu possesses an exceptional adaptability, swiftly discovering a playing style suited to the NBA. Ultimately, Liu is undeniably impressive whenever he takes the court. The Raptors' fortunes improve, and I can almost predict the trajectory of the game. Haha, who holds the top spot in the Eastern Conference? Clearly, it is Liu. Whenever he steps onto the court, regardless of his performance, his visibility escalates rapidly. Recognizing this, Liu plays with even greater vigor. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers sense a shift, and after a brief respite, LeBron James returns to the court. Trailing in points, LeBron activates his personal scoring mode. In this moment, the Raptors realize that containing LeBron is far more complex than mere theory suggests. His ability to make mid-range shots and to drive through defenses, drawing fouls, presents a formidable challenge. What shall they do? Liu cast a glance at Coach Casey, who signaled a tactical maneuver, indicating an impending double team. Chapter 43, a brief exchange of offense. The presence of James on the perimeter, a formidable shooter, posed a significant challenge. Mere assistance defense was no longer sufficient to contain him. Liu received instructions from the head coach to initiate a direct double team on James alongside Carroll. Whenever James secured the ball, Carroll would close in on him. As James attempted his moves, Liu would swiftly join in the double team. Similar to Anthony, James preferred to hold on to the ball during his offensive plays, though he did not exhibit the same tendency to pause as Anthony. He was certainly not the type to catch and shoot immediately. When it came to double-teaming Curry, it would be necessary to act before he received the ball. However, with James, double-teaming post-reception was perfectly feasible. The double team is a universal strategy against star players, regardless of their prowess. Even the most formidable stars can find themselves overwhelmed, particularly when faced with an external double team, which is far more challenging than one executed inside the paint. Once James was double-teamed, he did not force the issue. Instead, he began passing the ball. His passing ability is a strength that sets him apart from more one-dimensional offensive forwards. While some players may excel at scoring, they are prone to turnovers when faced with a double team. James, however, possesses the physical strength to protect the ball and, with his height and wingspan, can effortlessly distribute it. As long as he is not allowed to charge forward, after all, his momentum is akin to a heavy tank. With unpredictable footwork that can complicate matters, James's ability to pass out of a double team led to the Cavaliers hitting three-pointers from the perimeter, courtesy of shooters like Love and Jones. When the Raptors double-teamed James, they inevitably prioritized defending the Cavaliers' shooters. Nevertheless, the double team left open opportunities, and with James facilitating, Cavaliers players could capitalize on these chances. However, this strategy is still less effective than allowing James to dominate the game. The Raptors' defensive rotations remained impressively swift. Even if they could not completely neutralize the Cavaliers' other players, they could still apply a degree of pressure. Even if Cavaliers players hit a few three-pointers, their shooting percentage would likely remain within acceptable limits. Ultimately, defense is about making choices. Against the Cavaliers, one must decide whether to allow James to score or to focus on other players. The criteria are pragmatic. If James is scoring with efficiency, then it would be wise to double-team him and allow the Cavaliers' other players to take shots. Conversely, if his scoring efficiency is average, the focus should shift to shutting down the Cavaliers' other players, encouraging James to rely on isolation plays. The ability to make timely and accurate defensive judgments truly tests a team's caliber. Many teams struggle to make the correct assessments in a timely manner. The presence of a superstar who cannot be contained gives a team a significant advantage. Regardless of the Raptors' defensive efforts, the Cavaliers will always find scoring opportunities. It is merely a matter of efficiency. The Raptors' ability to achieve this success is also attributed to Irving's absence. The strength of the Big Three model lies in the ability to target one player without being sufficient to neutralize the others. While the Raptors could only contain James partially, their double team was nonetheless effective. In other respects, the responsibility fell to the offense. Lowry finally began to exploit the Cavaliers' guards. With the Cavaliers lacking personnel, their backcourt could not effectively limit Lowry. Although Lowry may not be regarded as a particularly strong all-star, his presence ensures that the point guard position remains secure. However, against weaker opponents, he can become a formidable force in breaking down defenses. In this match, neither Cunningham nor the aging Mo Williams could match Lowry's skill set. DeRozan, on the other hand, had a slight edge over J.R. Smith. As James began to assert himself, the Cavaliers managed to close the gap in the score. Yet as the Raptors commenced their double team, they regained their composure. The Raptors were unable to extend their leads significantly, yet they also prevented the Cavaliers from overtaking them. At this juncture, both teams could score, and the point differential remained minimal, reflecting an acceptable level of competitiveness for the first half. Luyu's responsibilities on the defensive end were not overly burdensome, and his scoring continued to rise. At one point, when Lowry, DeRozan, and Luyu were all contributing points, they nearly expanded their lead. Unfortunately, the Cavaliers proved to be a formidable team. They not only stabilized their offense, but also held an advantage in rebounding, quickly regaining their composure. Observing the Cavaliers' strong rebounding presence with Love, Thompson, and James, Luyu realized he needed to enhance his own rebounding skills as a forward, as the Raptors' frontcourt was somewhat lacking in this regard. If they were to match the Cavaliers, certain aspects required fortification. As the first half drew to a close, both teams adopted a more cautious approach. Soon, the sound of the buzzer signaled the end of the period, leading to a halftime intermission. The Raptors felt relatively satisfied with their performance in the first half, yet acknowledged areas for improvement. We should have executed better on the offensive end. We need to play with greater confidence, they noted. The Cavaliers possessed a stronger interior presence, but during the first half, they failed to capitalize on the Cavaliers' lack of defensive support from their two big men, partly due to Cleveland's defensive strategy. The Raptors prioritized defending against the Cavaliers' drives, and the Cavaliers reciprocated. Consequently, Even DeRozan attempted three-pointers from the perimeter. The Cavaliers were not entirely pleased with their offensive output either. "We actually performed well. We shared the ball effectively, but we simply missed some shots," Cavaliers head coach Blatt remarked. "We must continue to trust our teammates and make those shots in the second half." Despite facing injuries, he maintained that they remained a strong team. Although Blatt was American, he had long adapted to the European style of basketball, and the Cavaliers players were still adjusting to his coaching methods. However, after the players encountered injuries, his approach became more easily accepted, albeit sometimes lacking immediate impact. By the third quarter, Lowry had rediscovered his rhythm. Blatt noted that Cunningham was unable to continue and promptly substituted in Mo Williams. While Williams could not match his younger counterparts, he was still more decisive on the offensive end. With James lacking the shooting touch he had displayed in the second quarter, the Cavaliers began to accelerate their pace. Under this fast tempo, Scola struggled to keep up. Initially, he could hold his own against Love, but as fatigue set in, he became increasingly overmatched. With J.R. Smith finding his shooting rhythm and sinking three-pointers, the Cavaliers took the lead in the third quarter. Raptors head coach Casey quickly called a timeout and subsequently brought Liu into the game. If the Cavaliers were to quicken their pace, the Raptors would have to adjust to a lineup featuring one large player and four smaller ones. Upon entering the court, Liu immediately scored. He effortlessly adapted to the rapid pace of the game. In the swift transitions between offense and defense, opportunities arose with remarkable ease. Liu exhibited an impressive shooting percentage when defenders failed to keep pace. As the Cavaliers grew increasingly aware of his presence, he executed a second three-pointer. By the time they began to take him seriously, the Raptors had already established a lead in the escalating scoring contest. With the tempo quickening, it was not only Lowry, DeRozan, and Liu contributing, but Carroll also found his scoring touch. The Cavaliers initiated a high-scoring bout and initially gained an advantage. Yet they soon hesitated to continue their aggressive play. "What a troublesome rookie," lamented Cavaliers head coach David Blatt. Chapter 44. On both ends of the court, the Cavaliers faltered. Or rather, their coach Blatt appeared apprehensive. In the pivotal fourth quarter, he refrained from allowing his team to engage in a shootout with the Raptors. During the break after the third quarter, he had conveyed to the players the necessity of relying on defense to secure victory, given the challenges posed by Liu. The Cavaliers' two interior players struggled to contain him, prompting an experiment with a smaller lineup. However, Jefferson proved no match for Liu. Consequently, Blatt opted for a more traditional center, Varejao. Aside from Love, the Cavaliers continually rotated their other frontcourt position, primarily for defensive purposes, as they relied on the offensive prowess of Mo, J.R., LeBron, and Love to suffice. If they were to prioritize defense, they could forego multiple offensive options. The Cavaliers began to implement targeted defense against the three-point shots of Lowry, Liu, and Carroll, allowing DeRozan to attempt threes while focusing on his drives, showing little concern for Biyombo. In this scenario, DeRozan remained hesitant to take open shots, with the Cavaliers strengthening their defense. The Raptors' offensive strategy hinged predominantly on the drives and playmaking of Lowry and DeRozan, whether it was a layup or a pass following a drive. It ultimately relied on the individual judgment of the stars. Liu primarily exerts his influence on the defensive end beyond the three-point line. When paired with the team's two superstars, his opportunities to handle the ball are naturally limited. The Cavaliers' offense predominantly relies on guard and interior pick-and-roll initiations, however. They infrequently penetrate the paint, opting instead for shots following screens or passes back to the perimeter. In contrast, the Raptors exhibit superior help defense compared to the Cavaliers. Once the pace slows, apart from LeBron James, the Cavaliers struggle to penetrate effectively. LeBron, being the player with the most minutes on the court for either team, appears to be less inclined to force his way to the basket on every possession. The team's strategies do not necessitate him to initiate every offensive play. If the Cavaliers aim to penetrate, Liu's assistance is somewhat limited. His help defense cannot withstand the prowess of players like James and Love, leaving him to rely on Biyombo. However, when it comes to resolving issues from mid to long range, Liu feels untroubled. Love, who steps out after setting screens, poses little threat in Liu's presence. On 2 occasions, Liu successfully disrupted Love's attempts. Conversely, the agile Mo Williams managed to score twice by penetrating after screens. Nevertheless, Williams' contributions were insufficient to grant the Cavaliers any significant advantage. Mo Williams struggles to contain Lowry. Once Lowry penetrates, whether attempting a layup or making a pass, the threat escalates considerably. The opposing team collapses defensively to prevent layup opportunities. Black conveys this simple principle to his players. Yet executing such judgments in the heat of the moment requires coordination amongst several players, complicating the process. Determining who should collapse and who should not can also be influenced by the Raptors players on the court, leading to potential errors. Biyombo, whom the Cavaliers overlook, can easily score under the basket if Lowry penetrates and dishes the ball to him. Following Lowry's drive, DeRozan can also distribute the ball effectively. Compared to the Cavaliers' perimeter passing, the Raptors offer an additional option for interior distribution. In truth, even during the few minutes Varejao was on the court, the Cavaliers could have utilized this approach. Unfortunately, Varejao's current performance has declined. His movements are a step slow, making it challenging for him to contribute offensively. Meanwhile, opting for outside shots presents some opportunities, yet the Raptors' defense remains superior. The defensive efforts of Lowry and Liu are noticeably stronger than those of the Cavaliers. And offensively, the Cavaliers lack a player capable of matching up against Lowry. James endeavored to defend against Liu's words. At present, Liu may not be able to contend with James, but that is of little consequence. Scoring is not his sole purpose. He can effectively restrain James' defense, thus facilitating scoring opportunities for Lowry and DeRozan. Moreover, Carroll may also find chances to score. When James switches to defend Liu, he soon realizes that it proves to be of minimal significance. Liu typically positions himself beyond the three-point line during offensive plays, when LeBron also stands outside. His ability to assist defensively and secure rebounds is compromised. LeBron's efforts to switch onto Liu prove less effective than when guarding DeRozan. Unfortunately, others struggle to adequately defend Liu. Even JR's attempts fall short, as he becomes distracted by the game. Guarding a player like Liu, who thrives without the ball, poses greater challenges than defending those who possess it. His tendency to remain inactive for extended periods makes him easily overlooked, yet he must not be ignored. This unforeseen circumstance caught the Cavaliers off guard before the game commenced. The strategy is clear: focus on him and prevent him from taking shots. Frustration mounts for LeBron, who wishes he could be in multiple places at once. He is eager to secure a victory, especially against the Raptors, the top team in the East. However, the Raptors have rightfully earned their esteemed status, proving to be a formidable opponent on both ends of the court. Compounded by the Cavaliers' lack of personnel, mismatches arise, leaving LeBron feeling helpless. As the fourth quarter progresses, the Raptors maintain a narrow lead of around 5 points, unable to expand their advantage. Yet, the Cavaliers struggle to overcome this hurdle. Their defense has improved, limiting the Raptors' scoring, but their inability to balance offense and defense hampers their progress. A solid defense results in fewer points, leaving the overall situation relatively unchanged. In the final minutes, LeBron abandoned strategy in favor of individual prowess, opting for a lineup of one big man and 4 smaller players, with the others waiting at the three-point line for passes. The tactic of LeBron driving and distributing to shooters for points has become well known across the league. Observing the Cavaliers deploy this small ball strategy, the Raptors anticipate their intentions. Many teams understand what a LeBron-led squad aims to execute, yet the Raptors manage to withstand it. They know how to defend against it. And numerous teams have tested this defensive approach, depending on whether they possess the right defenders. Additionally, LeBron's shooting touch plays a crucial role. The strategy revolves around allowing him to shoot while defending against his drives. A single defender cannot contain him, necessitating assistance from the interior. This defensive strategy is not without its flaws. If LeBron rises to shoot from beyond the arc and connects, subsequent actions become irrelevant. Moreover, 2 defenders might inadvertently leave another Cavalier player open. If LeBron decides to pass, the Raptors' perimeter defenders must rotate quickly. As for double teaming, that presents a different challenge altogether. Other players' defensive strategies remain fairly consistent. Unfortunately for LeBron, he finds himself hindered by poor shooting. Aside from the second quarter, his outside shooting has been subpar throughout the game. And with his shooting struggles, the situation becomes more manageable. Liu did not closely guard the Cavaliers' perimeter shooter. Instead, he maintained a slight distance, positioning himself at the intersection of the passing lanes between 2 Cavaliers players and LeBron James. He singularly focused on the primary shooting options of the Cavaliers. Naturally, if James were to deliver a pass, the Cavaliers players could easily create opportunities with a secondary touch. This scenario hinges on Liu's agility and the shooting prowess of the Cavaliers' perimeter players. When James senses a lack of rhythm, he resorts to driving towards the basket and distributing the ball. Liu promptly defended, as the Knights player passed the ball along the baseline to a teammate. Liu, with his long strides, dashed forward with great determination, while the other two players from the Raptors positioned themselves to cover their respective zones, leaving the baseline open for the opposing Cavaliers player. If the Cavaliers player attempted to pass, it would prove difficult, as there were defenders in the way, making it nearly impossible for most players to execute a successful pass. Ultimately, it was Love who chose to take the shot, but he was slightly impeded and failed to make the basket. The Raptors' defense held firm. Chapter 45, Direction: We Still Have a Chance. James delivered a brilliant pass to J.R. Smith, allowing the Cavaliers to close the gap to within 5 points. He vocally encouraged his teammates, hoping for a turnaround in the game. Meanwhile, Lowry began to control the pace, as time was running short. As the shot clock dwindled, Lowry called for a screen and suddenly accelerated towards the basket. His drive was resolute, drawing the Cavaliers' defense into action. With the Raptors' shot clock nearly expired, almost all attention was captured by Lowry. To their surprise, he passed the ball at that moment. Lu Yu, who had just positioned himself perfectly beyond the three-point line, made a timely cut, receiving Lowry's pass and immediately stopping for a textbook mid-range jump shot. He succeeded in scoring 2 points, and the home crowd erupted, chanting Lu Yu's name. Lu Yu has become an exceptionally popular player at home. At this moment, the Cavaliers' defense hastily converged towards Lowry, believing they could successfully thwart him. However, in a surprising turn of events, Lowry managed to pass the ball just in time, and Lu Yu received it. Such a play at the last moment can be quite demoralizing. In response, the Cavaliers, feeling the pressure, aimed to hit another three-pointer to narrow the score gap. Unfortunately, they missed this opportunity. Left with no choice, they resorted to a strategy of fouling. DeRozan managed to sink only one of his 2 free throws, leaving the Cavaliers with a glimmer of hope. James, imitating his previous moves, drove towards J.R. Smith, but regrettably, J.R. also failed to score. The Raptors offered a chance, yet the Cavaliers could not capitalize on it. Thus, this fierce Eastern Conference showdown was seized by the Raptors. Although Lu Yu appeared to have limited playtime, he seized his opportunity, scoring 21 points, surpassing DeRozan by a single point. After the game, Lowry remarked on his last-minute pass, stating, "Lu Yu is an incredibly reliable teammate. I knew he would make the shot." Elated with their victory over the Cavaliers, he acknowledged that while they are not yet at their strongest, they will continue to strengthen their team. Cavaliers coach Blatt expressed regret, saying, "I believe the players are fatigued, as many are sidelined due to injuries, making those who are playing quite exhausted." He certainly praised the Raptors for their outstanding performance. However, James seemed somewhat displeased, asserting, "Fatigue and injuries are not excuses for losing. We need to elevate our game further." Naturally, the fans celebrated the triumph over a formidable team like the Cavaliers, with victories over Durant and now James. Lu Yu's prowess is undeniable. One might even jest that he first vanquished the killer before taking down King James. Some fans, however, seem a bit excessive in their enthusiasm. Nonetheless, Lu Yu has once again aided his team in securing victory with over 20 points, placing them at the top of the Eastern Conference. Yet, it must be noted that they are not the league's best, and the season has just begun. No need for jealousy. Lu Yu is indeed remarkable. With him, the Raptors have undergone a transformation this season. In truth, starting as a 6th man is also a viable option, as Lu Yu's tactical significance within the team is increasingly pronounced. Following the victory, Lu Yu contemplated the need to enhance his basketball attributes when facing teams like the Cavaliers. While reinforcing his previously honed skills is essential, physical prowess is evidently crucial as well. Certain SS-level specialties could indeed be harnessed for training. The NBA is not akin to college leagues. Individual capability is paramount, and strength and speed are critical on both offensive and defensive fronts, warranting a prioritization and enhancement. Certainly, Lee remains inclined towards acquiring accessible player cards, yet he refrains from deliberately purchasing those of lesser value. 3 days later, the Raptors ventured into the Wizards' territory. The Wizards' season had commenced on a rather tumultuous note, and they aspired for the team to swiftly regain its footing. The backcourt duo of Wall and Beal, with Wall already a celebrated all-star and Beal possessing all-star caliber, believe they still have the potential to carve a niche in the Eastern Conference. The current leaders of the East, the Raptors, also boast 2 all-stars in their backcourt, yet the Wizards pair seemingly possesses more innate talent than Lowry and DeRozan. Perhaps due to the absence of the injured Nene, the Wizards' starting lineup consists of 1 big and 4 small players, Wall and Beal, accompanied by forwards Dudley and Otto Porter, with Gortat occupying the center position. The Raptors, however, maintained their usual starting five. Yet shortly after the match commenced, they recognized that their lineup was at a disadvantage against the Wizards' small ball configuration, primarily due to issues in the paint. Scola struggled to contend with the nimble forwards, while Biyombo faltered against Gortat's mid-range capabilities. Crucially, Carroll was unable to contribute offensively. The strengths and weaknesses of a player like Carroll are starkly evident. While he can effectively guard formidable forwards in the league, even if he struggles, he can still hold his ground. Conversely, against average forwards, he becomes a liability. He is a serviceable player, yet his position as the Raptors' highest-paid player seems fortuitous. He is essentially a role player, a reflection of the Raptors' inability to secure superior forwards, unaware that they could have opted for a rapidly developing talent like Liu. The Raptors stumbled at the outset, but fortunately, Lowry managed to restrain the Wizards' star, Wall, from fully showcasing his prowess. Wall's speed and athleticism suggest greater innate talent than Lowry's. Yet on the court, Lowry's extensive experience and rhythm control surpass Wall's. This resulted in missed opportunities for Wall to expand the Wizards' advantage when it arose. Observing that the young player Oubre remained sidelined, Liu felt optimistic about his current situation, as the Raptors' impressive record afforded even a rookie like him substantial playing time, a rarity. Of course, this opportunity was earned through his own efforts. The Wizards fielded two forwards in their starting lineup, but their bench lacked sufficient wing players, relying heavily on their backcourt, exemplified by Sessions and others. This reliance led to an increasingly perimeter-oriented offense, making it challenging to contain their opponents defensively. In truth, their head coach Whitman emphasized defense, yet this year, due to roster constraints, he sought to explore a more offensive strategy, only to find it unfruitful. Nevertheless, against the Raptors today, their performance was commendable, with defense proving effective. Whitman remarked, "Let us maintain this momentum. We are capable." The Wizards players are imbued with a fierce determination. They are in dire need of a morale boost. And there is nothing quite as uplifting as triumphing over the top team in the Eastern Conference. Crucially, they possess the conviction that victory is within their grasp. While Lowry and DeRozan are formidable, they do not stand invincibly strong. The other three starters from the Raptors have been effectively contained by the Wizards. However, uncertainties do persist, particularly regarding the Wizards bench, which lacks strength. Nevertheless, they place significant emphasis on Liu. Liu's performance has been improving remarkably, and the Wizards are beginning to feel a tinge of regret, as Oubre is currently unable to offer any substantial assistance to the team. After Liu took the court, the Wizards focused their defensive efforts on him. The best defender on the Wizards' front line, Porter, matched up against him directly. This player certainly posed a slight challenge. Resembling the ancient behemoth Chamberlain was one thing, but his wingspan was also impressive. Nevertheless, Liu remained unfazed. He too could effectively neutralize Porter. Moreover, his offensive prowess was superior, and importantly, his teammates also possessed formidable offensive skills. Chapter 46. The aura of a strong team, you guarding me, is futile, Liu remarked. Not as a taunt, but rather a candid observation. The Wizards' interior defense was lacking. To contain the Raptors, they needed to tighten their defensive arrangement. When Scola was on the court, he typically did not stretch beyond the three-point line, allowing the Wizards to manage their defensive responsibilities. However, with Liu's arrival, the Wizards struggled to maintain that balance. They predominantly focused on preventing drives, which subsequently granted the Raptors several opportunities for three-point shots. Lowry was adept at seizing such chances, as was the substitute Joseph. While they could contain Liu, the scoring efficiency of the Raptors' other players was equally formidable. Yet, if they failed to defend, Liu is certainly capable of making the shot. One could only say that while the Wizards were filled with determination, their overall strength fell short. This inadequacy was evident not only in their defense, but also in their offense. The Raptors kept pace with the Wizards' tempo, while the Wizards' primary asset, Wall, struggled with shooting consistency. When he drove, he could be a lethal weapon. However, a team like the Raptors, with a relatively mature defense, would not afford him many opportunities. Lowry's defense against Wall had been commendable since the onset of the game. While Lowry may not have exhibited particularly dominant traits, he excelled in numerous aspects. The Wizards soon realized that the slight advantage gained from their initial defensive efforts was gradually dissipating. The Raptors had been ambushed by the Wizards' small ball strategy, but in terms of overall strength, the Raptors were superior. Thus, when the Raptors deployed their own small ball lineup, the Wizards found themselves in a challenging position. Fortunately, the Wizards managed to thwart some of the Raptors' offensive maneuvers, and held a slight edge in the paint. However, the Raptors felt the absence of Valanciunas keenly. Biyombo was entirely ineffective in the paint, and the defense against a shooting European center was not as stringent as required. As a result, the Raptors found their offensive options significantly curtailed. Upon Liu's entrance into the game, the Wizards found themselves unable to maintain their prior advantage. Yet they managed to hold their ground. The first half concluded under such circumstances, leaving the second half's developments to be anticipated. If they did not alter their tempo, the outcome would hinge on which team executed the finer details more effectively, Casey mused. He contemplated whether to intensify their offensive strategy. However, with a lack of presence in the paint, enhancing their attack would necessitate a faster pace, an area that encroaches upon Wall's comfort zone. The Wizards were perplexed by their decision to slow the game down, which inadvertently favored the Raptors. In comparison to a larger lineup with 4 perimeter players, the Raptors were less inclined to face teams with a stronger inside presence. Presently, allowing Liu to play more extensively could resolve numerous issues. The first half concluded amidst a stalemate between the two teams. "We must not become complacent," remarked Wizards head coach Whitman. "We started strong. Yet our assessment of the challenges was insufficient, preventing us from extending our lead. Now, we must mentally prepare ourselves. The Raptors currently sit atop the Eastern Conference. However, we have triumphed over them before, and we possess the capability to do so again to enhance our record." Wall also expressed his determination. "I did not perform to my potential in the first half, but I will rectify that and lead us to victory." The Wizards players were resolute, while the Raptors, not placing undue emphasis on this game, still aspired to win. In reality, they had effectively defended against the Wizards' 2 perimeter strengths and merely needed to maintain that effort moving forward. Their objective was to execute a more stable offensive strategy in the second half, feeling confident in their abilities. This season, the Raptors had acclimated to intense matchups. Confronting the Wizards, who had defeated them in the previous season's playoffs, did not seem daunting. "We have grown stronger," DeRozan stated. In the third quarter, the Wizards continued to prioritize defense. Their previous successes were built on defensive prowess. While they aimed to enhance their offense this season, situational context was key. Against the Raptors, they drew upon their experience. With Liu augmenting the Raptors lineup, the Wizards were uncertain about their ability to engage in a shootout. Their strategy would be to contain the Raptors' capable shooters, allowing DeRozan to take on one-on-one situations. DeRozan possesses the ability to shoot, yet he harbors a preference against attempting three-pointers, rendering him more susceptible to scrutiny. Nevertheless, DeRozan is undaunted. He is unafraid to shoulder responsibility. Furthermore, he is not entirely averse to shooting from beyond the arc. Should the Wizards present him with opportunities, he would certainly make an attempt, though he would not do so incessantly. On the other hand, Lowry continues to outperform Wall. Conversely, Beal demonstrates commendable shooting skills, albeit lacking ample opportunities. DeRozan's defensive prowess may not be exceptional, but he does not permit young players to exploit him easily. Within the Wizards, Beal does not enjoy the same tactical stature as Wall. Raptors coach Casey has exhibited greater acumen this time, promptly substituting Liu for Scola, who was struggling to keep pace. This move has instilled a sense of pressure upon the Wizards. Were it not for Gortat's advantage in the paint, they might have faltered. However, Gortat is not particularly formidable as an interior player, and his marginal advantage fails to prove pivotal. At this juncture, who will rise to the occasion? Will Liu, entering the game earlier, unleash his full potential? The people naturally hope for Liu to unleash a formidable performance, yet such an exertion is unnecessary in this match. He merely focused on solid defense, and the Raptors' advantages gradually became apparent. As long as the Raptors maintained their defensive prowess, with Lowry outperforming Wall in consistency and DeRozan surpassing Beal in scoring, the situation became exceedingly clear. The Wizards, recognizing the unfavorable circumstances, intensified their efforts. Whitman substituted the underperforming Dudley for Sessions, aiming to ignite an offensive surge while bolstering their defense. However, Sessions lacked the requisite capability. Instead, the addition of an extra guard introduced minor defensive issues. The guards could not withstand the Raptors' wing play. Porter could no longer shadow Liu consistently, as the Wizards required his assistance in defense. Yet, with their defensive structure forced to adapt, Liu swiftly made a three-pointer. Following this, Lowry also sank a three, granting the Raptors a sudden advantage. The Wizards had no time to lament their predicament. Trailing in score, they sought to attempt three-pointers, but the Raptors' defense remained impenetrable, with their height suffocating their attempts. As they pressed inward, Biyombo proved effective. Although he struggled against Gortat, the assistance from the encroaching guards was notably proficient. Their rim protection and rebounding efforts rendered the Wizards' offense exceedingly challenging. As time elapsed, the Wizards grew increasingly anxious, their young team gradually losing composure. "We can win," Wall shouted emphatically. Yet the Wizards lacked the capacity to alter the dynamics on the court. Coach Whitman continually urged his players to remain calm, but they found it impossible to do so. A promising start devolved into a situation spiraling out of control, leading to a collapse in the young players' morale. While they faltered, the Raptors continued to perform as usual. They successfully maintained their advantage, and the game approached its inevitable conclusion. In the face of adversity, the Raptors exhibited remarkable composure, demonstrating the hallmark of a formidable team. Chapter 47, the underdog powerhouse. Upon returning home, the Raptors triumphed over the Suns once more. In this match, the Suns launched an all-out offensive, showcasing some threat. However, their defense faltered, allowing Liu to effortlessly score over 20 points. Thus, November came to a close, marking the Raptors' new season with a fresh outlook, firmly establishing themselves at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. During an interview, Liu remarked, "I am not surprised by the team's performance. We possess formidable strength, and we strive diligently. We deserve this position." When asked about the circumstances of other strong teams, Liu stated, "We do not concern ourselves with the situations of other teams. We simply focus on doing our best and winning each match." However, if compelled to respond, "I would assert that we are undoubtedly the finest team." Liu typically responds in a conventional manner, yet he does not adhere strictly to the norm. Moreover, there is nothing amiss with his answers. If one lacks self-confidence, how can one hope to compete with other formidable teams? The people of Liu also cheer for Liu. Liu is indeed the most formidable rookie, having achieved remarkable success while playing as a substitute. Indeed, before Liu joined the Raptors, the team was merely a contender in the shadows, but now they are poised to vie for the championship. As Liu's performance improves, his fans become increasingly blind in their admiration. This blind devotion often incites irritation among other basketball enthusiasts. With the rise of detractors, Liu feels that as long as he remains in the NBA, he will never be devoid of attention. As December arrives, the Raptors face off against the Hawks in Atlanta. Returning to the Hawks' territory, Carroll is filled with nostalgia. His enthusiastic arrival in Toronto, alongside his new teammates, has yielded commendable results. However, he has previously experienced all of this with the Hawks. Last season, the Hawks clinched the top spot in the Eastern Conference, boasting 4 All-Stars, which contributed to Carroll's impressive valuation exceeding $10 million. As the only member of the Hawks' famed 5 who did not earn an All-Star selection, Carroll harbors a sense of regret. At one point, he fervently believed that his departure would pave the way for his ascension to All-Star status. He envisioned himself becoming a player of the caliber of Paul George or even Leonard. In moments of exhilaration, one tends to entertain numerous thoughts, but upon regaining composure, one realizes the distance yet to be traversed. Now, Carroll feels the competitive pressure from Liu, and despite the Raptors leading the Eastern Conference, it seems that an All-Star nod remains elusive for him. While Carroll's performance with the Raptors has been satisfactory, it pales in comparison to his time with the Hawks. The Hawks' strategy is more cohesive, and while they feature 4 All-Stars, none quite reach the level of Lowry or DeRozan, allowing for more opportunities for all players. Conversely, the Raptors, although they play as a unit, employ a greater number of star-centric strategies. Primarily, Carroll has yet to reach that echelon. Securing a contract exceeding $10 million is already a significant achievement. The Hawks reminisce about Carroll. Since his departure, their wing defense has indeed suffered. While his defensive skills may not be elite, he is often heralded for his ability to guard LeBron James, though he has struggled in that regard. Nevertheless, he can hold his own, and the Hawks currently lack players of his caliber. However, the Hawks cannot afford to invest heavily to retain him, and Carroll has become somewhat overpriced. "Should we let you play a bit more?" Lowry jested. When facing former teams, many players tend to play with fervor, driven by a desire to make their former franchises regret their decisions. Carroll once shared this sentiment, but that feeling has since dissipated. The Hawks remain a cherished chapter in his life. Without his time there, he would only earn a fraction of his current salary. Ultimately, he has come to a realization. He is neither Paul George nor Leonard. There is no need for pretense. He should simply play to the best of his ability. Carroll remarked that the Hawks made only minor adjustments during the summer, failing to recruit a player of Carroll's caliber. It is not surprising that their current performance has declined compared to before. Nevertheless, they still remain a formidable contender in the Eastern Conference. The Hawks have merely substituted Carroll with Cephalosha in their starting lineup. While Cephalosha is also a wing defender, he does not measure up to Carroll. Furthermore, he is not a consistent starter for the Hawks, who often prefer the more offensively adept Bazemore. This time, the Hawks starting lineup leans towards defense, aiming to contain the Raptors. With Valanciunas sidelined, the Raptors' current starting lineup indeed appears to lack some offensive potency. This is precisely why Casey has consistently opted to start Scola, who possesses certain offensive capabilities. He can be swiftly substituted if the situation warrants. At the onset of the game, the Hawks' defense did apply pressure on the Raptors. Yet the Raptors managed to neutralize their efforts. Last season, the Hawks had 4 All-Stars, all of whom could be deemed as subpar All-Stars. None possessed the ability to singularly breach the Raptors' defense, relying instead on teamwork. However, the Raptors' team defense is quite formidable. Simultaneously, Lowry and DeRozan still retain individual scoring capabilities. Lowry and DeRozan can be classified as mid-tier All-Stars. Those who surpass them are dominant All-Stars or even superstars, while those who fall short may not even rival strong S-tier players. Among the Hawks, the player most adversely affected is Teague. Lowry's robust physique proves too much for Teague to handle. The organizational point guard position is indeed a disadvantage. For instance, Korver struggles against Carroll's physicality, though his off-ball movement is less impacted. Lou sat on the sidelines and quickly discerned the issues plaguing the Eagles. While the team was undoubtedly formidable, they lacked players with exceptional individual prowess. Such a squad might find hope in the NCAA, potentially advancing further, but in the NBA, it becomes exceedingly challenging to shine on the grand playoff stage without a star player to rise in critical moments. Relying solely on teamwork to vanquish opponents proves to be a daunting task. Before Lou took the court, the Raptors had already established a commanding lead. His presence only exacerbated the urgency for the Hawks' front line. If they struggled to contain a player of Lou's caliber, one can only imagine the challenges posed by the league's elite stars. Nevertheless, the Hawks' team defense remains commendable. Thus, Lou could not dominate as he might against teams lacking defensive prowess. While one might perceive the Hawks as weak, they possess a degree of strength. Conversely, viewing them as formidable may also be an overstatement. Experiencing the game firsthand is markedly different from observing from the sidelines. Through the contrast between on-court and off-court experiences, Lou stands to gain invaluable insights. When Lou was on the court, the Raptors held a certain advantage, yet they failed to widen the score gap. However, once the main players returned to the game, it was the Hawks who initiated the assault. One should not underestimate them. Teams that achieve commendable records possess genuine skill. In truth, the Raptors became the target of the Hawks, more precisely, Scola. The Hawks starting and backup guards, Teague and Schroeder, exhibit remarkable speed. They exploited this swiftness, employing pick-and-roll tactics to exploit Scola's aging legs, thus presenting a significant challenge to the Raptors' defense. Nevertheless, this issue is not insurmountable. Raptors head coach Casey deliberated carefully and ultimately decided it would be best for Scola to take a rest. Chapter 48, No Need. We remain the finest team in the Eastern Conference. We are merely adjusting to the circumstances, but we shall adapt in due course. As long as we maintain our focus and showcase our distinctive style, victory in the game will be within our grasp. The head coach of the Hawks, Mike Budenholzer, remarked that compared to the Raptors players, the Hawks exhibit a greater fighting spirit. They aspire to maintain commendable performances throughout the season and subsequently prove their worth in the playoffs. Although Carroll has departed, they still aim for a successful season. The initial phase was not particularly auspicious, but as the new lineup grows increasingly cohesive, they hope to triumph over the Raptors. Securing the top spot in the Eastern Conference naturally attracts the attention of many teams. Even though the league is currently graced with more illustrious and formidable teams, the Raptors must not be overlooked by the Eastern teams. However, overcoming the current Raptors proves to be a formidable challenge. Scola's defensive capabilities are evidently insufficient, leading the Raptors to reduce his playing time, thereby eliminating that vulnerability. Al Horford, the Hawks center, is not a traditional big man. The Raptors can match up with him using either a tall lineup or a smaller one. After the Raptors altered their strategy, the Hawks' previous tactics became less effective. They intended to deploy this approach against Biyombo, but he is no easy opponent. Crucially, Lowry has begun to assert himself, specifically targeting Teague. The Hawks cannot afford to emulate the Raptors in this regard. They cannot allow their primary playmaker to be sidelined. The issue lies in the fact that their main backup guards possess slender physiques. making it challenging to contend with a powerhouse like Lowry. Of course, it is not solely Lowry who can dismantle the Hawks' defense. It is the combination of Lowry, DeRozan, and Liu. While Carroll displayed little sentiment against his former team, Liu and his companions showed no mercy. In the final moments, Casey even allowed the lackluster Carroll to take a breather. When it comes to defending a shooter like Korver, the Raptors have several capable players on the wing. The depth of the Raptors roster this season is commendable. If Liu were to match up against Korver, he could potentially exploit the offensive weaknesses of this player, who might be one of the least formidable all-stars. During the third quarter, the Hawks managed to hold their ground tenaciously. However, as the final quarter approached and Lowry and Liu unleashed their prowess, the Hawks faltered completely. In the closing moments, the Hawks struggled to find anyone to step up offensively. Their previously effective team coordination began to unravel under the pressure of the final quarter. This has been a recurring issue for the Hawks. With a diminished roster this season, their shortcomings have become even more pronounced, as they are unable to score while also failing to defend effectively. Witnessing Liu dominate both ends of the court left the Hawks feeling frustrated. They had a golden opportunity to select Liu. Had they done so, Carroll's departure would have had no bearing on them, and they could have potentially grown stronger. Unfortunately, at that time, they had little inclination towards rookies and failed to recognize Liu's vast potential. It can only be said that some teams simply failed to seize opportunities. Once the Raptors extended their lead, the Hawks found no one capable of scoring, and the suspense of the game dissipated. Carroll felt a complex mix of emotions. Yet after leaving Atlanta, he quickly ceased to be troubled. He cherishes fond memories, has earned his financial rewards, and his new team is performing exceptionally well. He seems to harbor little regret. Upon returning home, the Raptors easily defeated a Nuggets team devoid of any all-stars. Nonetheless, the Nuggets bench still boasted a top-tier superstar card. Although Jokic plays in the paint, many of his skills are ones that Liu can aspire to learn. However, the Raptors subsequently fell to the Warriors. The Warriors remain undefeated, having achieved an astonishing 21 consecutive victories at the outset, truly an unstoppable force. Nonetheless, the Raptors battled the Warriors until the very last moment, often appearing stronger than them on the court. Liu also believed that they seemed capable of defeating the formidable Warriors, currently at the pinnacle of the league. However, Curry was even more unyielding than before, scoring an impressive 44 points. In the end, it was solely due to Curry's miraculous shots that the Warriors clinched the victory. Liu contemplated how to defend against the Warriors while pondering whether fortune favored them. Throughout the match, there were several moments when he believed victory was within reach. Yet ultimately, the Warriors claimed the win. Nevertheless, Liu once again achieved the second highest score on his team. This affirms that players who are adept at shooting indeed find it easier to accumulate points. While DeRozan may not attempt three-pointers and can occasionally showcase formidable skill, he often faces frustration when targeted. Alas, which star card could effectively limit Curry? Or is it true that defeating the Warriors necessitates a reliance on teamwork? To effectively guard against Curry, it would require two perimeter defenders who can match his speed to restrict his ability to receive the ball. Alternatively, it might be simpler to focus on neutralizing other players instead. Liu pondered extensively, even reflecting after the match. He certainly could not overlook the Warriors, the top team in the league. However, as the Warriors are ultimately a Western Conference team, Liu would undoubtedly allocate more of his focus on the Eastern Conference teams. He recognized the need to stockpile some grade star player cards to contend with those formidable opponents in the East. December was promising with the Raptors playing numerous home games, which was quite favorable, sparing him from extensive travel. Were it not for the frigid weather outside, Liu might have felt even better. On December 7th, Kobe brought the Lakers to visit. With Carroll again suffering from knee discomfort, Liu stepped in as a starter. The Lakers, playing away, exhibited little fighting spirit, allowing Liu to effortlessly score over 20 points. He was not alone in his scoring prowess. Biyombo also reached double digits. Once a prominent Eastern Conference All-Star center, Hibbert now seemed to falter significantly. It was no wonder that fans mockingly referred to Hibbert as Gao Yuan, indicating that he had become merely a shadow of his former self. Facing the Lakers was indeed a lucrative endeavor, as they not only secured an easy victory, but also had the opportunity to acquire Kobe's grade star player card. Moreover, it required merely a greater investment of attention points to either obtain the training benefits of peak Kobe or to experience his on-court capabilities at their zenith, which was exceedingly worthwhile. However, the true highlight awaited just 2 days later, when the Raptors would clash with the Spurs, the second-best team in the West. The Spurs possessed the coveted SS grade star player card that Lou yearned for, Leonard's star card. As the Raptors represented an Eastern team, they had to strategize against LeBron. Presently, the player best equipped to defend against LeBron in the league was undoubtedly Leonard. Therefore, Lou was determined to seize the opportunity to face the Spurs. He would gladly exchange an SS grade star player card for a lesser card if necessary. Thus, Lou prepared himself to utilize the star player card experience function. Hoping for the best outcome, Lou has amassed several SS-level star cards. If he must utilize the experience feature, he hopes to do so during the playoffs, as using it in the regular season feels somewhat unworthy. Although Lou is not one to be hesitant in his choices, he has realized that the Raptors possess considerable strength. Often, it suffices for him to perform as a quality role player to secure victories against formidable opponents, without the need for him to unleash his full prowess. In such circumstances, Lou has quietly developed. Presently, he can barely be considered a part of the triumvirate alongside Lowry and DeRozan, albeit in a more modest version. Chapter 49, Letting Go. In reality, Lou harbors some concerns about facing one of the league's elite teams this season, the Spurs. The primary issue lies in the Raptors' incomplete roster, as they are missing key players Valanciunas and Carroll. Observing the Spurs lineup, one cannot help but marvel at the 6 SS grade star cards they possess. This marks the highest concentration of SS grade star cards Lou has encountered thus far. Of course, the Spurs' formidable roster is a result of their peak players not overlapping. Currently, the only all-stars in their prime are Leonard and Aldridge. While the Spurs have more than just Leonard among their quality SS grade star cards, Lou, not being part of a Western team, cannot acquire additional ones. In this light, he feels a tinge of regret for not being selected by a team with numerous former all-stars, as that would allow for rapid growth through advantageous team dynamics. The Spurs' current lineup, though slightly laden with veterans, is rather impressive. Their starting 5 includes the youngest player in the Spurs' history, Parker, the excellent 3D player Danny Green, the increasingly elite Leonard, the all-star Aldridge who excels on both ends of the court, and Duncan, the aging veteran whose defensive prowess remains superior to most interior players in the league. The Spurs acquired all-star Aldridge during the summer, along with David West, who willingly took a pay cut in pursuit of a championship. This has rendered the Spurs a formidable force. Although the Warriors are currently in the limelight, many within the league are optimistic about the Spurs' prospects. Conversely, the Raptors, who sit atop the Eastern Conference, are not widely regarded as likely to make a significant impact in the playoffs. Regular season strength is not necessarily indicative of postseason success, as seen with last year's Hawks. The playoffs ultimately hinge on superstar performances, which the Raptors currently lack. Nevertheless, it is still the regular season, and despite the absence of 2 key players, the Raptors do not intend to concede victory to the visiting Western powerhouse. Lou faced Leonard head-on in his debut, filled with unwavering determination. In Carroll's absence, Lou became the primary defender against the opposing key player. Unfazed, Lou relished the opportunity to contend with formidable opponents, eager to absorb experience and identify his shortcomings. Lou had thoroughly prepared himself mentally, intending to engage in a fierce competition with Leonard. However, once the match commenced, the circumstances felt somewhat askew. Leonard appeared disinterested, completely refraining from aggressively challenging Lou's defense. Meanwhile, Aldridge seemed to underperform compared to Scola. Though Aldridge is undoubtedly superior to Scola, excelling on both offensive and defensive fronts, he harbored certain reservations. He possessed notable skills in low-post play, a rarity in the current league. Yet he shied away from physical confrontations. In contrast, while Scola struggled with agility, he was unafraid of hard battles, merely hindered by his lack of speed. It seemed the Spurs had no intention of exploiting this weak link. Adhering to a rather conventional style of play, they quickly revealed their strategy, seemingly opting against a direct confrontation with the Raptors, as evidenced by their 12-player rotation in the first quarter. This approach was unprecedented for Lou since his entry into the NBA. Although the Spurs boasted a roster filled with seasoned players, they were not engaged in a back-to-back scenario, thus not overly fatigued. Even if they were tired, a 12-player rotation seemed excessive. Typically, a 10-player rotation would suffice. The Raptors found themselves somewhat perplexed, treating the Spurs as formidable adversaries, with merely a 7-player rotation in the first quarter. Upon realizing that the Spurs appeared reluctant to engage, they gradually increased their own rotation. Lou had previously heard rumors that the Spurs sometimes eased off during regular season games. avoiding confrontations with tough opponents to prevent injuries and obscure their true capabilities, thereby catching others off guard in the playoffs. Even with an increased rotation, the Raptors remained vigilant, refraining from hastily deploying more players in the first half, relying heavily on Lowry, DeRozan, and Liu to bear the brunt of the game. Given that the Spurs, even without exerting their full defensive prowess, were still formidable on both ends compared to the Hawks, the Raptors had to maintain their intensity. The Spurs' renowned team tactics, developed under the mentorship of Coach Popovich, were evident, particularly in contrast to the Hawks, whose coach Budenholzer was a disciple of Popovich. The Spurs exhibited a more seasoned approach to team strategies on both offense and defense, with their role players contributing efficiently. Unlike many teams in the league where marginal players often fail to perform at a high level. However, this was not the Spurs' ultimate strength. While their team-oriented offense and defense were celebrated, their championship victories were largely attributable to star players. The Spurs adeptly transitioned between team tactics and star-centric strategies, predominantly employing the former while reserving the latter for critical moments. Today, the Spurs did not refrain from playing. Rather, they abandoned their star strategy entirely, opting for a full commitment to teamwork, albeit not showcasing their most formidable unit. Truly, they displayed a remarkable fade. Liu harbored a hint of disdain. However, one cannot truly complain. The regular season is protracted, and the Spurs' strategy of not exerting their utmost in every match is indeed a calculated approach. Yet, it is plausible for cleverness to backfire at times. The Spurs head coach, Popovich, often referred to as Jugowachi by fans, has encountered his share of a-game miscalculations. Nevertheless, this seasoned gentleman possesses remarkable prowess. As long as his team boasts formidable stars, he can orchestrate the game masterfully, provided those stars are indeed exceptional. In this particular match, with Leonard not fully engaged, the Raptors certainly had their opportunities. When Leonard was on the court, Liu remained vigilant. However, once Leonard took a breather, Liu immediately began to exploit the Spurs bench. The Spurs team defense, while robust, was not impenetrable. A simple shot could dismantle it. The Western Conference has witnessed many stars unveil strategies to counter the Spurs' collective defense. The key is to deny them the opportunity to exhibit their cohesive defensive prowess. Team defense can stifle average players, yet it falters against those who can break through with a strong shot. Of course, the effectiveness of team defense can vary significantly depending on the players involved. Thus, Liu maintained a low profile when facing the Spurs starters, only to shine when confronting their relatively weaker substitutes. Playing basketball also requires strategy. Employing one's intellect can yield remarkable results. Before the match commenced, Liu anticipated a formidable challenge. However, after the first quarter, he began to believe that the contest would prove relatively manageable. Yet, the reality was neither as arduous nor as effortless as he had supposed. The Spurs bench outperformed that of the Raptors. Not to mention that, despite Gin Billy's advancing years, he could still exhibit flashes of brilliance. The crux of the matter lay in the Raptors missing two key players, rendering their substitutes less effective. Coach Casey's cautious approach to player utilization meant that the advantage gained by the starters evaporated within mere minutes. Fortunately, although Casey's tactical acumen was no match for Popovich's, he possessed the insight to alter the course of events. The Spurs appeared reluctant to engage, while the Raptors were eager to compete. Given that the game was held on their home turf, it sufficed to allow a few formidable players extended playing time. Securing victory in this match was paramount. The Raptors were not inclined towards frivolities. Chapter 50. Give it a try. Liu remarked on the Spurs' audacity in their approach. They possessed that confidence, stated former Spur Joseph. If other teams attempted such a strategy, it could easily disrupt their morale. However, with the esteemed Coach Popovich at the helm, any issues that arose would be managed according to protocol. This, of course, was also facilitated by the cooperation of seasoned stars like Duncan. Any rebellious spirits among the players would be swiftly dealt with. Yet, this strategy bore its own risks. Not every top-tier star exhibits Duncan's commendable temperament. Lowry added, "The Spurs are indeed formidable. Their nonchalance should not lead us to underestimate them." Liu opined, "I believe they are apprehensive of us. On our home ground, they harbor numerous concerns, particularly regarding the potential for injuries in an overly intense match. The Spurs have indeed mastered the art of managing injuries during the regular season." Initially, the others considered Liu somewhat naive, as the youth lacked an understanding of the Spurs' season nature. However, after reflecting on his words, they found a semblance of truth in his assessment. The Spurs' current roster appeared somewhat fragile, making them hesitant to engage in reckless play. Despite the Raptors facing injuries and an incomplete lineup, their younger players were on the brink of significant development. The veteran Spurs likely sought to avoid confronting their vigor. After all, this was not the playoffs. The wisdom in fearing the youthful spirit held merit. As the third quarter commenced, the Spurs maintained an air of reluctance. Yet, just when one might presume they had entirely surrendered, the Spurs unleashed a surge in the final quarter. It resembled a tactical drill or an exploration of the Raptors' capabilities. As the Spurs allowed Leonard to execute star-driven strategies in the concluding moments, Lou finally felt the formidable strength of Leonard. As a power forward of considerable heft, Leonard's physical prowess is undeniable. His static gifts are equally impressive, with an arm span that naturally exceeds Lou's. Crucially, his athletic ability is commendable. He is undoubtedly a player destined for greatness on the wing. There have been rumors suggesting that Leonard's skills were somewhat raw in his youth, lacking in shooting finesse. However, during his college years, his shooting was already commendable. It has never been a significant weakness for him, though his synergy with the ball has only grown more refined over time. As a paragon of both offense and defense, Lou believes Leonard poses a greater challenge than Anthony. Leonard's movements are more succinct than those of Anthony or James, affording defenders fewer opportunities to prepare. When Leonard truly unleashes his prowess, Lou finds himself utterly overwhelmed. However, Leonard's style leans more towards shooting. One cannot afford to allow him open shots as one might with James, yet Leonard's offensive repertoire does not rival James's multitude of techniques. While Leonard excels in both offense and defense, his organizational skills are not particularly strong. In defending against him, one might employ strategies similar to those used against Durant, where double teaming could prove effective. Nevertheless, Leonard's defensive capabilities remain his greatest asset. Should he face the Spurs, it is unlikely anyone would relish the challenge. Once Leonard's individual prowess erupts, the Spurs quickly seize the advantage. The Raptors lack players of comparable caliber, and Leonard's sudden surge makes it difficult for them to contain him. After all, the Spurs still have players like Ginobili and Aldridge supporting Leonard, making rash double teaming a precarious option. However, the Spurs' late-game surge came too late. Lowry maintained the rhythm, denying the Spurs any chance of a comeback. Yet, it seemed the Spurs were not particularly eager to overturn the situation. They merely observed while simultaneously gauging the circumstances. Should they secure the victory, they would not hesitate. But if they could not, they would remain indifferent, as they had no intention of fully exerting themselves in this match. Post-game, Popovich graciously praised Lou, indicating that the young man has a promising future. There was an unusual atmosphere surrounding the game, with neither team voicing concerns. Casey merely expressed some apprehension regarding the team's injuries, but he lauded Lou's return to the starting lineup. Lou's excellence is indisputable. He consistently delivers for his team each night. Whenever he steps onto the court, one anticipates his performance. Moreover, he inspires his teammates, elevating the collective effort of the team. Lou has long possessed the caliber of a starter. I believe he has proven himself and surpasses many starting players. After the game, Lou boasted on social media, claiming that he has faced nearly all the league's top players, indicating that he has become a formidable competitor. Over the past month, he has indeed gained a clear understanding of the NBA's intensity. As for the path ahead, Lou feels increasingly confident. It seems he is now ready to prepare for the playoffs. Despite the team's current struggles with injuries, the regular season should not pose significant challenges. They unexpectedly triumphed over the Spurs, and the Raptors' upcoming 2 home games are against relatively weaker opponents. The feeble Eastern Conference teams, the Bucks and the 76ers, should be manageable for the Raptors. With the competition being less formidable, Lou has excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts, and he has acquired sufficiently powerful star cards, which has uplifted his spirits. The comfort of playing at home is quite enjoyable, as one need not venture out. However, perhaps due to the excessive ease of home games, the Raptors faltered when facing the Pacers on the road in a back-to-back matchup. In fact, in terms of the starting lineup, the Raptors did not suffer a disadvantage. Lowry, DeRozan, and Lou performed admirably, and their defense against Paul George was commendable. Ultimately, it was the bench players who could not match the Pacers' strength. Given that this was a back-to-back game and the starters did not remain on the court for an extended period, losing was quite expected. The lack of depth in the bench remains a concern. Nonetheless, this situation presents an opportunity for Powell, as he has been granted some playing time in the absence of others. In times of adversity, it becomes a moment for certain players to showcase their abilities. Lou believed his performance was commendable. However, the the Raptors head coach, Casey, remained skeptical about placing his trust in the rookie. Lu Yu's performance is exceptionally remarkable, while Powell's performance can only be described as that of a commendable rookie. If Powell were positioned as a center or a forward, he might have more opportunities. But he is a guard. In the guard lineup, with Joseph, a Canadian compatriot, Powell naturally cannot secure substantial playing time. Bennett, on the other hand, is simply too inexperienced to be of any assistance. Joseph, however, is different. The Raptors signed him to a commendable contract, ensuring he will be utilized. At present, Powell himself is not yet fully developed. The external consensus has largely recognized the Raptors as a formidable team in the Eastern Conference. The question now is whether they can maintain this status. Meanwhile, the All-Star voting has commenced. Lu Yu, in truth, harbors little hope for the All-Star voting in his rookie year. Currently, he remains a substitute, having only been elevated to the starting lineup due to Carroll's injury. Nevertheless, many of Lu's supporters are fervently enthusiastic, clamoring to cast their votes for him. Lu Yu was momentarily touched. He was not particularly fond of interacting with fans, primarily driven by the pursuit of attention. However, witnessing the overwhelming support from his fans, his mindset began to shift. Since they wished for him to strive for excellence, he resolved to give it his all. NBA players rely on their fans to secure lucrative contracts, so seeking votes seemed a perfectly reasonable form of interaction. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of showcasing a few representative performances to instill confidence in his supporters. With the fans being so enthusiastic, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion. After all, this year's All-Star Game was being held in the Raptors' home arena. Chapter 51. Reminiscing. No team can sail smoothly forever, and the Raptors were no exception. The season had witnessed its first consecutive losses. After succumbing to the Pacers on the road, they were further defeated by the Hornets. The Hornets had improved their roster during the summer by acquiring the exceptional wing player Nicholas Batum and the guard Jeremy Lin, making them contenders for the playoffs. Following his sensational rise, Lin had been granted a commendable opportunity. However, he struggled to meet the lofty expectations placed upon him, as his playing style demanded a ball-dominant role, which made it challenging for him to support the stars of a strong team. After a significant decline in his market value upon joining the Hornets, it became apparent that Lin could still be a valuable asset if utilized as a sixth man. In this match, the Raptors' defeat was partly due to Lin's unexpected breakout performance. Even though Lu Yu once again scored over 20 points, it could not thwart the Hornets' surprising offensive surge. The double guard strategy employed by the Hornets proved successful, a situation the Raptors had not anticipated. Even formidable teams can encounter surprises and moments of complacency, and this match was a testament to that reality. Lu Yu extended his congratulations to his opponent, expressing relief that such an unforeseen event did not occur at a critical moment. However, should there be a significant match, I would undoubtedly utilize a star player experience card. It is indeed challenging to face the Hornets, as the opposing SS-level star card seems rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, it suffices. For Lin Shaheo is somewhat of a fellow townsman, and assisting in enhancing his market value is of no consequence. The unexpected defeat to the Hornets prompted the Raptors players to engage in self-reflection post-game. In their next encounter, they must not replicate such an outcome. Yet, their forthcoming adversary will be from a different team. This is the nature of the regular season. Players, invigorated by a particular match, will undoubtedly channel their competitive spirit into the subsequent game against another opponent. Thus, one wonders who the next foe has inadvertently provoked. The following day, the Raptors players journeyed to Miami for a back-to-back matchup. Lu Yu also encountered his close comrade from university, Winslow. Winslow possessed remarkable athleticism and a keen defensive awareness, and the Heat afforded him numerous opportunities. However, despite being widely regarded as superior to Lu Yu during their college days, Winslow now certainly does not shine as brightly as Lu Yu. Winslow is not merely a rough-and-tumble athlete relying solely on physical prowess. Nevertheless, his shooting remains inconsistent. In college, he could easily dominate the paint and secure rebounds without much concern for his shooting skills. Yet, upon entering the NBA, the lack of a reliable shot makes it considerably challenging to forge a successful career. Nevertheless, Winslow manages to sustain himself in the NBA through his defensive capabilities and physical attributes. Lu Yu, I must say I am surprised at how well you have adapted to the NBA. Then again, your rapid progression during our university days was remarkable. Had you begun formal training earlier, you could have contended with Jaleel for a higher draft position, Winslow remarked. Lu Yu chuckled. That still seems challenging. This situation is quite favorable. I enjoy winning, and if we were to rank too high, the sorrow of losing would be even greater. Haha. So my current ranking is rather splendid, Winslow replied. Although the Miami Heat's performance does not surpass that of the Raptors, it remains commendable, ensuring their place in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Who knows, we might encounter each other in the playoffs. Winslow added with a laugh, at that time. I will be sure to lock you down. I know you all too well. Now, let us secure our starting positions. You too. I am different. My fans are numerous. And they are clamoring for me to be voted into the All-Star game, which is somewhat burdensome, Liu remarked, eliciting a bemused expression from Winslow. Nevertheless, as teammates who have triumphed in the NCAA, their bond, though not particularly close, is amicable enough to allow for playful banter in the NBA, which is quite delightful. Winslow, hailing from a well-off family, harbors no envy towards Liu's current success. With a positive mindset and impressive physical attributes, he is confident the Heat will grant him ample opportunities. Joining a playoff-caliber team offers a promising start for his development. Previously, Winslow had let Liu take the starting role, but now, Liu has indeed secured it, primarily due to Carroll's injury. The same applies to Biyombo. The current starting lineup for the Heat is formidable, featuring 4 SS-level star cards and another that rivals SS level with its S rating. Additionally, there are 2 more SS-level star cards on the bench. Undoubtedly, with so many SS-level star cards, few are at their peak. However, such a Heat team holds considerable strength in the East. The starting 5 of Dragic, Wade, Luol Deng, Bosh, and Whiteside appears well-rounded in both offense and defense, with Whiteside being a late bloomer who previously played in domestic leagues. The Heat signed him from the D-League, ultimately acquiring the king of rebounds and blocks. Once the game commenced, DeRozan was swiftly thwarted by Whiteside's formidable block, while Lowry, lacking the speed of his former teammate Dragic, struggled to find his rhythm. Wade and Bosh performed admirably, leaving the Raptors feeling the pressure of a back-to-back game on the road. However, the Raptors soon steadied themselves, showcasing their prowess as a strong team. Despite a promising start for the Heat, at least one player faltered, Luol Deng. Though he is considered an all-around forward, no longer shining as an all-star, his current capabilities remain those of an exemplary wing player. Yet, Liu is unfazed by such versatile forwards lacking in athleticism. From the outset, Liu completely neutralized Lord Deng. While Deng's defense was commendable, Liu managed to capitalize on several opportunities to score. In fact, Liu's physical prowess now surpasses that of many seasoned veterans. Coupled with his commendable basketball acumen, he consistently identifies the vulnerabilities in opposing defenders. If he were to play against weaker teams, Liu could potentially achieve impressive statistics. However, his advantage alone is insufficient, as basketball is fundamentally a team sport. Other positions must not suffer disproportionately. The turning point emerged during the rotation phase. The Raptors' substitutions were not particularly formidable, although Rose performed adequately. The primary advantage lay in the youth and vigor of the Raptors' players. This meant that when Wade and Bosh required respite, Lowry, DeRozan, and Liu could remain on the court. Even during back-to-back games, they could still log substantial minutes. This was a necessity, as Casey sought to stabilize the team's position atop the Eastern Conference, despite the inherent risks. However, the Raptors' players were largely reliable. As a result, when Wade exited, DeRozan unleashed a remarkable performance. Winslow, entering as a substitute, did not match up against Liu as many had jested. Instead, he opted to defend DeRozan and quickly found himself in foul trouble, bewildered after 3 infractions. Winslow is no novice, yet when compared to the equally athletic DeRozan, his experience paled significantly. This scenario exemplifies the typical dynamic between a rookie and a star player, with Liu being the notable exception. Not only did DeRozan excel, but Liu also showcased his prowess against the Heat as substitutes. Gerald Green was formidable with his dunks, yet his defensive capabilities were lacking. Thanks to their extended playing time, the Raptors managed to turn the tide. In the second quarter, as the Heat starters returned to the game, Wade once again dominated DeRozan. Liu expressed sympathy, fortunate that no player on the Heat's small forward position could match him. He remains quite formidable. Chapter 52. Young and strong Heat's head coach Erik Spoelstra, witnessing the Raptors deploying their starters in the first half, found himself in a state of helplessness. The young players of the Heat still lacked the necessary impact, leaving the team reliant on a cadre of seasoned veterans. Some were not overly old, yet bore the burden of injury concerns. Spoelstra certainly could not afford to permit his players to exert themselves to such an extent as Coach Casey did during the regular season. Nevertheless, Spoelstra remained unfazed. The years spent with the Big Three had honed his expertise, and he now exuded the demeanor of a master tactician. When Dwayne Wade returned to the court, he and Goran Dragic accelerated the pace, leveraging their individual prowess to overcome the Raptors' defense. Defending Wade is akin to contending with LeBron James. Yet Wade's explosiveness in penetrating the defense is unmatched, with no one on the team capable of keeping pace. Liu contemplated this. Biyombo could provide help defense in the paint, but Wade's shooting touch was also on point in the second quarter. Given their shared lineage, it becomes increasingly difficult to contain him when he is in form. Moreover, Scola's side lacked adequate support. The Raptors had other forwards and could revert to a small ball lineup. Yet the remaining wings fell short of Carroll's caliber. Otherwise, Liu could have assisted more effectively at the power forward position to counter Wade. Presently, DeRozan struggled to contain Wade, particularly as Lowry's rhythm came slowly. It was Liu's performance that prevented the Heat from unleashing a devastating run in the first half. Stay focused, do not allow him to shoot, Spoelstra reminded his players from the sidelines. With Liu's rising prowess and his elevation to the starting lineup in place of the injured Carroll, he had begun to implement some strategic plans. Primarily, these revolved around off-ball movement followed by catch-and-shoot opportunities. When playing alongside the starters, Liu's role on the offensive end remained chiefly that of a shooter. Liu is capable of accomplishing much more than merely serving as a pitcher, yet he typically employs his skills to secure better shooting opportunities for himself. When playing alongside substitute players, Liu occasionally harnesses his individual prowess to create chances. This cannot be classified as a tactical arrangement. Rather, it reflects the authority he has gained as his standing within the team has risen, essentially granting him the freedom akin to that of a sixth man. Liu seamlessly transitions between the third dimension and the sixth man role, a feat increasingly rare in the realm of role players. After all, role players typically excel in one or two signature skills, seldom achieving the status of a versatile athlete. Becoming an all-around player necessitates inherent talent. When role players attempt to force themselves into this mold, they may find themselves lacking in all aspects. Liu has indeed achieved this. He now embodies an S rank that surpasses even the sensation of a weak SS rank. Liu is merely a few increments away from achieving an SS rank, contingent upon enhancing some of his proficient techniques. As the halftime break approached, Spoelstra specifically underscored the necessity of defending against Liu. The primary focus was to guard his shooting, without undue concern for his drives. The key was to maintain close proximity at all times. With Bosch and Whiteside providing assistance in the paint, they were not overly anxious about the Raptors' notable prowess in penetrating the defense, which was also one of the reasons for Lowry and DeRozan's underwhelming performance in the first half. Liu previously demonstrated a certain capacity for breakthrough, yet in the perception of others, he remains a 3D player. To effectively curtail his offensive prowess, the best strategy is to prevent him from seizing favorable opportunities. During halftime, the Heat emphasized the importance of defending Liu, as their focus had primarily been on the Raptors' all-star, neglecting Liu, which resulted in a commendable performance from him in the first half. Meanwhile, the Raptors continued to deliberate on their defensive strategy against Wade, a topic they had discussed prior to the game. The Heat's interior players are no weaklings, but comparatively, the backcourt duo of Dragic and Wade presents a more formidable challenge. The Heat's backcourt partners excel at penetration, akin to the Raptors, albeit with differing defensive resources. The Heat's interior defense is notably more cohesive. Should the Raptors wish to amend this, they must enhance their interior speed. In the first half, Scola found himself targeted once again. Coach Casey experienced some indecision. With Valanciunas injured, his replacement Biyombo lacked offensive capabilities, thus necessitating Scola's contributions in the paint, yet he was also exploited defensively. Though Scola's shooting was commendable, had it not been for the dire circumstances, Casey would have preferred to keep the veteran on the court. In the third quarter, the Raptors intended to assess the situation. If Scola could not keep pace, even if he managed to score, he would need to be substituted. Patterson could be a viable option, and if he proved inefficient, Liu could be shifted to that position as well. In recent days, Casey has observed that Liu's skill set has improved, allowing him to navigate the paint with increasing agility. In the second half, the Raptors' defense contracted somewhat. The Heat can shoot three-pointers, albeit with limited success. When employed, the effect seemed quite satisfactory. This was primarily due to Wade's diminished shooting touch after halftime. With Wade's drop in performance, the defensive pressure on the Raptors significantly lessened. Wade's shooting was even less reliable than James's, thus the Raptors effectively blocked interior pathways. Conversely, DeRozan's shooting improved compared to the first half. Lowry, too, continued to excel. He remained steadier and possesses greater endurance than Dragic. Upon noticing unfavorable circumstances, the Heat attempted a lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls. Whiteside struggled offensively today, opting for a brief respite. Once Bosh rested, the Heat could persist with the 1 big 4 small strategy to bolster their offense. However, this adjustment posed a minor issue. The Raptors, initially at a disadvantage in the paint, felt emboldened by the Heat's shift. Throughout this process, the Raptors deployed 2 aggressive power forwards and experimented with a wing player to allow Liu to play the 4 position. With only 1 Heat interior player, Liu faced no pressure in assuming the 4 position. It was not that Spoelstra made a sudden miscalculation. Rather, the Heat sought changes due to the challenges they encountered, primarily stemming from Wade's shooting fluctuations. Bosh, hindered by injury, displayed significantly reduced aggressiveness, rendering their interior advantage against the Raptors less pronounced, prompting them to seek a faster pace. In the first half, they had capitalized on speed to gain an advantage, but the second half presented a different scenario. Lowry and DeRozan felt more in rhythm, while Luol Deng struggled to keep up with Liu. This exemplifies the advantage of youth. In the second half, the Raptors exhibited greater stamina than the Heat, who were resting on their home court. Amid rapid transitions, Liu experienced a brief surge. He seized another opportunity for a 3-pointer and succeeded. Liu scored yet another 3-pointer. Once again, it is Liu. The Raptors' fast break is extraordinarily impressive, as Liu effortlessly scores after receiving a brilliant pass from Lowry. In a direct confrontation on the wing with the Duke champion, Liu feints a shot, evading Winslow's block and confidently sinking the basket. By the time Spoelstra realizes the situation and attempts to adjust, it is somewhat too late. The team's 2 stalwarts, Wade and Bosh, have expended considerable energy. While the Raptors maintain their lead, he feels a sense of helplessness, recognizing that the team's wing players may require further enhancement. There is no need for haste. Let us take a moment to steady ourselves, for we must master the rhythm of the game. After the conclusion of the third quarter, Spoelstra remarked that in the final period, the Heat aimed to stabilize their game. However, the Raptors had other intentions. Chapter 53, Restraint. As Lowry gradually regained his rhythm and began to suppress Dragic, the scales of victory had already tilted in favor of the Raptors. The Heat, undeterred, adopted a bold strategy. Midway through the final quarter, the Heat's lineup transformed into Bosh accompanied by 4 perimeter shooters, clearly signaling their intent to gamble on 3-point shots. In response, the Raptors adjusted their lineup to a larger formation with 4 smaller players, with Liu stepping into the power forward position to assist in defense. DeRozan continued to guard Wade, focusing primarily on preventing his penetration. Although DeRozan's defense was somewhat lacking, his physical prowess allowed him to remain vigilant in the final moments. Aided by his teammates, thus not faltering significantly, the crux lay in Wade's shooting performance. The Raptors defended against the Heat's other players' 3-point attempts. Yet they afforded Wade the opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Wade took the shot decisively, but it failed to find the mark. Wade's shooting indeed proved to be a weakness. While Bosh had previously shied away from 3-pointers, he gradually honed his skills, achieving a higher shooting percentage compared to Wade, who had persistently struggled in this regard. Furthermore, in their pursuit of points, the Heat had all their players stationed outside, leaving Wade without opportunities for offensive rebounds after his missed 3-pointer. Consequently, Wade was compelled to drive to the basket. As he penetrated, Liu moved in to provide help defense, his speed surpassing that of Bayongbua, allowing him to intervene more frequently. Wade drew a foul from Liu once, but was also thwarted by him on 2 occasions. He recognized that relying on isolation plays was not an effective strategy for narrowing the deficit. Meanwhile, on the other side, DeRozan, having exerted effort on defense, failed to add to the score, yet Lowry managed to score against Dragic twice. Thus, for the Heat to close the gap, they had no choice but to attempt 3-pointers. Green made a successful shot assisted by Wade. The Raptors then replaced their perimeter player Ross with the more defensively adept Johnson. Following this, Green failed to convert again. With 1 minute and 37 seconds remaining, Wade drove again and passed the ball. Luol Deng received it and attempted a 3-pointer, only to be caught off guard as Liu, who had just rushed in to assist in defense, swiftly soared and swatted the shot away. When it was the Raptors' turn to attack, Lowry began to control the tempo of the game. The Heat, still unwilling to concede, fouled Lowry. He made both free throws, extending the Raptors' lead to double digits, thereby sealing the outcome of the game. The Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Heat, fell short against the Raptors. Lu Yu, unbeknownst to many, has effortlessly sunk 6 three-pointers, amassing a total of 24 points. In the pivotal fourth quarter, he exhibited a remarkable balance of offense and defense. Previously, the notion of the Raptors' Big Three was often cast in jest. However, upon reflection, Lu Yu's significance to the team appears to rival that of Lowry and DeRozan. Even if he is not part of the Big Three, referring to them as a trio of stalwarts seems entirely justifiable. Lu Yu deserves to be a starter. Since assuming that role, his performance has only improved, with scoring over 20 points becoming a routine expectation. The Raptors have faced injuries, resulting in a decline in their performance relative to their strong start. Yet Lu Yu's importance is now indisputable. He indeed can contribute more than Carroll. Yes, even upon his return, Carroll should take on a bench role. Perhaps Scola should also consider a reserve position, for Diamond now seems limited to merely shooting. At this moment, Lu Yu humbly declared, "I'm indifferent to statistics. My sole purpose is to aid the team in securing victories. Defense can lead to triumph, and I shall exert every effort in defense. Scoring also contributes to success, and I shall strive diligently to score." However, this sentiment seemed more like mere bravado. With a burgeoning reputation, even casual remarks carried a different weight, eliciting varied responses from the audience. Presently, not only domestic fans are rallying to cast votes for Lu Yu, but many Raptors supporters are doing the same. He is indeed their chosen rookie, and he has ushered in significant changes for the team. Yet, the Raptors have been impacted by the absence of two key players. Subsequently, they suffered a defeat against the Kings, primarily due to two factors. Rondo effectively neutralized Lowry, while Cousins dominated the Raptors' interior. Lu Yu can provide assistance in the paint, yet he finds himself unable to contend with the dominant centers. He is acutely aware of the Raptors' current predicament, where Lowry holds greater significance than DeRozan. When Lowry is constrained, the Raptors falter offensively, as evidenced in their match against the Kings. Conversely, when Lowry struggles defensively, the Raptors' perimeter defense lacks effective solutions, much like in their encounter with the Warriors. Fortunately, there are currently no Eastern Conference guards capable of exploiting Lowry's weaknesses. However, the absence of Irving makes it difficult to draw definitive conclusions. Thankfully, I am also enhancing my speed. My ball handling and passing are average, but I could alleviate some pressure from Lowry on both ends of the court. Lu Yu mused. DeRozan's role within the team is primarily to score, which is a facet where assistance is comparatively easier to provide. Lowry is the cornerstone that secures the team's baseline performance, while DeRozan represents its potential ceiling. Nonetheless, DeRozan's scoring prowess is not without its flaws, necessitating additional strategies. Currently, the teams that pose a clear threat to the Raptors are predominantly from the Western Conference. Thus, it is prudent not to dwell excessively on this. In 2 days, the Mavericks will pay a visit. The Mavericks starting lineup has undergone changes since their last encounter. Parsons has returned from injury, albeit at a less than optimal condition. He has played limited minutes, prompting the Mavericks to experiment with him coming off the bench. The results have not been particularly favorable. However, the Mavericks are dissatisfied with their performance and feel compelled to explore various options. With an abundance of guards, they have opted for a dual guard starting lineup, featuring Durant paired with Felton. Both of these guards appear quite robust, yet Lowry is unfazed by such physicality. Moreover, it remains uncertain which player the Mavericks will assign to defend DeRozan. As Matthews aptly inquired, will they truly deploy a shorter guard to match up against Lu Yu? Lu Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. Once the match commenced, it became evident that the Mavericks starting lineup was indeed ineffective. Lowry, DeRozan, and Lu Yu were unable to contain any of their opponents. The critical issue was the lack of dominance in the paint. While Biyombo's offensive skills were lacking, he at least provided stronger rebounding and helped defense against Pachulia. Even though Scola was 2 years older than Nowitzki, he was only marginally superior to the Argentine. Consequently, the Mavericks were swiftly overwhelmed. Coach Carlisle recognized the futility of the situation and promptly substituted Pachulia for Parsons, opting for a smaller lineup. However, this change proved futile. Earlier in the season, Parsons had been able to perform well against Lu Yu, but now he was stifled on both ends of the court. The Mavericks were in dire need of wing players, but lamenting their plight was of no avail. Lu Yu, who was already perceived as superior to Parsons, was now with the Raptors. Carlisle's expression was grave, tinged with a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, as a tactical mastermind in the league, he sought to rectify the offensive shortcomings by making substitutions. When those adjustments yielded little improvement, he shifted to a defensive lineup during Nowitzki's rest. Carlisle generally prioritized defense, but the current Mavericks roster simply could not deliver. An aggressive defensive approach would inevitably compromise their offensive efficiency. Fortunately, the Raptors' lackluster bench provided the Mavericks with a reprieve. Otherwise, they would likely have collapsed in the first half. The Mavericks struggled to contain any of the Raptors' key players. Among the playoff teams, the Mavericks were relatively easier to contend with. Indeed, they seemed a gathering of the aged and infirm. However, as a Western Conference team, the Mavericks could only hope to capitalize on the Raptors' regular season performance. Chapter 54. Repeatedly, in truth, the Mavericks did possess a capable interior defender in McGee. However, McGee's basketball IQ was questionable, making him a double-edged sword on the court, which did not sit well with a tactician like Carlisle. Thus, the Mavericks preferred to utilize Pachulia, who lacked athleticism. This match clearly required interior help defense to curb the Raptors' penetrations. Carlisle opted to try McGee, and upon his arrival, he was able to block shots and rebound more effectively than Pachulia, yet Carlisle remained unimpressed. Despite McGee's performance, he often relied on instinct rather than integrating into the team's tactical framework. Carlisle believed he did not significantly benefit the team. As a tactical genius, Carlisle was also quite stubborn. In this game, he chose to gamble on offense, intending to outmatch the Raptors in perimeter shooting. The Mavericks' defense could not cover all bases. Carlisle's strategy was to congest the paint, denying the Raptors space to drive, while relying on a plethora of guards to quicken the pace of the game and address issues from beyond the arc. With Nowitzki aging, he had seldom played inside. The Mavericks could completely abandon their interior offense, especially since the Raptors lacked dedicated post strategies following Valanciunas' injury. Though DeRozan might suffer slightly, he still possessed a mid-range game. By adopting this approach, the Mavericks were resolved to engage the Raptors in a shooting contest, a challenge the Raptors were unafraid to accept. They were encouraged to shoot whenever opportunities arose, without hesitation. Casey remarked, as the second half commenced, the Maverick strategy initially proved effective. Nowitzki successfully made a shot from beyond the arc. Although Nowitzki is no longer in his prime, his height renders him a formidable presence on the perimeter, making it challenging for most defenders to impede his attempts. Skolas certainly finds it difficult to contain him, despite Nowitzki's current sluggish movements. However, the Raptors did not adjust their defensive matchups. Guarding a player like Nowitzki does not rely solely on footwork. Rather, experience plays a crucial role. Moreover, the Raptors are willing to accept a certain number of points from Nowitzki. Yet, the Mavericks' defensive strategy soon faltered. They allowed DeRozan to shoot from three-point range, and he made the shot. Although DeRozan typically hesitates to shoot from beyond the arc, he is not entirely averse to it. When the Mavericks gave him the opportunity, he capitalized. Perhaps it was simply poor luck for the Mavericks, as DeRozan's shooting touch was notably sharp that day. When DeRozan sank his second three-pointer, the Mavericks could no longer afford to leave him open. Consequently, their defensive tactics shifted. They aimed to simultaneously tighten their defense against drives while swiftly extending their coverage to contest the Raptors' three-point attempts. Theoretically feasible, the current Mavericks lacked the capacity to execute this plan effectively. Nowitzki, unable to sustain his physical exertion, found himself resting earlier in the second half. Despite maintaining a decent shooting rhythm, once Nowitzki took a breather, the Mavericks lacked a pivotal player to carry the load. The Mavericks faced a disheartening reality, as both Nowitzki and Duncan had taken pay cuts. While the Spurs could rely on their younger talent, the Mavericks found themselves devoid of such resources. Their scouting of players perhaps leaves much to be desired, possibly influenced by their preference for white players, making the search for a capable successor all the more arduous. Trailing in the score and with Nowitzki's stamina waning, the Mavericks resorted to deploying Villanueva, a rarely utilized player, solely for his ability to shoot from the perimeter. However, this tactic proved ineffective, as the Mavericks' challenges extended beyond mere offense. They needed to score, but their defense faltered in response. With the scoreline against them, they had no choice but to push for offensive plays in the second half, resulting in loose scoring over 20 points once again. The Mavericks hastened their pace of play, yet the aging veterans struggled to execute efficiently, ultimately granting the Raptors numerous scoring opportunities. Liu, standing beyond the three-point line, delivered a joyful shot. Should he continue in this manner, many fans may perceive his offensive prowess as surpassing his defensive skills. However, it remains uncertain, as his repertoire of offensive strategies expands increasingly. As the game approached its final minutes, the Raptors held a slender lead. Nonetheless, Carlisle refrained from reintroducing the starters, believing that the role players performed commendably. This decision underscores Carlisle's intention to assert his authority. He expressed his displeasure towards the starters for their lackluster performance and was vocally critical, should this trend persist. "I assure you, these individuals will not remain with the Mavericks for long." Carlisle possesses considerable capability. Yet if he aspires to maintain a status within the team that rivals that of star players alongside Popovich, it may prove a formidable challenge. Now, with Nowitzki's amiable disposition and their long-standing collaboration, he currently retains his position as the Mavericks leader. However, the arrival of a new superstar could alter this dynamic. Following their victory over the Mavericks, the Raptors swiftly triumphed over the Bucks, with Liu achieving the highest score of the game for the first time. In truth, it was merely a score exceeding 20 points, attributed to the lack of high-scoring performances from either team. Liu has once again acquired an SS-grade superstar card featuring the Greek Freak. Though it is a top-tier SS card, Liu feels it does not particularly suit his style. He still prefers cards that excel in shooting. Nevertheless, regardless of personal preference, an elite SS superstar card is an exceptional choice for both experience and training. It is not only the wing positions that captivate him. Even cards from other positions would be purchased without hesitation if he had the requisite attention value. In competitive sports, strength equates to quality. Subsequently, the Raptors were defeated by the Bulls. Pau Gasol dominated the Raptors' interior, and with Derrick Rose in fine form, Liu's efforts to contain the Bulls' leading player, Jimmy Butler, proved futile. The Bulls indeed possess a robust roster, albeit marred by some injury concerns. Furthermore, following the dismissal of Tom Thibodeau at the end of last season, new head coach Fred Hoiberg abandoned the defensive strategies that had positioned the Bulls as a formidable Eastern Conference team, opting instead for an offense-oriented approach. Their victory over the Raptors underscores the potential of this new strategy. However, the Bulls have lost the formidable essence they once possessed. They have transformed into a team reliant on shooting prowess, capable of defeating stronger teams at times, but equally susceptible to losses against weaker ones, resulting in an inconsistent performance record. This season, the Eastern Conference is characterized by fierce competition, especially compared to the aging Western Conference. It is not the abundance of elite teams that is notable, but rather the multitude of teams vying for playoff contention. The current Bulls are lacking stability. After suffering an unexpected defeat to the Bulls, the Raptors returned to their home court to secure a decisive victory over the Wizards. The Wizards were hampered by injuries. With Bradley Beal sidelined, the team's secondary option was unavailable, and John Wall found himself overwhelmed. Although Wall outperformed Kyle Lowry in this match, Lowry's teammates excelled even more. The Wizards' relatively weak defense could not contain DeRozan and Liu. In this game, DeMar Carroll made his return, albeit still feeling the effects of his previous injury, limiting him to a bench role for the time being. He is somewhat anxious, concerned that if this continues, Liu, who is currently in excellent form, will firmly secure a starting position. However, the recovery process for athletes cannot be rushed. Liu also hopes that Carroll will make a complete recovery, as it is far more honorable for a competitor to be vanquished in a fair contest. Chapter 55, First Round Voting. Strength, 77. Speed, 78. Three-point shooting, 78. Mid-range shooting, 79. Interior scoring, 75. Drive, 75. Dunking, 75. Ball handling, 77. Passing, 77. Stealing, 75. Blocking, 75. Defense, 78. Rebounding, 75. Stability, 77. As the regular season progresses, Liu's prowess is rapidly ascending. This swift enhancement can largely be attributed to the elevated platform and the acquisition of higher-tier star cards, resulting in a swift advancement. At least, prior to reaching a basketball rating of 75, the improvements are considerable. Thereafter, the progress begins to decelerate. Liu now possesses numerous attributes exceeding 75. The star cards acquired through his battles with teams have primarily been allocated to enhance his strength, speed, three-point shooting, defense, and overall stability. As for surpassing the three-point shooting to achieve an exceptional mid-range value, Liu ingeniously capitalized on DeRozan's strengths. His ball handling and passing skills are naturally derived from Lowry. In other areas, he has largely benefited from the assistance of his teammates. While the SS-level star cards obtained externally have predominantly contributed to elevating Liu Yu's basketball attributes beyond 75. The basketball statistics that Liu Yu values most highly are the cumulative results of his teammate star cards and the acquisition of SS-level star cards. Based on the training effectiveness of the SS-level star cards, it becomes evident that once basketball statistics exceed a score of 75, the improvement diminishes significantly, and it is anticipated that scores above 80 will yield even lesser enhancement. Therefore, despite Liu Yu's current rapid progress, future advancements will inevitably slow down. When his star card reaches the SS level, the pace of improvement may resemble that of a snail's crawl. Nevertheless, it is possible that Liu Yu now possesses capabilities that surpass those of certain SS-level star cards, categorizing him more closely with S-level star cards. This is primarily due to the specialization of some SS-level star cards, which may excel in only a few statistics, boasting scores of 80 or even exceeding 90, while lacking in other areas, rendering them less effective than Liu Yu during matches. Furthermore, although some SS star cards may have half of their statistics exceeding 80, very few surpass Liu Yu in those high statistics, and they lack his overall versatility, which could render them less advantageous in certain games. In any case, Liu Yu is not far from achieving the evaluation of an SS-level star card. Liu Yu estimates that excelling in several areas with a score exceeding 80 is approximately sufficient. However, this is not an effortless task. After all, if the basketball player cards brought in for training do not surpass his own ratings by a significant margin, the effectiveness of the training will be diminished. Generally speaking, a difference of at least 5 points is necessary to achieve a noticeable improvement in training outcomes. The basketball statistics of Liu Yu, which are quite close to 80, make it rather challenging to find player cards that exceed his by 5 points. Not every team possesses exceptional SS-level player cards. Furthermore, there are certain player cards that Liu Yu is reluctant to utilize. Regrettably, teams like the Raptors seldom attract star players seeking to wind down their careers. Otherwise, Liu Yu could have thrived alongside his teammates. Currently, both Lowry and DeRozan remain viable options for acquiring more player cards for training purposes. However, their training efficacy is limited to certain aspects. Moreover, once basketball statistics reach 75, even player cards with favorable training effects may require multiple sessions to yield noticeable improvements. Liu Yu must be prepared for a prolonged struggle. However, by the conclusion of this season, Liu Yu anticipates that his rating will ascend to an SS-level star card, at which point the Raptors' civilian version of their trio will indeed be justified. By the end of December, the first round of voting for the 2016 All-Star Game has been revealed. The All-Star voting abolished the center position in 2012, transitioning to 2 backcourt players and 3 frontcourt players. In 2014, it further evolved to allow fans unrestricted voting without the necessity of team representatives. Next year, there will be additional reforms, incorporating media and player votes alongside fan ballots. Nonetheless, this year's voting is still predominantly fan-driven. In comparison to when Yao Ming first entered the All-Star arena, domestic fans have become considerably more rational, prioritizing player performance. If this were not the case, players like Yi Jianlian and others from the domestic scene would not find themselves excluded from the All-Star festivities. In the realm of Liu Yu, there exists a considerable faction of both admirers and detractors. Initially, Liu Yu's votes did not exhibit remarkable strength. Rather, they gradually increased in number as his performance improved. However, by the conclusion of the first round of voting, his vote tally remained rather unremarkable. Currently, Liu Yu's votes are comparable to Lowry's, with both exceeding 130,000. In contrast, DeRozan lags significantly behind, even with additional support from Liu Yu's fanbase. Although the voting process no longer distinguishes between positions, fans still tend to vote according to them. In the Eastern Conference, the competition among point guards is evidently less fierce than that among shooting guards. Lowry now finds himself in a contest with Irving for the title of the Eastern Conference's premier point guard, while DeRozan cannot rival Wade for the top shooting guard position. However, in the East, Wade faces little competition at the 2-guard spot. DeRozan still falls short compared to Butler and several other formidable guards. With only 2 starting positions available in the backcourt, Lowry has a chance, whereas DeRozan faces a more challenging path. Nonetheless, the competition in the East remains weaker than in the West, where superstars like Curry and Westbrook enjoy immense popularity, alongside Harden, Paul, and Thompson. The frontcourt battles in the West are also intense. This season, Kobe has joined the fray, despite his age suggesting a decline in prowess, as it is his final season. And fans are inclined to grant him leeway. His position remains uncontested. Other popular stars include Durant, Griffin, Leonard, Green, and Davis. Not to mention aging veterans like Duncan and the center positions occupied by Howard and Cousins. The East competition remains comparatively feeble, with LeBron being the standout. Other notable figures include George, Anthony, and Drummond, the latter benefiting from fans' subconscious inclination to support interior players. The Eastern Conference's all-star selections lack substantial popularity, rendering Lou Yu's emergence as a rookie unsurprising. Not only Lou Yu, but Porzingis has also garnered considerable votes. However, in the initial round, many fans voted based on traditional positional roles, reflecting their genuine preferences for all-star starters. Yet, once the voting results are revealed, an increasing number of fans will adopt a more fan-driven approach, disregarding objective performance metrics. Thus, one could assert that the battle for popularity has only just commenced. Lou Yu is currently ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference frontcourt, having surpassed Anthony. Ahead of him are James, George, and Drummond. Lou Yu believes that he can successfully dethrone Drummond. Whether he can catch up to the stars ahead will depend on the results of the second round of voting, which will gauge the fighting spirit of the Lou populace. Currently, Lowry occupies the 3rd position in the backcourt, just one spot away from becoming a starter. And Lou Yu is confident that the Lou people will lend their support. It is worth noting that Lowry, aside from being Lou Yu's teammate, was also a former teammate of Yao Ming, which undoubtedly adds to his advantage. The influence of Lou Yu is currently not substantial enough. While DeRozan's fate hinges on the sentiment of the Raptors supporters, at present, it appears that the Canadian fans are not particularly invested in this matter, and their affinity for DeRozan may not be as profound as anticipated. Despite this being a home game, the Canadian crowd does not seem to be providing the necessary support. It is the domestic fans who are proving to be more enthusiastic. However, it remains uncertain whether all votes from the domestic side will be counted. Recently, Lou Yu has been performing admirably, scoring over 20 points in multiple games. However, his votes remain rather modest. Does he need to deliver a few extraordinary performances to garner more attention? Chapter 56. Comeback. Lou fans, you are truly remarkable. Lou Yu expressed his gratitude to fans on social media and shared a short video with Lowry and DeRozan. Among them, DeRozan is not particularly fond of social media. However, given the team's impressive performance and the fact that the All-Star weekend is being held on their home turf, DeRozan's mood has shifted, making him more willing to engage with fans and garner votes. He advises to disregard the opinions of detractors and focus solely on the support of fans. Lou Yu imparted his wisdom on navigating social media to DeRozan. Lou Yu's perspective resonates well. Indeed, the thoughts of the youth are often insightful, remarked Lowry with a smile. Yet, DeRozan still struggles to ignore criticism, as he tends to be sensitive. Let us strive for victory. Winning certainly elevates one's spirits, Lou Yu encouraged. That is indeed true, DeRozan replied with a smile. As Lou Yu's prowess escalated, his interactions with the two all-stars of the team became increasingly frequent. This development is entirely natural. It is not a matter of superficiality. The dialogue among teammates is contingent upon their capabilities. Rather, numerous topics can only be broached when one's abilities reach a level sufficient to influence the team's strategies. Previously, Lou Yu was merely an ordinary 3D player, contributing little more than the basics within the team dynamics, and his interactions with Lowry and DeRozan were understandably limited. At most, their exchanges consisted of inquiries and the typical dialogues of seasoned and novice players. However, the current circumstances have shifted dramatically. The three players can now engage in discussions regarding the intricate coordination of both offensive and defensive strategies, a topic that cannot be overlooked. Even in the absence of a close personal rapport, the sheer volume of game-related discourse necessitates communication. With the enhancement of his abilities and the team's injury woes, Lou Yu's position within the Raptors has become increasingly pivotal. This upcoming All-Star event may serve as an excellent opportunity to solidify his standing within the team. The Raptors would certainly not allow an All-Star player to take on a bench role. As the fireworks lit up Toronto Square, the year was ushered in, 2016. The Raptors, playing at home, faced the challenge posed by the Hornets. Having faced defeat against the Hornets in their previous encounter, the Raptors were determined to commence the new year with a resounding victory. However, the formidable Jeremy Lin would be absent from this game due to an ankle injury. Starting alongside Wall was the Hornets' second-year rookie, Hairston. While it was customary for him to be a starter, he was, in essence, a pseudo-starter. The Hornets had adequate depth on the wing with players like Batum, Gilchrist, Marvin Williams, and Lamb available. Yet, Injuries plagued the team, creating a situation where one player was sidelined. Another was required to fill in at the power forward position due to interior injuries, and yet another was deemed better suited for a bench role. Consequently, the Hornets had yet to find a suitable backcourt partner for Walker throughout the season. The Hornets head coach harbored hopes of securing a 3D player to support Walker, whose stature rendered him somewhat vulnerable on the defensive end. In this matchup, Valanciunas made his return. The circumstances had changed significantly since their earlier confrontation. From the outset, the Raptors unleashed an aggressive offensive onslaught. The Hornets' interior defense proved inadequate, a scenario that DeRozan relished. Faced with the Hornets' second-year rookie, DeRozan encountered minimal defensive pressure. As DeRozan flourished, Lou found opportunities on the perimeter. Coach Clifford of the Hornets remained focused on defense. Yet the team was unable to execute effectively. The combined efforts of Lowry and DeRozan's penetrations created considerable difficulty for their opponents. However, the Hornets quickly identified the Raptors' vulnerability, exploiting the aging and slower Scola on the offensive end. The Hornets employed their wings to challenge the power forward position, with Marvin Williams possessing both height and athleticism, making him a challenging matchup for Scola. Nevertheless, with Carroll's return, the Raptors could adjust their lineup. Although Coach Casey was hesitant to make immediate substitutions, Valanciunas had recently returned, and Casey was eager to witness Scola's contributions on the offensive front. Yet, with Valanciunas back in play, Scola found fewer opportunities to shine, and his rhythm was elusive, prompting Coach Casey to explore options with other players. As the Raptors deployed a lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls, the Hornets began to struggle. In both offense and defense, the Raptors exhibited superiority. However, Carroll had not fully regained his form, and the Raptors lineup had not yet reached its optimal state. As the Hornets faced mounting pressure, they devised an alternative strategy. Unable to match the Raptors in a direct confrontation with the same lineup, they opted for a different approach. When the Raptors took the court with their usual starters, the Hornets responded with a small ball lineup. Conversely, when the Raptors shifted to their small lineup, the Hornets introduced their Twin Towers. This season's rookie for the Hornets, Kaminsky, displayed versatility in the paint and the ability to stretch the floor. Upon his introduction, the Hornets found some success on the offensive end, crafting a few noteworthy plays. However, defensively, the Twin Towers proved less effective. During the first half, Coach Casey did not engage in a tit-for-tat approach. He brought Patterson onto the court for defensive duties, aiming to maintain a temporary advantage. When the team held the upper hand, Casey remained composed, though he harbored strategic thoughts. Conversely, when faced with adversity, Raptors head coach Casey might become somewhat flustered, struggling to make optimal decisions. The Hornets presented a considerable challenge, yet they were unlikely to overwhelm Casey's defensive strategies. In truth, the previous match saw the Hornets unexpectedly excel. Otherwise, even with Lynn, the Raptors would have been the stronger team. Maintaining their current rhythm would surely lead them to victory. During the halftime break, Casey remarked. However, when the second half commenced and the Hornets intensified their focus on Scola, Casey decisively opted to bench Scola, preventing him from re-entering the game. Consequently, the Raptors' defense became devoid of vulnerabilities. After all, the Hornets' wing players were not particularly formidable. They struggled against both Lou and Patterson. The only one who posed a slight challenge was Walker. Yet, even Walker did not possess the caliber of an elite player. Even if he managed to penetrate with his speed, the Raptors could simply provide assistance on defense. Lou and Youngbo can both contribute significantly by staggering their appearances. The Raptors can maintain a solid defensive presence. This strategy is effective against shorter guards like Walker. The Raptors are untroubled by small guards penetrating, especially with Lowry on the perimeter. Although Walker had a brief surge in the third quarter, showcasing his three-point shooting and nearly leading his team to a comeback, his performance was not sustained. Following a more focused defensive effort from the Raptors, Walker's impact diminished considerably. He is not among the weakest players, but he is also not particularly strong, and it appears he is yet to reach his peak form. After the Raptors regained the advantage in the second half, Hornets coach Clifford furrowed his brow. He hesitated to make changes, but as time slipped away, he could no longer resist. He substituted in a shooter and asked Batum to orchestrate the offense, hoping to leverage Walker as the primary scoring option for a more potent attack. While this tactic might have been effective earlier, in the closing moments of the game, role players often shy away from assuming heavy responsibility. Thus, even with Batum at the helm, many plays still relied on the team's core player, Walker, who was now closely guarded by the Raptors. Lowry's defensive prowess, particularly against ball-handling guards, was notable. When Walker called for a screen and attempted to drive, Liu closed in swiftly, completely smothering him. This resulted in a turnover for Walker. Chapter 57. Drawing fouls in a scenario where the Raptors are focused and eager for revenge. Even with returning players still finding their rhythm, the Hornets struggled to seize any opportunity for a comeback. 2 days later, another revenge match awaited as the Bulls arrived at the Raptors' home, the Air Canada Center. However, the previously fiery Rose was sidelined due to injury. In professional basketball, injuries are a common occurrence. It is somewhat remarkable that in both revenge games, the opponent's top-performing players were absent. Rose, having become the youngest MVP, has continually battled injuries, and this season has been relatively good for him. Yet, he has not been able to recapture the brilliance of his early years in the league. With a decline in performance, Rose's style has yet to adapt to his transition from an all-star to a supporting player. Consequently, there has been a slight conflict in play styles with Butler, the current star of the Bulls. Although Butler emerged from a role-player background and is not particularly adept at ball handling, he now requires ball control to thrive as a star player. Their private relationship remains amicable, but their playing styles occasionally clash. When Rose performed well in the previous game, Butler struggled. With Rose absent, the veteran Hinrich stepped into the starting role. Hinrich, though aging, is not a pressing need for the Bulls as they possess sufficient organizational talent in Butler and Gasol. This season, Butler has taken on the shooting guard position, resulting in a somewhat peculiar lineup for the Bulls, featuring 3 big men, Paul Gasol, Mirotic, and Gibson, starting together. While all 3 are relatively agile for their size, they still differ from perimeter players, leading to some defensive shortcomings. Honestly, this situation might suit Scola quite well. As the game commenced, Scola adapted more readily to the Bulls' big men, while the recently returned Valanciunas struggled against Gasol. Approaching 36 years of age, many players might be considered veterans, while for others, it may still be at the tail end of their prime. Among the Bulls starters, the relatively younger Hinrich appeared far older than Gasol. Current Bulls head coach Hoiberg emphasizes offense, yet they also have adequate defensive strategies against the Raptors, particularly in limiting DeRozan's three-point attempts. Unfortunately, DeRozan opened the game by sinking a three-pointer, rendering the Bulls' defensive strategy ineffective. However, their initial defense against Lowry was commendable, effectively preventing him from shooting from the perimeter and forcing him to penetrate, where the presence of several large players made things difficult for him. Yet, their strategy proved ineffective against Liu. Mirotic, typically a swingman, was somewhat sluggish in his movements at the 3 position. Liu need not exert himself excessively on the offensive front, seizing a few opportunities suffices. On the defensive end, he excels in containing European forwards who lack athletic prowess. When confronted by Liu, Mirotic finds himself bereft of suitable shooting options. Swiftly, the Bulls respond by introducing a more quintessential small forward to match up against Liu. Snell, possessing superior defensive skills, embodies the archetype of a 3-and-D player, albeit lacking considerable physical strength. Liu has now developed the capacity to rely on his physicality to overpower several opponents. However, the Bulls' interior defense is commendable, and Liu is not one to recklessly drive to the basket. The Raptors already boast 2 guards adept at penetrating defenses. Thus, he generally does not need to exert himself excessively. To bolster their offensive capabilities, the Bulls have brought in guard Brooks, a former teammate of Lowry. Although Brooks is still relatively young, his reliance on speed has diminished, leading to a rapid decline in his performance. His defensive frailties have become increasingly apparent, making him less reliable even as a substitute. Conversely, Lowry, merely a year younger, continues to shine as an all-star. Despite their similar heights, Lowry possesses a significantly more robust physique. This underlines the paramount importance of physicality in professional basketball. Without his former speed, Brooks's offensive efficiency has plummeted. Naturally, the Bulls bench cannot compete with that of the Raptors. Among the new signings the Raptors made over the summer, only Scola remains in the starting lineup, while Carroll, Joseph, and Biyombo serve as substitutes, all of whom possess considerable talent, outclassing the Bulls' reserves. Meanwhile, after resting for a while, Lowry gradually finds his rhythm, causing the Bulls' defense to falter. Bulls head coach Hoiberg continues to emphasize the importance of offense. Details, gentlemen, we must focus on tactical nuances. If you execute properly, opportunities for offense will undoubtedly arise. There is no question we can achieve a better offensive performance. You must have faith in yourselves. Witnessing the team take a comfortable lead, The Raptors coaching staff undoubtedly feels a marked sense of relief. The previous loss cannot be attributed solely to tactical failure. It was primarily a moment of brilliance from the opposing star player. In this match, they have consistently pressured the opponent on both ends of the court, ensuring that the Bulls are deprived of any opportunities. Now that Lu Yu is in the starting lineup, the results are promising. With a complete roster, we are indeed much stronger than before, Naz mused. Haha, I sense there is still potential for further improvement within the team. Kathy chuckled. He had begun to harbor ambitious aspirations. Following the Bulls' failure to contain DeRozan, the tempo of the game had been firmly under the Bulls' control throughout the first half. In the closing moments of the second quarter, when Butler sought to score through his individual prowess, he was effectively contained by the Raptors. Although Butler is a versatile forward, his capability to penetrate defenses is not particularly remarkable. Rather, his defensive skills are far more renowned. They are no match for us, haha. The Raptors players felt quite buoyant during halftime. However, due to the Bulls' incomplete roster, they were somewhat complacent. One might say they had developed the confidence characteristic of a formidable team. Yet, as the third quarter commenced, the Bulls launched a counterattack. It was not the team-oriented offense emphasized by Coach Hoiberg, but rather Butler's individual brilliance that shone through. While Butler's ball handling may not be exceptionally strong, especially among elite SS-tier stars, he possesses a unique ability to draw fouls. Even Rose, who had a superior penetrating ability during his prime, could not match Butler's prowess in this regard. One might say Butler plays with remarkable intelligence. Shortly after the second half began, DeRozan fell victim to this tactic, succumbing twice in succession. Butler's ability to draw fouls is indeed formidable. Throughout the third quarter, he continuously elicited fouls, and after DeRozan exited, Lu Yu also fell prey to this strategy. It is worth noting that this player possesses a rather peculiar characteristic. The more successful his fouls, the more accurate his mid-range shots become, transforming him instantaneously from an ordinary player into a formidable SS-tier star. However, this tactic does have its pitfalls. If the referees do not cooperate, its effectiveness diminishes significantly. Many players adept at this skill may falter in crucial moments due to the less stringent officiating in the playoffs. Nevertheless, relying on Butler's strategy, the Bulls began their resurgence. Chapter 58. Defensive switches. This tactic could certainly be emulated. However, it is best employed when one possesses superior physical attributes, as frequently drawing fouls and engaging in contact with defenders may lead to injury. Lu Yu pondered. After Carroll entered the game, the responsibility of defending Butler was temporarily assigned to him. Lu Yu's offensive prowess is superior, thus Carroll currently assumes a role as a substitute, engaging in the more arduous and laborious tasks. Earning over $10 million, the team desires more from him. However, it has become evident that he is indeed suited only for this role. Yet, his primary defensive performance has not been commendable. Since the onset of his knee discomfort, his lateral movement has been adversely affected. Consequently, the Raptors opted to substitute in Terrence Ross for a period of defensive engagement. Upon Lu Yu's arrival, he assisted in defensive support. However, once DeRozan took to the court, he found himself in a defensive role. Given the imposing presence of the Bulls lineup, Coach Casey surmised that having DeRozan guard Butler might prove somewhat effective. Should he falter, there would be teammates ready to provide assistance. Nevertheless, he underestimated the psychological toll this would take on DeRozan. After being outmaneuvered by Butler on several occasions, not only did his defensive performance decline, but it also became evident that DeRozan's defensive capabilities were inherently lacking. He aspired to emulate his idol, Kobe Bryant, with a ruthless scoring mentality, yet failed to embody the same tenacity on the defensive end. Thus, DeRozan's inability to contain Butler was not entirely unforeseen. The team had not placed significant expectations on him in this regard, relying instead on the support of his teammates. However, it was troubling to note that Butler's offensive prowess was also compromised as he struggled to find his rhythm in scoring. Fortunately, the situation had not deteriorated to an unmanageable extent, as Lowry was available to play. Currently, the Bulls guards were unable to contain Lowry effectively. With both Lowry and Lu Yu on the floor, it would not be an easy task for the Bulls to reclaim the lead. During the rotation period, the Raptors appeared to hold a stronger position. Nonetheless, the Bulls were determined, opting to keep Butler on the court for the entirety of the second half. When Lu Yu is absent from the court, Butler becomes increasingly unrestrained. Carroll's injury has led to a decline in defensive prowess, which has had a noticeable impact against the Raptors. As the score draws ever closer, Coach Casey begins to exhibit signs of anxiety. prompting him to bring Lowry and Liu back into the game earlier than anticipated. Upon re-entering the fray, Liu attempts to primarily defend Butler. Having learned from the first half, he refrains from excessively adhering to his opponent. Butler's wingspan is notably lacking, even inferior to that of the formidable Griffin, and the comparative image between him and Leonard remains quite renowned. Thus, even without closely shadowing his adversary, Liu can still utilize his elongated arms to disrupt Butler's shooting trajectory. His current objective is to familiarize himself with Butler's rhythm. During the few minutes spent on the sidelines, Liu has been diligently observing. This is not the first encounter between the two teams. However, in their previous regular season matchups, it has proven challenging to fully comprehend an opponent's habits without direct confrontation. Fortunately, Butler does not possess blinding speed or explosive athleticism that would deny defenders the opportunity to react. Players of his ilk are relatively easier to defend against. As long as he does not fall into his traps, he remains merely an ordinary versatile forward, not significantly superior to Liu, with somewhat lacking static athleticism. Liu possesses commendable defensive awareness and quickly discern the nuances required. It would not be so effortless for Butler to draw fouls on him again. However, the precise dimensions of the defensive space remain a matter for Liu to explore through experience. Butler, being a seasoned player, occasionally found Liu's defensive spacing a tad too generous, which could result in successful shots. This was further exacerbated by Butler finding his rhythm. Under normal circumstances, he should not have been able to shoot from such a distance. The recent triumph over several wing players from the Raptors had significantly bolstered his confidence. Focus, focus, Liu continually reminded himself. When DeRozan entered the game, Liu took the initiative to communicate with him. DeMar, allow me to take on Butler. The team needs you to dedicate more effort to offense. DeRozan, with a sense of pride, seemed reluctant to agree, feeling that switching assignments would imply a personal defeat. Liu then remarked, "Trust me, DeMar." "No problem." DeRozan and Liu exchanged a fist bump. He certainly had to place his faith in this young brother. With the arrival of Liu, the team has significantly improved, and DeRozan relishes the current atmosphere. Consequently, Liu and DeRozan have completely switched their defensive assignments. DeRozan is tasked with guarding Mirotic. While this presents certain challenges, Mirotic primarily relies on his shooting, thus it should not pose an insurmountable issue. After Liu assumed the defensive role against Butler, the results were undoubtedly more favorable than those when defending DeRozan. However, he too could not entirely constrain a player of all-star caliber. In comparison to his presence alongside Rose, Butler exudes an entirely different aura. The incompatibility between the two is evident, and the Bulls' eventual decision to part ways with them is quite understandable. Nonetheless, Hoiberg undoubtedly bears a significant share of the blame. It is his offensive strategies that have exacerbated the discord between the two players. After Liu's departure, DeRozan's offensive prowess has not significantly recovered. His attempts to penetrate the Bulls' defense have proven ineffective, and without the synergy for driving into the paint, his proficiency in executing difficult mid-range shots tends to falter. Fortunately, Lowry has been increasingly steady. Valanciunas has also shown improvement compared to earlier performances, perhaps due to Gasol's fatigue. With age, one cannot maintain a constant peak performance. In this scenario, Scola finds himself with some opportunities to contribute offensively on the court. Upon Liu's ascension to the starting lineup, the Raptors' offense has indeed grown increasingly fluid. With half of the final quarter elapsed, the Raptors maintained a slender lead of approximately 5 points. However, their lack of caution at the onset of the second half afforded Butler the opportunity to spearhead a scoring surge for the Bulls. Now, widening the gap has become significantly more challenging. In the absence of Rose, the Bulls find themselves relying entirely on Butler during this critical juncture. Upon receiving the ball, Butler executed a feigned pass, followed by a deceptive pivot leading into another feigned shot. While not overtly deceptive, any slight reaction from the defending player allows Butler the chance to penetrate the defense. His combination of strength and speed remains impressive. Liu exhibited little reaction, while Butler remained indifferent to his presence, confident in his ability to disrupt Butler's shot. Without hesitation, Butler seized the ball and drove forward, encountering physical contact but managing to find a sliver of space for his shot. Unfortunately, his attempt was still thwarted. Regrettably, during the Raptors' counterattack, Scola's shot was swatted away by Gasol's defensive assistance. As play resumed, Butler advanced with the ball, suddenly executing a step-back maneuver. Liu was a fraction slower this time. Butler scored from beyond the arc, and the Raptors felt an immense pressure. Yet, they did not falter. On the defensive end, a liberated DeRozan drove aggressively with the ball, finally earning a chance at the free throw line. Although DeRozan's ability to draw fouls was not as formidable as Butler's, his penetration into the paint still yielded a fair share of free throw opportunities. After DeRozan converted both of his shots, the Bulls' interior game surged, with Gasol finding success in his shooting. The Raptors responded through Lowry. However, the Bulls capitalized on DeRozan's defensive struggles, allowing Mirotic to receive the ball in the low post, which led to another foul against DeRozan. The score remained tight, and the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense. As Luyu felt his rapidly depleting stamina, he signaled to Lowry. In the final minutes, both teams played fiercely. However, Luyu remained composed and perceived an alternative opportunity. Chapter 59, Gifted Abilities. Luyu patiently awaited his moment, and at last, the opportunity he had longed for arrived. Luyu switched to defend Butler, but on the offensive end, he was not facing Butler. During this period, he had not engaged much in offense, primarily focusing his energy on defense. However, as the game approached its conclusion, he could fully exert his remaining strength and vigor. When it was time for the Raptors to attack, Luyu, as before, remained somewhat passive. Mirotic had already grown accustomed to Luyu's demeanor. Yet, just as Lowry prepared to set a screen to draw the Bulls' defensive attention, Luyu suddenly surged towards an open space. Luyu and Lowry had already established communication. As soon as the ball arrived, he was ready. By the time Mirotic realized what was happening, Luyu had decisively taken the shot. Luyu, with a three-point basket. This was a pivotal three-pointer, leaving a resounding impact. The home commentator was filled with excitement, as only 2 minutes remained on the clock, making each shot exceedingly crucial at this juncture. After Luyu made a three-point shot, the score gap between the two teams widened once more, and the Bulls players could no longer maintain their previous composure. They substituted the underperforming center Gibson for Brooks. DeRozan was finally relieved from the task of guarding the towering Mirotic, now facing off against the role player Moore instead. It was evident that the Bulls were in dire need of scoring, prompting them to bring in all their bench players capable of shooting. Luyu understood that during such moments, it was imperative to keep a close watch on the opposing team's star player. He persistently engaged in a contest with Butler, who was without the ball, denying him favorable opportunities to receive a pass. However, the moment Butler secured the ball, Luyu would regain his composure, ensuring he did not afford the opponent any chances to draw a foul. His defense was commendable, albeit he slightly underestimated Butler's determination. After 2 possessions, Butler forcefully launched a three-pointer. Luyu stepped forward to disrupt, and it seemed he had indeed interfered. Nevertheless, Butler's three-pointer found its mark successfully. Luyu felt a twinge of regret. His apprehension regarding Butler drawing a foul beyond the arc had restrained him from fully committing, yet unexpectedly, Butler executed his move with remarkable precision. Despite facing some interference, he still managed to sink the shot. This exemplifies the caliber of an all-star player. Butler, despite his lackluster static athleticism, has evolved to this level, clearly possessing an indomitable spirit. However, Luyu's own resolve was not to be underestimated. During the Raptors' offensive play, Butler remained the primary defender against the Raptors' leading scorer, DeRozan. This, in fact, presented an opportunity for Luyu. Upon receiving the ball, Luyu made a rare and forceful drive into the opponent's defense. Luyu seldom employed this tactic, yet it yielded an unexpectedly favorable outcome. He penetrated the defense, prompting Gasol to immediately come over for assistance. Luyu passed the ball to Valanciunas in the paint beneath Gasol's long reach. Butler swiftly moved in to assist, yet there was insufficient time for a proper defense, compelling him to resort to a foul. Valanciunas stepped up to the free throw line and converted both attempts flawlessly. Among the Raptors' key players, none exhibit poor free throw performance, which serves as one of their advantages. The Bulls remained behind, and with dwindling time, their only recourse was to attempt three-pointers. As Butler received the ball again, poised to make a strong move, Luyu acted without hesitation. Butler leaped unexpectedly high, but Luyu was already prepared. He extended his long arm in anticipation. Luyu did not execute a spectacular slam dunk, yet he made contact with the basketball. Butler's three-point attempt fell short, only to be retrieved by Valanciunas. Valanciunas promptly passed the ball to Lowry, who began to orchestrate the tempo of the game. After the Bulls' aggressive pressing yielded no results, they were left with no choice but to resort to fouling. Following 2 tactical fouls, Lowry converted 3 out of 4 free throws. However, under the Raptors' scrutiny, both Butler and Brooks failed to connect on their three-point attempts, thus sealing the victory for the Raptors. In a post-game discussion, Liu Yu reflected on the challenge of defending Butler, stating, "It was somewhat arduous. He is a highly dangerous player, but ultimately, I emerged victorious." Coach Casey praised him, remarking, "This is precisely why fans are drawn to Liu Yu. He can sink shots and execute remarkable defense, rather than merely seeking attention on social media." Typically, head coaches frown upon players engaging in social media, as it can lead to distractions, yet those who perform exceptionally are granted certain privileges, akin to the top students in school. As the All-Star voting progressed, numerous individuals began to question Liu Yu's various statements on social media. Nevertheless, his performance on the court serves to counter any skepticism. The team stands firmly behind him, appreciating the heightened attention he brings, which has resulted in additional commercial partnerships and considerable financial gains. Of course, the unwavering support from the coaching staff and teammates is rooted in his on-court accomplishments. That evening, Liu Yu once again utilized his star cards to initiate virtual training. He opted to expend his attention points to select the pinnacle version of Rose for his training session. The authenticity of the virtual training, regardless of how many times he engaged in it, always felt remarkably real to Liu Yu. Through diligent effort in this virtual realm, his skills underwent a subtle transformation. By consistently training with SS-level star cards, including Wall, Walker, and Rose, Liu Yu's proficiency in shooting, previously not his forte, was elevated to an impressive 80 rating. With his speed rating reaching SS level, he activated the Speed Talent. Speed Talent 1, Agility. Agility enhances the likelihood of evading defenders while moving without the ball, increases the success rate of ball handling breakthroughs, and improves the chances of locking onto targets defensively. Liu Yu was utterly astonished, having never anticipated that elevating his basketball skill to a value of 80 would trigger the activation of his innate abilities. Liu Yu meticulously experimented with his agile talent and discovered it to be exceptionally effective. Undoubtedly, on the offensive front, it enables him to more effortlessly conquer his opponent's defenses and seize scoring opportunities. Likewise, on the defensive end, whether enhancing the reaction speed required for marking an opponent or mitigating the effects of screens, it proves to be exceedingly beneficial. In essence, possessing such a gifted ability allows me to manifest a prowess that surpasses mere numerical values. Liu Yu's enthusiasm for virtual training surged instantly. Moreover, the revelation that speed talent is rated as 1 suggests the existence of multiple levels. It remains uncertain how many values must be enhanced to activate the subsequent talents. Henceforth, he resolved to diligently elevate the basketball attributes outlined in his plan to a score of 80. However, some basketball attributes prove more challenging to enhance, and this time, luck favored him in terms of speed. Following yet another improvement in prowess, Liu Yu joined his team in Cleveland. It was time for the showdown between the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. The Cavaliers had maintained a commendable record lately, trailing the Raptors by merely 1 victory. Both teams regarded this match with utmost seriousness. Compared to their previous encounter, the Cavaliers had significantly improved their injury situation, with players like Irving returning to the court. In contrast, Carroll from the Raptors was once again sidelined. The knees of basketball players can be a troublesome issue, and Carroll's condition this season had been precarious, suggesting a challenging recovery. With Carroll absent, the weight of responsibility fell heavily upon Liu Yu, particularly in guarding against James. He was determined to secure a victory in this match. Chapter 60, Star Card Experience. Consuming the Devin Booker SS-level star card, he activated the experience function for 1 match. Liu Yu opted for the highest level of experiential enhancement, expending 500 points of attention. His offensive capabilities witnessed a remarkable surge in this match, with attributes such as speed, mid-range shooting, and three-point shooting astonishingly surpassing 90. However, while experiencing Booker's superstar card, he did not acquire the innate talents associated with the star. Nevertheless, Liu Yu's own basketball statistics remained intact. In areas where Booker falters, Liu Yu's attributes can still manifest their intended impact. The recently awakened talent of agility feels remarkably compatible with Booker's abilities. Liu Yu's decisive use of the SS-level superstar card stems from the Cavaliers' significant enhancement following Irving's return. This improvement is not solely attributed to Irving's offensive prowess. The addition of another offensive threat has amplified James's playmaking capabilities, thus increasing the complexity of defending against him. Moreover, alongside Irving, players such as Dellavedova, Shumpert, and Mozgov have also made their comebacks, intensifying the pressure faced by the Raptors far beyond the previous contest. Lu Yu's acquisition of James's superstar card became imperative, and upon obtaining the innate abilities, his interest in experiencing the SS-level superstar card deepened. Recognizing the urgency of the circumstances, Lu Yu opted to utilize the card's experience feature sooner rather than later, as a last-minute decision might not afford him the chance to turn the tide. As for the choice of Booker's SS-level superstar card, it primarily stems from the fact that Lu Yu had amassed it prior to entering the NBA, making it the most abundant SS-level card in his possession. He perceives Booker's purely offensive card as a valuable asset, one that could potentially be exchanged for a card that balances both offensive and defensive attributes. Additionally, during the All-Star voting period, Lu Yu requires offensive statistics to bolster fan enthusiasm. He believes that a more defensively oriented superstar card would be better suited for playoff scenarios or for neutralizing aggressive offensive players. In the case of James, his capabilities in offense, defense, and playmaking are sufficiently high, rendering a purely defensive card less effective against him. Conversely, Lu Yu is reluctant to expend his top-tier, well-rounded superstar cards during the regular season. Upon employing Booker's superstar card, Lu Yu greeted his teammates, particularly Lowry and DeRozan, expressing his confidence in being able to challenge James offensively. Soon after, Lu Yu utilized his nimble positioning to sink a three-pointer, catching the Cavaliers off guard. This appeared to be Lu Yu's signature skill, prompting James to accord more attention to the rookie. On the offensive front, James, confronted with Lu Yu's staunch defense, did not exert his full strength. He played with a certain elegance, effortlessly assisting Irving, Love, and J.R. Smith for scores within the first half of the quarter. Lu Yu's defense against James is quite formidable, effectively disrupting his shots. However, if James were to penetrate, even with his remarkable agility, he would still be pushed aside, necessitating assistance from the interior defense. When it comes to passing, the challenge escalates. James possesses exceptional court vision and a robust physique that allows him to protect the ball with ease, while Lu Yu can attempt to interfere. The impact he has on James is minimal. When James's teammates are in rhythm, opposing defenses may find it even more challenging to contend with them than to stop James's own seemingly unstoppable scoring prowess. This is because, while one can take solace in having adequately defended against James's individual brilliance, if he orchestrates the play to elevate the entire team, defenders often feel their efforts are rendered futile. Lu Yu could not restrain himself from reminding the team. The Raptors players were well aware that LeBron James often penetrated the defense to distribute the ball, as did Kyrie Irving, leading to the Cavaliers' perimeter shooting, particularly their three-pointers, which constituted a core element of their strategy. The Raptors had indeed trained for such defensive scenarios. However, the dynamic nature of the game made it exceedingly challenging to defend against these plays completely, especially concerning DeRozan. DeRozan's defensive prowess paled in comparison to his offensive capabilities, and the player primarily responsible for defending against the Cavaliers' prolific shooter, J.R. Smith, was DeRozan himself, whose defensive efforts were still lacking. This deficiency stemmed largely from a lack of defensive awareness, despite DeRozan's considerable athletic ability. Coach Casey, known for his emphasis on defense, seemed perplexed by DeRozan's minimal improvement in this area. It could be said that DeRozan was not the type of star who readily accepted guidance. His approach to three-point shooting mirrored this sentiment. It was not a matter of reluctance to practice, but perhaps a manifestation of inner trepidation. Athletes in competitive sports, even those who have found success, often grapple with psychological vulnerabilities, albeit rarely discussed. The team had no choice but to accept this reality. Even if DeRozan's defense was subpar, his presence on the court remained a greater asset to the team. The Raptors were compelled to explore alternative strategies. The Cavaliers' current lineup posed a threat from the perimeter, with virtually anyone capable of scoring, leaving the Raptors to reclaim the initiative offensively. On the defensive end, other weak points necessitated Scola's removal from the game. His remaining offensive contributions seemed trivial in the context of an elite Eastern Conference matchup, overshadowed by his defensive mobility issues. In the absence of Carroll, the Raptors had no choice but to experiment with Patterson. Playing a big four-small lineup would require the Cavaliers to make the first move or necessitate a gamble. Otherwise, utilizing wings against the Cavaliers' interior players, be it Love, Thompson, or Mozgov, would prove ineffective. While Lu Yu might manage to contend with Thompson, the question remained how to handle James. Without Carroll, Lu Yu needed to shadow James closely, with the only assistance for his teammates coming from the interior. The wings, such as Rose, were too slender, and the backcourt player Joseph was even less effective. Johnson could provide some resistance, but his offensive capabilities were limited. making him a mere stopgap. The Raptors coaching staff still planned to bolster Lu Yu's defense with interior support. If Scola was unable to assist, Patterson would take his place. However, the unfolding situation on the court diverged from both teams' expectations. After the Cavaliers established an early advantage with their trio of stars and JR's perimeter firepower, the players responding for the Raptors deviated from what had been anticipated. After Lu Yu made a three-point shot, LeBron remained vigilant, once again receiving the ball beyond the arc. LeBron immediately closed in on him. He did not leap readily, yet his arm effectively obstructed Lu Yu's shooting path. Although LeBron's wingspan is not exceptionally remarkable, it is commendable. Coupled with his defensive expertise, it would not be easy for Lu Yu to attempt a strong shot. Lu Yu executed a feigned shooting motion, followed by a tentative step for a breakthrough. However, the breakthrough was also a ruse. Surpassing James was not an easy feat. Lu Yu feigned in advance, only to retract the basketball momentarily, then took a significant step to the side before launching into a shot. LeBron James leapt slightly, using his arm to obstruct Lu Yu's shooting trajectory. Nonetheless, Lu Yu resolutely unleashed a three-point shot. Swish! The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air of the court. Following this was the familiar roar of the fans. Despite James's defense, Lu Yu succeeded in scoring the three-pointer. The atmosphere in the Cavaliers' home court, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, fell into an unexpected silence, astonished by Lu Yu's formidable display. Chapter 61. The main character on the court, LeBron, understood that Lu Yu was an exceptionally talented young man, even garnering a reputation as he aspired toward the all-star stage. However, in the eyes of elite stars like himself, Lu Yu was merely a notably skilled rookie. The NBA is replete with remarkable newcomers, and Lu Yu's prowess did not particularly stand out among them. James felt no compelling need to expend excessive energy defending against such a rookie. This sentiment was shared by Cavaliers head coach Blatt. Lu Yu merely plays the role of a supporting player for the Raptors. Even though he may be stronger than other role players and serves as the team's third option, his style has always been that of a 3-and-D player. When Lowry and DeRozan are on the court, he hardly contributes offensively. Therefore, even though he had previously made a three-pointer, James felt it was crucial not to allow him any open shots. He had only recently sensed that the agile Lu Yu's off-ball movement was far more formidable than anticipated. Yet he remained partially unalert. As the cornerstone of a top-tier team, James has numerous responsibilities on the court, despite his commendable defensive prowess. He cannot afford to disregard Lu Yu simply because he scored. It is unnecessary. Even against all-stars of equal caliber, James would not exert himself fully in defense. Star players must manage their stamina. Only during critical moments of the game does James commit himself entirely to defense. However, even without full exertion, his individual and team defense remains at an all-star level. Thus, he was completely unprepared for Lu Yu's unwavering three-pointer amidst his interference. Was it luck? James pondered for a moment. The Raptors' rookie indeed appeared quite impressive. There were minor defensive issues, but the Cavaliers remained composed on the offensive end. Irving and Lowry struggled to contain each other, yet in terms of scoring efficiency, Irving held the edge. The same could be said for J.R. Smith and DeRozan. Though J.R. could shoot the three, even the players matched up against Love seemed to have difficulty defending each other, whether it was Scola or Patterson coming off the bench. However, inside, Valanciunas appeared to be lacking in form. Since his return, Valanciunas has been in the process of regaining his rhythm. The mutual inability to defend was largely due to the Cavaliers increasing the pace of play. Otherwise, both teams' defenses were sound, preventing a complete offensive shootout. It was evident that the Cavaliers had greater confidence in their offense. This season, they had become a formidable three-point shooting team, attempting shots comparable to the Warriors. Playing at home, the Cavaliers successfully leveraged their offense to gain a scoring advantage, though an unexpected twist arose with Lu Yu's performance. After Lu Yu made 2 three-pointers, the surprise had yet to dissipate. James became increasingly concerned about Lu Yu's shooting. After attempting to disrupt him, Lu Yu began driving towards the basket. He was not fixated on breaking through, but instead opted for mid-range shots whenever the opportunity arose, and his accuracy was remarkable. Within just a few minutes, Lu Yu had already surpassed double digits in scoring. What was happening? Had Lu Yu taken something? Today he was facing James. How could it seem that he was outperforming James on both ends? Was I imagining things? Haha, it seems the king is faltering, unable to best even a rookie. Fans were astounded by Lu Yu's performance, and the two teams battling on the court were momentarily taken aback. How could this Raptors rookie be so formidable? He had not played this way before, had he? The Cavaliers head coach Blatt expressed his confusion. His immediate reaction was not to instruct James to intensify his defensive efforts, but rather to consider substituting in a role player to mark the opponent, deeming it unnecessary for James to expend his energy. At this juncture, the Cavaliers had not yet recognized the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Raptors were in high spirits. Liu played exceptionally well today, showing no fear in confronting the league's elite stars. Nurse expressed his astonishment. Casey remarked, "I have a feeling that fortune is on our side this season. We might just create a miracle." Liu's performance suggested he was destined to become an all-star player. During a timeout, Liu communicated with Casey, requesting to remain on the court longer while in good form, perhaps staggering his minutes with James. After a moment's consideration, Casey acquiesced. As the team had already planned for Johnson to expend a few minutes guarding James, if Liu was performing well, he should seize the opportunity to play. After James exited the game, Jefferson took on the primary responsibility of defending Liu. Previously, Jefferson had struggled to contain Liu, but at that time, Liu was not primarily focused on scoring, making the Cavaliers' challenge less apparent. They believed that having Jefferson engage this rookie would suffice until Liu's energy began to wane, at which point his shooting would likely revert to a more typical level. However, it was evident that Liu was anything but ordinary at present. Liu is certainly an anomaly, yet they mistakenly believed that relying on Jefferson would be sufficient to contain him. However, after Liu utilized the SS-level superstar card experience feature, his abnormality transcended mere triviality. It became monumental. During the rotation period, Liu dominated the Cavaliers' defense with the ball in hand, leaving the home fans in a state of bewilderment. How could this be? How is he still able to score? His mid-range shooting while handling the ball is astonishing. It seems he surpasses even DeRozan in skill. Liu faced the Cavaliers' substitute players, exhibiting an astonishing scoring efficiency. With a mere 2 steps, he penetrated the defense and effortlessly elevated for a shot, rendering the Cavaliers' interior help defense futile. His mid-range game was utterly indefensible. DeRozan, seated on the sidelines, appeared somewhat astonished. As one of the league's elite mid-range shooters, he pondered how an outside player with a lackluster three-point shooting could ascend to all-star status. Was it solely due to his formidable mid-range prowess? Yet, Liu's shooting was distinctly different. His mechanics were remarkably streamlined. When presented with an open look, he would shoot. If not, he would dribble past his defender and rise for a shot with remarkable fluidity. His teammates had previously been unaware of the seamlessness in Liu's ball handling and driving ability. His performance today is exceptional, Lowry remarked, smiling at DeRozan. DeRozan's mid-range shots often involved various spins, giving the impression of high difficulty with each attempt. While this technique allows him to shoot even against tight defenses, it sometimes creates unnecessary challenges when the defense is less formidable, resulting in a less efficient performance. In contrast, Liu's efficiency today was extraordinary, devoid of any superfluous movements, truly a shooting textbook in action. On one hand, the peak-level shooting of Booker was more succinct compared to DeRozan's, and on the other, it was a reflection of Liu's own habits. He may have experienced the SS-level superstar card of peak Booker, but the nuances of his playing style, along with his height and wingspan, remained distinctly his own. Liu's physical prowess, honed through the mastery of Booker-esque techniques, undoubtedly differs from the original. Certain aspects may fall short, yet in others, he might surpass the original's capabilities. By the time the Cavaliers adjusted to replace their starters, Liu had already led his team to a comeback. After a brief respite, he returned to the court, still radiating with remarkable form. The Cavaliers intensified their defense against him, particularly as LeBron began to take the matter more seriously. Liu had long been prepared. He began to call for screens. With his current rhythm so impeccable, he had also acquired a temporary tactical advantage. Whenever he held the ball, the Raptors' interior players would step up to set screens for him. Even though LeBron's defense was formidable, there were moments when, after being switched off by a Raptor screen, he could only helplessly watch as Liu capitalized on the opportunity for a jump shot. Unbeknownst to them, in the fierce battle between the top 2 teams in the East, the protagonist had already shifted. Chapter 62. Unexpected Developments. Liu's scoring prowess not only disrupts the Cavaliers' defensive framework, but also significantly eases the scoring opportunities for his teammates on the Raptors. With the Cavaliers concentrating their defensive efforts on him, they are unable to maintain the same level of vigilance on Lowry and DeRozan. In this match, the Raptors truly exemplified the effectiveness of their 3-star lineup, particularly against the formidable Eastern Conference adversary, the Cavaliers. In the second quarter, Lu Yu amassed a remarkable 20 points, contributing to his impressive first-half tally of 32 points. With his assistance, the Raptors surged ahead of the Cavaliers, concluding the half with a lead of 66-58. Today, the hoop feels as expansive as the ocean, Lu Yu remarked upon returning to the locker room. Such expressions are often uttered by NBA players during moments of explosive performance. It is essential for everyone to endure together to fully comprehend Lu Yu's current sentiments and aspirations. A strong performance necessitates decisiveness in shooting during the second half. DeRozan approached Lu Yu for a high five. Although he playfully teased Lowry, he was genuinely pleased with Lu Yu's performance. In the future, we can exchange insights on mid-range shooting. Since joining the team, I have been learning from your shooting techniques, DeMar, Lu Yu confessed. He spoke truthfully. His substantial improvement in mid-range shooting was significantly influenced by training with DeRozan's star cards. Haha, no wonder your mid-range shot bears a hint of DeMar's style, Lowry chuckled. Lu Yu remarked, I am also learning your ball control and passing techniques. I enjoy contemplating the game while playing and absorbing the extraordinary skills of my teammates. Lowry, with a touch of exaggeration, responded, Goodness, I feel it's time to charge a training fee. The Raptors players were astonished. Had Lu Yu's prowess truly enhanced by studying their strengths? But could one truly master such skills merely by observation? If that were the case, Lu Yu's talent would be nothing short of astonishing. Since joining the team, Lu Yu has consistently improved, regardless of the underlying reasons. He is inherently gifted. He is undoubtedly a budding star player, distinctly different from the average players. You can't possibly perform at this level every game, can you? One questioned. What are you saying? I wish I could, but today feels particularly exceptional. Being able to match up against LeBron has me exhilarated. It seems you possess a big game mentality. Enjoying tough battles is commendable. The team needs players like you for the playoffs. As the second half approached, he encouraged everyone. Please support me in the second half. If I can deliver a stellar performance today, I will treat everyone to a late-night snack. Goodness, with 30 points in the first half, you've already showcased a superlative performance. The Raptors' locker room was filled with joy. Even if some harbored feelings of envy, those sentiments were drowned out by the collective excitement. In the Cavaliers' locker room, Blatt admitted he had not anticipated Lu Yu's explosion in the first half. The oversight lay with him. In the second half, they would intensify their defensive efforts against Lu Yu. After halftime, it was uncertain whether he would maintain such a scorching shooting touch. But they could not rely on the opponent's rhythm. They needed to stifle his shooting confidence. The true extent of Lu Yu's current abilities remained an enigma. LeBron sensed elite off-ball movement and remarkably adept drives in Lu Yu, clearly indicative of an all-star caliber player. Yet, could this rookie genuinely belong to such an echelon? It seemed improbable. Had Lu Yu been this formidable, he would have performed better in previous games. This must be an anomaly. LeBron resolved that, aside from focusing on defense, he would also target Lu Yu offensively in the second half. Engaging in consumption and destruction, during the first half, LeBron James intentionally sought to aid Kyrie Irving, who had previously been struggling with injuries, opting to refrain from showcasing his offensive prowess. Consequently, he soon realized that the spotlight had been commandeered by his opponent, Lu Yu, and it became imperative for him to alter his approach in the second half. Furthermore, exerting offensive pressure on the adversary serves as an effective strategy to disrupt their rhythm, particularly against players who predominantly rely on shooting. As the third quarter commenced, James aggressively penetrated and scored against Lu Yu. In the face of James's relentless assault, it was evident that one man could not withstand the onslaught. Even if Lu Yu managed to keep pace with James, he was physically overpowered, necessitating assistance from the interior defense. Nevertheless, James did not solely focus on his own scoring. He remained the orchestrator for the Cavaliers, given that Irving, as a scoring-oriented point guard, lacked considerable playmaking skills. The Cavaliers maintained their sharp offensive edge in the second half, bolstered by 3 All-Stars and competent role players. They seemed to lag slightly behind the 2 dominant teams from the West, primarily due to their lack of interior defensive support. The Raptors provided some assistance, albeit not robustly. The Cavaliers faced challenges in halting the offensive onslaught, making it difficult for them to contain Lu Yu, who continued to excel offensively. This match showcased Lu Yu as a powerful offensive all-star, prompting him to focus more on his scoring capabilities. Although the Cavaliers did not place significant emphasis on him and had yet to fully decipher his tactics, they did implement some targeted strategies. Following Lu Yu's successful shot in the third quarter, the Cavaliers began to experiment with double teaming. Prior to the match, They had not anticipated needing to double-team a role player from the Raptors, despite his recent surge in prominence. However, reality often diverges from expectations. Lu Yu's performance in this match was exceptionally formidable, compelling the Cavaliers to devise a response. When Lu Yu called for a screen, the interior defenders of the opposing team would disregard the encroaching Raptors player setting the pick, instead opting to double-team Lu Yu alongside LeBron James. Why does Lu Yu insist on calling for a screen? Is it merely because of James's overwhelming prowess? Currently at the pinnacle of his career, James can excel in both offense and defense if he so desires. An offensive player wields the initiative, and Lu Yu, equipped with an SS-level star card boasting exceptional stats and agile talents, can indeed maneuver past James. However, while he might evade most players with a single step, he cannot affect James's shooting. The latter can swiftly turn and still contest the shot due to his remarkable physical attributes, allowing him to block even from a side jump. Thus, Lu Yu must call for a screen to momentarily obstruct James. Against the other Cavaliers players, Lu Yu can shoot with confidence. Yet, should the Cavaliers opt for a double team, the brief moment of hindering James becomes largely ineffective. A pure scorer, when faced with a double team, often finds their attempts thwarted and is prone to errors. However, Lu Yu is not merely a scorer. He is trained with Lowry's star card, and his passing skills have significantly improved. An S-level passer is more than capable of handling a double team. He need not pass the ball far. A simple delivery to the teammate setting the screen or to another nearby teammate suffices. Even if his immediate teammates lack opportunities, they can swiftly pass to an open player or to Lowry and DeRozan. In the face of a double team from the Cavaliers, Lu Yu's scoring indeed becomes significantly more challenging, yet it simultaneously opens avenues for his fellow Raptors players, particularly Lowry, who has outperformed Irving in this quarter. This is problematic. Could Lu Yu truly be an all-around forward? Cavaliers head coach Blatt finds himself in disarray. When an all-around forward is in peak form, it presents a formidable challenge. The Cavaliers' management has begun to lose faith in Blatt, and players have voiced their dissent regarding his tactics. Should they succumb to the Raptors now, forfeiting their chance to compete for the top spot in the Eastern Conference, Blatt's position will become precarious. What should he do? Blatt is momentarily at a loss. Chapter 63. Individual ability. The Cavaliers' defense against Lu Yu in the third quarter has once again faltered. Although they performed admirably on offense, they still failed to close the gap. As their coach, Blatt, frets over this predicament, James proactively proposes a solution to the challenge posed by Lu Yu. In the final quarter, James intends to exert himself fully on both ends of the court. There will be no need for a double team. James will first endeavor to prevent Lu Yu from receiving the ball, and if Lu Yu requires a screen, he will forcefully navigate around it. With James's robust physique, it is a daunting task for the Raptors' interior players to completely obstruct him. I will lock him down, James declares with authority. In the second half, to counter Lu Yu, James even mirrors his movements. This feels somewhat beneath him. A renowned player is being led by the nose by a rookie. However, if Lu Yu is allowed to dominate the game, James's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. In the third quarter, Lu Yu managed to score only 10 points. However, in comparison to the second quarter and other players, achieving double digits in a single quarter remains impressive. Initially, Lu Yu was the primary offensive player, and during the rotation period, both Lowry and DeRozan were on the court. The Raptors held a significant advantage, with the score stretching to a double-digit lead. Yet, Irving suddenly scored 5 consecutive points and assisted, narrowing the gap between the two teams. In this context, after a 3-minute respite, Lu Yu returned to the game. Perhaps due to excessive playtime, Lowry and DeRozan did not feel as effective in the final quarter. Coach Casey decisively chose to keep Lu Yu on the court. Upon entering the arena, Lu Yu immediately discerned a notable shift in James's demeanor. Previously, receiving the ball had not posed a significant challenge for him. A nimble backdoor cut or an enthusiastic dash for a tactical play, while teammates like Lowry held the ball sufficed. However, now James employs his formidable physique to impede his movements. In the realm of basketball, physical prowess is undeniably paramount. Numerous teams aspire to thwart James's reception of the ball, yet as long as he utilizes his body to shield the defender, he can effortlessly secure possession. It is unlikely that there exists a player on the front line who possesses greater strength than he does. Those lacking sufficient strength or physicality find themselves unable to replicate such feats. If Lu Yu were to receive the ball in such a manner, LeBron would merely need to exert a bit of force to unbalance him, potentially leading to a mishap in receiving the pass. Thus, Liu Yu must constantly move to seek opportunities to receive the ball. However, he soon discerned the inherent drawbacks. If he were to merely fulfill the role of a supporting player, his ceaseless movement without the ball could indeed draw LeBron's defensive attention, which would please the team, as it would also deplete LeBron's stamina. Yet, the team now required him to take on a primary scoring role, rendering his off-ball movement less efficient. The crux of the matter was that evading LeBron proved to be exceedingly challenging. The Raptors, employing off-ball screens, had not practiced extensively in this regard. Moreover, this approach consumed a considerable amount of Liu Yu's energy, and he felt that his stamina paled in comparison to LeBron's. Even with the enhancement provided by an SS-level star card. After several attempts, Liu relinquished the more complex strategies. Core players from various teams often resorted to a relatively simpler method of receiving the ball when tightly guarded, which involved stepping just 2 paces beyond the three-point line to catch the ball in a less threatening area. Such an approach did not directly facilitate tactical execution, but was purely intended for individual plays, a capability Liu Yu now possessed. Presently, long-range three-pointers had become a desperate choice in critical moments, with few attempting such shots, and LeBron did not fully pursue them. As long as the shot wasn't immediately executable, he felt that allowing Liu Yu to receive the ball posed little concern. It was implausible for him to shadow Liu Yu beyond the three-point line indefinitely. Even in a future era where more players might attempt long-range three-pointers, it would be unnecessary to follow the offensive player relentlessly. LeBron would not wish to demean himself in such a manner, unless dictated by specific tactics. Even in defending against Curry, such specialized strategies would only manifest at certain stages of the playoffs. Thus, during the regular season, Liu Yu, as a rookie, would find little defensive attention when receiving the ball beyond the three-point line. Following the reception, he would require a screen. If the defender were not LeBron, the process would be considerably simpler, as Liu Yu's need for a screen would signify respect for a top-tier all-star player. On this occasion, once the screen was set, Liu Yu seized the slight space afforded to him to take the shot. Regardless of Liu Yu's own statistics or those reflecting the peak performance of Booker, his mid-range shooting prowess is undeniably superior. Yet, Liu Yu remains most comfortable with shots from beyond the arc, a range he has become well acquainted with since his days in the NCAA. When LeBron witnessed Liu Yu's decisiveness, he was taken aback and made a concerted effort to navigate around the screening player to close in. However, the basketball in Liu Yu's hands had already been released, and it found its mark from three-point territory. How could this be? The Cavaliers bench was somewhat perplexed. While it is not uncommon for players to take a contested shot when granted even a sliver of space, this typically occurs only in the dying moments of a game. Many have succeeded under such circumstances, yet the overall shooting percentage tends to be less than favorable. What emboldened this rookie from the Raptors to take such a risk? If he were to miss this one-on-one attempt, it could easily lead to a counterattack from the Cavaliers. Could he bear the weight of the game's outcome? Even seasoned core players would hesitate to make such a move, as the instability of their shooting could jeopardize the team's performance. A few missed attempts could dampen team morale, leading teammates to question his audacity to shoot at will. Yet, Liu Yu did it. And crucially, he succeeded. The Raptors bench erupted in cheers, their disbelief at Liu Yu's performance palpable. Even opponents who harbored resentment towards him found themselves instinctively applauding, for the moment was nothing short of spectacular. "You are taking a reckless shot. You will miss and let the team down," LeBron remarked, hurling taunts as he sought to apply pressure on Liu Yu. If Liu Yu were truly concerned, he would not have acted with such decisiveness the next time. This indicates that James has already regarded Liu Yu as a formidable adversary. "I will score, and you shall lose the game," Liu Yu replied effortlessly. As a player known for his composure, James did not mind engaging in some playful banter with Liu Yu. If it could unsettle his opponent, Liu Yu would certainly relish the opportunity to boast. However, James did not exhibit much of a response. He simply did not believe that Liu Yu could maintain such accuracy consistently. No one in the league could resolve a game so effortlessly. Even the league's most proficient shooter, Curry, could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, even if Liu Yu dared to play this way, after a few missed shots, the Raptors head coach would not permit him to act recklessly. One cannot say this is incorrect. Even though Liu Yu has experienced the pinnacle of an SS-level Booker and retains his own basketball statistics and innate abilities, it is improbable that he would score flawlessly with every shot. Nevertheless, his offensive prowess with the ball is proving to be even more formidable than the Cavaliers had anticipated. At times, Liu Yu would execute a direct drive, while at other moments, he would skillfully employ his teammate screens. maneuvering to reclaim the basketball before launching a breakthrough in an alternate direction. Even LeBron James, despite his formidable prowess, would occasionally falter momentarily when navigating through screens. With Lu Yu's stature and wingspan, he perpetually finds opportunities to shoot. He may not convert every single attempt, yet he consistently manages to score when it matters. In Chapter 64, scoring 50 points seemed implausible. However, contrary to expectations, Lu Yu surged into the paint and scored, catching the Cavaliers' interior defenders off guard. On the defensive front, the primary assignment against James had shifted to Johnson. Initially, Lu Yu was responsible for guarding James, with Patterson or Rose providing supplementary support. However, as the game reached its climax, Coach Casey opted to have Johnson defend James, thus relegating Lu Yu to a secondary role. Though James could easily breach Johnson's defense, after all, few players in the league can fully contain him. Johnson, being a blue-collar wing, was certainly no match. Nevertheless, Lu Yu consistently intervened at opportune moments to disrupt James's rhythm. Despite James's somewhat ungraceful fadeaway jumper finding its mark, the Cavaliers never managed to close the gap to within 5 points. Just when it seemed they might catch up, Lu Yu would invariably respond with a timely basket. As the clock dwindled to the final 5 minutes, the Cavaliers introduced Shumpert, opting for a small ball lineup. At this juncture, James appeared somewhat fatigued, facing an unprecedented level of defensive pressure. After drawing a foul from Johnson, he missed one of his free throws. Yet, with no time for regret, he instantly steeled himself for the ensuing moments. Lu Yu has arrived once more. Now, Lowry hands the ball to Lu Yu as he crosses half-court. As all-star teammates, Lowry and DeRozan both exhibit their generosity. Lu Yu is in remarkable form, and they are willing to temporarily take on a supportive role. As Lu Yu acquired the ball, James swiftly approached to defend. Lu Yu took 2 steps to the right and then came to a halt. James felt a surge of tension and could not help but shudder his shoulders. Lu Yu was unperturbed by the inconvenience and promptly called for a screen. Ins quickly moved into position, having executed numerous tactical screens throughout the match. His effectiveness in the paint was limited, and while Kevin Love's help defense was lacking, his on-ball defense remained commendable. Just as Ins had not fully established his stance, Lu Yu initiated his move. LeBron immediately followed suit, unleashing his power, causing Ins to stumble under the force of his actions. Lu Yu was uncertain whether the referee would call a foul as Valanciunas fell to the ground. He drove past and positioned himself beside Love before taking his shot. Love instinctively reached out, yet failed to obstruct him. As James rushed over, he was momentarily hindered by a teammate. Nonetheless, James managed to leap in time, extending his hand in an attempt to block the shot. Despite the barrier posed by Love, James soared high, his palm hovering above Lu Yu. Had Lu Yu not released the ball with such decisiveness, James might have indeed interfered. Such strength and athletic prowess seem as if fate itself has bestowed upon him an abundance of talent. Nevertheless, despite James's extraordinary gifts, Lu Yu's mid-range jumper found its mark. Lu Yu not only utilized the screen set by his teammate Ins, but also benefited from the cover provided by the Cavaliers' interior player Love. What appeared to be a simple shot was, in fact, a profound demonstration of the essence of playing with intellect. Scoring 49 points, Lu Yu was on the verge of surpassing the 50-point mark. In the third quarter, Lu Yu shattered the record for the highest score by a Chinese player in the NBA, and now he is venturing into an entirely different realm. After all, even Jordan's rookie season high was merely 49 points. Of course, this is a record that Danzy cannot contest, as there have been many formidable players throughout NBA history. Furthermore, not being exceptionally dominant does not preclude one from achieving high scores. The most recent rookie to surpass 50 points was Jennings, who scored 55. He is, after all, merely an S-tier player. In the latter half, Lu Yu faced a more formidable defense from the Cavaliers. Yet he had fully acclimated to the proper techniques of utilizing the Booker Superstar card. The Cavaliers were not as resolute in targeting him, which meant he was destined to excel. Damn it, James muttered, swiftly suppressing his growing frustration. During the Cavaliers' offensive plays, he positioned himself just in front of the free throw line. Demanding the ball, he leaned against Johnson with remarkable stability. Lu Yu had previously attempted this, but it was utterly futile. Upon receiving the ball, James immediately pivoted and drove forward. Receiving the ball near the free throw line significantly heightened his threat level, as a successful breakthrough could lead directly to an attack on the basket. However, there were few players in the league capable of receiving the ball under such defensive pressure. For now, Lu Yu was not among them, unless the opposing defenders were particularly weak. The moment James made his move, Liu closed in on him, skillfully obstructing his passing lane. Yet, within James's line of sight, there were not only open teammates, but also imminent threats from opponents. Suddenly, Irving made a decisive cut, and with a slight flick of his wrist, James executed a subtle yet rapid pass. Irving seized the ball and charged towards the basket. Valanciunas rushed to provide help defense, but Irving deftly maneuvered in midair, evading the defense to lay the ball into the hoop. The Cavaliers still clung to the hope of a comeback. If the Raptors mishandled the next couple of possessions, the goddess of victory might very well shift her favor to the Cavaliers. At this juncture in the game, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense, and the shouts of the home crowd transformed into a cautious murmur. Most players on the court were now more vigilant than before, wary of making reckless moves. Liu felt a tinge of nervousness. However, his anxiety was more akin to exhilaration. As the pivotal moment approached, he became increasingly focused and composed. His fervent desire for victory was fully ignited. This characteristic was uniquely his, unrelated to the basketball system. It was also one of the reasons he swiftly adapted to the game, continuously enhancing his skills. He relished the competitive spirit on the court and yearned for the sensation of pursuing triumph. During the Raptors' offensive play, Liu suddenly seized the ball and charged inward, opting not to call for a screen, catching James off guard momentarily. With a decisive breakthrough, a step back, and a jump shot, James' defense managed to keep pace. Yet it was still insufficient. Liu struck unexpectedly, achieving 50 points with remarkable ease. Those watching the live broadcast were overwhelmed with excitement, experiencing an unforeseen delight that resonated deeply within their souls. Liu's tenacity has once again altered the mindset of the Cavaliers players. They now exhibit a hint of trepidation, fearful that Liu will continue his remarkable accuracy. James's demeanor is markedly different, reflecting an unusual sense of discontent. Cavaliers head coach Blatt called a timeout, pondering whether to employ a double team. However, he ultimately deemed that strategy unsuitable. Instead, Blatt emphasized the importance of offense, asserting that the Cavaliers must convert several three-point attempts. Upon returning to the court, Liu faced even tighter defense. The intensity in James's gaze was palpable. At this juncture, Lowry stepped up, penetrating the defense to draw a foul from Shumpert, converting both free throws. When it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, Irving attempted a three-pointer but failed to score. However, Love secured the offensive rebound, and J.R. Smith, positioned beyond the arc, succeeded in his shot. For the first time in the fourth quarter, the score narrowed to within 5 points. In that moment, James and his teammates exchanged high fives. Yet, Liu was quick to respond, utilizing a screen to drive into the lane. This time, his rhythm shifted. He mirrored DeRozan's style, spinning around before executing a fadeaway shot. Many of the shots in this game required a stroke of luck, and this one was no exception. Nevertheless, Liu seemed unencumbered by fortune's whims. With that two-point basket, he had amassed 53 points, propelling the Raptors to a 6-point lead once more. As time dwindled into the final 2 minutes, JR attempted another three-pointer, regrettably missing the mark. JR, with his unpredictable shooting, could evoke extreme emotions. His successful shots would elate fans, while his erratic misses could incite frustration. Fortunately for the Raptors, Liu also failed to convert on his next attempt. When the Cavaliers resumed their offensive, James drove in and passed to Irving. As Irving received the ball and took a shot, Lowry remained vigilant, effectively contesting the attempt. Although Irving had recently made a three-pointer at the beginning of the quarter, he now struggled to find his rhythm. Additionally, the Raptors faced issues with rebounding. Had Liu not been performing at such an elite level, the Raptors would have already secured the victory. Love exhibited exceptional rebounding awareness, once again claiming an offensive rebound. With no opportunity to shoot, he passed the ball to James. Johnson was a tad slow to react, allowing Liu to surge forward and commit a foul. Liu had only 3 fouls, so there was no issue at all. LeBron James stepped up to the free throw line. He had been quite accurate with his free throws in the first half, but his performance deteriorated in the second half. Standing at the free throw line for several seconds, he attempted to calm himself, yet his first shot still failed to find the net. James let out an expletive, unable to contain his frustration. This game had indeed been a source of exasperation. Fortunately, he succeeded with his second free throw, narrowing the gap to 5 points. However, by this time, only a minute remained on the clock, and the Cavaliers needed to bolster their defense. The Raptors initiated their offense, and Liu moved beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, preparing to set a screen. This time, Love came directly to defend. and the Cavaliers players engaged in a double team. Lu Yu narrowly avoided a collision with Love and James. Lowry approached to provide support, and Lu Yu passed the ball. Lowry controlled the tempo before attempting to drive towards the basket. The Cavaliers' defense was formidable at that moment, and Lowry's attempt to penetrate was thwarted, prompting him to pass the ball once more. Lu Yu once again seized the ball. With only a few seconds remaining, he called for a screen. As the shot clock was nearly expiring, the Cavaliers were sure to double-team him, leaving Lu Yu with hardly any time to pass the ball. His inexperience was evident. Attempting a pick-and-roll at such a moment was akin to inviting a trap. As the tension mounted, the fans anxiously watched, only to see Lu Yu rise up for a shot. Love, in a desperate attempt to defend, was slightly off balance and collided with Lu Yu. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Cavaliers players instinctively protested, only to witness Lu Yu, while losing his balance, launch a three-pointer that miraculously found its mark. A remarkable 3-1. Lu Gu is magnificent. Lu Yu is invincible. What of the so-called Big Three? They are no match for Lu Gu at all. Fans of Lu Yu are in a frenzy, and so are the players of the Cavaliers. Why? The fact that such a shot could find its mark is undeniably attributed to luck, yet it also speaks to Lu Yu's exceptional shooting technique and remarkable mental fortitude. When he took the shot, he paid no heed to the approaching Kevin Love. In truth, the ball was released before Love could make contact. Lowry and DeRozan rushed over to lift Lu Yu from the floor. Lu Yu, you are simply astounding. Lu Yu responded excitedly to his teammates. But he regained his composure only when the referee signaled him to the free throw line. The free throw is an uncontested scoring opportunity. In the past, Lu Yu had few chances to stand at the free throw line, so he dedicated himself to honing his skills in this area, cherishing the opportunity to score effortlessly. Although his stamina was waning, after taking a moment to steady his breath, Lu Yu still successfully made the free throw. The morale of the Cavaliers players evaporated with that shot. Perhaps a miracle could still occur, but this was merely a regular season game. Subsequently, they mechanically executed their foul strategy, while Lowry remained composed, providing no opportunities for the opponents. Lu Yu's score remained at the number 57. As the final whistle resonated, the Raptors players erupted in jubilant celebration, with Lu Yu becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. In stark contrast, James, with a scowling demeanor, turned his back and strode into the players' tunnel. James was visibly shaken. Lu Yu was oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. While he might have been captivated by James's top-tier SS player card, the player himself held little significance for him. His spirits were elevated, as the experience of wielding an SS-level player card proved quite gratifying. The essence of such a high-caliber card did not entirely align with his preconceived notions, a realization born of experience. Nonetheless, in certain respects, it bore a striking resemblance to his previous encounters with lower-tier player cards. Lu Yu, after a single match, has gathered a wealth of experience. As yet another rookie who has scored over 50 points, Lu Yu is destined to be the most radiant figure of the evening. For a considerable time to come, discussions will revolve around his remarkable performance. The media frenzy that ensued was unprecedented, captivating both domestic and American outlets alike. The clash between the top two teams in the Eastern Conference was already intriguing, and with stars like Lu Yu and LeBron James in the mix, expectations soared. The match unfolded in an unforeseen manner, with Lu Yu's astonishing breakout leading to a resounding defeat for James. Such sensational moments are the lifeblood of media coverage. In the post-match interview, Raptors head coach Dwayne Casey could hardly contain his delight. Lu Yu is indeed a disciple of his master, and he has remarkably reached the level of a renowned strategist. Faced with the multitude of media before the press conference, Lu Yu found his emotions gradually settling into calmness. The performance in today's match did not accurately reflect his true combat prowess. Furthermore, it was partly due to the Knights' inability to devise better strategies in the heat of the moment. If he were to replicate this success, it would not be a simple task. Perhaps when they encounter the Knights in the playoffs, he will require additional tactics. Nonetheless, he does not belittle his achievements. They emerge victorious, and that is the essence of the matter. When a reporter remarked on his performance, which surpassed what many star players could only dream of achieving in their lifetimes, Lu Yu flashed a charismatic smile and stated, "I have long maintained that this is my style of play. I yearn for victory, and if that necessitates me scoring over 50 points, then I shall do so. Will I accomplish it again? Who can say? Such scenarios may arise, or they may not. They are not my ultimate pursuit. What I know is that we will continue to secure victories, and I will exert every ounce of my ability to help the team achieve one triumph after another. When questioned about LeBron James, Liu remarked, "This is merely a regular season game. There is nothing to flaunt or prove." However, on social media, I am decidedly bolder. James is an outstanding player, but in the game, he is simply an opponent, nothing extraordinary. I defeated an adversary in the match, and that is all there is to it. Indeed, following a night of scoring over 50 points, regardless of what Liu says, he garners immense attention. Meanwhile, LeBron, relegated to the sidelines, must surely be feeling quite displeased during this period. He maintains silence before the media, yet in private settings, he has expressed that he will ensure Liu understands the meaning of respect. Chapter 66. The weekling. 2 days after the fierce battle between the Raptors and the Knights, the Raptors easily triumphed over the Nets, who have already decided to enter a rebuilding phase. The current Nets possess a feeble offense, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the Raptors. The sole concern for the Raptors is that Carroll has discovered he cannot recover and has opted for surgery. Post-surgery, even if Carroll recuperates well, the regular season may hold little significance for him. Should his recovery falter, it is possible he may not take the court this season at all. This represents a substantial loss for the Raptors, especially considering that the majority of their financial resources this season have been allocated to Carroll. Fortunately, Liu's swift ascent has alleviated the frustrations of the team's management. However, for the other wings on the team, Carroll's absence in the short term presents an opportunity for them. Liu communicated with Powell, urging him to prepare adequately. If Powell can enhance his shooting consistency and improve on the defensive end, even if he does not receive significant playing time, he will still have opportunities to take the court. After training with the SS-level superstar Joe Johnson, Liu's mid-range shooting skill has also reached an impressive score of 80. As before, he has once again awakened his innate abilities. With his mid-range shooting skill attaining SS level, he has activated his mid-range shooting talent. Mid-range shooting talent 1. Strong shot. Strong shot. When executing a mid-range jump shot, it can somewhat mitigate the impact of defensive pressure. This is indeed a commendable talent, heightening Liu's anticipation for awakening additional talent capacities as other basketball skills reach the score of 80. At this moment, the results of the second phase of the All-Star voting have been announced. Liu's popularity, having surpassed 50 votes, has yet to fully blossom. However, he has already outstripped Drummond, securing a position among the top 3 frontcourt players in the Eastern Conference. Lowry has also eclipsed Irving, claiming a spot among the top 2 in the backcourt, while DeRozan has made noticeable strides. Nevertheless, the current surge in popularity is dominated by Kobe, followed closely by the illustrious Warriors players in the dynamic duo from the Thunder, with the Eastern Conference spotlight shining on James and Wade. Popularity is not built overnight, and it appears that Liu still requires some effort. However, as long as the Raptors continue to perform admirably, both he and Lowry should face minimal obstacles in achieving All-Star starting spots. The competition in the East still seems somewhat lacking, after all. They are the top team in the conference. In this regard, Liu remains resolute. He boldly proclaimed on social media, "We are the best team in the East, and we rightfully deserve to be the best players in the East." The media is particularly fond of vibrant young talents like Liu. As long as players exhibit their prowess, they will not fall victim to media backlash. Liu is currently not particularly focused on social media. He remains a prominent player in the league, requiring only to occasionally share a few words online to maintain his visibility. After starting with the Cavaliers, the Raptors are now embarking on another stretch of away games. However, their opponents are not all formidable. The Eastern Conference presents a somewhat less daunting challenge compared to the Western. Their forthcoming adversary is the Wizards. Following Beal's injury, the Wizards have been struggling. They are eager to triumph over the Raptors, yet for the current iteration of the Wizards, achieving such a feat would be nothing short of miraculous. Wall is exerting considerable effort, but surpassing Lowry is no easy task, let alone leading his team to victory against the Raptors. Liu refrained from his previous exaggerated displays, yet he remained a stable third option for the Raptors. He typically does not demand additional ball possession, nor does he play as he did during the game with the experience card. He primarily focuses on his 3D role, occasionally showcasing his prowess when leading the bench unit. In this context, the distribution of ball possession for the Raptors remains unproblematic. Head coach Casey has also had private discussions with Liu. Liu possesses a commendable openness, stating that unless he is in optimal form or unless Lowry and DeRozan find themselves in a quandary, he will continue to adhere to the team's tactics, playing akin to a wing 3D player. Undoubtedly, the Raptors have also elevated Liu Yu's significance. In comparison to ball possession, the resolution of shot opportunities presents a far simpler challenge. This can be achieved without necessitating sacrifices from Lowry and DeRozan, thereby affording Liu Yu greater chances to take shots. However, the contributions of some other role players within the team are considerably limited. In conjunction with Lowry and DeRozan, the rest of the team must adapt to their dynamic. Valanciunas has felt some impact, though he remains among those less affected, as he is the sole legitimate offensive threat in the Raptors' frontcourt. Although he may not fully align with the current requirements of the Raptors, especially with the rise of Liu Yu. The team now prioritizes effective help defense and robust rebounding capabilities in the paint. In these aspects, Valanciunas is less suited than Biyombo. However, a formidable team's interior still necessitates some offensive prowess and a degree of height assurance, ensuring Valanciunas' position as a starter remains unshaken. Nevertheless, even before his injury, Valanciunas struggled with stamina, making it challenging for him to shoulder the burden of the team's interior alone. The most vulnerable link in the Raptors starting lineup remains the power forward position. Carroll's injury has nullified their initial plan of a large lineup, leaving them reliant on the visibly flawed Scola. Compared to typical teams, the Raptors' interior is not particularly weak. Yet, in the fierce competition of the playoffs or against formidable teams, their frontcourt still falls short. Originally, their perimeter shooting was not especially stable. DeRozan, as the team's primary scoring option, has both strengths and weaknesses. However, with Liu Yu's arrival, their perimeter shooting has evolved into one of the most reliable among the league's elite teams. Liu Yu believes that once he enhances his defensive capabilities, he may focus on rebounding and shot blocking. The Raptors will likely find it challenging to secure a formidable big man, as quality interior players are a rare commodity throughout the league. Thus, if circumstances do not permit, Liu Yu may have to step up himself. Given that the league is currently experiencing a scarcity of proficient interior players, after improving his own abilities in this area, he will be well equipped to contend with the league's big men, effectively addressing the Raptors' vulnerabilities. Moreover, due to the limited availability of elite big men, Liu Yu has temporarily refrained from acquiring SS-rated star cards for interior players. Nevertheless, there are several top-tier SS-rated interior star cards that have yet to reach their full potential. Even if some, like Giannis Antetokounmpo, do not primarily play in the post, such cards can be accumulated for future use. However, certain powerful SS-rated interior star cards, such as Nikola Jokic's, seem less suitable as they lean more towards offensive play. Since Liu Yu has no need to emulate interior players' offensive techniques, which require considerable height and weight, he finds that mastering perimeter offensive strategy suffices and proves to be more advantageous. Periodically reflecting and setting subsequent improvement goals has become a habitual practice for Liu Yu, guiding him along the right path. The Raptors recently triumphed over the struggling Philadelphia 76ers in an away game. While the 76ers possess formidable SS-rated star cards available for purchase, they too predominantly favor offensive play. Is this the prevailing style of future elite big men? Currently, it appears that acquiring exceptional SS-rated interior star cards remains considerably more challenging than their perimeter counterparts. However, there is no need for haste. The issues must only be resolved before the playoffs. In fact, even if no solutions are found, there is little to fear, as the Raptors will face a limited number of opponents that necessitate a strong interior presence. If all else fails, utilizing the star card experience feature should suffice. Chapter 67. Strong offense in a series of 5 consecutive away games. The Raptors emerged victorious in their initial 4, culminating in their final match in Orlando. The Magic, compared to last season, have made a commendable start. Over the summer, they refrained from significant alterations to their roster, quietly progressing in the midst of a rebuilding phase. Young talents such as Vucevic, Oladipo, Fournier, Harris, and Gordon are gradually maturing. Although they may lack elite-level players, they possess a plethora of promising youth, necessitating some strategic decisions. Their current challenge lies predominantly in defense, particularly in their interior protection, while their perimeter play appears to lack a capable organizer. Presently, the Magic's record is not unfavorable, and the players find themselves in a relatively optimistic phase. Facing the formidable Raptors of the East, they are eager to compete. However, for reasons unbeknownst to Coach Skiles, the starting point guard was not deployed in this match, leaving Oladipo to match up against Lowry. Oladipo began aggressively, yet the results were not favorable. Without a suitable facilitator, the Magic's offense quickly stagnated. The Raptors possessed defensive vulnerabilities, yet overall, their defensive structure remains solid. The Magic's attempts to exploit the Raptors' defense with youthful vigor fell short. Realizing the misstep, they introduced the traditional point guard Payton into the lineup. Unfortunately, the team still failed to show improvement. Elfrid Payton struggled with his shooting, which likely contributed to his role off the bench in this game. Nonetheless, upon his entry, Harris shifted to the 4 position, putting Scola in a challenging spot. The Raptors swiftly adjusted by bringing in Patterson. While Patterson's mobility is only marginally superior to Scola's, that slight difference translates into distinct contributions on the court. The Magic began to find their rhythm when their backup center Smith entered the game. This veteran of the NBA exhibited a shooting touch that surpassed even Vucevic's today. After several successful shots, the Magic's offense began to regain momentum. Meanwhile, DeRozan for the Raptors struggled to find his rhythm, with his shooting percentage consistently lagging. As the first quarter concluded, Coach Casey urged Lue to intensify their offensive efforts. Lue's performance commenced as he skillfully maneuvered past Harris's defense and executed a mid-range jump shot. The Magic soon realized that neither Harris nor Fournier could keep pace with Lue's agility. In truth, they struggled to contain DeRozan as well, whose shooting touch was notably off today, resulting in missed opportunities and clanked shots. Lue, however, stands apart. His mid-range and three-point shooting are remarkably consistent. Following his impressive performance against James, Lue has adopted a more subdued approach in subsequent games. The Raptors may still adhere to a hierarchy, as Lue is a rookie, often allowing Lowry and DeRozan to take the lead. In this match, it was only when DeRozan struggled with his shooting that Lue seized the opportunity to drive to the basket. It seems that Lue's mid-range shooting is now even more precise than DeRozan's. Indeed, DeRozan has developed a tendency for erratic shooting. Lue swiftly reached double digits in scoring, and the Magic's defense found it exceedingly challenging to fully contain him. Lue felt a sense of wonder. With his current prowess against teams with inadequate defenses, he could easily perform like an all-star. Yet, contemplating the possibility of becoming an all-star himself in the near future seemed entirely reasonable. His agility, paired with exceptional shooting talent, rendered scoring relatively effortless when matched against less formidable defenders. Presently, he was capable of stepping into the role of an immediate impact sixth man. Of course, it was evident that his skills had progressed beyond that of a mere substitute. With enhanced breakthroughs and two-point shooting, defenders were hesitant to apply tight coverage, inadvertently granting him opportunities from beyond the arc. Thus, as his abilities grew, creating scoring opportunities became increasingly straightforward. When the Magic's interior players began to assert themselves, there was a fleeting hope of narrowing the gap, only to be swiftly countered by Lue's scoring. Contain him. Do not allow him to shoot freely, admonished the Magic's head coach, Skiles, with an air of urgency. The players, though reluctant to voice their concerns, understood the imperative of effectively defending Lue. They aspired to thwart his shooting, yet found themselves unable to do so. Consequently, they could only watch as the Raptors maintained their lead. During halftime, Skiles struggled to temper his frustration. We must enhance our defense. The manner in which you played in the first half will not secure us victory. We need to leverage our height in the paint to disrupt their shooting. The Magic's interior today bore a hint of a Twin Tower strategy. Skiles envisioned compelling the Raptors players into the paint, where their larger players could create disturbances. The Raptors indeed possessed several scoring avenues capable of penetrating defenses. In the first half, they managed some success. At least DeRozan was not comfortable, despite his own significant issues. In the third quarter, they started reasonably well. However, they were ultimately unable to genuinely stifle the Raptors' offense. For instance, Lue could easily shoot after breaching the Magic's defense, as the interior disruptions were not yet fully realized. They managed to contain some of the Raptors' offensive plays, but their own performance on the offensive end fell short. Soon, recognizing the troubling situation, the Magic brought Smith back into the game, but unfortunately, this adjustment proved ineffective. The Raptors were prepared defensively, and Smith, being merely a role player, struggled to find shooting opportunities as the Raptors made slight adjustments to their defense. We can certainly perform better on the defensive end, Casey remarked with a smile. Lue is truly a formidable talent, Nash sighed, reflecting on the exceptional performance displayed by the Cavaliers that day. However, it was undeniable that Lue's prowess had been steadily on the rise. The team now required his contributions, and he was capable of delivering on both offensive and defensive fronts. Such a player is truly a gem in any roster. The coaching staff has been contemplating Lue's role within the team during this period. Nevertheless, DeRozan, an all-star nurtured by the Raptors, necessitates a cautious approach towards a young talent like Lue. The coaching staff faces a myriad of considerations. Ultimately, every decision must take into account the team's performance. It is not merely about the current standings, but rather the imperative to achieve breakthroughs in the playoffs. Yet, witnessing Lu Yu's consistency surpassing that of DeRozan has led to a shift in mindset among coaches like Casey. The Magic played with commendable tenacity, particularly Oladipo, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for victory. Matching him against Lowry proved to be a tactical success, as he indeed made Lowry uncomfortable on both ends of the court. Additionally, his vigor provided support for Fournier, allowing him to capitalize on DeRozan's off night. Vucevic also began to find his rhythm, as the Raptors' defense struggled against scoring-capable big men. At one point, the Magic glimpsed a flicker of hope. However, that hope was soon extinguished. Lu Yu's mid-range shot is truly unparalleled. His movements are more fluid than DeRozan's. While he may face challenges in high-pressure defensive situations that limit his shooting opportunities, under the intensity of the Magic's defense, he proves to be significantly more effective than DeRozan. Perhaps it is not solely a matter of innate talent. The awakening of his abilities has also bestowed upon me greater confidence. After all, once a basketball skill reaches a rating of 80, it ascends to an SS level. Chapter 68. Progress. Liu did not utilize the star card experience feature during this match, yet he still achieved the highest score of the game, totaling 25 points, an amount that, while modest, was significant in breaking through the zero mark, instilling him with greater confidence. It is astonishing that less than 3 months into the regular season, I have evolved to such an extent. The fact remains that the SSS-rated star cards of the Magic are rather underwhelming. Lu Yu never anticipated that he would quickly develop a sense of disdain for the weak SS-level star card, a card he had once yearned for during his college days and was reluctant to use. Thus, the platform truly holds immense significance. When the Raptors returned to their home court, the results of the All-Star voting for the third time were unveiled. During this period, the Raptors had not suffered a single defeat, largely attributed to Lu Yu's remarkable game where he scored 57 points, causing his votes to slightly surpass those of Paul George. However, he still lagged behind LeBron James. The voting results indicated that, this year, the popularity of players from the Western Conference remained higher. James's fans were tirelessly casting their votes, yet his tally still fell far short of Kobe's and Curry's. If I can string together a few more stellar performances, there is a chance I could surpass James. As a player of his caliber, many fans have begun to experience a degree of aesthetic fatigue. Nevertheless, it is unnecessary. Simply being able to participate in the All-Star game is already a commendable achievement. Were it not for the potential to acquire a top-tier SS star card by participating in the All-Star weekend, I would not be so fervently engaged. Lowry remains the second-best guard in the Eastern Conference, though his position is not particularly secure. However, the final determination is not far off, and with continued effort, the hope of securing a starting position in the All-Star game remains substantial. This time, Valens has made an appearance among the frontcourt players in the Eastern Conference. But it is merely an appearance. DeRozan's competitiveness is not as pronounced, and one cannot expect much from the inconsistent Valens. Nonetheless, with the team's strong performance and Lu Yu's status as a popular player, the Raptors have garnered considerable attention. Now, businesses are approaching, and Lu Yu's market value has transformed entirely since the season commenced. However, Lu Yu pays little heed to these matters. He entrusts all commercial affairs to his agent, Mason Smith. He is open to signing contracts that are particularly advantageous and require minimal effort, while Smith decides whether to maintain contact based on perceived value. As my performance improves, I find myself increasingly occupied. A look of blissful fatigue graces Smith's face. His network of contacts continues to expand. In the realm of connections, value remains paramount. As Lu Yu's stature continues to rise, an increasing number of influential patrons will seek his services, making it exceedingly simple for Smith to expand his network. Whether within the NBA realm or certain commercial circles, many prominent agents have embarked on their journeys in a similar fashion, securing a commendable player first, then gaining access to broader networks, ultimately building a successful career. Such endeavors cannot be accomplished through mere appeals for assistance. The crux lies in one's capabilities. The Raptors' recent string of victories correlates with their schedule. Upon returning to Toronto, they encountered no formidable adversaries, facing instead a rebuilding Nets team. Both Lowry and DeRozan showcased their prowess, each scoring over 30 points, while Lu Yu also contributed with over 20 points, easily overpowering a struggling team. However, even when players perform admirably, a coach has the potential to disrupt a favorable situation. As the season progresses, some teams have already begun contemplating their summer placements. Nonetheless, There are not many teams engaged in a deliberate tanking strategy this season. Moving forward, the Raptors will need to exert considerable effort against their upcoming opponents. On January 20th, the Celtics will visit Toronto. Although this season the Celtics are not exceptionally strong, they are certainly not weak. They have now designated Isaiah Thomas as their new cornerstone and are striving to achieve results. This iteration of the Celtics may boast the shortest starting lineup in the NBA. With not only their backcourt being undersized, Bradley, at the shooting guard position, falls short of 1.9 meters, but their frontcourt is also lacking in height. The Raptors should find this matchup somewhat manageable in the paint. However, under the guidance of the young coach Stevens, the Celtics maintain a commendable overall performance, making it no easy feat to secure a victory against them. While the current Celtics lack a dominant superstar, the game commenced with both teams feeling a mutual inability to defend effectively, particularly in the backcourt. In the paint, the Raptors' starting frontcourt held a distinct advantage. Scola faced no defensive challenges in this game, as the Raptors' interior offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. Yet, the Celtics demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Upon realizing their starting frontcourt was underperforming, they quickly made adjustments. They introduced the taller and three-point capable Olynyk, a move that proved beneficial, especially when Biyombo was on the court. Biyombo's defensive prowess is limited to specific matchups, potentially outperforming Valanciunas against certain opponents. However, the Celtics' interior players tend to exhibit technical skills that stretch the floor, while others rely on teamwork and shooting, rendering Biyombo's contributions less impactful. When the interior does not necessitate his defensive efforts, Biyombo's offensive shortcomings become glaringly evident. The Raptors' bench in this game did not match the Celtics' performance. The Celtics play a cohesive, team-oriented style, with several key rotation players whose capabilities are not inferior to some starters, allowing them to maintain a consistent level of intensity throughout the game. Their strength lies in their endurance. While the Raptors starters managed to suppress their opponents and gain an early lead, during the rotation period, the Celtics mounted a counterattack. The seemingly weak defense of the Celtics also posed certain challenges for Lou Yu. The Celtics' defense is characterized by its distinctiveness, showcasing commendable overall help defense. Although individual players may not possess exceptional capabilities in isolation, their collective efforts can create discomfort for offensive players. When Lou Yu penetrates and takes a mid-range shot, the Celtics' help defense responds swiftly, creating a significant disturbance for him. This may also be attributed to the fact that one of the defenders against Lou Yu is Jay Crowder, the Celtics' most proficient wing defender. Although another player, Avery Bradley, is present to guard, his height and strength fall short, making Crowder a more formidable challenge for Lou Yu. After Lou Yu acquired the talent for powerful shooting, his mid-range game became significantly stronger. However, the Celtics executed a commendable defense against him in this regard. Fortunately, he promptly adjusted his strategy. He discerned a weakness in the Celtics' team defense, particularly beyond the three-point line. There, Lee only needed to contend with a single defender, which made things considerably easier. As he acclimatized to the Celtics' defensive tactics, he swiftly sank a three-pointer. While the Celtics roster still had its limitations, they remained formidable contenders for the playoffs with their current lineup, which was commendable. Not only Lou Yu, but Lowry also quickly adapted to the Celtics' defense, discovering an unusual height advantage, which enabled him to exploit opportunities beyond the arc. In contrast, DeRozan struggled. He had an aversion to three-point shots. Thus, he continued to engage in direct confrontations with the Celtics' defense. Fortunately, DeRozan often penetrated for mid-range shots based more on his own rhythm than on the opponent's defense. Many elite mid-range shooters in the league share this trait. In fact, Lou Yu was already capable of joining their ranks, but given his diverse scoring arsenal, he found no necessity to opt for the more challenging route. Chapter 69, a 10-game winning streak regardless of how formidable the opponent's defense may be. We can always find open opportunities. Stevens remarked that when the Celtics fielded a quintet capable of shooting three-pointers, the Raptors' defense faced considerable challenges. Following the Warriors' championship victory, the small ball strategy ascended to prominence. However, it remains a rarity in the league to assemble a lineup where all five positions can effectively shoot from beyond the arc, leaving the Raptors somewhat out of their element. Yet, in reality, the Raptors are also capable of deploying such a formation. Patterson, for instance, can shoot three-pointers from the post. And while Scola can also contribute, it is not his primary means of scoring. Nevertheless, the Raptors' interior players who can stretch the floor do not possess the same height as those on the Celtics. The Celtics may have a shorter starting lineup, but their bench boasts more conventional height, providing them with a significant advantage in the paint. This astute allocation of combat prowess is a challenging endeavor in the NBA. The relationship between starters and substitutes in professional leagues is influenced by player valuations, which makes complete adherence to strategy implausible. The Celtics' success in this regard can be attributed to their tradition of teamwork, as well as the absence of particularly marquee players on their roster. Isaiah Thomas, as the focal point, does not fit the mold of a conventional star player. His emergence this season is somewhat serendipitous, and he has seized the opportunity. However, his evident shortcomings render him a transitional figure, as he is easily targeted by opponents. In the process of adjusting their defense, the Raptors essentially engaged in a shootout with the Celtics, with Lu Yu playing a pivotal role. Upon recognizing Lu Yu's threat, the Celtics made efforts to contain him. Yet he began to exploit the situation. Players of Thomas's stature struggled to disrupt Lu Yu's shooting. For several minutes, the Celtics were compelled to double-team him, which allowed Lu Yu to distribute the ball effectively. The incoming wing player, Rose, capitalized on the opportunity and made a three-pointer. Despite the Celtics' successful five-out strategy, Lu Yu maintained the lead as the first half concluded. Currently, Lu Yu's caliber does not quite reach that of Lowry or DeRozan, yet he navigated the Celtics' defense with remarkable ease. This underscores the critical importance of three-point shooting ability in contemporary basketball. A reliable three-point shooter complicates defensive schemes significantly, given the vast area beyond the arc. In the paint, players tend to cluster, while outside the three-point line, ample space exists for all players to position themselves comfortably. Compared to the often impenetrable mid-range shots, three-pointers typically face less stringent defense, albeit with increased difficulty, contingent upon player selection and proficiency. DeRozan, in particular, seems to harbor psychological resistance to this style, and his technique has largely crystallized, making drastic alterations challenging. Following the first half, the Raptors discovered a strategy to counter the Celtics. They need not alter their lineup significantly. Valanciunas is not entirely incapable of defending against them. After all, the Celtics' interior shooters lack athleticism and exhibit slower movements. Therefore, we can focus more on attacking their paint. Casey remarked that Valanciunas faced no difficulties against the Celtics' interior defense. Yet the Raptors lacked decisiveness in the first half. Ideally, they should force the Celtics to contract their defense more, thereby allowing Lowry and Lu Yu to operate more freely on the perimeter and even easing DeRozan's mid-range shooting. It is crucial to exploit advantages to their fullest, as scoring opportunities near the basket are inherently more accessible. As the third quarter commenced, the Celtics retained their original starters. The Raptors immediately implemented a strategy targeting the Celtics' undersized interior defense, creating isolation opportunities for Valanciunas by spacing the floor with four players. Valanciunas seized the moment, scoring effortlessly in the paint. The Celtics attempted to collapse their defense, but Lowry and Lu Yu were resolute in their perimeter shooting. Following Scola's successful three-pointer, the Celtics opted for a timeout. Upon resuming play, they introduced the taller Olynyk to match up against Valanciunas. However, Valanciunas found it less comfortable to operate with Olynyk's height, imposing significant defensive pressure. While the Celtics intensified their focus on interior defense, they inadvertently left gaps on the perimeter. This allowed DeRozan to capitalize, as his mid-range game began to flourish. When DeRozan is in rhythm, he becomes a formidable mid-range scorer. With Valanciunas drawing defensive attention inside and others stretching the floor, the cohesion of the Celtics team defense weakened considerably. Notably, 4 of the 5 Raptors players on the court proved challenging to contain in one-on-one matchups. This disparity in individual talent rendered the Celtics' tactical adjustments ineffective. Conversely, the Celtics struggled to find a player capable of entirely dismantling the Raptors' defense. While Isaiah Thomas could contribute partially, his shooting was subpar that day, and Lowry's defensive prowess was formidable. Lowry is adept at limiting most guards in the league, particularly those reliant on the ball to maximize their impact. This season, the only player to truly exploit Lowry has been Curry. Nevertheless, Lowry is not entirely subdued. He can hold his own offensively against Curry. As Lowry approaches his 30th birthday, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his abilities. The Celtics' adjustments had limited effectiveness and did not alter the course of the game. As the Raptors had grown accustomed to their strategies, the scoring gap widened to double digits, reflecting the disparity in individual player capabilities. Stevens stood at the sideline, gently shaking his head. Despite having numerous strategies in mind, the gap in player skill becomes increasingly difficult to bridge as the game progresses. Furthermore, the bench offered no remarkable alternatives. Nevertheless, the Celtics' core player, Isaiah Thomas, could still rely on his individual talent to create moments of brilliance. As the final quarter unfolded without any change in circumstances, the Celtics shifted to a star-centric strategy, allowing Thomas to engage in various isolation plays. This represented Thomas at his most potent. Despite his diminutive stature, he favored an aggressive playing style. At times, Thomas could explode in the final quarter to alter the course of the game. However, against the Raptors, he found it unfeasible. The Raptors substituted Scola, positioning Liu at the 4 spot. Thomas, already challenged by Lowry's defense, would likely face Liu's timely help if he managed to evade Lowry. His height remained a significant disadvantage. Taller guards would target him due to his stature, let alone the formidable 5 feet 9 inches Thomas. If the Raptors substituted Scola for a more mobile player, their defense would become increasingly resilient against speed-based attacks. As Thomas continued to struggle with his shooting, the game drew to a close, culminating in the Raptors' 10th consecutive victory. Chapter 70. Anticipation. The Raptors are set to play their entire January schedule at home, which should favor them. The Cavaliers may find it challenging to catch up to the Raptors' record. Next, the Raptors will face the challenge posed by the Heat. The Heat have recently encountered injuries, leading to a decline in their performance. In this matchup, key players Dragic, Deng, and Whiteside will be absent. Wade is also playing through injury. The Heat are currently in a precarious position, particularly with Bosh's serious injury concerns. This uncertainty surrounding injuries has rendered many teams' performance unpredictable. However, Liu's college teammate, Winslow, has thus been granted an opportunity to start. Liu initially took to the court as a starter due to the team's injuries. The Heat, faced with a lack of depth in the frontcourt, had no choice but to rely on the aging and fragile Stoudemire to start. This once explosive former All-Star is not particularly old, as his teammate Haslam is 2 years his senior. However, Stoudemire's numerous injuries have rendered him unable to showcase much of his former prowess. With 3 key players absent, the Heat could only rely on Wade and Bosh for this match. Upon Bosh's return to the Air Canada Center, the home of the Raptors, he still faced jeers from the crowd. Raptors fans remain rather unforgiving, although the organization itself does not show much reverence for its stars. Yet, double standards are a hallmark of human nature. Wade and Bosh hold a certain advantage in their matchups, but they cannot carry the current Heat team alone, given the evident disparities in other positions. In an unprecedented encounter, Liu faced off against Winslow in the NBA. Winslow's defense proved to be commendable. However, Liu is no longer the player he once was in memory. Winslow found it increasingly challenging to contain his former teammate. Liu truly appeared to have ascended to an all-star caliber. A smile adorned Winslow's face, tinged with both joy and a hint of bitterness. The Raptors, boasting multiple scoring options, swiftly established a double-digit lead. Meanwhile, without the support of a reliable outside shooter, Wade and Bosh struggled to close the gap. The Heat's performance from beyond the arc was notably subpar today. Ultimately, the Raptors secured a relatively effortless victory. As the Raptors continued their winning streak, the All-Star roster was finally solidified. Liu and Lowry joined forces as starters for the Eastern Conference All-Stars, accompanied by Wade, James, and Paul George, while DeRozan secured a spot in the All-Star reserves. Raptors head coach Casey, having led his team to the top of the Eastern standings, was appointed as the head coach for the Eastern All-Stars. He faced the Western All-Star team, coached by Popovich, featuring starters Curry, Westbrook, Kobe, Durant, and Leonard. The absence of towering players in the starting lineup, including even those in the power forward position, highlights the current scarcity of dominant big men in the league. However, this does not imply that modern basketball has rendered big men obsolete. Rather, it reflects a temporary absence of formidable interior players, as new and powerful big men are bound to emerge in due course. In basketball, the presence of larger players still holds a significant advantage. With 3 All-Stars and an All-Star coach, coupled with the home court advantage, the Raptors celebrated a considerable triumph. The home crowd has been particularly exuberant during this period. Liu also expressed his thoughts on social media regarding the harvest of attention. It turns out that I joined a team of 3 giants, smiling all the while. When venturing out, one's identity is self-assigned. As long as one performs well, the teasing will transform into reality. Of course, the term 3 giants does not necessarily refer to 3 All-Stars, for some ordinary teams can field 4 All-Stars, yet no one would consider them to possess giants. Liu's remarks, although delivered in jest, inevitably sparked considerable controversy. However, it matters little to him. With daily training and competitions, alongside conversations with his girlfriend, he scarcely has time to heed the criticisms. He merely garners a bit more attention. Regardless, even if he does not speak of it, the rookie making it to the All-Star game in his first year would still invite scrutiny. Following the announcement of the All-Star starters, the Raptors faced a challenge from the Clippers. With the season past its midpoint, numerous teams have been plagued by injuries, and the Raptors are no exception. Fortunately, they have only lost an exceptional wing player, while many teams have suffered injuries to their key players. The Clippers, for instance, are missing their primary scorer, Griffin, due to injury. This situation tests Paul's ability to lead the team single-handedly. Yet, Paul possesses the capability to safeguard the team's baseline, a hallmark of a distinguished guard. Much like Kidd, who managed to guide a less formidable roster into the playoffs, Paul too has the potential, but to excel further. He requires stronger allies, something he lacks compared to Kidd. It is not a matter of underestimating Paul in matchups against formidable teams. A single all-star caliber guard can suffice against him. The Raptors can simply deploy Lowry. While Paul is indeed a powerful all-star, he still falls short of being a top-tier superstar. When discussing the god of point guards, it must be acknowledged that players in this position do not exert as significant an influence on the game. As the match commenced, Paul performed commendably. DeAndre Jordan exploited his rebounding advantage in the paint. A physically adept big man is an ideal partner for Paul. There was much anticipation surrounding the pairing of Paul and Griffin. However, Griffin is not merely an athletic blue-collar worker. He can handle the ball, whereas Jordan relies on a proficient guard for effective feeds. With Griffin sidelined, Paul's passes to the interior shifted predominantly towards Jordan, which momentarily unsettled the Raptors' defense. Yet, once they adjusted, the concern diminished, as Jordan's offensive capabilities remained limited. Valanciunas merely needed to pay attention to thwart most of Jordan's offensive intentions. Furthermore, the Clippers aimed to exploit DeRozan's defensive lapses, as Paul utilized screens to penetrate and distribute to Redick. While Redick excels in shooting, he lacks substantial offensive self-creation. Consequently, the Clippers became heavily reliant on Paul. If DeRozan merely focused, Redick's opportunities would diminish significantly. Should DeRozan wish to conserve energy, he need only switch defensive assignments with Liu. The Clippers' small forward is relatively easy to defend. Pierce has indeed aged, with minimal attention from DeRozan. He could be contained. The Clippers' defense, however, is wholly inadequate to counter Liu and DeRozan. Moreover, during the moments Paul sat on the bench, the Clippers faltered dramatically. Logically, the Clippers should not be so weak, yet various factors contribute to this scenario. For instance, Crawford, once a pivotal player during rotations, is now 36 years old, and his effectiveness has waned. While he may fare well against mediocre teams, his contributions diminish significantly against stronger opponents. Thus, when Paul is off the court, the Clippers appear to be on the brink of collapse. Normally, Paul and Griffin command the majority of ball-handling duties and can organize play. When either is injured, the team struggles immensely. The Raptors' bench may not be particularly strong, but it is more stable than that of the Clippers. With 3 All-Stars to lead the second unit, the Raptors quickly established a commanding lead during rotations. While Paul could maintain composure, expecting him to rally the team from behind proves to be a daunting task. Consequently, the Clippers truly fell apart in the second quarter. In Chapter 71, benefiting, the Raptors, having established an absolute advantage in the first half, approached the second half of the game against the Clippers with an air of calm. Paul, despite trailing, played as though he were in the lead, exhibiting remarkable poise. He remained composed, and the Raptors players mirrored this tranquility. The two teams seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they concluded the match. The Raptors triumphed with ease, extending their winning streak. Although Paul's final statistics reflected a commendable performance, his contributions to the team's victory were minimal. The Raptors have indeed enjoyed a stroke of fortune during this period, either facing weaker teams or opponents with incomplete rosters. Following the Clippers, they next welcomed the Wizards, who had already fallen out of the Eastern Conference playoff picture. Wall, also an all-star guard, cannot match Paul's caliber, as he struggles to maintain the team's playoff viability. Thus, Paul is indeed among the stronger all-stars. From the outset of the game, Wall recognized that he was no match for Lowry, making it exceedingly difficult for the Wizards. The Wizards lack alternative playmaking options. If Wall underperforms, the entire team follows suit. Their defensive capabilities are also lacking. Although the Wizards employed a twin-tower lineup featuring Nene and Gortat, they still could not contend with the Raptors in the paint. To mitigate the Raptors' interior and penetration threats, the Wizards opted for a compressed defense, which resulted in Lowry and Liu sinking numerous three-pointers from beyond the arc while experienced a slight surge in the second quarter. Yet it was insufficient to alter the course of the game. After all, the Raptors' trio of all-stars is no laughing matter. Wall's individual scoring remained average. Under the Raptors' defensive pressure, the Wizards struggled to establish their preferred offensive rhythm, ultimately succumbing to defeat as if they were being slowly boiled. Post-game, Wizards head coach Whitman lamented, "They are truly a formidable opponent. They have selected an all-star, which is truly astonishing, yet undeniably real." The Raptors' extended home stint has yet to conclude after a fortnight. Spending such an extensive duration at home is indeed quite delightful, as one only needs to reside between the arena and their abode each day. If the weather were to warm slightly, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, the visiting players may find the climate even more challenging to adapt to. Within the Raptors' training facility, the gaze of everyone towards Liu is imbued with envy. The role players who once aspired to compete with him have long since lost their ambition. The all-star player has ascended to a level far beyond their reach. While fans may outwardly express dissatisfaction with the attention given to star players, in truth, they revel in the opportunity to bask in their radiance. Liu's popularity signifies wealth. His advertising revenue has already surpassed that of many rookie salaries, and his teammates aspire merely to bask in his success, with Liu in their midst. Domestic businesses have approached, and other players on the Raptors have also been afforded opportunities for commercial endorsements. Moreover, Liu is not one to be stingy. After becoming an all-star, he has treated his teammates generously with gifts, fostering amicable relationships. Even the fans have benefited, as Liu has distributed numerous merchandise items to them. He is well aware that his high salary is, in part, a result of the fans' unwavering support, and he is not one to alienate them. Naturally, the tedious details are managed by his agent. On January 28th, the Knicks came to visit. With Anthony sidelined, the Knicks posed no threat whatsoever. However, in Anthony's absence, the team's already fragile lineup still featured players who could temporarily assume a central role and produce seemingly commendable statistics. It has been demonstrated that as long as a team provides opportunities, even players with merely S-level or A-level capabilities can achieve respectable numbers in the NBA. Though victory is not guaranteed, Liu, however, did not mind the absence of star players from his opponents, as it posed no challenge to him. After all, the absence of stars did not impede his acquisition of SS-level player cards from the opposing team. By the end of January, the Toronto Raptors' consecutive home games were drawing to a close. While many players were grappling with injuries and fluctuating performances, the Pistons maintained a commendable consistency. The mid-season acquisition of Reggie Jackson and the summer trade for Morris provided a significant boost to the Pistons' roster strength. To nurture the potential of their burgeoning center, Andre Drummond, they enlisted the expertise of Stan Van Gundy. Renowned for his ability to develop big men, Van Gundy seemed to have a preference for guards capable of disrupting the game. And Jackson clearly embodied this style. The combination of Jackson and Drummond this season was highly anticipated, primarily due to the immense potential that Drummond exhibited, seemingly at the peak of his capabilities. In due time, however, it would become evident that he harbored some cognitive challenges, diminishing his overall impact on the game. The Pistons' starting lineup boasted three towering figures, akin to the Bulls. Although Morris and Tolliver could also maneuver on the wings, this arrangement undoubtedly compromised the team's agility. For Liu, this was fortuitous news, as he could easily contend with such versatile forwards, who would undoubtedly struggle to keep pace with him. They were already outmatched, and with Liu's innate talent, they stood even less of a chance. As the game commenced, the Pistons' backcourt duo, Reggie and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, exhibited remarkable defensive tenacity. However, the overall performance of the team was lacking. There was a noticeable disconnection between the defense of the backcourt and the frontcourt, leading to a disparity in the rhythm among the players on the court. Liu commenced the game by scoring first. The Pistons' forwards, regardless of who is assigned to defend him, are utterly incapable of containing him. In truth, Pope also struggles against DeRozan. The young Pope's physique still lacks the requisite strength. Moreover, the Pistons' help defense leaves much to be desired. One would expect them to possess adequate support, particularly with Drummond, an athletically gifted interior player. Regrettably, aside from his innate talent for rebounding, he appears to be a jack of all trades but master of none. His defensive awareness and positional sense are notably deficient. Consequently, the Pistons are unable to restrict DeRozan's prowess. The trio of interior players on the Pistons contributes little to rim protection. While they may hold their ground effectively, Valanciunas finds himself somewhat constrained. However, when faced with more intricate defensive schemes, they falter. Even a player like Biyombo, who has virtually no offensive capability, can score against the potentially formidable Drummond. A mere shift in movement, without directly attacking, can leave Drummond out of position. Nowadays, many interior players possess impressive physical attributes, yet remain prone to lapses in focus on the defensive end. Offensively, Drummond exhibits a peculiar tendency, despite lacking technical finesse. He sometimes relishes taking the ball himself. This season, he was still ahead of Liu in All-Star voting, yet when competing against a formidable team like the Raptors, he fails to pose any significant threat. Moreover, his free throw shooting is abysmal. One might even say worse than Howard's or O'Neal's, reaching an almost unfathomable level. The core of the Pistons' interior is fraught with issues. The perimeter defense, while commendable today, pales in comparison to Lowry's superior defensive capabilities, rendering it ineffective. With Liu and DeRozan's scoring prowess, the Raptors swiftly gained the upper hand. The Pistons, a team that could contend for a playoff berth, do not inspire confidence in their ability to challenge the Raptors based on the flow of the game. Nevertheless, during the rotation period, the Pistons managed to deliver an unexpected surprise. Chapter 72, Phase. The Pistons had previously held high hopes for Jennings, but last season's injuries caused his rapid decline. Now, with Reggie as their new backcourt cornerstone, they have decided to part ways with Jennings. Once the youngest player to score 50 points in a game at just 26 years of age, a time when he should be at his peak, he has already fallen short of expectations. Liu expressed a sense of wistfulness. However, today Jennings experienced a brief resurgence. He was in exceptional form and dominated during the rotation period. This rejuvenated the Pistons, restoring their threat on the court. Jennings' most notable trait is his confidence. When he is on fire, even the Raptors' backup guard Joseph, who is no slouch defensively, cannot deter him. When Jennings performs well, the Pistons undoubtedly rejoice, as it enhances his market value. This situation is somewhat ironic. Nevertheless, for a player, being sold for a higher price signifies that others are willing to offer opportunities. Ultimately, one's destiny rests in their own hands. Yet, for athletes, once injuries occur, many aspects of their careers inevitably change. Jennings was never an exceptionally dominant player, merely classified as an S-level talent, and his style of play as a role player may not be particularly effective. On the court, Jennings' unexpected explosion of talent brought hope to the Pistons. However, once the key players returned to the team, the Pistons struggled to secure victories. There remains a noticeable gap in the rosters. While the Raptors may lack elite superstars, they do boast 3 All-Stars, and their defensive capabilities are commendable, making it difficult for the Pistons' mediocre offense to penetrate their defense. One must maintain a positive outlook. The Raptors are not invincible, as they were previously just an ordinary playoff team. Pistons head coach Stan Van Gundy inspired his players. In the second half, the Pistons exhibited a more vigorous performance, albeit some players' enthusiasm bordered on reckless. Drummond entered the second half without scoring a single point, accumulating fouls rapidly, and soon found himself with 4. This rendered the Pistons' interior defense increasingly vulnerable. The team managed to hold their ground, largely due to Jennings maintaining his impressive shooting touch, while Joseph proved to be an inadequate opponent. Joseph, though perceived as lacking in strength, displays moments of competence, yet fails to deliver consistent performances. Such is the nature of role players. They may possess the caliber to survive in the NBA, but are destined to remain in supporting roles. Interestingly, the Pistons appeared to function more effectively in Drummond's absence. His physical prowess is commendable, yet his basketball IQ leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, the Pistons would likely struggle further without his presence in the paint. In this particular game, Drummond's involvement may have had an adverse effect, especially after he incurred several fouls, which seemed to affect his emotional state. In the fourth quarter, Coach Van Gundy believed Drummond should have regained his composure and decided to reintroduce him. As the game reached a critical juncture, he wished to deploy his strongest lineup. However, upon his return, the Pistons faltered, allowing the Raptors to extend their lead. Drummond quickly found himself in foul trouble once again and exited the game with 6 fouls, leaving Van Gundy with a headache. He had previously dealt with problematic players, having to coddle Howard, yet Drummond's issues appeared to be significantly more pronounced. Within moments of his re-entry, Drummond left his teammates in a precarious situation. Fortunately, the Pistons bench rose to the occasion, primarily thanks to Jennings, who was on fire that day. The Pistons began to engage in various three-point activities, narrowing the gap. In response, the Raptors shifted to a smaller lineup to limit the opponent's perimeter shooting. "Everyone, defend boldly," urged Liu. They led the game and had no reason to fear the opposing team's drives. Preventing the Pistons from hitting multiple three-pointers was not an insurmountable challenge. He always maintained a calm perspective on the issues at hand, while some players adhered strictly to their habitual defensive strategies, necessitating reminders from their teammates. As Liu's stature within the team ascended, he gradually acclimated to his role. He began to venture into undertaking certain leadership responsibilities. Liu possesses a remarkable capacity for critical thinking, often perceiving the fundamental dynamics on the court. Once his insights become commonplace among his teammates, his influence in the game will undoubtedly expand. Under Liu's guidance, the Raptors diligently focused on thwarting their opponent's three-point attempts, effectively limiting the Pistons' resurgence. The Pistons, undeterred, resorted to a preemptive foul strategy. Regrettably, Liu's players excelled at free throws. Ultimately, when Jennings' three-point prowess waned, the Pistons succumbed to defeat. The Raptors achieved an impressive 15-game winning streak, an unstoppable force. However, their streak came to an abrupt halt after a fortnight of home games in January, as they fell to the Nuggets on the road. Nuggets rookie Jokic, having stepped into the starting role due to Nurkic's injury, dominated Valanciunas and Biyombo, single-handedly dismantling the Raptors' interior defense. "Truly a top-tier SS-level star card," Liu remarked. Such a formidable center was beyond his capacity to defend against. Moreover, this elite SS-level star card was not an immediate necessity for Liu, who could not afford to expend other SS-level star cards in pursuit of a trade. The rookie Jokic far surpassed the potential of any promising center like Drummond, exhibiting a wealth of basketball intelligence in both offense and organization. In comparison, Valanciunas, once a focal point for the Raptors, appeared several tiers below. Fortunately, the league's few genuine top-tier SS-level interior players are still in their developmental phase, posing minimal threat to the Raptors for the time being. A singular defeat in the regular season holds little significance for a team already strategizing for the playoffs. Losing to the Nuggets is far less daunting than succumbing to an Eastern Conference rival, although a back-to-back on the road in the West is challenging. The second game against a rebuilding team that has already conceded this season promises to be relatively straightforward. After departing Denver, the Raptors arrived in Phoenix. For Liu, the Suns represent an opportunity to capitalize on the harvesting of the SS-level star card, Booker. Having utilized Booker's SS-level star card in the previous game, Liu found the experience quite gratifying. Liu essentially retains only the star cards of small forwards. The point guard position features Lowry, and Liu's current playmaking abilities suffice, though he is not the pivotal factor in altering the outcome of matches. As for the center position, the star cards do not quite fit. In the shooting guard slot, Liu currently holds only the star cards of Booker and Kobe. His primary focus remains on accumulating small forward star cards, although his collection is not extensive. This season, the promising rookies have all ascended to starting positions. Following Booker's promotion to the starting lineup, the Suns have been diligently nurturing him. The young Booker has demonstrated impressive scoring prowess, making teams that passed on him rue their decisions. In this particular match, DeRozan struggled to contain him. While DeRozan's defense may falter, it is worth noting that if the opponent is a rookie, it simply highlights the rookie's talent. Unfortunately, the Suns succumbed to defeat without much suspense, as the Raptors' Lowry, DeRozan, and Liu all performed admirably on the offensive end. Powell also received playing time, yet regrettably, he appeared tense and did not replicate his training performance on the court. It is an unfortunate reality. Failing to seize opportunities necessitates more time for growth, despite him having displayed some capability. Chapter 73. The inspirational duo the Raptors effortlessly triumphed over the Suns, who were focused on developing young talent, yet their away games are far from over. Perhaps due to being situated in different countries, the Raptors players find it less convenient to travel, which makes their home and away games prone to clustering. Following the Suns, their next opponents are the Trail Blazers. The Blazers have undergone significant changes this season, with a complete overhaul from the wings to the interior. Aflalo and Lopez have moved to the Knicks, Matthews to the Mavericks, Batum to the Hornets, and Aldridge to the Spurs. Amidst these modifications, the Blazers signed wing player Aminu and acquired center Plumlee through trade. Compared to last season, the Blazers roster appears rather meager, lacking a single player with a salary in the tens of millions. A humorous image circulating online pokes fun at this season's Blazers. as their 4 starters from the previous season expressed intentions to leave, leaving only Lillard to quip, "I might as well die." At the start of the season, the drastically altered Blazers naturally struggled. However, as they gradually found their synergy, the seemingly rebuilding team began to showcase competitive prowess. CJ McCollum, previously an unremarkable role player averaging single-digit points, has transformed into a backcourt player averaging over 20 points, forming a dynamic duo with Lillard. The Blazers have thus re-emerged as contenders for the playoffs. This season, amidst a plethora of captivating storylines, the Blazers' inspirational journey would undoubtedly have garnered more attention from fans, were it not for the multitude of engaging narratives. The transition from rebuilding to resurgence occurred within mere months. Calling it a miracle would not be an exaggeration. After all, given the management's frugal approach over the summer, they did not seem prepared for the team to emerge as a playoff contender. Unexpectedly, the Blazers have managed to thrive through the prowess of their backcourt duo. Lou also holds a profound admiration for them. Furthermore, both of the Trail Blazers' dynamic duo are seasoned rookies, albeit their collegiate performances were notably superior. Particularly, Lillard made an immediate impact as a star upon entering the NBA. Thus, for exceptionally talented players, acclimating to the NBA is not as arduous as one might presume. The level exhibited by Lou is not particularly swift, rather. It is remarkable that he has risen from a role player to a more extraordinary position. In earlier years, the backcourt duo was a favored team-building model for many franchises. However, the Trail Blazers' current reliance on this backcourt pairing feels somewhat nostalgic, as few teams still employ a purely backcourt-centric strategy. This season, the Trail Blazers have unexpectedly thrived. Although their approach reveals distinct advantages and disadvantages, notably their offensive prowess overshadowing defensive weaknesses. Both Lillard and McCollum lack height, with McCollum particularly not robust enough for the shooting guard position. Nevertheless, his ability to play the two-guard role in the NBA can be attributed to his prolonged development. When he entered high school basketball, he stood at a mere 1.5 meters, and old game footage reveals a young boy bouncing amidst towering opponents, appearing quite exaggerated. However, he soon grew over 20 centimeters, surpassing 1.9 meters by the time he reached the NBA, making his height increase quite inspirational. Yet, this inspirational duo faces challenges when confronted by the Raptors, struggling to contain their backcourt combination. From the outset of the game, Lowry and DeRozan showcased a distinct advantage. Although they were unable to effectively guard each other, the Raptors displayed slightly superior efficiency. In terms of other positions, while Al-Farouq Aminu on the Trail Blazers wing plays reasonably well defensively, he still struggles to contain Lou. In the paint, Valanciunas once again demonstrated his superiority over Mason Plumlee. While Valanciunas may not be overwhelmingly strong, he is indeed better than many big men in the league. With the Raptors focusing on perimeter play, having such a player is more than sufficient. While the Raptors starters hold the advantage, it is during the rotation that the Trail Blazers perform notably better. The success of the Trail Blazers this season, aside from their backcourt duo, can be attributed to the collective effort of the team. Several players who previously lacked opportunities are now striving to showcase their talents, with many securing lucrative contracts as a result. However, to be frank, very few can maintain consistent high performance over time. It can only be said that players who make it to the NBA are undeniably skilled, and given the chance, they can earn significant sums. Yet, truly competitive players capable of sustaining their prowess in the NBA remain relatively scarce. Powell received another opportunity in this game, demonstrating defensive improvements in practice, which prompted Raptors head coach Casey to grant this young shooting guard a chance. However, upon entering the game, he failed to showcase his distinctive abilities. His primary strength lies in scoring. During the Summer League, Powell was a formidable force alongside Lou, dominating various seasoned players. Unexpectedly, after not receiving opportunities in the early part of the season, Powell has not been able to play with the same freedom. "Do not be anxious. You are capable," Lou encouraged him. However, despite what others said, Powell felt that opportunities were rare and thus hesitated to attack the ball so readily. He believed it was essential to focus on solid defense. Otherwise, the coach might not utilize him again. Failing to successfully seize the opportunity to attack the ball could result in him being sidelined. Lou refrained from imposing too much interference. Each individual possesses their unique trajectory of growth and their own means of adapting to the professional realm. It is unwise to make choices on behalf of others. However, observing Powell's remarkable performance during training, Lou harbored confidence that he would inevitably acclimate to the NBA stage. with the exceptional display from the bench players. The Trail Blazers' dynamic duo gradually regained their form. McCollum, in particular, found his rhythm more swiftly, not due to superior ability, but rather because DeRozan's defensive awareness was somewhat lacking. Although DeRozan boasts impressive athleticism and a physical advantage over McCollum, he simply lacks the innate talent for defense. In terms of basketball IQ, DeRozan's offensive instincts are also not particularly sharp. One could argue there are certain deficiencies, though not overall low. He excels in some areas while faltering in others. Thus, DeRozan diligently honed his strengths, earning him a spot as an all-star. When faced with challenges outside his expertise, his performance may falter, but there is little to be done. At least the Raptors are aware of his situation and can strategize accordingly. During DeRozan's moments of inconsistency, Yu and Lowry maintained relative stability. This is one of the advantages of having multiple stars on the team. Regardless of individual struggles, there is always someone capable of managing the game's dynamics. When the core players re-entered the court, the Trail Blazers' bench advantage dissipated, while the opposing bench players fared decently against the Raptors' substitutes. The disparity became evident when matched against the starters, revealing they had not yet reached that level. "Let us push inside," Liu suggested. He observed that while the Trail Blazers' perimeter defense was commendable, their interior support was nearly non-existent. Containing their three all-stars was no simple task. Consequently, Lowry, Yu, and DeRozan intensified their focus on driving to the basket, which began to overwhelm the Trail Blazers' defense. Yet, this was their chosen strategy. Initially, they had not emphasized this, allowing the Raptors to thrive both inside and outside, an approach that would have proven insurmountable. Now, by concentrating on defending the Raptors' perimeter while engaging in offensive comparisons, the Trail Blazers found a glimmer of hope. Chapter 74. Seizing a moment amidst the busyness, we must believe in ourselves. This is our territory, and we can defeat them, Lillard asserted. Regardless of the opponent, as long as we are on the basketball court, victory remains a possibility. In the first half, Lillard struggled to find his rhythm against Lowry. Nonetheless, he is the type of player with a big heart. When faced with adversity, he often unleashes greater potential. As the second half commenced, the Trail Blazers played with fervor. This season, there is a palpable spirit within the team. The score remained tightly contested, though the Raptors maintained their lead. As the third quarter began, the Trail Blazers executed commendable defense. The Raptors' interior play was a far cry from their first half performance. Yet, relying solely on a burst of energy to achieve their goals proved to be limited. Despite the presence of three all-star players, the Trail Blazers remain unable to contain them. Yu, upon receiving the ball, displays a remarkable decisiveness in shooting. Should a defender close in, his shot transforms into a feint, allowing him to penetrate for a mid-range attempt. This sequence, though not exceedingly intricate, is executed with finesse by Yu. In light of the Trail Blazers' current roster, it proves more than sufficient. The trio has developed an increasingly harmonious rapport, adept at creating opportunities for one another. Casey, observing from the sidelines, nods in satisfaction. However, Trail Blazers head coach Stotts gazes upon the unfolding situation with furrowed brows, realizing that to secure a victory, they must adopt an unconventional approach. The Blazers have shifted their strategy to emphasize perimeter offense, introducing an additional offensive guard to form a trio of guards. Initially, the results were modest, as the Raptors extended their lead. With three guards on the court, both Yu and DeRozan wield physical advantages. Yet, as the score gap widened, Lillard appeared to activate a latent prowess. He began sinking audacious shots with remarkable consistency, while also assisting McCollum. Earlier, Lillard was merely a proficient star player, but by the midpoint of the fourth quarter, he had transformed into a formidable all-star, albeit solely in offense. The three-guard setup, however, imposed certain limitations on Lowry. Consequently, in crucial moments, Lowry entrusted the ball to DeRozan and Yu. At this juncture, the Blazers intensified their perimeter defense, yet the impact on the duo was negligible. Their mid-range shooting prowess began to flourish. The Blazers struggled to execute double teams, as the Raptors boasted multiple players capable of hitting impossible shots. They scored again, much to the chagrin of the Blazers' home crowd, who could not comprehend how baskets were still being made despite their defensive efforts. In truth, they ought to empathize, for there were times when Lillard, too, had struck under the most stringent defenses of opponents. The fans were sinking into despair. Nevertheless, Lillard remained undeterred, launching a three-pointer amidst the defense, exclaiming, "We still have a chance." In the final moments, the Raptors once again intensified their defensive efforts. leaving Lillard with no opportunities to attempt a three-pointer. Even when he sought to set a screen, he was met with a double team. Lillard's ability to break through such defensive pressure remains inadequate, primarily due to his height, which hampers both his vision and passing. Moreover, the dynamic duo of the Trailblazers had yet to reach their peak performance. The Raptors' defensive intensity in those closing minutes surpassed what the Blazers could endure. In contrast, the Raptors had already established control over the tempo of the game and could find ways to score. The Blazers fought valiantly to prevent DeRozan or Lillard from taking mid-range shots, yet they still managed to deliver the ball to open teammates. The Raptors possessed a greater array of offensive options in critical moments than the Blazers. As the game drew to a close, the fundamental disparities between the two teams became increasingly pronounced, with Lillard opting to drive for a two-point basket rather than attempting a three-pointer. The outcome of the match had already been determined. The inability to shoot from beyond the arc indicated that they had lost even the right to take such chances. At this juncture, securing a mere 2 points served only to embellish individual statistics. Liu effortlessly secured another victory with a margin exceeding 20 points in this match. Although his performance was not as extravagant as when he faced LeBron James, his consistent excellence has unequivocally affirmed his status as an all-star. There was never any doubt. The all-star selection is determined by fan votes, and Liu is indeed a beloved figure. Furthermore, the Raptors' impressive standing as the top team in the Eastern Conference, boasting 3 all-stars, is entirely justifiable. Liu's consistent performance has brought great joy to his fans. As the new year approaches, he recorded a video greeting for his supporters during his downtime. The downside of working abroad is the absence of holidays during the Spring Festival. However, Liu has now become a celebrity, and his family has decided to join him for the celebrations. Fortunately, there are no matches scheduled on New Year's Eve or the first day of the new year, allowing Liu to take a brief leave to visit Zhang Ruoruo. Initially, both families planned to gather at Liu's place, but due to better weather at the school, Zhang Ruo's schedule has become more flexible, enabling her to take both families out for some leisure activities. This time, the two families will spend several days together, coinciding with the Toronto All-Star Weekend, after which they will reunite with Liu and fly back home directly from Canada. Unexpectedly, the festive atmosphere in many parts of the country seems to be waning, while certain areas abroad are bustling with excitement. Liu only discovered after venturing out that there are indeed vibrant communities of Chinese expatriates abroad, celebrating a variety of splendid festivals. Furthermore, with the increasing influence of the nation, local governments have begun to host related events. Just as domestic celebrations of Western holidays have become commonplace, Western cultures are now embracing domestic festivities as well. Naturally, the common thread remains the commercialization of these events, with profit being the most immediate motive. The two families were quite familiar with one another, and celebrating the new year together felt entirely natural. Each prepared a few signature dishes, culminating in a delightful hot pot, ensuring that New Year's Eve was celebrated authentically. Wishing Xiaoyu smooth endeavors and a future filled with brilliance. Wishing Ruo success in her studies and a promising future ahead. The ordinary blessings exchanged at the dining table were imbued with the genuine emotions of family. Liu felt that his basketball life, which had become somewhat mechanical in recent times, had gained a touch of novelty, and his mindset had improved as a result. When are you two getting married? Haha. You can first pick a good date. I am always ready. Ready for what? Indeed, you should seek Ruo's consent first. Haha. Our Ruo has turned red and shy. After gathering with family, Liu immediately boarded a plane to meet his team at the away match. Liu has also received numerous festive greetings from the team. Liu also prepared a modest gift. The bonds among colleagues gradually deepen in this manner. The Raptors arrived in Detroit, and unlike the previous encounter, Jennings exhibited a complete lack of form. Drummond, too, maintained his composure this time. His performance in the game felt inferior to that of Valanciunas. Such potential in the frontcourt hardly warrants high expectations. The Raptors performed steadily, with Liu scoring 30 points, showcasing his offensive prowess, complemented by 3 steals that underscored his defensive pressure. His strength is increasingly acknowledged by a growing number of people. Chapter 75, All-Star Weekend. Upon reaching the 3rd level of 80, Liu acquired a talent ability in basketball, specifically in defense. His defensive rating soared to SS level, activating his defensive talent. The first defensive talent, Lockdown, allows him to designate one opposing player each match, slightly enhancing his success rate in defending against them. It's an active skill, and Liu humorously lamented his indecisiveness. Nevertheless, during training scrimmages, he found this talent ability to be quite commendable, particularly in the playoffs. If Liu can effectively neutralize the opponent's primary scoring threats, the Toronto Raptors, with their comprehensive strength, would find it considerably easier to secure victory. In the pursuit of aiding the team to triumph, it is often the case that defense proves to be more dependable than offense. In their final game before the All-Star break, the Raptors are set to face the Minnesota Timberwolves on their home turf. The Timberwolves have acquired the first overall pick, now boasting a dual-pronged combination, one inside and one outside. However, their performance remains subpar, and they seem to be looking forward to the emergence of promising young talent in the coming year. The Timberwolves' plight stems from their inadequate defense. Even with the return of the veteran Kevin Garnett, he has failed to impart defensive skills to the current young roster. This situation is, of course, closely tied to the head coach's capabilities. Nonetheless, the Timberwolves' current head coach, Mitchell, was only appointed temporarily due to Sanchez's illness, and his coaching acumen can be seen as rather average. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves roster is not devoid of potential, with Rubio orchestrating plays and the offensive talents of Wiggins, LaVine, and Towns. There exists a glimmer of hope. It is noteworthy that Liu's former teammate, Jones, has found limited opportunities to play within the Timberwolves. With a plethora of young players, the Timberwolves are struggling to nurture their talent effectively. Liu still feels a bit aggrieved for his former teammate. Jones, after all, is an NCAA standout, and now the Timberwolves have no pressing performance demands. What harm is there in granting the young players a bit more time? As formidable contenders in the playoffs, the Raptors have provided opportunities even to second-round picks like Powell, albeit limited, yet it is still more than what Jones has received. Thus, one often wonders about the mindset of those weaker teams. Of course, the primary issue remains the player's abilities. If a player truly shines, they will invariably earn ample opportunities, regardless of the team they are on. Overall, the starting five from Duke University appears to be faring reasonably well at present. While the Timberwolves' overall defense may be lacking, individual players like Rubio demonstrate commendable defensive skills. Liu's performance against Rubio was rather lackluster, reminiscent of the struggles faced when contending with Rondo. Moreover, Towns, the first overall pick, possesses considerable prowess, dominating Valen Ins in the paint. Liu felt a distinct change. The once formidable Wiggins, who posed a significant challenge during preseason, now appeared considerably less daunting. Wiggins exhibited commendable athleticism, yet he seemed to shy away from physical confrontations, which suited Liu perfectly. In truth, Wiggins remained a formidable opponent. Liu did not entirely dominate him, but his performance was marginally superior. Conversely, DeRozan delivered a resounding defeat to LaVine. At last, DeRozan encountered an adversary with even weaker defensive instincts, and he exploited this to great effect against LaVine. Throughout the match, the Timberwolves engaged in a relentless offensive battle with the Raptors. Although Rubio and Towns performed admirably, the Timberwolves were still at a significant disadvantage overall. Perhaps it stemmed from differing expectations set by their coach. The Raptors exhibited superior team cohesion, with their role players evidently outshining their counterparts. Thus, despite a few standout performances from the opposing team, victory ultimately belonged to the Raptors. Following this match, the Raptors were finally set to return to Toronto. This was not merely the conclusion of an away game, but also the approach of the All-Star weekend. With the All-Star festivities coinciding with the team's 20th anniversary, the players' focus was somewhat diverted from the competition. As they would be hosting, most Raptors players planned to indulge in leisurely activities, rather than just Liu and a select few All-Stars. The All-Star weekend would commence in 2 days. Yet Liu and Zhang Ruo's families had arrived ahead of time. Liu spent a day exploring Toronto with them. Following that, it was Zhang Ruo who accompanied the two families, as Liu had some business engagements to attend to. His financial success was steadily increasing, yet he found it necessary to invest some effort into his endeavors. However, compared to competitions, earning money in this manner felt relatively effortless. Prior to the All-Star weekend, Liu granted an interview to the media. "I am still a rookie. Coming to the All-Star weekend is about immersing myself in the atmosphere and learning. On our home turf, I naturally hope that we all perform well. Like any other game, my primary focus remains on securing victory for the team. Personal statistics are of little concern to me. Of course, the All-Star weekend is meant for entertainment, and it may differ slightly from the usual." Liu remains relatively low-key, yet it seems that many have lost faith in him. It is implausible that he lacks ambition, considering his previous fervor in garnering votes. While the rookie competition may be manageable, his stature may not suffice for the All-Star main event. One wonders why he does not engage in more individual contests. The reasons are elusive. After all, the head coach for the Eastern Conference this year is Casey of the Raptors. I cannot shake the feeling that Lue will orchestrate something remarkable at the All-Star event, though I possess no evidence to substantiate this belief. Lue truly had little on his mind this time. His attention had already been sufficiently captured. He merely hoped to seize the opportunity at the All-Star event to potentially acquire a coveted SS-level superstar card. Beyond that, he aimed to spend quality time with his family, seeking relaxation. Now that he is a working individual, his interactions with family have diminished considerably, making this All-Star weekend a precious opportunity to cherish. The next chance may not arise until summer. Dining here is quite convenient, his family remarked. Indeed, Toronto boasts a plethora of Chinese restaurants, which is not much different from the major cities back home, as tastes vary significantly among people in the domestic realm. After Lue became a basketball player, his family also developed a fondness for the sport. This All-Star weekend, they found it to be a delightful event. After all, playing in the Raptors' home arena, Lue, as an All-Star, could easily manage tickets and make arrangements for his family. As a player, Lue actively participates in the events of the All-Star weekend. It is uncertain whether he will partake in various individual competitions in the future, but he will undoubtedly be present to offer his support this time. Not only him, but the majority of the team's members will attend as well, often accompanied by their families. Lue has yet to have a next generation, while many of his teammates already boast children, making these days quite lively. The NBA All-Star Weekend spans 3 days. The first day features the Celebrity Game and the Rising Stars Challenge. The second day showcases the Skills Challenge, the three-point contest, and the slam dunk contest. The grand finale unfolds on the third day with the All-Star Game itself. Lue is set to participate in both the Rookie Challenge and the All-Star Game. His demeanor remains relatively relaxed as he inquires of Lowry and DeRozan. What are your thoughts on the All-Star Game? Shouldn't we consult the coach in advance? Both Lowry and DeRozan express their reluctance to entertain any notions. There exists a tradition of honoring the home team players during the All-Star festivities. However, only those stars with considerable standing within the league can partake in this custom, and the Raptors currently lack such prominence. Nevertheless, who wouldn't desire to shine on home turf? Chapter 76, Rookie Game Attributes. Strength, 79, Speed, 80, Three-point shooting, 79, Mid-range shooting, 80, Inside scoring, 76, Post play, 76, Dunking, 77, Ball handling, 79, Passing, 78, Stealing, 76, Blocking, 76, Defense, 80, Rebounding, 78, Stability, 78. Lue's current basketball attribute has been classified by the system as an SS grade card. He has reached a basketball value of 80, which he has chosen not to enhance for the time being. Lue intends to elevate the essential basketball attributes to a commendable level of 80 before awakening his innate abilities. After all, enhancements beyond 80 progress at a considerably slower pace, and the consumption of SS grade star cards for training does not guarantee success. Therefore, it is prudent to first bolster his overall capabilities, transforming himself into a versatile asset for the team. Among all the attributes, Lue is particularly keen on enhancing his stability. However, this particular attribute proves to be quite challenging to improve, as many SS grade star cards do not possess high values in this regard, leading to subpar training outcomes. Moreover, his three-point shooting should have been upgraded by now. The delay has been somewhat regrettable. Currently, Lue possesses a mid-range shooting weapon, and his three-point ability is adequate. Unlike in the beginning when he relied solely on three-pointers to earn the coach's trust, Lue can now acquire more SS-level star cards. Although DeRozan fundamentally struggles to train his three-point shooting, in order to complement the awakened talents, Lowry's star card is being upgraded in ball handling and passing. Lue is even considering enhancing his rebounding skills, as there is a significant demand for a primary defensive force within the team. It is not that his prowess has increased, and yet the basketball attributes feel insufficient. Rather, with newfound strength, his ambitions have intensified. Previously, he focused solely on establishing himself in the NBA, but now he aspires to help his team achieve greatness in the playoffs. With greater aspirations, naturally comes the need for more resources. As the All-Star weekend approaches, Lue remembers the importance of three-point attributes. A high rating in this area can prove advantageous during the All-Star game, where defense is minimal and opportunities for three-point shots abound, yielding significant points. He will assess the situation first, striving to secure a commendable SS-level star card during the rookie game, and if necessary, he may consider exchanging for a different one. Lu Yu's enthusiasm for the All-Star weekend was quite palpable for his inaugural experience. His family regarded it as a delightful excursion, ensuring they would not miss any part of the event once it commenced. The celebrity game, however, held little allure for Lu Yu as a player. He found it rather unprofessional. Nevertheless, from an entertainment perspective, a segment of the audience was eager to partake, as it featured beloved stars and athletes. This year's All-Star event took place in Canada, with the celebrity game pitting the Canadian team against the American team. His family expressed surprise at the presence of a player with Asian descent on the Canadian roster. However, the player's performance was lackluster, prompting Lu Yu to humorously speculate that he might possess a latent talent for sewing. Ultimately, the Canadian team triumphed, winning the hearts of their home crowd. Viewing the match merely as a spectacle, Lu Yu quickly transitioned to the venue for the rookie game to warm up. This year's rookie game was divided into a world team and an American team, with the previous world team, led by Wiggins, having vanquished the American team. The American squad was now clamoring for vengeance. Notably, Wiggins, still a sophomore and Lu Yu's teammate this year, remained a formidable presence. Lu Yu opines that the American team should refrain from seeking revenge. The pool of domestic talent in the United States is dwindling, and Lu Yu aspires to secure a victory and acquire an SS-level star card. Certainly, the notion of revenge is merely a gimmick. The All-Star Weekend events predominantly serve a performative purpose, with certain players striving for recognition or aiming to win. A combination of entertainment and victory is undoubtedly the ideal scenario. However, NBA rookies often lack an understanding of the delicate balance required for performance, frequently leading to missteps. In contrast, the seasoned veterans participating in the All-Star game demonstrate a greater mastery of the situation. Among the players in the rookie game, many are those with whom Lu Yu has only a cursory acquaintance, either from the same draft class or from past encounters on the court. Especially considering that this season is already well underway, Lu Yu undoubtedly holds the highest status in this arena, and he is also a starter in the All-Star game. Others, whether it be Porzingis or the first overall pick Towns, fall slightly short in comparison to him. Okafor, Lu Yu's college teammate, is a player for the American team. Yet he finds himself relegated to the role of a substitute, unable to match the prowess of Towns. This situation evokes a sense of melancholy. How is it that Lu Yu, once merely a role player in college, has ascended to all-star status? In their college days, among the starting five, only Okafor exhibited a sense of arrogance, even refusing to attend the joint training camp. Little did he anticipate Lu Yu's remarkable development. The 76ers indeed provided Okafor with ample opportunities. However, his evaluations remain inferior to contemporaries like Towns and Porzingis, not to mention Jokic, who entered the NBA a year later. Okafor may be unaware that this year represents his singular opportunity, as the seemingly perpetually sidelined Embiid is undeniably superior to him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's greatest advantage in this game is not merely his reputation. After all, he is just a freshman and an international player, and other athletes are under no obligation to show him respect. Nonetheless, the head coach is Nick Nurse, an assistant coach from the Raptors, which undoubtedly plays in his favor. Lu Yu had already communicated with Coach Nurse, who assured him that he would assist in ensuring both fairness and entertainment. This means that as long as Lu Yu does not falter, he will undoubtedly be the central figure of the world team. On the American side, it appears they are genuinely committed to performing well. Their starting lineup includes Towns, a rookie, while Parker, Levine, Clarkson, and Smart are all in their second year. Utilizing a defensive-oriented player like Smart suggests that the American team possesses a certain strategy. However, it may also be a reflection of the roster's inherent nature. The Spurs assistant coach tends to be rather traditional, opting not to start anyone besides the popular Towns. Playing time for everyone is likely to be distributed evenly among starters and substitutes. Coach Nurse, on the other hand, has some innovative ideas and intends to grant slightly more playing time to those who perform well, though popularity is also a factor. Canadian player Wiggins will certainly see more court time as well. Coaching an all-star game differs significantly from managing a regular match. The starting lineup for the world team consists of Mudiay, Lu Yu, Wiggins, Porzingis, and Jokic. Once the game commenced, the players positioned themselves with professionalism. However, they were aware that this was an all-star event, and the defense was merely a facade. Before long, even that semblance of effort began to dissipate. Lu Yu initially consumed an SS-level star card and subsequently purchased another SS-level star card, achieving the remarkable feat of maintaining his star card count while garnering attention. After all, as a player of his stature, making a splash during the All-Star event is advantageous for commercial endorsements, and a commendable performance brings no detriment. However, Liu soon realized that he could accomplish his objectives in the rookie game without the need to expend any star cards. He discovered that he was, in fact, the most well-rounded player among this group, with perhaps only his teammate Wiggins rivaling him. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the world team was somewhat lacking, and certain role players did not measure up to those of the American team. Liu assessed the intensity of the match and the condition of his teammates, gradually formulating a strategy. In this game, he need not focus solely on scoring. He can contribute in various capacities, rebounding, assisting, and even controlling the tempo of the game. However, prior to all this, he must demonstrate sufficient prowess. Chapter 77. Already strong on the sidelines of the rookie game, Zhang Ruoru and her family exuded excitement. They preferred watching Liu play over any other competition. With his family present, Liu felt an extra surge of determination. As the game commenced, Portsy helped the world team secure the tip-off. Mudiay passed the ball to Liu, who executed a bounce pass to Jokic, who effortlessly scored inside. Jokic's touch was remarkably smooth. In comparison, Valen Inas fell short. The American team began by launching three-pointers, with Clarkson hitting a shot from beyond the arc. Following this basket, the frequency of three-point attempts increased significantly. The world team's first three-pointer was scored by Portsy, a player undeniably gifted, tall with an impressive shooting range, proving difficult to contend with. Liu then noticed that all three starting centers on both teams possessed three-point shooting capabilities, showcasing a remarkable shooting touch. Conversely, the guards, Mudiay and Smart, struggled with their shooting. What on earth was happening in this world? This observation indeed highlighted the evolution of modern basketball, where positions are no longer as distinctly defined, and players exhibit greater versatility. Nevertheless, guards who lack shooting precision can still thrive, reflecting the diversity inherent in contemporary basketball. There is no necessity for centers lacking shooting ability to force three-pointers. Players must excel in their strongest areas and, with additional energy, pursue the development of new skills. Attempting to force one's weaknesses can only expose shortcomings and lead to becoming one of the many players discarded by the NBA. Liu initially displayed great generosity, allowing several starting teammates to contribute to the score before he unleashed his full potential. As everyone took their shots from beyond the arc, Liu, too, did not hold back. Upon releasing the ball, he demonstrated the most consistent three-point shooting among all players on the court. Although Liu's current three-point score may not be the highest, his mental fortitude remains commendable, as he is not easily perturbed by pretentious defenses. The starting lineup of the world team boasts a superior shooting percentage compared to the American team. Even Mudiay showcases a commendable shooting touch. On the American side, Smart truly struggles with his shots. The troubling aspect is his unwavering confidence, as he continues to take shots despite his poor performance. Spurs assistant coach Messina seems indifferent, merely substituting players as he sees fit, displaying a lack of genuine interest in the task at hand. Meanwhile, Parker and Towns appear absent from beyond the arc. However, they are pragmatic enough to drive inside when their perimeter shooting fails, as they often find little resistance inside. Even Liu finds little defensive pressure at this All-Star game, and he will likely only intensify his efforts in the second half. For now, it is merely a matter of accumulating statistics. Three-point shot successful. Liu has once again made a three-pointer, which is rather unfortunate considering the three-point contest. A beautiful pass follows, as Liu drives and effortlessly tosses the ball, leading to an exhilarating alley-oop dunk by Wiggins. This is the type of spectacle one expects at the All-Star game. Here it comes. After securing a defensive rebound, Liu showcases a spectacular coast-to-coast performance, culminating in a thunderous slam dunk, a truly impressive feat. Fans are indeed fortunate to witness this, as Liu typically does not perform many dunks, and his ability to execute such explosive plays is surprising. Liu understands how to captivate the audience. His communication skills with fans are consistently strong, and this ability is reflected in his swift integration into the team. Coming from the NCAA, Liu is fluent in English and possesses a personality that allows him to adapt quickly to the NBA, which has facilitated his continual improvement, enabling him to participate in the All-Star game during his rookie season. The current rookie game should be child's play for him. Within mere minutes, the world team has established a double-digit lead. Apart from Liu, the starting players Mudiay, Wiggins, and Porzingis have all performed admirably. However, during the substitution period, the world team's performance diminishes. The only standout from the bench is rookie Hazanja, while the second-year players have delivered rather ordinary performances. It can only be said that players with true talent can showcase their abilities during their rookie season. Those without such talent will merely tread water, regardless of an additional year of experience. On the American side, the bench players Booker and Russell have both performed exceptionally well. Liu encountered Booker once again, who is among the finest performers among the rookies, though regrettably he does not start for the American team. In contrast to the 4 rookie starters on the world team, the American coach appears excessively conservative. In fact, should they aspire for an aesthetically pleasing offensive display, both Booker and Russell could easily take the starting positions. Russell, being a player from the Lakers, certainly possesses considerable appeal. It can only be said that the Spurs coach is rather rigid. Moreover, even when the substitutes perform admirably, he strictly adheres to a predetermined rotation, offering no variation in playing time between starters and substitutes. On the other hand, Nurse intended to provide equitable playing time in the first half for everyone to gain experience. However, certain players performed poorly, failing to excel even in the defense-absent All-Star rookie game, with Bogdanovich being a prime example. Perhaps he was nervous and hesitant. Thus, those players who performed well on the world team received increased playing time. They started with 2 tall players, slightly staggering their time on the court, allowing well-performing substitutes to collaborate with the starters. Nurse's approach resembles a typical game rotation. He possesses some ambition and treats the game with utmost seriousness, and he will undoubtedly become a head coach for a team in the future. The American substitutes are stronger, enabling them to narrow the score gap. Once back on the court, Liu ceased to hold back, proactively seeking the ball and entering scoring mode. In this defense-lacking rookie game, Liu's ball handling skills combined with his innate talent placed him in a top-tier performance. The American team realized that as long as they did not apply pressure, Liu would effortlessly sink 3-pointers. However, should they apply defense, he could swiftly maneuver past them for easy 2-point scores. One can only remark that the perimeter defense from the American team leaves much to be desired. Of course, the world team is not much different. Most stars from both teams lack defensive prowess, and those who do possess it are inexperienced due to their rookie status. The crux of the All-Star Weekend games is the absence of cohesive defense, with no help defense or double teaming, rendering Liu nearly invincible. Due to his burgeoning popularity, he has garnered a certain status, and even if his teammates may feel reluctant, they still choose to pass him the ball in light of his formidable scoring ability. Among his teammates, the only one who could contend with him is Wiggins, a Canadian player who is effectively playing in his home turf. However, since Wiggins secured the rookie game MVP last year, he is unlikely to vie with a fellow rookie. Thus, he has no objections to Liu taking the lead. Others like Porzingis and Mudiay are eager to showcase their skills, yet their abilities do not quite match Liu's. In the final minutes of the first half, Liu, alongside Mudiay and Wiggins, accelerated the pace, regaining control for the world team. With Liu hitting a trailing 3-pointer followed by a fast break dunk, the world team regained the lead. In the dying moments of the first half, Liu assisted Mudiay in completing a layup, concluding the half with the world team ahead 89-85. In the first half, Liu scored an impressive 25 points, commanding attention on the court. Chapter 78, Securing the Win. I certainly do not wish to lose again this year, Levine remarked half-jokingly. No problem, let us go out and win, Towns replied with a smile. This time, victory is assured, Smart declared loudly, exuding confidence despite his lackluster performance. Many team members shared similar sentiments, primarily seeking to shine. However, this year's American team lacked the star power it typically boasts, were it not for the inclusion of first-year rookies like Towns. The second-year players would undoubtedly struggle against the world team. On the world team's side, Porzingis felt elated. He had been somewhat disgruntled with the Knicks, particularly after the firing of Fisher, who had initially placed great faith in him. The triangle offense indeed suited him well. Yet, with his rising fame, the team's regard for him would undoubtedly remain steadfast. Coming to the All-Star Weekend to unwind felt quite pleasant for him. We should engage in something more entertaining in the second half, Liu suggested. Let us secure the victory. We ought to show them what we're made of, he asserted. Though the All-Star game is merely for entertainment, he was determined not to lose. Such spirit, Mudiay remarked, giving a thumbs up. What's everyone's take? Liu inquired. Wiggins casually replied, I have no objections. Jokic chuckled, I'm indifferent as well. Of course, winning would be preferable. Hazanja added, winning is always better. In the second half, It was clear that everyone would take the game more seriously, while the outcome was not of utmost importance. Losing would inevitably result in a loss of face. Moreover, the competition for the MVP title among rookies would motivate many players to strive harder. Some were overtly ambitious, while others preferred to feign modesty. In truth, Lu Yu believed that winning the game was paramount, regardless of his MVP status. However, to secure victory for the world team, he knew he would need to contribute significantly. The statistics accumulated during the All-Star game differ from those in official matches, as there is little emphasis on teamwork. Individual prowess is essential for securing victory. Thus, Lu Yu was clearly intent on vying for the MVP award. As the second half commenced, he opened with a three-pointer, signaling the onset of a determined quest for victory. Porzingis quickly followed with a three-pointer of his own. The American team felt the pressure from Lu Yu and his fellow world team players, prompting them to intensify their efforts. Nevertheless, their starting lineup was evidently no match for the world team. The only American players performing well were Levine and Clarkson, with Clarkson's shooting percentage still lacking. As for Towns, he found it challenging to contend with Jokic. In contrast, all four world team starters were performing admirably, while Jokic had yet to exert himself fully, leaving the American team struggling to keep pace. Defensive adjustments were essential, Smart remarked. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Yu scored again, extending the world team's lead to double digits once more. The American team only found their opportunity during the rotation period. Booker and Russell performed commendably, while Lu Yu's college teammate Okafor also held his own. Yet, as personal defenses tightened, their opportunities to score dwindled. In fact, the substitutes for the American team, such as Hood, displayed commendable efficiency, albeit lacking in flair. Meanwhile, the world team's Capella and other interior players played with a certain simplicity, though Hazanja struggled to cope as the intensity of the game escalated. Fortunately, the American team did not favor their most efficient players, the likes of Clarkson, known for his erratic shooting, were afforded ample playing time by the coach. This may be attributed to the high-profile nature of the Lakers players. Yet Clarkson's performance paled in comparison to Russell's. Nonetheless, the American team's unconventional strategies were unrelated to Lu Yu. On the world team's side, Nash did not grant excessive chances to underperforming players. He would undoubtedly look after Lu Yu. Failing to do so would be a sign of folly. Besides the satisfactory performance of the interior substitutes, Jokic did not return to the court as early as one might expect. Lu Yu, Mudiay, Wiggins, and Porzingis all commenced the decisive fourth quarter relatively early. In critical moments, it was Zach LaVine who performed most admirably for the American team. Although LaVine does not quite measure up to Towns and Wiggins during his time with the Timberwolves, the American squad's perimeter shooting was somewhat erratic, leaving LaVine as the sole stabilizing force. After LaVine scored over 20 points, Lu Yu remarked, "I will handle him. We must conclude this game, and you all need to keep up." Though his words might have sounded somewhat harsh, many players respond positively to this approach. With skill and assertiveness, even if they feel discontented internally, they will still cooperate at such crucial moments. Lu Yu also intended to experiment with his lock talent on the court. He hadn't utilized this before, as there was no need for defense in the first half. Now, having observed the performance of the American team, he decided to focus on LaVine. Interestingly, LaVine found himself matching up against Lu Yu today. Initially, he felt relatively comfortable, but once Lu Yu began to defend earnestly, LaVine immediately sensed the difficulty in his offensive play. Could Lu Yu truly possess such strength without relying on team defense? LaVine found this hard to believe. In the All-Star game, where team defense is often absent, he assumed that even Lu Yu would struggle to contain him. Yet, he realized he was genuinely unable to evade Lu Yu's defense. Moreover, the American players were lacking in their defensive capabilities. Even Smart, who is considered a decent defender, found himself at a loss against a forward like Lu Yu. They could only rely on their offense to counteract the situation, with LaVine being restricted. Towns managed a brief surge of performance. Unfortunately, he first contended with Capella and then with Jokic. Towns found it quite strenuous in the paint, particularly as the intensity ramped up, and after a few attempts, he was unable to continue effectively. Clarkson, on the other hand, displayed a fearless attitude towards defense, occasionally taking wild shots, yet his overall shooting percentage was dismal. In the All-Star game, where shooting percentages tend to be high, one cannot depend on sporadic brilliance. At this point, the score difference was still manageable. During the American team's rotation, they managed to close the gap slightly. But it was only after Lu Yu re-entered the game that the world team extended their lead back to double digits. Nevertheless, in the context of the All-Star match, a lead of 10 points was hardly substantial. However, the American team seemed to be losing their momentum. Their players demonstrated a lack of capability in critical moments. While the world team, buoyed by Lu Yu's explosion, saw the performance of others improve significantly, especially Lu Yu, Mudiay, and Wiggins, who relentlessly attacked the American defense, making it difficult for the American team to tighten their defensive formation. Porzingis and Jokic sometimes struggled to keep pace with the trio, yet when they did, they performed admirably. Porzingis acted as a tall shooter from the perimeter, while Jokic feasted in the paint. Even when the world team couldn't initiate fast breaks and had to settle into half-court play, the American team still failed to defend effectively. A glance at the situation made it clear. The world team had 4 SS-level superstar cards in their starting lineup, while the American team had only 2. Although the players might not be at their peak during the rookie game, the presence of those with top-tier potential made a significant difference. Especially in the final moments of the game, the disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Lu Yu stormed in for a dunk. He was truly in his element. Brother Lu simply offered no opportunities, transforming a few-point lead into a commanding 20-point advantage, clearly demonstrating a different level of play. Lu Yu had amassed 46 points. One might wonder if he was aiming for 50. However, there was no need. Being a starter in the All-Star game was already quite impressive. Chapter 79, Skills Competition. This is simply uncontainable. Damn it, this is just an All-Star game. Is it really necessary to perform to such an extent? This is merely an All-Star event, and there is truly no need to be overly concerned. The paramount importance lies in enjoyment. In the final minute, both teams played with a sense of tranquility. Each side executed several thunderous dunks, eliciting cheers from the audience. Ultimately, Lu Yu secured 46 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, leading the world team to a victory over the USA team with a score of 169 to 152. It is without question that he was awarded the MVP of the rookie game. Lu Yu, holding the trophy, exclaimed, "This is truly marvelous. The victory during All-Star weekend is exceptionally sweet. My teammates were outstanding, and it was through our collective effort that we triumphed in the game. I eagerly anticipate competing alongside them in future matches." Lu Yu raised the trophy high, receiving an enthusiastic ovation from the audience. They were witnessing the rise of a superstar. After basking in his joy, Lu Yu took his girlfriend and family out for a meal. As for treating his friends, he planned to celebrate with his teammates once the main competition concluded. Upon returning home, Lu Yu commenced virtual training before resting. Initially, he had not intended to do so, but the relaxed atmosphere of the All-Star game inspired him with new ideas. After defeating the American team in the rookie match, Lu Yu chose not to acquire the familiar Booker SS-rated superstar card, but instead opted for Towns' SS-rated superstar card. In his virtual training, he began practicing three-point shots alongside the peak version of Towns. To his surprise, Towns' three-point shooting attributes exceeded those of Booker. After exhausting the pristine Towns superstar card, Lu Yu's previously stagnant three-point rating finally reached 80. With this SS-rated three-point attribute, he activated a three-point talent, Quick Shot. Quick Shot enhances the speed of three-point attempts while slightly diminishing defensive interference. It is a highly practical talent. However, its effectiveness in the All-Star game remains uncertain. The following morning, Lu Yu rose early, as was his custom, and he familiarized himself with his enhanced three-point abilities on the court. It was quite promising. The talent had elevated his existing skills without necessitating any changes. The second day of the All-Star weekend features the skill competitions, commencing with the Skills Challenge. This year, the format pits big men against the smaller players. However, the star power appears somewhat diminished, as many well-known athletes are absent. The big man contingent consists entirely of Western Conference players, Towns, Green, Davis, and Cousins. Conversely, the smaller players predominantly hail from the West as well, including Clarkson, McCollum, and the reigning champion Beverly, who is sidelined due to injury and replaced by Mudiay, with the only Eastern representative being the diminutive Thomas. This edition primarily serves as a showcase for the big men, as the smaller competitors lack substantial notoriety. The face-off between Clarkson and McCollum resembled a clash of novices, marred by errant passes, which could be attributed to the pressure of the moment. While the All-Star event is touted as an entertaining escape, competition inevitably breeds tension, and numerous technically adept All-Star players have previously made blunders in this format. The duel between Thomas and Mudiay also failed to impress. Among the big men, Green, riding high on the Warriors' successful season, has gained fame and is considered a championship contender. Regrettably, despite the cheers of Curry, his shooting remains woeful, leading to his elimination by Towns. Ultimately, Towns and Thomas advanced to the finals, where many anticipated an advantage for the smaller player. However, this was not the case. Towns grew increasingly confident and ultimately claimed the Skills Challenge championship. Thomas struggled with dribbling speed and shooting accuracy, demonstrating that even the strongest mentality at 5 feet 9 inches may falter. In contrast, this year's three-point contest boasted a greater array of stars, including Curry, Thompson, Harden, and Lowry, alongside Redick, Booker, and Middleton. Aside from Redick, the others are regarded as elite players, yet Redick boasts the highest three-point shooting percentage in the regular season among them. The event finally saw a Raptors player, as Lou and several teammates cheered for Lowry from the sidelines. As the competition commenced, Thompson was the first to take the stage, securing 22 points, followed by Harden, Redick, and Booker, each netting 20 points. Middleton, possibly feeling the pressure, managed only 13 points, while McCollum tallied 14, and Lowry fared slightly better with 15 points. The Raptors players shared lighthearted laughter, embodying the all-star spirit, where even poor performances elicit no blame. Reigning champion Curry recorded 21 points in the preliminaries, leading the Warriors to a resounding victory alongside the Splash Brothers, who displayed remarkable steadiness. In the finals, Booker, despite entering with a solid mindset, faltered under pressure, accumulating only 16 points, while Curry effortlessly achieved 23 points, surpassing his preliminary performance. However, Thompson, the final contestant, erupted with an impressive 27 points. This outcome proved perfect for the Warriors, as the Splash Brothers claimed the three-point contest title. Some have even suggested that with the Splash Brothers competing, the three-point contest eclipses the dunk contest in entertainment value. Nevertheless, the dunk contest remains the grand finale of the skill competitions. The art of a spectacular dunk encapsulates the ultimate romance of basketball. Prior to the dunk contest, interest waned as fewer stars participated, leading to declining excitement. Yet, last year, LaVine emerged as a beacon of hope, demonstrating that thrilling dunks, rather than star power, could rekindle fan affection for the event. LaVine is widely regarded as the savior of the dunk contest. As the defending champion, he is perceived as virtually unbeatable this year, facing off against competitors Drummond, Barton, and Gordon. "You youngsters should find a way to participate in such events," joked Lowry. Lou chuckled and said, "I shall not partake in competitions where others assign scores. I require no one to evaluate me." Lou was jesting, yet DeRozan felt a deep resonance with his words. He articulated a poignant truth. Such competitions lacked meaningful participation. When DeRozan first entered the league, he was heralded as a dunking prodigy, often compared to the legendary Vince Carter. He had participated in the dunk contest twice, meticulously preparing for each. Unfortunately, in his first encounter, he faced Robinson, as the league aimed to create a narrative around a 175-pound dunk champion. In his second attempt, he contended with the immensely popular Griffin, who was simultaneously promoting his brand while soaring over cars to clinch the title. This disheartened DeRozan, leading him to retire from the dunk contest. Thus, when he heard Lou's remarks, he felt a profound connection. Surprisingly to many fans, this year's dunk contest was not solely dominated by LaVine. Both Barton and Drummond delivered impressive performances. However, Barton's dunks were rather unremarkable, while Drummond's failures rendered him a comical figure. It wasn't until Gordon took the stage, executing an impressive between-the-legs dunk, that the excitement truly ignited. LaVine finally encountered a worthy adversary. Regrettably for Gordon, he faced LaVine. With a self-alley-oop followed by a one-handed behind-the-back dunk, LaVine garnered a chorus of applause. Thereafter, Barton and Drummond faded into the background. Gordon vaulted over the mascot, performing a behind-the-back switch. LaVine leaped from the free-throw line for an alley-oop dunk. Gordon, with the ball in his right hand, rotated in midair while resting his left hand behind his head, finishing with a dunk. LaVine executed a 180-degree turn midair for a back dunk after catching the ball. Gordon, in a seated leap over the mascot, received the ball and completed a behind-the-back dunk. LaVine soared for a windmill dunk after grabbing a rebound. Gordon's aerial pull-up led to a windmill dunk. LaVine, after securing a rebound, leaped to deliver a behind-the-back dunk. Gordon folded in midair to finish with a back dunk. LaVine took off just inside the free-throw line for a behind-the-back dunk. Through 2 additional rounds, LaVine claimed consecutive dunk contest championships, leaving fans exhilarated. The Timberwolves players secured 2 individual titles, making their mark at the All-Star event despite being an underdog team. Gordon expressed his intent to return next year. However, whether he would emerge unscathed, like DeRozan, remained uncertain. Chapter 80. The main event objective. Kobe's eyes glistened with tears as he expressed his gratitude for the unwavering support, feeling fortunate to have played for so long. He thanked everyone for selecting him to the All-Star game and shared his joy in playing alongside these young talents, relishing the opportunity to impart his wisdom. Before the commencement of the All-Star game, Lakers legend Magic Johnson delivered a heartfelt tribute to Kobe Bryant, who enjoyed the most prestigious farewell tour in his final season. Regardless of where Kobe's historical standing ultimately lies, he undoubtedly remains one of the most beloved basketball icons, both within the league and among fans. Following the emotional ceremony, the All-Star game officially began. The Eastern Conference starters included Lowry, Wade, Lou, James, and Paul George, while the Western Conference featured Westbrook, Curry, Kobe, Durant, and Leonard, with teammates from both sides taking the court simultaneously. James and Kobe represented their respective teams for the tip-off, with Kobe emerging victorious, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook showed no hesitation, charging into the paint for a thunderous dunk. Having claimed the All-Star MVP title last season, he was determined to seize the accolade once more, exhibiting no intention of holding back. In fact, prior to the All-Star game, there had been a lingering tradition of seniority among players. This practice began to dissipate around the time the Thunder's dynamic duo entered the All-Star scene. Westbrook and Durant, during their rookie years, showcased their talents unreservedly, unconcerned with hierarchy. Now, as established All-Star starters and renowned figures within the league, they are free to express their true selves. Lou believes this arrangement is quite satisfactory, as everyone can rely on their own abilities. Those who aspire to showcase their talents during the All-Star event should actively engage with their fans, while those who merely wish to enjoy a leisurely weekend can do so without pressure. However, it is unacceptable if fans cast their votes for players who then choose to act aloof and not participate. Upon taking the stage, Lou soon realized that the All-Star game differed significantly from the rookie game. Although the All-Star match may not emphasize defensive play, the true essence of an All-Star lies in the formidable presence it commands, far surpassing that of the younger players. It is quite challenging to truly shine on such a grand stage without the requisite skills. Compared to the rookie game, Lou harbored a greater desire to acquire an SS-level star card in the All-Star game. Lou is determined to acquire Leonard's star card. With a weaker roster in the Eastern Conference, he hesitates little. This time, he must expend an SS-level star card to exchange for one. Lou has amassed a considerable collection of Western Conference All-Star player cards, including SS-level cards of Leonard, Kobe, and Durant. However, he hesitates to utilize the more versatile cards for the time being, opting instead for Durant's. Durant's SS-level card boasts almost maximum offensive capabilities, making it undoubtedly effective during the All-Star game. There is a possibility that using Booker's card might suffice. Yet Lou is eager to experience the distinct advantages of various powerful SS-level cards, all in preparation for the playoffs. Initially, both sides aimed to showcase their dunking skills. However, the situation swiftly altered as players began attempting three-pointers. Surprisingly, Lou was not the first to take that step. He maintained a relatively low profile as the All-Star game commenced. Even with the advantage of home court, he knew that players like Lowry and DeRozan would take precedence, leaving little room for a newcomer like him. His strategy resembled that of a frog slowly boiling in water, to stealthily accumulate points, ensuring that by the end, the outcome would be beyond others' control. In truth, he did not possess a burning desire to claim the All-Star MVP. His primary goal was for the Eastern Conference to triumph. Nevertheless, should his teammates falter in their scoring, he would undoubtedly step up. The defensive aspect of the All-Star game holds little significance, a factor that also influenced his choice to experience the peak performance of Durant's player card. It was Paul George who initiated the three-point attempts. George seemed to harbor aspirations for the All-Star MVP, covertly shooting three-pointers while others were preoccupied with dunks. Fully aware that the MVP decision would not hinge on the manner in which players scored. Upon witnessing George's actions, Lou commenced launching three-point shots. With rapid-fire precision and the elevated basketball statistics afforded by his star player card, Lou's three-pointers proved remarkably accurate. Subsequently, Lowry also began to experiment with three-point attempts. The trio's sharpshooting propelled the Eastern All-Stars to a swift double-digit lead. Meanwhile, on the Eastern side, Wade appeared disinterested, and LeBron lacked his usual fervor. In contrast, the Western All-Star starters exhibited a greater desire to compete. Noticing the score deficit, they consciously shifted their strategy to focus on higher success rates, driving in for dunks. Much like the rookie game, Lu Yu's team, with its bench players, was somewhat outmatched. In truth, even their starting lineup did not possess a significant advantage. The sudden lead was primarily due to the surprise three-pointers from Lu Yu and George. Thus, this match promised to be a challenging contest. The audience was indeed delighted. Haha, Lu Yu scored again, showing no signs of intimidation. It is reassuring to see Lu Yu's spirited approach, unafraid to compete fiercely at the All-Star game. Surely, Lu Gu does not intend to vie for the MVP in the main event, does he? Haha, yet the Eastern Conference seems unlikely to secure a victory. During the rotation period, their performance tends to falter. DeRozan, too, yearns to shine on his home turf, yet he struggles even with three-point shots at the All-Star level. Additionally, there are Wall and Drummond. Wall appears to adapt well to the relatively low defensive pressure of the All-Star exhibition, and Drummond is even more at ease. Despite his lackluster performance in regular games, Drummond thrives in the All-Star atmosphere, though his attempts at three-point shots remain unsuccessful. Others fall short, both in skill and in their attitude towards the All-Star game. For instance, Isaiah Thomas struggles in such a grand setting. Conversely, the Western Conference boasts a plethora of formidable players, with only Aldridge seeming somewhat out of place. Thompson and Green are eager to participate, but are hindered by nerves, affecting their shooting accuracy. However, Harden, Davis, Paul, and Cousins shine with commendable vigor. At this juncture, the significance of reputation becomes evident, even if a bench player performs admirably. A lack of renown will limit their playing time. Players like Cousins, eager to showcase their talents, find themselves with scant opportunities from the coach. Lu Yu, this newcomer, would have had little opportunity were it not for being a starter, especially with the Eastern Conference All-Star coach being Casey. However, this time is different. He is destined to be one of the players with the longest playing time in the East. After all, he is under the guidance of his own coach. Before the game commenced, Lu Yu pulled Lowry aside, and DeRozan had also conferred with Coach Casey, expressing their eagerness to showcase their skills during this rare home game. In the first half, Casey intentionally provided the trio with the chance to play together. On the court, they exhibited a camaraderie, playing harmoniously and supporting one another. Lu Yu delivered an alley-oop to DeRozan, who impressively executed a 360-degree dunk, indulging in his passion for the sport. Their performance garnered enthusiastic cheers from the fans. After Lu Yu joined the Raptors, he undeniably elevated the team's profile significantly. Otherwise, even with the home court advantage, the All-Stars of the Raptors might have merely existed as mere background figures. The situation is now entirely transformed, with LeBron and Wade lacking any notable excitement. The three All-Stars of the Raptors are striving to seize control over the offensive rhythm of the Eastern Conference. With Lowry and Lu Yu starting and DeRozan contributing off the bench, they are all putting forth tremendous effort. In the second quarter, after the Western Conference mounted a comeback and gained the lead, Lu Yu re-entered the game. He immediately made a three-pointer, interrupting the momentum of the West. The veteran All-Stars on both sides began to take notice of this fearless rookie, charging forward without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 81. Farewell. Lowry passed the ball to Lu Yu, who, without a moment's hesitation, received it and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Durant, slightly delayed in his response, turned to witness Lu Yu once again finding the mark. He felt a sense of familiarity with Lu Yu's performance, though it was not entirely the same. The current Lu Yu played reminiscently of Durant during the Olympics. However, their physical attributes and technical skills differ. While Lu Yu has experienced Durant's basketball prowess, the results he produces remain distinct. Moreover, Lu Yu retains his own basketball attributes along with his innate talents. In certain respects, it could be argued that he surpasses Durant. "Everyone, I shall boldly make my move," Lu Yu proclaimed to the esteemed All-Stars of the East. "This is our home court as well, and I do not wish to suffer defeat in front of the fans and family." The others were momentarily speechless. After all, it was merely the All-Star weekend, and could he really represent the Raptors? Observing that his teammates and coach showed no opposition, the others felt disinclined to voice their objections. Indeed, the Eastern Conference also boasts a plethora of newcomers. Lu Yu is exceptionally new, yet his popularity is substantial, distinguishing him from the typical newcomer. Meanwhile, several seasoned All-Stars from the Eastern Conference seem less enthusiastic, preoccupied with their team's troubles. Wade's team is plagued by various injuries, preventing Bosch from attending the All-Star festivities. On James's side, the Cavaliers have undergone a coaching change, leading to a surge of rumors surrounding him. In truth, James finds himself somewhat wronged. He maintains a cordial relationship with the new coach Tyronn Lue and harbors slight reservations about Blatt. Nonetheless, he never intended for a coaching change at this juncture. Naturally, he remains indifferent to the dismissal, though public opinion has turned somewhat against him. There are even whispers suggesting that Blatt was ousted due to Lue's influence. Lue's performance in the game against the Cavaliers left LeBron vulnerable and also eroded the patience of the Cavaliers management. Lue felt a sense of injustice, yet he remained indifferent, even taking delight in the increase of his visibility. Anthony was displeased at losing the All-Star starting position to Lue in previous years. He had been quite enthusiastic about the All-Star game, but the Knicks were mired in a coaching upheaval. In truth, he was rather pleased, having long since lost interest in the triangle offense. The general consensus was that Fisher's dismissal stemmed from his conflicts with Anthony. However, the reality was that Anthony had not played as significant a role as the narrative suggested. Fisher's exit was purely a result of dismal performance, with the Zen master using him as a scapegoat. In the Eastern Conference, where prominent figures were scarce, the few significant All-Stars were distracted, allowing Lue to maneuver freely. Bolstered by his teammates and coach, Paul George, naturally, was dissatisfied. After all, with James and others opting out, wasn't it his turn to shine? Yet George's aspirations were misplaced, as the Eastern Conference would inevitably struggle under his leadership. This year's All-Star starting lineup lacked a true presence in the paint, resulting in an absence of definitive defenders. On the backcourt, Lowry proactively matched up against Curry, while Lue and other forwards found themselves without fixed defensive assignments. There were even instances where players would momentarily guard Kobe, paying homage to the legend. At times, Lue finds himself up against Leonard, and at other times, he contends with Durant. Neither presents an easy challenge. However, during the All-Star game, the competition is not overly fierce. While the opponents may exert some pressure, they do not defend with utmost intensity. Fortunately, Lue possesses a temperament that is largely unfazed by such disturbances. Upon Lue's entrance onto the court, the Eastern team swiftly reclaimed the lead. The final minutes of the first half were particularly thrilling, with both teams exchanging points in a fierce contest. The last possession fell into the hands of the East. Lowry glanced at his teammates, but ultimately passed the ball to Lue. He had contemplated taking the shot himself, yet it was not his usual style. The youthful player, audacious and bold, was given the opportunity to shine. This time, Kobe positioned himself directly in front of Lue. "Come on, rookie, show me your prowess," he urged. Kobe, known for his relentless pursuit of victory even during All-Star games, had previously engaged in fierce rivalries with players like Iverson. In an earlier era, he had dared to challenge Jordan as the latter prepared to depart the game. However, as he approached retirement, the once fierce competitor transformed into a more affable presence on the court, adopting a tone of encouragement when addressing Lue. Lue made a tentative move, and Kobe defended closely. His mobility, even in this moment, remained remarkably akin to his peak form. Lue keenly monitored the time remaining in the match, and as the moment approached, he suddenly sprang into action. He utilized a probing step to surge forward, making a significant breakthrough. Kobe pursued closely, and a physical confrontation ensued between the two. Lue collided with Kobe and then got back up. An agile talent, a remarkable shooting prowess. In the final moments of the first half, Lue scored a two-pointer, granting the Eastern All-Stars a slender three-point lead over their rivals. Did you catch a glimpse of his performance in those critical moments? Lue exchanged a smile and a high-five with Kobe. Although their playing styles diverged significantly, Kobe chuckled and remarked, "Rookie, you will succeed." Following his pivotal shot, Lue had already amassed 20 points by halftime. The fans watching the live broadcast through various channels were ecstatic, exclaiming, "I told you so." Lue is indeed extraordinary. He is the epitome of a true superstar. It feels as though Lue has already ascended to superstar status. Could it be that the East might finally secure a victory this time? It has been several years since they last triumphed. I find myself increasingly enamored with Lue's style of play. He is simply relentless. His prowess is remarkable. Amidst a team of all-stars, Lue continues to exude formidable energy. When compared to Lowry and DeRozan, Lue truly embodies the essence of an all-star. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I can already envision Lue's presence on the national team. Perhaps he could even lead the national squad? It is unprecedented. Which domestic player has ever scored like he does? Liu Yu could very well be the answer for the national team. During the halftime break, there were also events for the All-Star weekend. Kobe remained busy, yet he relished every moment. Westbrook declared loudly, "This is Bryant's final All-Star game. We must secure a victory to bid him a proper farewell. I will give it my all." The topic was also broached among the Eastern team. Liu Yu remarked that he was indeed a player who relished competition, undoubtedly hoping for someone to challenge him. Although James felt somewhat irked by Liu Yu, he couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words. "Let me handle him," James said, as he made his way away from the crowd. Feeling no need to linger on the Raptors' territory, he approached Kobe, who was in the midst of an interview, and jested with him, prompting shared laughter between the two. While the fans of Kobe and James held a rivalry, the two athletes maintained a cordial relationship. There had been no direct competition on the court, and during their time with the national team, they had gotten along quite well. James appeared disinterested in continuing the game in the second half. In contrast, George was brimming with enthusiasm, thinking that perhaps he could seize the MVP title despite the Raptors' numerical advantage. "Let us strive for victory together in the second half. I feel my shooting is on point," he asserted. Liu responded with a smile, acknowledging that if George could snatch the MVP, it would indeed be quite an achievement. But ultimately, he only needed to secure victory to acquire an SS-level star card. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to seize it. After all, this was their home court, was it not? Chapter 82. Decisive moments. As the third quarter commenced, Liu Yu again made a mid-range shot following a pass. But on the return, Curry from the West struck a three-pointer. The pace of the game had quickened during the first half, and as the second half began, the West continued to accelerate. Both teams, lacking a strong interior presence, pushed the tempo to its limits. The East managed to score, providing a boost to James. Yet he failed to connect against Durant, who subsequently scored on his end. As the game progressed, James's enthusiasm waned further, while Wade struggled with his legs. Consequently, the offensive efforts on the East were predominantly led by Liu Yu and George. On the West side, Curry started strong, hitting a long-range shot before executing a dunk. Following Curry's exuberance, the Thunder's dynamic duo began to dictate the offensive rhythm for the West. Kobe and Leonard saw limited action. Comparatively, the starting lineup of the West appeared slightly stronger. However, Liu Yu and George remained pragmatic, focusing on their three-point shooting. With their consistent scoring, the East maintained a lead. In truth, Westbrook had also attempted numerous shots, but his accuracy faltered, even resulting in some air balls. With the rapid pace, the score surpassed 100 for both teams only shortly into the second half. It's noteworthy that in regular matches, some less offensively potent teams often fail to score over 100 points. Was this game on track to exceed 200 points? Even for an all-star game known for its lax defense, this was quite astonishing. Alas, there were too few dunks. The All-Stars seemed more inclined to shoot three-pointers, reminiscent of a rookie game. Yet, the spectacle remained captivating as both teams refused to yield. Indeed, the second half proved to be even more challenging than the first. Liu Yu and George missed a couple of shots, allowing the Western team to catch up. Meanwhile, Westbrook has found his rhythm, while Wade seems to be struggling with discomfort in his knee, rendering him unable to effectively guard Westbrook. Lowry, even during the All-Star game, falls short of Curry's caliber, a reality that is simply unavoidable. Liu began signaling to Casey. The rotation for the second half commenced. Unlike the first half, even in an All-Star game, which possesses a certain performative nature, the second half is marked by a desire for victory. At this juncture, some of the less capable All-Stars, or those disinterested in playing, tend to spend less time on the court. The first half is primarily about giving everyone a chance to shine, while the second half renders that unnecessary. To begin with, the Eastern Conference introduced a more dynamic Wall, whose speed is well suited to the fast-paced tempo of the game. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Durant found their shooting touch waning. Although defensive efforts were minimal, the accelerated pace of play began to take a toll on physical stamina. At this moment, Western Conference coach Popovich made adjustments, allowing Paul to lead a fresh lineup. This arrangement proved promising, with Harden and Davis showcasing their abilities. However, their rhythm still lagged behind that of the starting lineup. Liu Yu and George seized the opportunity to score several points, granting the Eastern Conference an advantage before they took a breather. However, with only substitutes on the court, the East struggled to match the West's prowess. Had it not been for Liu Yu's exceptional performance, complemented by Durant's impressive basketball stats, the Eastern Conference would have fallen behind long ago. Nevertheless, when DeRozan emerged from the bench, he showcased a spectacular windmill dunk. While the Eastern Conference's rotation was no match for the West, DeRozan's slam dunk was undeniably impressive. Then, Coach Casey devised a new strategy. Although he may not be a renowned coach, he decided to abandon conventional tactics. He began to have Lou Yu and Paul George alternate in leading the substitutes. Before long, following Lou Yu's lead, Paul George also reached 30 points. For the majority of the second half, the Eastern Conference relied heavily on the dynamic duo of Lou Yu and George. By the end of the third quarter, the West had managed to catch up in the score. Paul's playmaking skills clearly surpassed Wall's, as his assists easily reached double digits. When his teammates were all-stars and he was not burdened with the scoring responsibility, he truly shone. As the decisive moments approached, Liu inquired of George, "Which opponent are you planning to handle?" "I can take on anyone," George responded with a self-assured shrug. "Let's see who takes the lead. If it's Westbrook and Durant." "You take Durant, and I'll handle Westbrook," Liu suggested. "Sounds good," George replied, brimming with determination. In the final quarter, both players took a brief respite to prepare for the climax. However, with neither on the court, the Eastern Conference faltered once again. The likes of Isaiah Thomas and others simply could not perform effectively. Consequently, Paul and Harden each sank a three-pointer, allowing the Western Conference to regain the lead. Liu was suddenly filled with anxiety. He had utilized a top-tier SS star player card, and should he lose the match, it would be a significant setback. "Relax," Casey advised, perplexed by Liu Yu's fervent dedication to the All-Star game. He presumed it stemmed from a youthful desire for recognition. In truth, Casey felt it was unnecessary, for Liu Yu had already demonstrated remarkable performance. Nevertheless, he was pleased by Liu Yu's intense competitive spirit. Since Liu Yu aspired to achieve victory in the All-Star arena, Casey, as the head coach, was more than willing to accommodate him. The morale of star players within the team was of paramount importance. However, there was no need for such urgency. Unexpectedly, it was the Western team, having taken the lead, that intensified their defensive efforts, even resorting to the rare tactic of double-teaming. This felt somewhat unfair, as it seemed they were taking advantage of the Eastern substitute's lesser status. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Casey promptly called for Liu Yu and Lowry to take the court alongside DeRozan. Their entry dramatically altered the dynamics of the game. Lowry's playmaking was far steadier than Wall's, as he consistently set up Liu Yu and DeRozan for alley-oops, resulting in a surge of assists. The Eastern team began to exhibit improvement in their shooting as well. Previously, when the substitutes were on the floor, the most glaring disparity with the West was in shooting accuracy. When Green confronted Liu Yu, he was unfazed and effortlessly sank his shot. Green felt a peculiar sensation. Was Liu Yu truly this formidable? During their encounters in the regular season, he had not perceived it that way. However, being merely an all-star game, Green chose not to dwell on it, as the Raptors were not a Western team and posed little competition to the Warriors at that moment. As the final quarter progressed, both teams began to reintegrate their main players, with the Western squad being the first to substitute back in all starters. Comparatively, the West's rotation was more systematic. Popovich did not adhere to a strict timer like his assistant coaches, but the methodology was not vastly different. The Eastern team intended to follow suit. Yet some players opted not to re-enter the game. Both Wade and LeBron chose to rest, prompting the East to bring in two big men, Gasol and Drummond. They continued to allow Liu Yu and George to unleash their full offensive potential. On the Western side, it was indeed Westbrook who exhibited the most vigor. Liu Yu positioned himself at the second spot, facing off against Westbrook, while Lowry continued to guard Curry. After a brief stint, Gasol was replaced by Horford in the Eastern Conference's Twin Towers. With the ball in hand, Westbrook approached the three-point line and abruptly took a shot. Liu Yu had anticipated this moment long ago. He nearly leaped in tandem with Westbrook. Although Westbrook possessed superior verticality, his longer arms proved to be a hindrance. Under his influence, Westbrook's shot clanged against the rim. Liu Yu chuckled, "Are you aiming for the MVP title again? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Rookie, are you daring to challenge me?" Westbrook retorted, "Do you have the courage to continue?" Liu Yu provocatively pressed on. Chapter 83. The legend Westbrook recognized that Liu Yu's remarks were mere banter. He felt no obligation to respond to a rookie all-star. Yet, he could not resist the provocation. As the Western Conference initiated their offensive, Westbrook began to play recklessly. He continued to attempt three-pointers, even launching shots directly over Liu Yu's defense. However, Westbrook lacked the requisite skill, and his efforts resulted in missed shots. When it was the Eastern Conference's turn to attack, Liu Yu, drawing defenders towards him, swiftly passed the ball inside, allowing Drummond to execute an effortless dunk. This exemplified the advantage of having a strong presence in the paint, even if it was not exceptionally formidable. In critical moments, Curry's shooting accuracy faltered, enabling the Eastern Conference to seize the lead. Initially, Kobe, who was merely observing, sensed the shift in dynamics and began to take the game more seriously. He did not harbor a strong desire to claim the All-Star MVP title, and the younger All-Stars from the West were not entirely in sync, leading Kobe to merely aim for a casual performance. However, the rivalry between Lu Yu and Westbrook ignited a spark within him. He demanded the ball, preventing Westbrook from continuing his aggressive play. Instead of forcing a shot, Kobe penetrated the defense and passed to Durant, who scored for the West. "It was your assigned defender who scored," Lu Yu reminded George. The two had forged a tacit understanding, collaborating to secure victory for the East while vying for the MVP title. Yet, it was somewhat unfair to George. As Lowry was assisting Lu Yu, George had no recourse. He had become more focused than before, yet still allowed Durant to score. Paul George was renowned for his two-way capabilities, yet unfortunately, he fell short of being elite in both aspects, residing in the tier just below the top players in the league. His determination to regain his strength post-injury was commendable, yet his innate talent remained slightly lacking. Now, facing Durant proved to be no simple task for him. In truth, Lu Yu had contemplated countering Durant himself, having gained insight into peak Durant's basketball metrics. However, the Thunder's dynamic duo, particularly Westbrook, remained more aggressive. With Westbrook orchestrating the offense, Lu Yu felt uneasy in trusting George with the defensive duties against him. Lu Yu's defensive prowess surpasses that of George, making it more challenging for Westbrook to execute his shots. Surely, he will miss next time. George, however, remains somewhat obstinate. Lu Yu paid little heed to the surrounding chatter. Discussions of defense during the All-Star game were merely a source of amusement. The crux of the matter lay in the ability to make shots. He took the initiative to defend against Westbrook, who in turn became his adversary on the offensive end. Westbrook's fervor was undeniable. He exerted himself to the utmost. However, his defensive prowess left much to be desired. Naturally, as a robust guard, he posed a greater challenge in one-on-one situations compared to the average player. When off the ball, Westbrook would closely shadow him. The opposing force was formidable. Yet Lu Yu felt undaunted in his confrontations with guards. Lu Yu, leveraging his height and wingspan, received the pass, and Westbrook immediately attempted to intercept, only to be skillfully maneuvered past by Lu Yu's swift pivot. He took a mid-range shot. Westbrook, exhibiting remarkable speed, turned and leaped to contest. Yet he was a fraction too late. Lu Yu had reached 40 points. George clenched his fist. Had Lowry passed him the ball, he too could have scored. In the Western offense, Durant received the ball, instantly making George tense. However, Durant opted not to proceed, executing a feint before returning the ball to Westbrook. Their synergy bore resemblance to their regular season form. Westbrook occasionally demonstrated exuberance, while Durant refrained from vying for scoring opportunities. Yet, on this occasion, Westbrook failed to convert. The Eastern team swiftly reclaimed the rebound and counterattacked, granting George a shooting opportunity, but he missed this time, leaving little room for blame on others. Returning, Leonard scored with a two-pointer. In truth, if it were a genuine contest, the East would struggle to keep pace. Yet, this was the All-Star game. After the opposing team scored, the East quickly moved to the free throw line, with Lu Yu charging forward. The Western defense was drawn to him, and Lu Yu, feigning a shot, delivered a pass to George, who surged in for a thunderous dunk. Lu Yu has truly exhausted his benevolence and righteousness. In the Western offensive, Westbrook was unable to surpass Lu Yu, passing the ball to Durant, who subsequently made the shot. George felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet Durant's elevated prowess left him with no recourse. The Eastern team swiftly executed a throw-in. At this juncture, it is evident that some teams are genuinely competing. However, both sides lack a coherent offensive and defensive structure. Not all players are fully committed. While individual skill can bolster offensive efforts, the defense remains a formidable challenge to master. Lu Yu swiftly advanced after receiving the pass, while Westbrook maintained a relentless watch, rapidly closing in on him. Lu Yu once again stationed himself beyond the three-point line, prompting an instinctive assumption among the onlookers that he might opt to pass the ball. However, this time, he decisively launched a shot, successfully sinking the three-pointer. The Eastern Conference led by 43 points. The Western Conference swiftly executed an inbound pass. Westbrook, this time, remained composed and distributed the ball to Curry. Although Lowry did not fully disrupt the play, Curry's three-point attempt unfortunately missed its mark. Seizing the rebound, the Eastern team initiated a rapid counterattack, with Liu breaching the defense and delivering a pass to the unnoticed Lowry, who promptly converted the three-pointer. A smile graced his face, a testament to his exhilaration. With time dwindling, the Eastern Conference held a 5-point lead. In the final seconds, Kobe intensified his focus, penetrating the defense once more to pass to Durant, who received the ball and skillfully maneuvered past his defender to execute a thunderous dunk. By this point, the game had adopted the intensity of a formal match. Coach Casey called for a timeout, and upon returning to the court, the Eastern team entrusted the ball to Liu. Kobe exchanged nods with Westbrook, personally taking on the defensive challenge, reminiscent of the final moments of the first half. In contrast to that earlier instance, Kobe's gaze now radiated an even greater seriousness. Liu had no intention of passing the ball. He directly signaled for everyone to spread out. The crowd of spectators instantly sensed a wave of tension, as if this were not an all-star game, but rather a pivotal moment in the playoffs. Kobe, though not closely marking him, maintained a springy stance, denying Liu an opportunity to break through effortlessly. Liu chuckled softly and began to dribble the ball. He executed a change of direction, yet he could not deceive Kobe. Liu turned his back, adopting a posture reminiscent of a back shot. This was an imitation of DeRozan. Though DeRozan would typically execute a series of spins, a maneuver Liu seldom employed. As Liu executed a backhand strike, a faint smile appeared on Kobe's face, reminiscent of his own style. He then discreetly gathered his strength, intending to make Liu stagger before launching a swift attempt to steal the ball. As Kobe aged and his speed diminished, he began to focus on building muscle for his position on the front line, maintaining considerable strength. Liu also felt the pressure, yet he did not falter. He deftly pivoted, shielding the ball as he advanced inward. Kobe immediately turned around. In that moment of turning, he realized the inevitable truth of aging. Even the utmost concentration in the final moments could not compensate for that fractional delay in his physical response. As Kobe shifted to continue his defense, Liu executed a lateral step back and descended gracefully, scoring with precision. With a score of 45 points, Liu still led the Eastern Conference by 5 points. Time was running short, and Westbrook, opting not to pass to his teammates, attempted a three-pointer on his own, yet failed to make the shot. Ultimately, the Eastern Conference triumphed over the Western Conference with a final score of 195-190, securing victory in the All-Star game. Liu achieved 45 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals, claiming the MVP of the All-Star game. In a single All-Star weekend, 2 MVPs were awarded. After the game, Kobe embraced players from both teams. Beneath the twilight of Toronto, a legend took its bow. However, Liu's single-game score surpassed Wilt Chamberlain's historic 42 points, marking an unprecedented achievement of 2 MVPs as a new legend is being inscribed. Chapter 84. The return. Facing Kobe, I felt a surge of encouragement. Defeating him with all my might would be the finest farewell. This would allow him to leave the court with peace of mind, Liu remarked. When asked about the Raptors' situation, Liu responded, I believe we possess excellent depth in our roster, with ample talent across all positions. In the second half of the season, we will develop greater synergy and work harder, determined to stride confidently into the playoffs. Will we contend for the championship? As the top team in the East, we will undoubtedly vie for the title. Without a doubt, we shall emerge as the finest team. With a chuckle, he added, I am truly elated to receive accolades during the All-Star weekend. I will share all of this with the fans who support me. It is they who have afforded me this opportunity, and I shall continue to push forward. Liu's astonishing performance, securing dual MVP awards during the All-Star weekend, has elevated him to a prominent status within the NBA. Although skepticism still lingers, the public's perception of him has undeniably transformed from that of a mere rookie chasing popularity. Liu is an all-star who seamlessly blends offense and defense, and the expectations surrounding him have unequivocally surpassed those for Lowry and DeRozan. His commercial value has surged dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Smith secured 2 endorsements for him, though these are not long-term commitments. Rather, they are the kind that capitalize on current trends. However, the compensation is substantial, falling within a luxurious yet accessible range, devoid of any financial strain. All of this has been orchestrated by his agent. After bidding farewell to his family following the All-Star weekend, Liu redirected his focus toward the regular season, perhaps buoyed by an exceptional stroke of luck during the All-Star festivities, or perhaps due to the exuberance experienced by the home crowd. The Raptors struggled in their subsequent away game, resulting in a disappointing loss. Among the three All-Stars, Lowry performed reasonably well, though he struggled with his three-point shooting. DeRozan, on the other hand, exhibited a complete lack of form. Luyu's performance was rather ordinary, scoring over 20 points. Yet it still fell short of the brilliance typically displayed during the All-Star events. Luyu also experienced the burdens that accompany newfound fame, as the Bulls exhibited a notably more stringent defense against him. The game lacked the relaxed defensive atmosphere characteristic of the All-Star match. And the loss brought Luyu back to reality. He was merely an ordinary All-Star, unable to dominate the game. In truth, the Raptors' starting lineup, consisting of three All-Stars, was still superior to that of the Bulls. However, the Bulls bench player, Mike Dunleavy, erupted with an astonishing shooting touch, achieving an 83-point shooting accuracy that propelled his team to victory. The defeat was not without its silver lining, as it swiftly extricated the Raptors players from the All-Star ambience. They were reminded of the necessity to strive harder, with their aspirations focused on achieving commendable results in the playoffs. Only then could they indulge in a worry-free vacation come summer. On February 21st, the Raptors returned home to face the Western Conference visitors, the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies were performing decently, thanks to the prowess of their dual stars and Mike Conley, positioning themselves as a disruptive force in the West. However, they were plagued by frequent injuries, with Marc Gasol sidelined once more, jeopardizing the stability of their performance. The trio of their core players seemed to be taking turns with injuries. Without the White Bear Gasol, the Grizzlies' interior defense and rim protection faced significant challenges. Zach Randolph remained primarily an offensive force. This season, the Grizzlies' roster still possessed a measure of depth. They were not entirely incapacitated in the absence of their key players. As the game commenced, Randolph dominated Scola. A robust and skillful interior scorer, Randolph was unperturbed by speed. Scola, the weakest link, would not impede progress. Although Diamond had decent strength, he was no match for Randolph. The Raptors quickly resorted to substitutions, deploying more agile interior players to intercept passes and apply some degree of double-teaming. Fortunately, on the perimeter, Lowry managed to contain Conley, preventing the Grizzlies from effectively combining their interior and exterior plays. Meanwhile, although Luyu faced the defensively seasoned Barnes, he held advantages in both physicality and speed. A mere defensively adept wing player could no longer contend with an All-Star on their own. Luyu did not exhibit the same offensive prowess as he did during the All-Star game. Upon returning to the regular season, he resumed his role as the third option for the team. On the offensive front, his contributions were limited to what was necessary, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Defensively, he stood as the primary perimeter defender. For the majority of the time with the Raptors, Luyu dedicated more of his energy to defensive efforts, though it was not uncommon for him to score 10 to 20 points along the way. As an All-Star, he naturally enjoyed a greater share of ball possession than before, allowing other players on the team to focus on their functional roles. In a team laden with All-Stars, role players inevitably face fewer opportunities to showcase their talents, a reality that cannot be circumvented. However, players with suitable characteristics can benefit from this arrangement. With three All-Stars drawing defensive attention, the Raptors' role players faced significantly less defensive pressure. The Grizzlies' defense exhibited some vulnerabilities in the absence of Marc Gasol, yet remained competent. The Raptors' All-Stars, while unable to dominate the game entirely, were still formidable in their respective positions. Under these circumstances, they gradually garnered small advantages, which ultimately culminated in a slight lead. In truth, it does not take much. A series of minor advantages can ultimately lead to victory. Grizzlies head coach Yerger found himself in a predictable predicament. The starting lineup for the Grizzlies, led by Randolph, represented a strong point, but facing three All-Stars, they could not gain an upper hand. The Grizzlies' chances lay with their bench, which, while not exceptionally strong, was competent. They were also affected by injuries. Following Carroll's injury, not only did Luyu gain more opportunities for rapid development, but Rose also found increased chances from the bench. In terms of scoring, he outperformed Joseph. Currently, the only scoring threat from the Raptors bench was him, as others like Biyombo primarily focused on defense. In this match, three players from the Grizzlies bench stepped up: the former Heat champion guard Chalmers, veteran Carter, and recently acquired Stevenson. After a promising start with the Pacers, Stevenson struggled with the Hornets and Clippers, but seemed to regain his scoring ability with the Grizzlies. As for Carter, plagued by injuries in his youth, many believed his NBA career would be short-lived. Yet at 39, he shows no signs of retirement and occasionally delivers impressive performances. The Grizzlies held an advantage during the rotation phase. However, Once both team starters returned, the Raptors successfully reclaimed their edge. Moreover, giving more playing time to their standout bench players proved futile for the Grizzlies. It was not that their starters were weak, but rather that the combination of the Raptors' three All-Stars and Valanciunas was truly formidable, overwhelming even typical strong teams. Coach Yerger sighed in resignation. In the face of undeniable strength, there was little that could be done. Not only was their offensive capability in question, but even on the defensive front, where the Grizzlies were typically proficient, they found themselves unable to contain the Raptors' All-Stars. A loss felt inevitable. Chapter 85. Practice our defense against perimeter shooting has been commendable. Yet there remains room for improvement in our help defense against drives. I am aware of your capabilities. We have never feared any formidable teams. Yerger is concerned about his players. The Grizzlies are confident that through their diligence, they can pose challenges for the Raptors. In fact, they have already made the Raptors' performance less comfortable. However, the Raptors' defense has rendered it difficult for the Grizzlies to launch effective offensive plays. In the second half, the Raptors intensified their double-teaming against Randolph and sharpened their defensive focus. The Grizzlies struggled with their perimeter shooting, and Randolph's limitations caused them considerable discomfort. On the offensive end, even with diminished efficiency, the Raptors' star players can provide the necessary stability. Perimeter players are not as easily subjected to the kind of stringent defensive pressure as their interior counterparts. Although the Grizzlies' bench continued to perform admirably in the second half, their efficiency waned. Particularly after the midpoint of the final quarter, the Grizzlies found it nearly impossible to score. Ultimately, while the Raptors did not find the match entirely effortless, they secured the victory with assurance. It is evident that our form has gradually shifted from the All-Star weekend towards a playoff mindset, remarked Lu Yu after the game. In the subsequent back-to-back match, the Raptors decisively overwhelmed a Knicks team that has seemingly relinquished all aspirations for the season, as their defense has deteriorated further. Lu Yu felt little pressure facing Anthony this time, effortlessly securing the highest score of the game. The Raptors had 4 players scoring over 20 points, triumphing over the Knicks by 30 points. His strength metrics reached an SS level, activating his strength talent. The first talent, Rock, diminishes the impact of physical confrontations on technical maneuvers. This technical maneuver pertains to both offensive and defensive aspects, bringing Lu Yu great joy. In truth, every talent he has awakened is quite remarkable. Although they may not drastically enhance his abilities at once, these diverse talents increasingly afford him advantages in various matchups. Thus, Lu Yu plans to awaken the necessary talents for both offense and defense before the playoffs commence. 2 days later, the Raptors faced the visiting Timberwolves. LaVine, who had recently made a significant splash at the All-Star game by defending his dunk championship, found himself relegated to the bench with the Timberwolves. With their season already devoid of hope, the Timberwolves opted to allow their talented youth to take on bench roles, a clear signal of their intentions. They possess a plethora of exceptional young talents, and LaVine's style demands ball possession. He may very well be cast aside by the Timberwolves. Struggling on the bench, LaVine seems unable to accept the team's decision. Towns also had a lackluster performance in this game. He still requires growth and struggles to adapt even when granted more ball possession. However, Towns, a potential star with seemingly no obvious weaknesses, is certainly a player the Timberwolves will strive to cultivate. Lu Yu still found Wiggins somewhat troublesome, yet surpassing him through performance on the court had become significantly less challenging. With his enhanced physicality, Wiggins had begun to evade direct confrontations with him. This realization left Lu Yu somewhat exasperated. Wiggins was indeed squandering his physical gifts, as his mental resolve had not kept pace. In this game, the trio of stars from the Raptors erupted simultaneously, leaving the Timberwolves no chance for an upset. The impressive performances of all 3 players elicited no surprise from observers. Their displays during the All-Star game and their team's record justified their status as 3 All-Stars. We must engage in more competitive training, Lu Yu suggested. By continuously identifying and addressing our weaknesses through matches, we will be impeccable in the playoffs. With the team's elevated status, Lu Yu certainly desired to acquire more star cards. However, there was no need for haste. The Raptors' star cards would eventually be fully within his grasp. His aim was to achieve a commendable outcome in this year's playoffs, thus utilizing his teammates' star cards more swiftly to enhance his own abilities. Although the number of useful cards from the Raptors for him was dwindling, it would not be long before only SS-level cards, and only the more formidable ones at that, would serve him. In truth, the Raptors would not alter their training regimen based on Lu Yu's suggestions. Yet, The mere presence of such thoughts would offer him a broader array of choices during competitive training, such as facing off against Lowry or DeRozan and emerging victorious. As the crucial match approached, Lu Yu finally awakened a latent talent. His ball handling skill reached SS level, activating his ball control ability. The first talent, solid, enabled him to diminish defensive pressure while executing technical maneuvers with greater ease. The pivotal regular season game naturally pitted the Raptors against the second-ranked Cavaliers in the East. Beyond the need for a favorable record, Lu Yu also coveted LeBron's SS-level star card. In the Eastern Conference, Lu Yu finds himself with a more modest collection of star cards compared to the West, yet he possesses elite wing players such as LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo, both classified as SS-level stars. Despite a coaching change, the Cavaliers have retained their starting lineup, featuring the formidable trio alongside J.R. Smith and Tristan Thompson, creating a versatile starting unit. Although the Raptors have increasingly utilized Scola less, they have not removed the veteran from the starting position, as the other players on the team do not possess the requisite talent to warrant a starting role. During the All-Star game, James and Scola were teammates, though their relationship did not significantly improve. The rivalry between these two Eastern Conference teams is palpable, yet they maintain a facade of polite cordiality when they meet. As the game commenced, James initially facilitated play for Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. Irving managed to score the first points with his adept ball handling and penetration. However, his subsequent performance was rather lackluster. This season, Irving's play has fluctuated due to injuries, ultimately leading to his exclusion from the All-Star roster, leaving the impression that he has yet to fully recover. Nevertheless, he undoubtedly remains an All-Star caliber player. Meanwhile, Love continued to dominate Scola, who also failed to secure a spot in this year's All-Star game, revealing both his strengths and weaknesses. Love excels against slower-moving interior players like Scola, prompting the Raptors to swiftly substitute him out, offering him limited opportunities thereafter. The Cavaliers differ from other opponents, as the Raptors aim for the playoffs. The Cavaliers are poised to be their most formidable adversary, rendering each match a critical rehearsal. Scola has demonstrated his inadequacies, making further time spent on him unnecessary. With Patterson entering the game, the defensive performance markedly improved, allowing James to intensify his efforts. Lu Yu's defensive strategy against James focuses more on preventing breakthroughs than exhausting his energy during off-ball situations. In this regard, he may not match James's stamina. However, during rotation periods, Johnson will step in to alleviate some of the pressure, meaning Lu Yu is not solely responsible for guarding James throughout the entire game, a role that differs significantly from the responsibilities borne by Carroll. Lu Yu is not merely a defender. He is also tasked with contributing to the team's offensive endeavors. Consequently, when strategizing defensive assignments, the team takes this into account. As we find ourselves at the end of February, both teams regard this match as a rehearsal prior to the playoffs. While the intensity may not be as fierce, the tactical approaches on both ends of the court are decidedly targeted. Today, Lowry is feeling particularly good, and Lu Yu has opted not to utilize the experience feature of the SS-level superstar card. Under normal circumstances, there should be no significant disparity between the two teams. Chapter 86, Defensive Experience. James has successfully made a three-point shot. Lu Yu's defense against James, as before, is focused on allowing shots while preventing drives. James also attempted several mid-range shots for the first time, making one of his 2 three-point attempts. His shooting touch today was satisfactory, not particularly scorching, yet not disappointing either. Under such circumstances, Lu Yu needed to test the strength of his rock-solid talent. The rhythm of the first quarter against the Cavaliers felt familiar, but during the rotation period, the Raptors faced some difficulties. As the Cavaliers' injury situation improved, the Raptors bench found it challenging to gain an advantage. Although come playoff time, the core players of the team can play longer to compensate for the bench's instability, this underlying concern remains troubling. It is difficult to ascertain whether this game was a result of the Cavaliers' bench exceeding expectations or if the Raptors' bench truly lagged behind championship caliber. The Cavaliers' rotation, featuring Dellavedova, Mozgov, and Jefferson, displayed remarkable efficiency. In response, the Raptors brought back their all-star players, such as Lowry and Lu Yu, to the court earlier. Their coach, Casey, placed considerable importance on this match, adjusting the lineup more swiftly than in previous games. On the opposing side, Coach Lu was also cautious, despite the bench players performing admirably. He did not hesitate to substitute them when they struggled to contain the Raptors' main players. In the second quarter, Liu began engaging in more physical confrontations with James. Even though he awakened his talent in terms of strength, he still was not a match for James in that regard. However, it proved effective. With the rock-solid talent, James could no longer easily distort Liu Yu's defensive movements with sheer force. To break through Liu Yu's defense, he would have to exert significantly more effort. After several attempts, upon realizing the Raptors' quick help defense, James refrained from pressing further. Liu Yu's initial experience of closely guarding James was quite satisfactory. Due to Irving's lackluster performance in the second quarter, which was effectively mitigated by Lowry, the Raptors began to bridge the gap that had emerged during the rotation period. Irving, as a player, is heavily influenced by his rhythm. When he is in form, no one can contain him, yet when he struggles, Lowry often requires no assistance from others. While Irving is not characterized by extreme fluctuations in performance, he does oscillate between moments of brilliance and those of an ordinary star with notable frequency. After exerting all his strength to contend with James, Liu Yu found his offensive energy significantly diminished. He essentially refrained from ball handling, opting instead for tactical positioning while awaiting opportunities. Were it not for the necessity of diverting James's defensive attention, Liu Yu would have contemplated merely stationing himself beyond the three-point line. After all, the relentless confrontation with James rapidly depleted his stamina. Fortunately, Liu Yu's current endurance is quite commendable. Otherwise, even if Johnson could hold his ground for a few minutes, it would still prove too taxing. James's physical prowess is nothing short of monstrous. In comparison, the other star wings in the Eastern Conference seem significantly less formidable. Thankfully, James does possess certain vulnerabilities. Otherwise, the situation would be considerably more daunting. This is precisely why Liu has amassed an arsenal of SS-grade star player cards that excel in both offense and defense. He harbors concerns that, should the game devolve into a shootout, his stamina might falter. Thus, it is imperative to expend energy on the defensive end whenever possible. Liu Yu's sacrifice bore fruit, as James's shooting attempts and accuracy declined in the second quarter. However, it remains uncertain whether this was due to James not fully exerting himself in the first half. Liu must confirm more, as this is their final encounter in the regular season. In a sudden moment of provocation, Liu contemplated challenging James during the match, but ultimately dismissed the thought. There was no need. James is not the type to make mistakes easily. He focused on his defense, as Lowry was in good offensive form that day, alleviating any additional concerns. On the other side, Love still held some advantage. Consequently, the Raptors treated him as a center in their defensive strategy. Love struggled to contend with the Raptors' center in the low post, often opting to position himself for outside shots. This reliance on touch made him the most inconsistent player among the Cavaliers' big three. The crucial aspect was that when matched against the Raptors' center, he still found opportunities to shoot. However, the Raptors' defense was not rigid. The defenders guarding Love varied significantly when he moved in and out. Yet, sometimes the transition was not as seamless as desired. In the second quarter, Love could not maintain the rhythm he established in the first. Although he faced some challenges offensively, his defense did not require an overwhelming response. While Love's offensive skills are versatile, his rebounding instincts are truly elite. Thus, his offensive struggles were not overly burdensome and fell within an acceptable range for the Raptors. After the Raptors substituted Scola, it was evident they could effectively contain their opponent. In the waning moments of the first half, James attempted to overpower Liu Yu twice, but was unsuccessful, ultimately relying on his passing to help the Cavaliers score. Liu felt a profound sense of joy as he managed to guard against James, a feat he could scarcely have imagined when he first entered the league. However, he understood the importance of remaining grounded. In this particular game, James did not seem to be at his best. Liu Yu sensed that James might be experiencing some difficulties during this period, as he appeared somewhat disinterested during the All-Star game. As the playoffs approach, it is imperative to exercise greater caution. In the final moments of the first half, Liu seized an opportunity for a mid-range shot, aiding his team in narrowing the score, thus allowing everyone to enter halftime with a sense of relative ease. Well defended, praised head coach Casey regarding Liu Yu's performance. Liu nearly single-handedly defended against James in the second quarter, with commendable support from his teammates. Casey's admiration for Liu Yu grows stronger with each passing game. In the second half, Liu Yu's primary focus will be on defending against James. At times, one should seize the opportunity to do more when possible. DeRozan is not particularly adept at defense, so the responsibility for that aspect of the team's defense is rarely entrusted to him. However, Liu Yu possesses a well-rounded skill set. allowing him to devise varied strategies against different opponents, thus enriching the Raptors' arsenal. In the Cavaliers' locker room, Tyronn Lue declared emphatically, "We must place greater emphasis on this match. Our adversaries are not merely the formidable teams from the West. In fact, we must first overcome our Eastern opponents in the playoffs. LeBron, you must elevate your performance." "No problem. We indeed approached the first half with a degree of nonchalance," James responded. "They are the top team in the East. While we can afford to be less concerned about our regular season standings, we must understand how to contend with them." As the second half commenced, James aggressively attacked Lue. His demeanor in the third quarter was markedly different. He had made significant adjustments. On the offensive end for the Raptors, Lowry continued to provide stability. Yet DeRozan struggled against JR today. DeRozan is the type of all-star who can be targeted effectively, yet he remains impossible to fully restrain. His efficiency on the offensive end is indeed crucial for the team's success. Lue patted his thigh to sharpen his focus. It is beneficial for James to exert himself. Only in this way will the defensive experiences he gains become more authentic. Chapter 87, Exertion. Lue swiftly recognized the disparity between himself and James. Without hesitation, he sought the support of his teammates, adhering to the Raptors' defensive strategy. While his innate talent was formidable in order to contend with James, it was evident that his strength attributes would require further enhancement. James is not merely endowed with physical strength and explosive power, he possesses an extraordinary ability to dominate. While other players may find limited opportunities, James effortlessly navigates through defenses. Nevertheless, Lue's defensive prowess is among the finest in the league, requiring only stable support from his Raptors teammates to contain James, making it challenging for him to capitalize on opportunities. The Cavaliers' interior player, Thompson, exhibits limited offensive capability, so having a player assist in defense or even double-teaming James poses no significant issue. Even if the Cavaliers opt for a smaller lineup to introduce a shooter, the Raptors can counter similarly, albeit requiring quicker rotations on the perimeter. Some vulnerabilities may be exploited by the opponent, but they can recoup on the offensive end. Basketball fundamentally favors offense. Nowadays, many teams tailor their offensive strategies to exploit opposing lineups. If the opponent's two interior players prove difficult to handle, teams may resort to smaller lineups or stretch big men capable of shooting threes as a countermeasure. Conversely, if the opponent employs a small lineup, interior players can punish them in the paint. This strategic targeting acts as a double-edged sword, hinging on which team executes the finer details to maximize their advantages. Thus, when facing the Cavaliers, the Raptors possess numerous tactical schemes. Not every scheme is flawless. Indeed, each has its shortcomings. However, they ensure that regardless of the situation, they can present a relative counter-strategy. Naturally, seemingly effective strategies may not yield the desired results. In competitive sports, ultimately, it is the player's abilities that prevail. Tactics are merely supplementary. The Raptors have chosen to limit James, thereby creating opportunities for other players. Fortunately, Irving is not in peak form. However, Love has found his rhythm, consistently drawing fouls from Scola and Patterson in the low post. While Love is not particularly dominant in the post, he can easily overpower average interior defenders. Historically, when faced with such situations, Love, who was heavier, would often drift to the perimeter for shots, considering his current lighter weight with the Cavaliers. He now finds it challenging to compete against larger centers, limiting him to matchups against undersized interior players. After the Raptors adjust their defense, the Cavaliers must rely on their trio of stars to find open teammates. JR is performing adequately but has not surged. His best contribution has been effectively limiting DeRozan. Meanwhile, as Love creates opportunities, Lowry has engaged in similar tactics, driving into the paint to attack the rim. Scoring remains essential, as coach Tyronn Lue contemplates. In the absence of a fully functional Irving, the Raptors have successfully defended against the Cavaliers trio, now needing contributions from other team members to hit shots. The Cavaliers begin to rotate players, searching for those who can find their shooting touch. Yet, the performance of the Cavaliers bench in the second half has fallen short of the first. Lue grows increasingly anxious, swiftly substituting players who fail to perform. Only Dellavedova and Shumpert, who excel on defense, are granted more opportunities. When Lue adjusts the lineup, he seeks more consistent outside shooters. Yet his focus increasingly shifts to defense upon realizing the Raptors are ramping up offensively. If certain bench players cannot match the defensive intensity, the Cavaliers' game becomes significantly more challenging. Perhaps this hesitance stems from Lue's recent appointment as head coach, he is reluctant to take risks. The caution of the opposing coach has prompted the Raptors to adopt a similar strategy, limiting their rotation players' minutes, partly due to DeRozan's off night. This scenario resembles a true playoff atmosphere, where victory is determined predominantly by a select few key players. Under normal circumstances, a team might rely on 8 or 9 primary players, but in this situation, it is reduced to 6 or 7, with many players missing opportunities to showcase their talents. In the second half, James plays the entire duration, while Lou rests for merely 3 minutes. In a playoff context, he might also remain on the court throughout. However, this is the regular season, and it is essential to evaluate the defensive capabilities of other players. While Lou undoubtedly excels defensively, his teammates are not entirely incapable. Still, considering the offensive aspect, Lou must return to the court, particularly when DeRozan, a primary scoring option, is struggling. After a brief respite, Lou feels a slight recovery in his stamina and engages in fierce competition with James. He subtly perceives that even James does not possess boundless energy. Approaching the fourth quarter, James appears slightly fatigued, just enough for the Raptors to exploit. Under sudden pressure from the Raptors, James commits a turnover. Lowry seizes the opportunity to steal the ball and sinks a three-pointer. James, feeling vexed, retaliates with a strong drive to the basket, slightly restoring his pride. However, forcing a shot against a defender is quite taxing. At this juncture, both teams remain closely matched in score, yet the Cavaliers proactively make adjustments. Lou, apprehensive about the unfolding situation, deploys a smaller lineup in hopes of gaining an advantage early in the final quarter. They shift to a smaller arrangement. Shortly after Love plays the 5 position, James breaks through and assists JR for a three-pointer. This play signifies that their objective has been achieved. Whenever James penetrates, a defender from the Raptors must assist. Should James pass to the perimeter, the Raptors' defensive rotations may not be flawless. However, the Cavaliers' defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking as well. Lowry and Valanciunas both create scoring opportunities. As Lowry or DeRozan drives into the lane, the Cavaliers must provide help defense, which may leave Valanciunas unguarded. The Raptors can manage player switches on the perimeter effectively, but Cavaliers players are prone to committing fouls when they collapse into the paint. Moreover, as the final quarter progresses, Lou no longer needs to conserve energy for emergencies. He begins to contribute offensively. The approach is straightforward, executing pick-and-roll strategies. Apart from James, Lou feels confident in his ability to challenge any Cavaliers player. Typically, this is when Love is pulled out for a smaller matchup or targeting Irving for a size mismatch. With reduced defensive pressure, Lou can also tire the other 2 Cavaliers All-Stars. Lou first scored a 2-pointer, then assisted Lowry to complete a play, followed by a 3-pointer. The Cavaliers responded promptly. Irving, finding his rhythm in the crucial fourth quarter, also scored a 2-pointer. However, Liu subsequently penetrated the defense and passed to Lowry, who returned the ball to Liu, who, catching it, executed a decisive 3-pointer. The Raptors gained a lead, and the Cavaliers immediately felt the mounting pressure. Chapter 88. Sweep. Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue called for a timeout. There is no need for panic. We must maintain our shooting efficiency. Although he spoke calmly, the beads of sweat on Lue's forehead betrayed his tension, more palpable than that of the players. LeBron added, "We must execute our defensive switches flawlessly. Neither Lowry nor Lue should be allowed an easy shot or drive. On offense, if we run our plays as usual, opportunities will present themselves. Seize them and capitalize." Yet, upon returning to the court, Irving committed a turnover. The Raptors launched a swift counterattack, with Lowry delivering a quick pass to DeRozan, who completed the dunk. LeBron felt a twinge of frustration. The Raptors' defense against Irving was not overly stringent. Had he found his stride in the final quarter, he could have steadied the Cavaliers' offense. Instead, Irving struggled. LeBron had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He received the ball with his back to the basket beyond the free throw line, then turned and made a powerful shot. In an instant, his explosive energy made Lue feel as if other players had surged forward. He was pushed aside. In such situations, typical players would experience a decrease in explosive power and speed during a drive, yet LeBron continued to accelerate. Valanciunas promptly provided help defense but was unable to withstand LeBron's force, resulting in a foul call. At such moments, LeBron is a force of nature. Though it is unlikely that he could consistently play in such a manner, Lue engaged in a dialogue with Valanciunas, suggesting that in future situations, the moment James steps into the free throw line, he should approach promptly, denying him the chance to gain momentum. However, their conversation may not bear fruit in this match. As Coach Casey has begun to showcase his tactical prowess, utilizing Valanciunas for offense while employing Biyombo for defense, clearly aiming to impose greater restrictions on James. Previously, the Raptors had employed a strategy involving Patterson and Liu to crowd James, but ultimately, the Cavaliers adjusted to a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, prompting the Raptors to alter their roster by introducing Rose. During offensive plays, Rose proved to be instrumental. After Lowry penetrated the defense, he passed the ball to Rose, who successfully scored. Both teams struggled defensively, unable to contain the opposing star players, leading to frequent lapses in coverage. At this juncture, the effectiveness of role players in shooting becomes crucial. Any hesitation would allow the defense to recover. Biyombo's entry was specifically intended to assist in containing James. Thus, when James forcefully drove towards Liu, Biyombo swiftly closed in. James was compelled to pass the ball, as even in a partially committed drive, the 2 defenders could still impede his progress. However, should he gain full speed, it might be impossible to halt him, underscoring the necessity for rapid defensive support. Fortunately, James's shooting was inconsistent. Otherwise, coupled with his formidable physicality, the rest would have little chance. Love attempted a 3-pointer but missed. On the subsequent play, Lowry executed a pick-and-roll targeting Love, resulting in a foul against him. This illustrates the influence of star players. Love's mobility clearly faltered. When facing the Cavaliers, the Raptors could effectively exploit either Love or Irving, with Irving being more susceptible to physical confrontations. On the Raptors' side, DeRozan, despite his defensive shortcomings, possesses considerable athleticism, making late-game situations unpredictable. In the paint, the capabilities of outside shooters are under scrutiny, particularly when Irving is not in peak form. James does not typically rely on agile isolation plays. He called for a screen, visibly agitated by Liu, whose defense proved taxing. However, after calling for the screen, Liu promptly arrived for support, leaving James with no opportunity to penetrate. He was forced to pass again, this time successfully finding Love, who converted the shot. Regardless of circumstances, Love, as an all-star, cannot be considered a mere liability. Nevertheless, being a larger player, his speed is somewhat diminished if he is not in rhythm. The Raptors will prioritize guarding the Cavaliers' perimeter and then contesting Love's shots. The Cavaliers hit a 3-pointer and immediately called for defense. If they could secure a stop, they would have a chance to equalize or even take the lead. Yet, at times, an overconcentration on defense can lead to unnecessary reactions to minor shifts. During the Raptors' offensive sequences, Liu feigned for the ball, causing the Cavaliers' defense to tense up, allowing Lowry to break through and score. Today, Lowry has evidently posed the greatest threat. However, Liu's recent performance has made it difficult for defenders to relax. Once again, the Cavaliers relied on James to handle the ball, as Irving's form was lacking. Love seldom takes control in critical moments. James continued to drive, only to be met with a double team. Biyombo's defensive assistance was indeed superior to Valanciunas's. James passed to Love, who executed a shot fake before driving in. The Raptors' defense responded rapidly, and although Love aimed for a potential 2-1, he failed to score and only drew a foul. Since shedding weight, Love's stability in post plays has diminished. Without substantial mass, he often struggles to withstand physicality. His free throw shooting remained reliable. Consequently, the Cavaliers successfully executed their defensive strategy. Yet, during their offensive efforts, Love was not afforded opportunities, and JR missed a 3-pointer. As time dwindled, James attempted a mid-range shot, but could not convert. One could argue that while the Raptors provided opportunities, the Cavaliers failed to capitalize. After several possessions, time was running short, and Lowry began to dictate the pace. With a narrow score margin, the Cavaliers were compelled to adopt a strategy of fouling. Lowry's free throw shooting was steady. The Raptors only needed to focus on defending against 3-point attempts. The Cavaliers struggled to find suitable opportunities, and after receiving the ball again, James feigned a drive before stepping back slightly to launch a 3-pointer. Liu indeed allowed a modicum of space. When James took his shot, he was unable to fully impede it, yet James still failed to score. It seems that the various confrontations and breakthroughs had drained too much of his stamina, leaving him in search of his rhythm at a critical juncture. Following that play, the Cavaliers had virtually no chance left. In the end, Irving attempted a 3-pointer, which also did not find its mark. Thus, the Raptors swept the Cavaliers in the regular season, due to Liu's deliberate pursuit of an SS-level star card. The Raptors exhibited an astonishing winning rate against both Eastern and Western Conference powerhouses this season. The only team to overcome them was the Warriors, who triumphed thanks to Curry's extraordinary performance, coupled with the absence of the wing card Liu coveted. The Raptors managed to defeat all others. The teams that managed to secure victories against the Raptors were predominantly mid-tier teams or those that had a particular advantage over them. The Raptors' primary concern remains the potential limitation of Lowry, as the team relies on him for organization. At this stage, Liu could indeed offer assistance. It is merely that the extent of his capabilities remains unclear to everyone. Should any playoff team believe that neutralizing Lowry equates to subduing the Raptors, they are bound to be surprised. However, among the playoff contenders, few possess the ability to effectively control Lowry, thus the Raptors need not overly concern themselves with this. In this match, Lowry dominated Irving, securing the highest score of the game. After the game, Liu praised his teammate, stating unequivocally that he is exceptional. Kyle is a remarkable teammate. With him and DeMar on the court, I need not overly showcase my abilities. I simply need to step up when they are not at their best, just as they do for me in my less favorable moments. This synergy is what makes us the finest team. The current performance of the Raptors has indeed heightened the anticipation among their fans for the impending playoffs. Chapter 89, The Final Stages. The Raptors' matchup against the Cavaliers bore the intensity akin to that of the playoffs, prompting Lowry to rest during the subsequent away game. Consequently, the Raptors suffered a defeat against the Pistons. Following his promotion to the starting lineup, Joseph's performance revealed a significant disparity when compared to Lowry. The Pistons' display could only be deemed average, highlighting the Raptors' subpar performance. In addition to Lowry's absence, their interior defense encountered issues. Although Drummond struggled during the All-Star game, his rebounding prowess remained formidable. As March unfolded, the Raptors faced the challenge posed by the Jazz. This season, the Western Conference has exhibited an unusual dynamic. The leading two teams have demonstrated exceptional records, while those in the middle ranks have performed adequately, yet the teams towards the end of the playoff spectrum have notably underwhelmed. A win percentage hovering around 50% has rendered several Western teams competitive for playoff qualification. Historically, such scenarios have been commonplace in the Eastern Conference, where teams with similar win rates would struggle to secure a playoff position. This season, however, the tables have turned. A 50% win rate in the Eastern Conference is insufficient to attain a spot in the top 8, resulting in fierce competition for the final 2 playoff berths. Nonetheless, the Western Conference remains fiercely contested, as underperforming teams vie for playoff eligibility, with the last 4 spots remaining particularly uncertain. The Jazz, while competing, have sensed a potential opportunity to contend for a playoff position and, naturally, are motivated to strive for it. This is an essential aspect of a rebuilding team's journey. By eschewing complacency, they aim to actively compete for the playoffs. Even if they fall short, it provides invaluable experience for the young players being developed within the organization. Thus, despite facing a formidable opponent like the Raptors, the Jazz's spirit remains undeterred. The Jazz's roster has undergone slight modifications, primarily addressing their most vulnerable position, point guard. While the guard they acquired from the Hawks, Shelvin, may not be the ideal fit, he can be deemed a serviceable option. At the onset of the game, the Jazz's cornerstone, Hayward, unleashed his full offensive arsenal. At one point, he was likened to the White James. While the two are distinct, both can indeed be classified as versatile forwards. However, Hayward's toughness, particularly during drives, stands out among White forwards. At times, his style bears a faint resemblance to that of James, albeit with considerably less athleticism and a marginally superior shooting ability. Hayward's shooting touch was on point in the first quarter, as he found success right from the start. Liu could sense that his opponent had made significant progress since their last encounter. The league was not solely about his advancement. Numerous young players were also evolving. In defending against Hayward, it was crucial to focus more on his shooting capabilities. Due to differences in physical attributes, Liu quickly intensified his off-ball physicality to wear down his adversary. In this match, with Gobert anchoring the interior for the Jazz, the Raptors' front line, lacking the bulk to overpower their opponents, found it challenging to assert dominance, leading to a predominantly perimeter battle. The Jazz exhibited commendable team defense, yet their individual perimeter defense was rather mediocre, particularly among their guards. Ultimately, they struggled to contain all-stars. Despite the Jazz players' earnest desire to win, they could hardly restrict Lowry and DeRozan. Both showcased commendable shooting, allowing them to avoid contesting Gobert directly, complicating matters for the Jazz. Thus, Yu only needed to focus on limiting Hayward. In the first quarter, Hayward posed a considerable challenge with his shooting, driving, and playmaking abilities. However, under Yu's relentless and formidable prowess, Hayward's efficiency dwindled in the second quarter. Without facing a powerhouse like LeBron James, Yu found it relatively manageable to handle star wings, and dealing with a still-maturing Hayward, who hovered around a weak SS level, was certainly within his capabilities. Once Hayward's efficiency dropped, the Jazz were left to rely on a less potent interior offense and the fickleness of outside shooting. This could also be described as a team effort, as the Jazz favored collective tactics. However, their ability to create opportunities was notably lacking. Any minor defensive lapse that allowed the Raptors to score would leave them trailing. Diligently attending to every detail, Jazz head coach Snyder observed his players from the sidelines. The Jazz players were diligent and did not dare to slack off. Yet, once Hayward was constrained by Yu, the efforts of the Jazz players felt futile. After defending against LeBron, Yu found it relatively easy to manage Hayward. Although Hayward still had potential to score, his shooting percentage had plummeted below 30%. In truth, Yu had more to contribute offensively, but the team did not require him to exert himself excessively. His effortless scoring was sufficient for the Raptors to dominate the Jazz. Relying solely on decent defense proved insufficient for victory. True strong teams must possess both offensive and defensive prowess. Yu sighed. In the final phase of the season, the Raptors still had the advantage of playing mostly at home. They were beginning to contemplate the conclusion of the regular season. The team they were about to face was the Trailblazers. After honing their new lineup this season, the Trailblazers had been improving steadily, gaining momentum as the season progressed. Their position in the playoffs was becoming increasingly secure, and Damian Lillard's prowess was gaining wider recognition. In this game, the dynamic duo showcased their skills, launching an aggressive offensive right from the outset. However, DeRozan found it challenging to contain McCollum. The backcourts of both teams were essentially trading blows, unable to restrain one another. The Trailblazers duo, due to their physical stature, were not particularly renowned for their defensive capabilities. It was somewhat understandable that they struggled on that front. Yet, DeRozan's defensive efforts left much to be desired, giving off a rather uninspired impression. Were it not for his exceptional mid-range shooting, one might categorize him as a mere athlete with limited intellect, a type often seen in the NBA. As both teams engaged in a high-scoring exchange, the score oscillated back and forth. For the Raptors, this was an acceptable scenario, as the Trailblazers could not be overwhelmed by their efforts. They merely needed to exert themselves in the closing moments of the game. The shorter, less imposing duos still had ample strategies to impose limits. However, Yu felt that as a top-tier team in the league, they needed to perform at a higher level. He began to communicate with DeRozan. If DeRozan was reluctant to apply more strategic thinking on the defensive end, then perhaps switching assignments would be prudent. He would take on McCollum. After all, as long as the opposing wing was not particularly strong, DeRozan defending a guard or a wing would yield similar results. Sometimes, defending a wing might even prove more effective, given that forwards might lack speed. DeRozan was aware of his own shortcomings. Typically, he was somewhat prideful, his mind brimming with various thoughts, making him somewhat sensitive. Yet, he held substantial trust in teammates he had come to respect, embodying a rather contradictory nature. The relationship between Yu and DeRozan is certainly not as amicable as that of Lowry. However, DeRozan has acknowledged Yu's value as a teammate, and thus he no longer opposes the idea of switching defensive assignments. They both share the common goal of securing victory for the team. After Yu replaced the defense on McCollum, the latter's performance became noticeably less comfortable. Even when McCollum sought to set a screen, Yu could swiftly navigate around, utilizing his long reach to disrupt him. In this regard, McCollum found himself at a disadvantage due to his physical stature. With one half of the Trailblazers' dynamic duo being restrained, their scoring became increasingly unstable, allowing the Raptors to seize the lead. At this juncture, an even more formidable Lillard emerged. In the final moments of the first quarter, Lillard executed a remarkable long-range three-pointer from just beyond half-court. Yu suddenly comprehended the reason for Lowry's somewhat awkward defense in this match. Lillard had reached a level of form comparable to that of Curry. Chapter 90. Naming. We will prevail, Lillard declared emphatically. With the team's performance improving, Lillard's confidence soared. He firmly believed that through his own efforts, he could achieve what the team had previously failed to accomplish. In the second quarter, Lillard returned to the court earlier than Lowry. The Trailblazers were not a formidable opponent for the Raptors. Casey certainly would not push his players to exhaust themselves against the Blazers. In fact, there was no necessity for that. Allowing Joseph to sap Lillard's energy was sufficient. Lillard's shooting touch remained commendable, yet he was unable to contain Lowry entirely. This aspect bore resemblance to the encounters between Lowry and Curry when the Raptors faced the Warriors, as Lowry also engaged in a mutual scoring exchange with Curry. However, in comparison to Curry, Lillard required a greater share of possessions to find his rhythm. Lillard was undoubtedly not as formidable as Curry, making him more susceptible to being targeted. At this juncture, the Raptors had not specifically focused on Lillard. Even if he made a long-range shot, it was merely a three-pointer, yielding limited damage to the Raptors. The Raptors maintained an emphasis on overall defense, constraining Lillard's supporting players. In this match, their sixth man, Crabbe, had been rendered completely ineffective. After all, how much could Lillard score alone? The Raptors' collective performance would undoubtedly surpass that of a single opposing player. Indeed, the Raptors excelled in both offensive and defensive strategies. The Blazers managed to stay competitive solely due to Lillard's extraordinary performance, avoiding a widening score gap. This felt entirely different from the experience of facing top-tier teams like the Warriors. Disrupt the connection between Lillard and the other Trailblazers players, Casey coldly instructed. As the team's success increased, his stature as a distinguished coach grew ever more pronounced, a phenomenon observed among many coaches in the league. Success and talented players provided them with their confidence. Changes on the court were evident even to the fans. At this moment, numerous strategies could be employed, the distinction lying in whether the coach possessed players capable of executing them effectively. Once the Raptors starters returned to the court, they regained control of the game. Lillard found himself scoring in solitude, observing the Raptors seize the advantage. Lou let out a quiet sigh. Although Lillard's shooting touch was commendable today, it still failed to alter the tide of the game. This underscores the indispensable nature of both offense and defense. Had Lillard possessed sufficient defensive prowess to contain Lowry, the Raptors would not have so easily gained the upper hand. Thus, Lou has persistently sought to master both dimensions of the game, refusing to be relegated to the status of an all-star with glaring weaknesses. McCollum genuinely wished to rise to the occasion and support Lillard. However, faced with Lou's tenacious defense, his shooting percentage continued to plummet. Lou is truly formidable. Could he really be a rookie? Lou's explosive performance at the All-Star event left many feeling a sense of disbelief. The true extent of his abilities is a topic of discussion within the community. When Lou was switching defense, McCollum was eager to demonstrate his ability to penetrate Lou's defense. However, it proved to be quite challenging. Lou possesses exceptional defensive capabilities and exhibits rapid reflexes, leaving McCollum with the impression that Lou could disrupt his shots at any moment. It is nearly impossible for him to shake off this relentless defense. As the halftime whistle blew, the Trailblazers' dynamic duo felt a sense of relief. They had become completely entrapped in the Raptors' rhythm on the court, and continuing in such a manner would render victory impossible. We must establish our own tempo, Lillard asserted, regaining his confidence and reflecting that he could have performed better earlier. I need to be more decisive. The Raptors cannot contain me. In the Raptors' locker room, Casey expressed satisfaction with his players' performance. We simply need to maintain this momentum. The Trailblazers faced challenges with fouls in the paint, and they needed to persistently challenge the Raptors' defense. If necessary, I can also help expend Lillard's energy, Lou remarked. Defensively, he could only guard one player. Yet on the offensive front, both members of the Trailblazers duo were viable targets. In the second half, the Trailblazers replaced their starting center with the long-range shooter Myers-Leonard, aiming to enhance their team offense. Coach Stotts believed that relying solely on Lillard would make winning this game exceedingly difficult. Unfortunately, the strategy did not yield favorable results. While Leonard had some shooting ability, his consistency was lacking. Defensively, they continued to struggle against the Raptors. A few minutes later, the Trailblazers made further adjustments, ultimately relying once more on their dynamic duo for offense. This reliance may stem from the fact that neither player excels at orchestrating plays, thus failing to engage their teammates effectively. Meanwhile, the Raptors demonstrated an incisive attack on the interior. DeRozan, despite having a subpar shooting performance in the second half, managed to score through drawing fouls. Against teams with less formidable defense, DeRozan's incursions are indeed difficult to restrict. However, when faced with proficient help defense, he becomes more easily contained. During the rotation, the Raptors showed a brief improvement. After a period of mediocre performances from the bench, Powell was granted another opportunity. His training performances had consistently been commendable, though his minutes in actual games had been limited. In this match, he excelled, showcasing noteworthy defensive and offensive contributions against the Trailblazers' perimeter strategies. Liu holds a favorable view of his contemporary. He possesses the ability to initiate ball movement on the defensive end and is competent in defense. At the very least, he would serve as an excellent rotational option. Presently, he merely needs to mature and adapt more fully to the NBA. The Trailblazers bench is not a formidable opponent. Their remedy is rather straightforward. They reduce the resting time for their dynamic duo, particularly Lillard. In the second half, Lillard barely has a moment to sip his drink before being summoned back onto the court. During the third quarter, the Trailblazers attempted to rely on teamwork to close the gap. However, as the game progressed, their efforts proved ineffective, and they had no alternative but to let Lillard unleash his full potential. Lillard's formidable performance may be the sole avenue for the Trailblazers to turn the tide of the game. The Raptors have surged ahead by double digits, yet they continue to assign Joseph the task of wearing down Lillard. In the first half, Joseph performed commendably, allowing Lowry a brief respite. However, when faced with Lillard's unrelenting drive in the final quarter, Joseph's performance faltered. The crux of the matter lies in his inability to counter Lillard effectively, which allows the Raptors to narrow the scoring gap. As the Raptors manage to reduce the deficit to single digits, their starters swiftly return to the court. The proverbial cooked duck cannot fly away. At this moment, Lillard truly found his rhythm. With even a slight opening in defense, he was poised to strike. Against the formidable Lillard, Lowry's presence seemed somewhat diminished, and his offensive prowess lacked its usual vigor. Perhaps the continuous onslaught from Lillard had taken its toll, as Lowry's free throws were not as precise as before. Even if the Raptors managed to dominate the Trailblazers' interior, Lillard's shooting became increasingly unanswerable. "No worries. I shall give it a try," Liu communicated with his teammates. In the second half, Lowry and DeRozan primarily focused on driving to the basket, but Liu, upon receiving the ball, had a different approach. He sought to set a screen specifically for Lillard, then aggressively attacked the basket. Chapter 91. Resentment is futile. Liu specifically called out Lillard, who demonstrated a resolute and vigorous defense. However, his defensive skills are rather mediocre, and the disparity in their physical stature is quite evident. Liu did not directly pull away or execute a more deft breakthrough. Rather, he emulated James, unleashing his strength during a change of direction to collide with Lillard, completing the shot. This approach also serves to exhaust the defending players. The collisions between muscles can, to some extent, affect a shooter's touch. Were the Raptors a Western Conference team, Liu would have long mastered this tactic. Against the Warriors, he would certainly employ this strategy to further tire Curry. However, in the Eastern Conference, there are not many guards who warrant such an effort from Liu. When facing the Cavaliers, the exertion required to defend against James consumes considerable energy, which is why Liu would typically refrain from targeting Irving. Lillard gave his all, yet Liu still succeeded in scoring. This illustrates the distinction between him and his two formidable teammates. He has now transitioned into a powerful forward, demonstrating greater stability in contact compared to the two guards. Lillard, frustrated by his inability to defend, was not disheartened. He sought to redeem himself on the offensive end. He did not irrationally seek out Liu but opted instead to isolate Lowry. Lowry rarely sets screens for shots. He typically drives straight to the basket after a screen. When he does shoot, he generally seeks to establish his rhythm with the ball in hand. Facing Lowry's defense, Lillard varied his dribbling rhythm. Lowry, naturally affected, was wary of Lillard's potential to penetrate. However, the influence on Lowry was minimal, yet Lillard suddenly executed a step back and released the shot. Although Lowry remained relatively unaffected by Lillard's dribbling tempo, his height was insufficient. By the time he lunged, Lillard had already released the shot. The three-pointer found its mark. Lillard erupted with a roar, feeling exceptionally good today. "No worries," Liu reassured Lowry. Lillard's performance momentarily reminded Lowry of Curry. However, Curry's shots are quicker and more unpredictable. In contrast, Lowry could anticipate Lillard's shot. Yet, when the latter is in rhythm, he remains difficult to defend. On the offensive end, Liu again targeted Lillard. "You won't make that," Lillard remarked with excitement. Liu merely smirked dismissively before once again sinking a mid-range shot in the same manner. On the sidelines, Trailblazers coach Stotts furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to employ a double team. Yet, upon returning, Lillard hit another three-pointer. This left coach Casey somewhat flustered, also pondering the need for a double team. However, if Lillard does not call for a screen, a hard double team could easily lead to an open shot. Yet, if Lillard continues to score, It may be preferable to allow the Trailblazers open looks rather than permitting Lillard to shoot. Rest assured, we have the lead, he thought. Lillard's three-point shooting is indeed formidable, yet if the Raptors can respond with 2-pointers, Lillard's three-pointers merely narrow the gap by 1 point, with an 8-point difference. How many three-pointers can Lillard realistically make? Lu Yu is quite confident in his ability to engage in a scoring duel with Lillard. Of course, if the situation in actual combat proves unfavorable, Lu Yu can always switch to defend against Lillard, should he take on the task of guarding Lillard. The latter would find it considerably more challenging to make three-point shots. Furthermore, if Lillard attempts to drive to the basket, the Raptors' interior defense will still provide assistance. Lu Yu launched an offensive against Lillard. The Trailblazers, attempting to double-team, forced Lu Yu to dribble backwards before pursuing Lillard. Just as Lillard seemed perturbed, Lu Yu suddenly executed a swift change of direction and completed a spectacular dunk, leaving Lillard feeling somewhat mocked. When it was the Trailblazers' turn to attack, Lillard remained brimming with confidence. However, his third attempt from beyond the arc failed to find the mark. Lowry had become increasingly adept at reading Lillard's rhythm, making his interference more effective. The crux of the matter was that while Lillard's performance today was extraordinary, such brilliance could not be sustained indefinitely. His innate abilities were not as formidable as they appeared. Lowry's defense was commendable. Meanwhile, as the Raptors mounted their offense, Lee once again targeted Lillard, who quickly found himself exceedingly irked. Trailblazers head coach Stotts promptly signaled for his players to double-team, realizing that Lu Yu could not be allowed to continue in this manner. Lu Yu deftly passed the ball to Lowry, who swiftly penetrated the paint. The Trailblazers' interior defense collapsed, allowing Lowry to effortlessly assist Valen Inas, who scored with ease. This moment significantly dampened the spirits of the Trailblazers. Initially, Lillard had been on fire, leading the team in their pursuit of points, and hope of victory seemed within reach. However, when Lillard missed a shot, the Raptors continued to score, highlighting the disparity between them and the league's elite. A sense of discouragement crept into their hearts. Noticing the despondent expressions on his teammates' faces, Lillard rallied them, exclaiming, "It's all right, we still have time." Subsequently, he refrained from fixating on three-point attempts and opted for a driving layup, which he successfully converted. Meanwhile, in the Raptors' possession, Lu Yu, confronted by a double team, suddenly unleashed his speed, maneuvering between the two Trailblazers players, forcing a foul from the opposition. Lu Yu stood at the free throw line and successfully made both shots. At this moment, Lillard appeared somewhat disheartened. Is Lu Yu truly that formidable? In reality, Lu Yu is not exceptionally strong. He merely capitalizes on his inherent advantages. Prior to this match, he did not exert himself much, and thus his energy reserves are currently quite abundant. Lu Yu's remarkable performance has indeed dampened the spirit of the Trailblazers. Particularly, at this moment, the other players on the team are struggling to step up. Lillard attempted another drive, but this time, he was hindered by the defensive pressure and failed to score. As the Raptors took possession, Lowry signaled for everyone to slow down the tempo. The urgency among the Trailblazers players intensified when Lee received the ball again and aimed to target Lillard. The double team from the Blazers came swiftly. Lu Yu decisively passed the ball, and Lowry subsequently relayed it to DeRozan, who executed a mid-range shot successfully. At this moment, the Trailblazers found themselves in a state of despair. Yet, there was still hope. Lillard, unwilling to concede defeat, opted for a three-point attempt once more, and this time, it found the net. Lillard's performance in this match was indeed extraordinary. However, even extraordinary performances do not equate to divinity. Lillard's three-pointer had briefly instilled a glimmer of hope for the Trailblazers, but when the team attempted to score again, Lillard's subsequent three-point shot clanged off the rim. It was now evident to all that Lillard was a capable three-point shooter, and the Raptors were employing stringent defense against him, making it improbable for Lillard to maintain his accuracy under such pressure. As time dwindled, the Trailblazers still clung to a semblance of opportunity. Lowry's relentless defense against Lillard had taken a toll on his stamina. As the Trailblazers resorted to fouling to stop the clock, Lowry converted only one of 2 free throws, a rare occurrence for him, indicative of his waning energy. However, Lillard's next foray from beyond the arc resulted in another 1 out of 2. The Trailblazers showcased an array of remarkable shots, yet their deficit remained largely unchanged since the commencement of the final quarter. When a team displays such explosive talent, it can disrupt the equilibrium. But if the team lacks strength, it can only cling to a fragile hope, ultimately falling into the realm of futile efforts. The Trailblazers, although a playoff team in the West, appeared as the weaker side against the Raptors. Lillard's discontent bore no fruit. His defensive efforts, alongside those of his teammates, left much to be desired. Chapter 92. The contest. After triumphing over the Trailblazers, the Raptors faced the Rockets, a team vying for a playoff spot in the West. The Rockets, having made only minor adjustments to their roster during the summer, continued to build their lineup around Harden and Howard. However, this seemingly promising combination had not yielded favorable results over the years. The reality of Howard's declining prowess posed a significant challenge as an athletic big man. His diminishing physicality reduced his threat on the court. Furthermore, Howard struggled to accept his decreased effectiveness and encountered communication issues with the team's leader, Harden. Harden, with his style demanding substantial ball control, often found himself less impactful in the playoffs compared to the regular season due to his propensity to draw fouls. Coupled with a lack of high-caliber role players, it was understandable that this star-studded duo had not met fan expectations. Nevertheless, they still achieved some success, albeit without significant progression. This year, however, marked the Rockets' nadir. Following a lackluster start, McHale was dismissed, and assistant coach J.B. Bickerstaff took the helm. Previously, the Rockets had demonstrated some defensive capability. But with the coaching change, they fully embraced an offensive approach. Their roster presented challenges, with the bench either too seasoned or too inexperienced. Presently, the Rockets were fiercely striving for a playoff berth, displaying considerable effort. As the game commenced, both teams exhibited targeted defensive strategies. The Raptors were particularly diligent in guarding Harden, while the Rockets had devised plans to contain the Raptors' three All-Stars. The Raptors primarily tackled Harden through collaborative defensive efforts, whereas the Rockets employed tight man-to-man coverage complemented by interior support. The Rockets utilized a twin tower strategy, starting Howard alongside Modiage and AS, with Capella and Harrell on the bench. Both Lowry and DeRozan faced the daunting challenge of penetrating against Howard's defensive assistance. Although Howard's support was not as formidable as during his peak, it still posed significant complications. The Rockets' team defense was generally subpar, yet certain players demonstrated commendable individual defensive skills. Howard's initial effectiveness in providing assistance stemmed from the Rockets' competent perimeter defense. Beverly, their point guard, was inherently a defensive specialist, while Ariza, occupying the small forward position, was also known for his defensive prowess. Despite Harden's defensive shortcomings, they differed fundamentally from DeRozan's. DeRozan's defense stemmed from a lack of awareness, whereas Harden's lapses were often a result of his focus on offensive plays, leading to occasional lapses in concentration and the notion of eyeball defense. Nonetheless, when engaged, Harden's defensive capabilities could be quite adequate. At the onset, the Rockets appeared invigorated, executing their defensive strategies effectively, and even the diminished Howard posed challenges for the Raptors' interior players. The addition of Lou Yu has elevated the Raptors' interior presence to a new echelon. Yet the quality of their frontcourt remains somewhat ambiguous. At times, they appear competent. However, they struggle significantly against slightly stronger interior players. Conversely, Scola performed commendably against his former team, largely due to the Rockets' defense being unable to account for him. When Scola ventured outside to shoot, the Rockets' twin towers, focused on preventing drives, were unable to effectively contest